should start a clothing brand, hire a print shop, and we make it for ridiculous shit. Obviously, we will be behind the curtain, so it doesn't seem right. Behind the red chairs. But can you imagine? We make her wear funny shit in ads. Oh my god. Pretty good. Here, that's it. Okay, let's go outside the box. We got a mission. What's the mission? To make Brendan do stand up. Yes. Okay. Yes. Also, do stand up. Right. What's the real mission? Get people to join the Patreon. So, put sugar on my dick and tell me it's delicious. Pause. No, to make a documentary about. Oh yeah, that's good. We have so many goals. So we whatever the cash is, whatever we're Saudi friends is being 1.5 million. We need you for a day of film. That's true. He does need to do the movie for it to actually work at Sundance. We have clothes, right? We can't really afford clothes. We're giving people 1.5 million, right? And we tell them 1.5 million we're not doing it because you really the fit on. The fit happens to be a hazmat suit. You know what I mean? And then we ask him, oh yes, that's such a he did. Yeah, when they did the interview, you're like, you got him with the fucking hazmat suit. That's so funny. That would be so fucking funny in that documentary. Do you think he'd rather come on our show or do the Rehab Comedy Festival? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. It's like he's weird. Yeah, that's talk drunk. Dude, you should write poetry. Goddamn. Yeah, that's fucked up. Name the waters, Weirdo. Come on. Balenciaga hazmat suit. Yeah, we gotta make the hazmat suit like ASAP Rocky. You know what I mean? Or ASAP Rocky can wear it too, and then he's like, oh, dude, I mean, yeah, probably Shot to do he should join that aspiration company. So you make people, I'm surprised he's not involved. You know what I mean? Get ASAP Rocky to wear the maybe ASAP Rocky's almost putting gun away. You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. Famous people that are almost like, you know, Tashi. Yeah, like is Shane really almost? Who watches this? Who goes on the subreddit that's like, this is so fucking funny? AOC. Don't know, Gorilla One. Let's see here. Trey Young is homeless. Trey Young, obviously. Well, thank you, Trey. Yeah, Trey Young, I like this. Ice Trey, man. Just gonna random black guy and talk about this rapper. Dude, Truck Flip has the best grades for yards, dude. And 100%. Yeah, always bet on his races, for sure. Jason Van Ness when Bobby Lee will return. I did watch this, and he's basically just obfuscates the question. Yeah. We're not going to watch Patreon content on here. It's just like, I wouldn't want people to do this in our future. You know what I mean? But this is what's my daily coffee. Just kidding. I just played. Well, I was thinking, okay, what I was thinking is Formula One's just get Ted Cruz to wear a hazmat suit. It would be kind of funny if you had Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, like the interview where they're like going at each other, but they're going at each other about like shop facts. Like Ted Cruz is like, well, I don't think that fucking the shark bite hat was real, or the fish bite, or the fish hat fat was real. I agree. Then Tucker Carlson's like, oh, really? You don't think that? Well, what is shop known for with tobacco? Ted Cruz like, I'm not an expert on that. It's like Rick, yeah, or something like that. Yeah, I wish I had delivered that better, but you know, the show's over. How many comic books have you sold this week? He's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, he knows the exact number of comic books he sold or claimed to have sold. It's just funny because you wanted to say that Brady is no good, but you can't even answer the question. That's like Tucker Carlson. That's good. Thanks. The Braves is strong. Yeah, I think the stream is cutting out a little bit. We'll spin it out. We are winding down a bit. Yes. Yeah. What's Daddy's number? That's a good question. She's got the best brains. Feminine confirmed homeless. Oh, feminine. I don't know. I don't know what Daddy's number is. 66. That bag of clip. Well, 10 people. How do small guys fit in big cars? I'm sure. Oh, yeah. So let's go. Like maybe one more. Texas chef arc about the beginning. I don't believe in the land moon. That's why the audio was so bad. Russell was real fans with you. I told you at that room. Chin calling Papa out on his douchebag behavior. Okay, that was too forward. Post by Clint Bluer from Chambers. Let's see this. I told you at that roommate in college we ended up fighting where he put labels on everything in the cupboard. That's the most no, I'll eat all your thing. And then he could. Damn, I can't believe I went back to this shit. Yeah, I mean, Brian knows that he has to. He can't be serious. That's so strange. It is. There's a reason that they wouldn't make one stuff. I wouldn't care if somebody put their name on it. Oh my God, this is the shit about fireworks. That's all. It's just right there. That's why we're dying. Well, if it happens again, I'll tell the lady upstairs or something like that. Dude, he was fired. That was ridiculous. My neighbors on the team. It's a little late for fireworks day. They don't care. Motel sitting on fireworks day. Photographer we took on. We called his mom, and then I got a random call. His mom's like, "You gotta quit eating this stuff." I'm like, "Who is this?" Freshman in college. That's it. You're out. You're a loser. On all his Nutrigrain bars, he took everyone individually out and labeled them with a Post-it. Hey, what? He took them all out, and now they come with Nutrigrain bars, just come in a box, and then they're each individual. I hate he took every single one out and wrote his name on it. Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car. Well, I mean, listen, if you believe shop there, it's like it's a real problem. You've been eating this stuff to the point where he has to take every single individual one out and put his name on it. He's wearing that shop over again. Yeah, he's doing it because that's such a crazy thing to do. It must be that the roommate is doing it to help Shop. Because Shop is eating too much. I love when he doesn't know what food is his. So to help him, I'm going to write my name on it. And I hope that helps with this thing. Because if that were to really happen in real life, the guy doing that is not okay mentally, right? Like, his roommate is a crazy person. Every I fucking amazing. Nutrient bars suck. You're gonna put one on every one of them. So unlikely. I would just buy that Sharpie in my hands. Say hi. And I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it, and they'll drive it once, 12 months. So I'm like, listen, and they drive it. I'm like, fucking drive it, you fucking precious bitch. But Bert, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it, or only before? Oh yeah, I took that picture. I'm halfway through the dry sheet documentary. Jeez, it's something so fast, dude. Wow. Well, it's been an excellent stream. I don't know if you want to, but I'm interested in seeing what the likes are like. I was just interested in being introduced to all of this. This is ridiculous right now. Oh, guys, dude, I thought we talked about this. That is going to cause serious audio issues. It's like if 85, they may not be able to hear me. This thing works. I don't even know if the computer's working. Maybe there's something wrong with the YouTube counter again. Sometimes it's off and shit. Just like a YouTube counter, just like a roadcaster. Sometimes you gotta go to the back of YouTube counter, flip it up, check the audio's king. Audio is king. Yeah, audio is very important. Yeah. Otherwise, you can't hear what people are saying. It's crazy how you can be in the middle of a podcast and be like, damn, I'm being real funny right now. You know what I mean? And then towards the end of the podcast, you go to the like counter and go, I said nothing funny. Not even once. You did the whole dolphin thing too. I did it. I'll do it again, but our podcast hasn't been funny to me fast yet. Why is it harder to do now? Even the bottle is less fun than it used to be. You gotta suck it off hard. I'm hot. Oh, can we just get to on and then we can end this fucking thing? So when the first time I did it, it was so fucking loud, and I laughed so hard that I spit out water in the parking lot. I thought that was so funny. I kept thinking, what if I did that at work? What if I not unknowingly did that sound? I'm a moron. I don't know how straws work. I don't use straws though, but man, I told you that's true. In that case, I don't use straws. I've never used any straw. Look at this fucking thing. Look at what it does. You press a button, it goes. And then it makes a dolphin noise. This bottle sucks ass. And in the parking lot, I was like, dude, you're not supposed to do that. It's a straw. You just let it straight up and you go, oh, yeah, I was saying, oh, no, because I'm a moron. Dude, this thing sucks so much ass. Contigo, it's awful. It's hard to drink like that. Like, you're supposed to drink it like this and not tip it over. It's incredibly hard to get the water out. This is clearly just a bit for the show at this point. This water bottle, I hate it. Even doing that, it makes like kind of a weird noise that they can't hear. I hate it. I hate the dolphin bottle. It's worse than TFK. Oh, let's see some comments before we get out of here. Where did the comments go? Oh, they're right there. Sorry. We did start later today. We apologize, guys. We, the DA. Did you hear about that? Oh, yeah. Crazy. I got recalled. First time's ever happened. And I was pretty good. I didn't expect to be that sad about it. But I was. I thought Garcetti was doing a good job. I miss Contigo. Yeah, dude. You know what's funny? I wanted to say this. Is that I sold Timo's, dude. You know, like, but you guys voted for Donald Trump, and ever since Donald Trump came out, we couldn't do the old Timos anymore. Yeah, government shutdown. Never heard of it. Yeah, you guys kind of wanted this. Yeah, you guys should rewrite some of the Green Party for the Red. Help me this one. That'd be funny. They'd like it in Saudi Arabia. It's Timo starting after the street. Kobayashi got that model. Health and smoke. He's drinking a lot of water. I love that shorts is insane. Probably shut up. Okay. Trump shut down all T-Rose facts. Seattle also tomatoes. Shout out to you guys, though. Love you guys. Thanks for joining the stream. We appreciate you guys donating. Join the Patreon to help with the audio. It's so important. Yeah. Especially these days in this economy. Only you can help the audio of this podcast. Guys, just keep in mind, I know it's a group effort to make the show work, but you're a huge part of it. And when you join the Patreon, you won't be able to hear what we say. That's a promise. That's a tiger fact. So just make sure you do that. And if you guys, the more people that join the Patreon, the more awake Cooney is. That's true. I'll be more awake, and I will keep me from going to Saudi Arabia too. Yeah. But I'll go to Saudi Arabia for like $10, honestly. Yeah. Gerardo will go to Saudi Arabia for bigger furniture. I'll put your girl there next. But yeah, go ahead. All right, guys, we'll see you next week. Abu Dhabi, baby! And I'll see you in Valhalla later. Was it all of these pieces? And essentially was it what the second opinion was saying was the laws of Christ as they are understood by Shema apply the same way by Shema. Otherwise, that same type of Christ is considered to be what the Bible is like that. And therefore, if you have in mind, hey, what's up? My name is Cowbell. You already know what it is. Gringo Poppy live stream, bitch. Alright. I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite cowboy, comedian Cowbell. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months. I'll stand up. I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right in. This whole conversation is focused on an older. Which leads the Gemara to say, only in Abba Zevach Lo. Also, what the seventh of the day, therefore, is that
this issue only comes up by Allah, but doesn't come up ultimately
Shout out to
anywhere
Jesse
else.
Jackson.
Abazerano İslam'a öğretmiyor. Mesela this makes sense in terms of, he says, and in declaring Allah, so those that come to this makes sense. Ultimately, again, that's why the rest goes out. Allah, everywhere, this dog, my dear, you're telling Allah, this means that, there was a come to this, I don't understand. If this is up here to you, says that the case for Mishnah that this concept still applies to all Kabbalahs. And that's the case for why does the Mishnah, why does the Bison back to say hold on? Let it say Zebach. If you want to say Zebach is a more generic term. All Kabbalahs, which we must honor of this stuff, he Bison of the Al Yishod. Was a history will say Turkey, that's what we're talking about, as we said before, as to the height of the shell of a bird, which is not offered up ultimately again on the Mizbeach, or was a first wine line of Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Ibn Sema, Hach Masnis Minani Ba'al Yishod Shiki, or Masni Zebach Ba'al Machshavas HaKshavas. We said this before. Ibn Sema says the other possibility is Tani Zebach. The other possibility is, and so please let me know today, change the Yirsa of the Brisa. Let's say, so the other possibility is change the Yirsa ultimately to say Zebach. But, so bottom line, you have this machlokas, ultimately again, you have this machlokas, how to go ahead and understand the case of the Aliyah, how to understand the case of the hide, underneath, there was a bottom line, it appears to be either talking about the tail of the goat, which is never offered up on the Mizbeach, or if it was a question of the other things you hold, or Ha'aliyah to Aliyah. So ultimately, again, the height of the tail is the equivalent of the tail itself. You see it like flesh, and therefore, again, it disqualifying thought about the height of the Aliyah, which is the same thing as having a disqualifying thought about some of the sacrificial meat, which in certain cases correctly is called apostle, and other cases
Whitney Cummings went on Barstool Sports, KFC Radio Specific.
Okay, says the Gemara, hustle the Invo Kalas. So let's remember again. So in our Mishnah, we spoke about two different psukim, what we call Chutz Min Komo and Chutz Min Zimano. Chutz Min Komo means the person who does one of the four Barabodas. A Shita, Kabbalah, Holocha, and Zika, with the intention of eating the carbon outside of the permitted area. If you do that, the carbon is hustle, but the person is not tied carbons. Versus Chutz Min Zimano, where a person goes ahead and does one of the avodas with the intention of consuming the carbon outside of the permitted time. So we'll say, so once you do that, that's called Pigol. Pigol not only validates the carbon, but also generates an obligation for carbons. Says the Imam, and kind of you can really know this stuff. Shmuel trade like Sibi, just as Shmuel says, Miyafi like Tutsuki. So what you touch there? Tutsuki. Mind you, also, what is Tutsuki that we're referring to? Mind you. So Rabbi says, Shlishi, so let's say, the pasuk that you learned the first word here.
I'm busy for something. I'm back with him. I should have
He
trained years ago.
decided to come up by
Dominic Reyes reminded me of you a little bit in his size and his football. A nice guy, and just a nice guy, and just kind of cool. We were talking about like the difference between 125 and 135. His size, where like you have to take different considerations. We get knocked out with a jab. You see Derek Lewis when he threw that it looked like nothing. It looked like you just clipped him. It's like, no,
265 pounds.
yeah, you're going to sleep. It's so crazy.
Dominic Reyes is awesome.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
A little more introverted than I am, but yeah, I see what you're
That's what
saying.
I mean. Yeah, I'm not introverted. It's a physicality. It's something about it.
Yeah, because he played football.
Yeah, that must be it.
Is he a quarterback or safety? He's quarterback, right?
Makes sense too. He's a big quarterback, big boy. Big boy. It was pretty wild.
She was great. She's great.
Fucking awesome. Take that shit right away. Because a lot of times when you write something, I'm stressed about worrying about.
Especially as an athlete.
Yes, they're always worried. Now, what was great was that on the way there in the cab to the set, I found out that Fabrizio passed away. So that's good. And I got to be like, oh, one of my close friends. Let's get to shooting. So that was
Shoot Vegas.
yeah. That's why I went to Vegas. Remember when I came out?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it was fun, right? And they're really happy, I think so.
That was a great commercial.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah.
And Ryan's great.
Ryan's great. Yeah, that's a company. If you have a company out there and you need good commercials, we specialize in funny.
So Brian Hughes was great, dude. Did you go to the mothership? Because Jeff Dye was there. So Jeff Dye's on our show on Wednesday. We pre-recorded.
I was with Jeff all weekend.
He's the man.
Shane was there. Jeff was there. Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe.
You were in town a little bit.
Yeah.
When you leave,
I'm going to a wedding in Colombia this weekend.
the first you made Columbia.
One of my wife's best and oldest friends.
Nothing worse.
Gonna go to Colombia.
God, they gotta entertain.
It is what it is, Bo. You know,
How would you leave?
I'll leave Thursday, Bo. I'll fly. Here's the thing. I'm not going from Texas to Colombia. I'm gonna go to Miami first. Spend the night. Then go to Colombia.
How far away is it from Miami? Fuck, that ain't bad. Because Miami's what for me?
If you ever want to do like a destination with vacation, like if you want like Billy's sleeper place, unbelievable place. If you want vacation, you want beautiful water.
How far is that from me?
2.5 hours.
Well, Belize is. Oh, that's right. You told me that. Yeah. That's doable.
Now, will you have an amazing time in Bora Bora, Tahiti?
That's all.
It'll be amazing. You'll be on a plane, and then another plane, and then a boat. Okay, and then in a boat. So you enjoy that. Please take the day to travel and make sure that the kids, because the kids will love that. That's easy.
And the kids don't give a fuck because whether you're in Bora Bora, if you're in San Diego, if you're in fucking Austin, Texas, the kids go pool, cool. If you're not doing it for the kids, if you think you're doing it for the kids, they don't give a. We have snacks, hotel room, pool. We could be in Ukraine. We don't give a fuck. Kids don't care. The parents are like, oh, they went to Bora Bora. Like, your kid does not give a fuck. It's Bora Bora with a Holiday Inn up the street. You're doing it for you, mama. Damn, I didn't realize. Well, Miami's like 2 hours and 50 minutes. That's not bad. Then you got 2 hours from there. That's not bad. All right, less than I thought.
Yeah, but I'm not even doing that in a day. Too much in a day.
It's soft.
It's a 7 hour day. I'd rather just go to Miami, have some dinner, hang out.
Columbia before with your wife. Columbia. It's not a different trip if it's the whole way. Columbia. That's our language. That's what you say. There's a reason I'm that's my speed. Small. Yeah, don't put me around that. You know, in flight, when they put all the alcohol in the hotel room, that's me in Columbia.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
I can't put me in that situation.
Cocaine, $5. And then you got nothing but
Blowout asses.
well, no, it's silly. It's the coffee girls in town. I mean, Colombia. If you're into that, if you're into tiny waists and
Big tits and hands.
yeah, if you're into hourglass shapes and symmetrical faces,
I don't put myself in that situation.
go for free. No, I go there with my wife. Very happy to. I look straight ahead.
You might as well be an Iran, dude.
And my wife is like, Collie's the cat, the salsa capital of the world. We need to go out for salsa. I was like, we do. We need to go out for salsa. I gotta pack 2 suits.
One for rehearsal.
Or whatever it is. Pack 2 suits. It'll be fine. I'm super excited.
Yeah, so then you'll be in Columbia during UFC 318. Yeah, that's important. I told her. That's a card. You're alright to get that. Yeah, you're By the way, Columbia, just a real quick story. One of my best friends and his girl, kids together, so they wanted to hire a babysitter. And she was Colombian. And she was insanely hot. So it was where all our friends were just talking behind the scenes, and then we're just asking, can do it. And the girl, not the wife, but his girlfriend, who has his with, She's like, well, if he's gonna cheat on me, then I'll know. I mean, like, if he's gonna be a cheater, then I'll know. But don't do that to him. I know. It's like he's a recovered alcoholic. You're like, yeah, I'm just put whiskey in every room. Well, no, just don't have that fucking whiskey in the room. The thing is, listen, you know, where Arnold's the best example. Arnold's fucked heads. And then he was like, look at this warlock that has a positive attitude. I'm gonna make a kid with him. You can only take so much as a man.
Well, yeah, I had an experience like this. My first wife was very beautiful, of course. She was very confident because she was beautiful. So she brought in this gal who spoke 3 languages and was Swedish, Ethiopian, and Angel. And came in like these, like in couture clothing. Like came in with this look, and I was like, I looked at my wife. I go, okay, listen to you.
That's we're at together room. What are you doing?
That's right. I can't with hair. She's fucking right. That's right. She was here. That's right.
Pure angel, and I took right another
That's
ring.
right.
Buddy, you came.
That was my house on yes. Oh my God.
I walked in. I'm like, what are you doing?
That's right.
And I was like, oh, I remember that. And I'm like, what are you even doing? I'm like, what are you doing?
What?
So, Sean, that Brian Callen is leaving again. Did you hear him questioning him? By the way, like, he didn't believe a word he was saying. Gonna come in. And he's upset that Callen is moving on and doing his own podcasting and shooting commercials. You notice? Yeah, Sean didn't get any of that. But you can't associate with Sean right now because Sean is being sued for wire fraud, tax fraud, all this other stuff. But Callen is so distancing himself. Sean sees it, not buying it.
Welcome.
I like how Callen now reassured him about it. When he's like, I'm flying out on Thursday. Callen thinking he's gonna have time to do the podcast and then fly out. Although Simon tells me so the last minute's gonna come up. Callen's gonna be like, sorry, fly to Miami and then Columbia after I just
What up,
came
dude?
over cruise around the world and now I'm gonna fly to Columbia from Sean is not buying any of it. But Sean did it to himself. I mean, Callen moved to Texas to get away from and to do the residency at the Compton Mothership. Sean followed him down. Callen wasn't expecting that. To hear Sean go, perform at the mothership. Callen like, no, because that's the only way Sean has of getting into the mothership is if Callen performs there. Because Sean just can't show up. Even though he's Joe Rogan's friend, he told everyone on his baseball team, but you can't just show up and walk around. You need thick skin.
Welcome.
Callen's performing. It's hilarious and sad. And Sean is here, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Watch this. Now, watch this. What you must be careful over here is it says Kodesh by Mosai, and it says Kodesh by people. What do we learn from here? Ma lahalon Nosai, Afkan Nosai. We'll say just like over there, only the same like Nosai. So, to the same like Nosai, we'll say the provision of fixed use by no people effectively is also like the type of Nosai. Why? What's Nosai? Nosai is leaving something over there for this chapter.
Yeah, welcome back to War Report. I think that's what we're calling it. We can call it whatever you want, whatever you guys do. It's me and my boy Jesse here. Big UFC 318 is going down, so you know we have to do a show before the big pay-per-views. That's how we do this. Any of the big pay-per-views, me and Jesse are going to break it all down for you guys. And it just so happens that the same week as big UFC 318 is going down, the Max Dustin fight, there's been a lot of Real Housewives of the UFC going down. And it starts with who we both love here. Let's get that up. We love Conor McGregor. That is well documented. pictures. Yes, and then finally the fans saw that, like, because Jin's been at the internet, and I got like 30 color dick pics. And I was like, man, this is impressive. There's ways to figure it out. There definitely is. You gotta get better at the internet. But yeah, our boys, and here's the thing, we're like, this is crazy, man. And Connor's like, here's my birthday with 50 Cent. And he just cruised right through it, dude. And the craziest thing about the story, though, is he sent those to, like, do you know who he sent those to? She's a singer, right? Pretty gal. Completely. But she's a certified batshit crazy. That girl live streamed herself digging up her recently dead cat, and she boiled it on a live stream. Oh my gosh. See, that's what I'm saying. And, like, apparently that she didn't know. Like, they didn't know each other. Like, how does that, the person that you're like, goddamn, like, hey, this is a good picture. Who am I going to send this to? He's all, the chick that boils cats. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't know that. I guess she's just an artist. And he's like, she's hot. If you go look at her X account, it's like nails. Yeah. I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict here. I think it's addict behavior. And he's probably snorting all that devil's dandruff and was just like, cool, I got some weight attached to my dick. I saw her one time and sent her the DM. Yeah, he's like, he's rolling the white lady booze and a shitload of Viagra, and he's like, I'm ready. He's like, it's go time. I'm ready to pound down these brains in. Yeah, dude, ground and pound. There's also, if he has no relationship with her and they don't know each other, and obviously he's not familiar with her online, she can't be the only one who received that week, because that week dick pic is a lot of effort. You're not just sending it to a random girl. Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is like, if it goes to random black singer he doesn't know, imagine the distribution on that, dude. And then she was like, bro, she just blasted him out. And she was like, bro, aren't you running for president of Ireland? Did you see the rest of her tweets about that? Because, like, when people start blowing her up, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency to win. She's funny, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so she's like, don't call her. Yeah, don't call her. So she's kind of funny. And then, so you see this, and then pictures pop up, him at the beach, is in Florida, Miami or something, just some random girl. And you heard that now after that, the Miami case where he got accused by that heifer in Miami 2023. We saw the video in the bathroom. Yeah. The judge decided yesterday, the day after those pictures on the beach came out, that they're moving forward with that case. Now, if I'm being, if I'm looking at this just objectively, and it's kind of funny, it's like the judge looks at that, he's all, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility in this case. They walk into that bathroom with a 300-pound chick, but now that I see this shit on the beach, I have to understand that he might have actually done this. I know, dude, he just can't get out of his own way. It sucks to see. As a counterfeit, like, come on, dude, just tighten up a little bit. And not just a tad. Look, he's in Fort Lauderdale. That's 20 seconds. Miami. That's your girl in Miami, and you're Conor McGregor. There's a 10. If you throw a quarter in any direction, it'll hit a 10. It's Miami. Yeah, there's no workarounds with that. But also, Conor's not a dumb dude. I think he's being irrational and he's an addict. But even, let's say he's on this crazy freaking Nicolas Cage binge that he's going on. He knows that people, he's one of the most recognizable faces in the world. So he knows being on the beach with this random side chick that people are going to see you. So I have no idea about his personal relationship with Dee, but I kind of think she's like, yeah, that's our agreement. I think when he's on the road, she doesn't care. Like, she's just like, whatever, you're on the road. And then, some fighters have that. I know a lot of athletes that do. But Bassman has that. Yeah, he's like, my girl, like, when I was doing my thing, she was like, just don't fall in love and don't let me stay the night. Yeah, then I come back home, you're I mean, honestly, any girl actually understands the male experience and is married to a dude in that position. That's the smart money right there. I mean, if you want to avoid problems, like, the girl is wired to, like, not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like, this is any way to just avoid inevitable conflict with, if you're married to Conor McGregor. Yeah, and then also remember, they've been together since, what, middle school, some shit like that, since high school, like, literally forever. So they grew up together. So And who knows, maybe she's doing her own thing. And maybe that agreement, like, all right, we're a great family together, we built all this, but we've been together since we were 15. Yeah, like, let's experience a little bit, but not fall in love. Maybe, I fucking know, the soul here, so yeah, I have no idea. I mean, some people are wired for jealousy, some people aren't, you know, like, and as soon as this story hit, she put on, she did this long story on Instagram of just her pictures of her and daughter together, just like, this is my man, this is my man, just instant support. And she had his back for that, like, through the Nikita hand thing. I mean, she not only supported him the whole way through, was there every single day, but she actually joined hard the base, joined hard the base. You know,
And Brendan Schaub's career is officially done because what little bit he had left have officially turned on him. So he had Matthew on Fire, Court from Deep Space Nine, Love You Jesse on Fire, to do his MMA show, Get Calvin. And some of the comments here, I'll listen to the show entirely each time because I support Brendan. Big fan actually, but Jesse is awful. Choose someone new. Damn. Not this dork Jesse again. Jesse makes Brendan sound like Einstein. Brendan, I respect you a ton, but if Jesse's IQ level was above 70, I would be shocked. Find someone better. Jesse's MMA knowledge is about as bad as it gets. The two biggest frauds on the platform joined forces. Seriously, you simply couldn't make it on good lore. Brendan, please do this with someone who is actually knowledgeable about the UFC, not an egomaniac. So glad to see this Jerry and no idea McLemore was such a big MMA fan. Love you, Brendan, but Jesse is awful to listen to. You guys who have known for 6 months last week, you did 4. These two guys, this is pathetic, sad. And his own, like I said, the last bit of his audience is turning on him. But I like Jesse on Fire and Shot made it sound good. No one else will hang out with him, but at this point, Jesse on Fire is doing Shot a favor, which is the pathetic thing. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So this week we have the great pressures of apparently the co-site. And the co-site goes through the incredible list of drugless plots. Ultimately, again, beginning with in the Google site, the rating is the site slowly, the idea being that if I go ahead and list the drugless and I can follow this, the Torah outlines the manager goes through the demand section.
Oh my God. Well, I like that a lot. I was on my walk. I went up to get to the sat up. You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about Brendan here at all. the real Slim Shady, dude. Brendan, what the fuck? Why'd you dye your hair?
Oh, you guys finally noticed how
God, now it was a mom. All right, so
I finally noticed how are you done talking shitty movies?
let me tell you something. When you shave your head, and when you just shaved it, not when you dyed it, when you first shaved it, I go, oh wow, that really suits Brendan. Did you? I didn't. All right, you didn't think about it, but it's all good. I go, that forever.
When Tiger, before he tried out for the team, he saw some MLB guy, Bryce Harper, a picture of Bryce Harper with blonde hair. Him and Bossy go, I want to dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, bring number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. He made the team.
He's on the
Yankees now, or what you made it? So you did it. So you did it just in solidarity.
All three of us did it, yeah.
Well, that's cool. I like that picture. It's cute. It is cute. Yeah.
He's fun. He looks the best.
The majors, the like, so he's like, man, he's
It's
all
more
time
other
back.
In travel ball, there's like single A, which is your lowest, and then majors is like the big boys. They made the majors.
All of them with the dads pushing them to go pro. Just play with Johnny David. Johnny David had to cut his hair, right? I feel like that people also that show that we profile them. No, I gotta get well.
Oh, wow, that's disturbing.
Disturbing, and it also
That looks like if I vaped.
you're maybe too big for that though. You know,
Is vape still a thing though? Or can still vape it? Out here in Texas, there's no vaping.
really.
I haven't seen one vape out here.
We don't hang out at different big areas.
Fair point. That's a very fair point.
I hang out more in the more big areas.
6 years vape.
It's coming out now. All this stuff is coming out about it. They keep trying to suppress it. How, I mean, dude, how fucking terrible it is. Of course it's terrible, bro. But it's not like when people used to smoke it. It was like, oh, we heard about this one thing. What is it?
This is much more
You smoke, you get lung cancer, you end up with the high 99
I would just
now, the stuff that they're saying that happens to people because of vaping is just like,
It sounds funny, but they like one vape's entire bag of cigarettes.
So what are you telling me now? I couldn't find anything wrong. Different messages.
that's insane.
And it has like a big machine on it. Like David Lucas has used to run the vape king. He used to have fucking a carburetor on his fucking vape so he could get the most smoke.
Doesn't mean
Anyway, start.
that when I
Start vaping.
I would learn you this
I did.
The reason I do
So,
it
so
I can listen to the science, man.
myself.
well, he's gonna get my car.
That's the habit.
That's not what I'm doing. Okay, well, that was sad. Regular is
That makes sense.
We'll also, I'll zoom in. We'll get fucking Nick to zoom in. We're doing like, we're doing the Photoshop stand of funeral. Yeah. You should just do like, just doing a live feed. Let's just promise that to each other. If something, knock on wood, nothing bad happens, or something important to happen to any one of us.
You can sell merch.
The golden hour at your funeral. No, what we'll do is we'll still do it. Brendan, he's hardcore and he's very loyal. He will, if he dies, he'll figure out a way to do golden hours still for the casket. As with a live feed.
Chris, your new merch is dope. How the fuck would you not send me that right away?
I did. I just put it out and I sent it to you. I emailed you about it.
I know, she never got back to me.
If I'm not that blinds my eyes. So you have the smoke
The 10 Jim Commandments, dude. Cool, I make good merch, bro. 10 Jim. Look at this never die Jim. And look at this, like, start this. Dude, I want royalties because you use my body.
Challenges in my life, I have to respect. If I look inside and I can't find the deficiency, says the cuts that I bad. Listen, you know what's worse? You know what's worse in life?
Influencer bit that I did.
Never
Nation, never dying.
That's a spin off of Gold's Gym, yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
not finding anything.
no,
Because I will say, if I don't find anything
I
to
gotta go to Bronx Gym first, and after that, I'm on my way to go.
Damn, bitch.
I don't even know if you've been to the Bronx Gym. I like how you feel like you have to double down on the bad jokes because Brendan's not. Yeah, I have been today, right? I should. Yeah, maybe that is why. He's out. Dude, you hear that Drake got a new covered up his LeBron tattoo? He did. How about the fact that
Chris did a roasting Brendan job over his dyed hair. I like that whole little part where they're like, "What? Your son's in the majors? Does he play for the Tigers, the Diamondbacks, and Zooming into the Golden Hour podcast, killing the flow of the show with the Zoom in. I mean, even during the roast part, they keep getting interrupted because that's
Well, what up, baby? How you?
But it's even worse now because he's zooming in and it's on a delay. So that makes it even more awkward. And Shah, he's just trying to get the barrel off of him. So the first one, but like the reason why he dyed his hair is probably a lie. Because Sean just has to lie about everything. So, I mean, that would just be a normal story to tell. Hey, my son saw Bryce Harper wanted to dye his hair. So I said, if you made it to the majors, we'll do it together. That's probably not what happened. Sean probably went in there like, hey, guys, I want to dye your hair. Look like me because I want to dye my hair. Because I live in Texas and no one will hang out with me and I've got nothing else to do. I mean, Sean is going for a new look, obviously. He does this. And then it got to Chris D'Elia's merch. Mr. Potato Head Montez brought up to D'Elia that he might get sued. Sean's like, because Sean does that with all of his merch. Just rips off other logos. This is what these guys do. They're too lazy to just come up with their own stuff. And Shab has been sent a bunch of cease and desist letters. I mean, Shab had changed the name of his YouTube channel.
A shade this morning, our shooting this month is dedicated by Sarah Ayal Steinberg in commemoration of the Yahrzeit of Ayal's mother. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Shamshon and Aliyah, and the family in the home. So let's begin. Remember again, yesterday we did a really beautiful Mishnah. And the feedback about the Mishnah was actually off the charts. It was incredible. So again, in the Mishnah we spoke about still the topic of what happens if you go ahead and you place the blood in the wrong place. The sacrificial blood is supposed to be placed on the side of the Mizbeach. In the case of the Mishnah, you put it on top of the ramp. So, or any other deviation for that matter. So the Mishnah said that it is possible the invoke cards. Shmuel came along and said, what does it mean when the Mishnah says it's possible? It means that the meat is possible, right? But kapara has been achieved. That was the position of Shmuel. So we spent yesterday analyzing and ultimately challenging that particular position. So now we're going to go back to it that today. Meisvei. So the Gemara is now going to challenge that position. Meisvei. So the Gemara quotes an interesting brisa. In this brisa, what happens? The Kohen has in mind. He doesn't actually do anything, but he has kavanah. So we'll say, remember again, we spoke about this yesterday, although we'll get into greater depth with this. On the Mizbeach itself, the side of the Mizbeach, there was a red line. Some blood applications had to be done on top of the line. Some blood applications had to be done below the line. So what happens if the Kohen has intention? Put blood that was supposed to go on top on the bottom, or on the bottom on top. So what's that? We alter kosher. So we'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. It's 6 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. So Rashi says, retain the altar, and he should amaras lizrok shalom ben koma hayom kosher. Well, so if the Kohen has the intention to throw the blood, albeit in the wrong place, but to do it today, right? To do it. Now, I just want to point out, Rashi points out over here that this machshava is taking place during Lent, either during Shita, Kabbalah, or Holacha. So during one of the avodos prior to this Riva, the Kohen has in mind to throw the blood in the wrong place. So let's say, for example, it was blood that was supposed to be sprinkled below the red line. He had intention to sprinkle it above the red line. But when did he have intention to do this? The altar. If his intention was to do it now, in other words, during the Shkita, he has in mind, I'm going to do the Shkita, then I'm going to do the Kabbalah, I'm going to do the Halacha, and then I'm going to do the sprinkling below the line. So what's the Halacha? The carbon is kosher. The carbon is kosher. However, again, the Machar Passer. So we'll say if at the end of the day he had in mind to what? To sprinkle the blood tomorrow, then ultimately again the carbon will be Passer. Chazar b'chishet. So listen to this. What happens if Rashi Chazar b'chishet? בעבוד השנייה, על מנס לאוכלו חוץ ממקומו פוסל, ואין חייב in קריס האכילה. So let's say, watch this. Let's say that same Kohen has, during one of these subsequent avodos, intention to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of its prescribed area. So let's say, during Shkita, he has in mind to go ahead and sprinkle the blood below the red line, even though again the blood is supposed to be sprinkled above the line. Alright? But his intention is to do that louder immediately. Then during Kabbalah, he has in mind that he's going to eat the carbon outside of his prescribed area. So we'll say, what's the halacha? The Papa comes down, puts them kamo. Puzzle, the halacha is the carbon is puzzle, the ain bo karis. But ultimately, again, there is no obligation, or I should say, there is no punishment of karis. Chutz mizimano, if he went ahead and did one of the avodas he had in mind, that he was going to do some part of the avodah outside of the prescribed time, then what? Pigul, ultimately the carbon is pigul, the chayavin Allah karis. And ultimately, again, he will be chayiv karis. The will say, what happens if he has in mind to go ahead and do some part of the avodah tomorrow? Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi, the Machar Apostle, look at Rashi. It's Rashi on the last of the wide lines on top. Aval in osa machshava shechishiv ba'avoda rishona. Litian hasanitana lemata lemalo. I will say, if when he had that first machshava, right? Remember, he's going back for just a moment. When he had, let's say, during Shkita, and he has in mind to go ahead and sprinkle the blood in the wrong place, right? But he has in mind to do it lemachar, to do it tomorrow. Rashi is saying here, Rashi. Kishe vizor also vizor lemachar pasal. Kidmokina lekaman yidus. So listen to this. So lemachar pasal. So watch this. So now we're going back. So let's say again, in this case, it's actually quite interesting because in this case, the Kohen is having two wrong intentions. Like the first wrong intention is for the sprinkling of the blood. The second wrong intention is for consumption outside of the permitted area. So the Machar was that if the Kohen goes in, let's say he's doing the Shkita, has in mind to sprinkle the blood in the wrong place, but he has in mind to do it tomorrow. So Chazer v'Kishay, bein chutz mizmano, bein chutz mimkomo, puzzle bein bo karis. Let's say subsequently, he goes ahead and what? He goes ahead and has in mind doing one of the other avodos to go ahead and either consume the sacrificial meat outside of the prescribed time or outside of the prescribed place. Then indeed the covenant is puzzle ve'ein bo karis. But ultimately, again, there is no obligation, there is no prohibition of karis. Rashi says Chazer v'Kishay, ba'avod b'shniya, bein chutz mizmano, bein chutz mimkomo, puzzle ve'ein bo karis. Because also, listen to this. Well, let me just finish for just a moment. But the Gemara just also here is as follows. I'll give you just very simplistic case. During the Shkita, the Kohen has in mind to do the blood application in the wrong place. Okay, does that by itself invalidate the carbon? We've already seen what that is. No. Right, remember again, as long as that blood reaches in his back, we're good. What's the problem here? The problem here is he had in mind to sprinkle the blood tomorrow. That's the problem. Once you have in mind to do this, you can outside of the prescribed time to cover this muscle. Therefore, what? Therefore, if subsequently, let's say that was during Shkita, let's not during Kabbalah. So what happens? The Kohen has in mind now to consume the carbon outside of the permitted area. So let's start off. Under normal circumstances, or let's say easier, consuming outside of the permitted time. So under normal circumstances, that will what? That will make the carbon pigul. As we're going to see now, that carbon doesn't become pigul. Why not? Because the carbon could only become pigul when it beforehand was permitted. Since the Kohen essentially already invalidated that carbon with what? With the machshava, to sprinkle the blood. Tomorrow, by definition, that carbon is already possible, therefore can't become pigul. I'm going ahead a little bit. Now watch this. If we accept Shmuel's premise that sprinkling of the blood, even in the wrong place, is still okay. Like remember, Shmuel's whole premise, we'll say, was what? That as long as that blood gets on the mizbeach, even if what? It's in the wrong place in the mizbeach, it's good. That's what we say. The low bin komo can go on. If you accept that premise, I puzzle people do. Then I don't understand why you're saying that the covenant puzzle should really be people. I'm a Marzutra, Zrika de Sharia Basar Bakila, my city de people. Zrika the low Sharia Basar Bakila, no my city de people. So I'll say this is what I just told you before. So Marzutra said no. We'll say it is only a Zrika, only when the Zrika permits the meat for consumption, that same zrika ultimately again could cause pigo. But zrika that does not permit meat for consumption cannot become pigo, which is another way of saying the only way a carbon become pigo if the carbon was already permitted beforehand. But if the carbon was already usher because of some reason, then the pickle status cannot devolve upon the carbon. So we'll say, for example, in this case, when the Kohen during the Shita has in mind that he's not going to sprinkle the blood until tomorrow, then I will say, what's the status of that carbon? We're done. Because once you have in mind to sprinkle the blood outside of the permitted time, we're done. Therefore, I'm going to say, so therefore, when the Kohen subsequently has in mind, remember, how does it become pickle? Let's say again, you have in mind to eat it 3 days from now, right? Or outside of the prescribed day. That's makes it pickle. But that only can become pickle if the carbon before it was permitted. The carbon in this case is already compromised. Therefore, Rothschild says, because it's compromised, what's the matter? You know what take-home messages? It takes so much effort to do things wrong, right? There's so much effort involved in it. There's so much less effort just to do the right thing. Not much machshavas to eat it here, machshavas to do it there. Right? Machshavas in life is so much easier. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that concept from? That in order for a carbon to become pigo, essentially again it had to have been permitted beforehand, and if the carbon ultimately again was not permitted, then halacha l'maisa again it can't become pigo. Where do you know that from? Because the pasuk says, "V'im he'achol ye'achel mibasar zevach shlamav pigo yiyeh." So we'll say, what do you see from here? Essentially, the Gemara's thing over here is that halacha l'maisa im hachol yecham b'b'sar zevach shlamav b'yom hashlishi lo yiratzah makriv also pigo yeh. What's what the Gemara essentially saying is that's what the pasuk says. If the carbon was fit for consumption prior to your pigo thought, right? So it means prior to your thought to eat it outside of the prescribed time or to eat it outside of the prescribed area, then the carbon will become pigo. But the carbon only becomes pigo. They will say when what? When it was the pigo prohibition that caused the carbon to become aser. Yotza zeh she'im pigulo garamo ela ister davar achar garamo. We'll say, but this comes to exclude what? This comes to exclude something else, which l'maisa again she'im pigulo garamo, but the carbon didn't become pigo. Rather, the carbon became aser because of something else. For example, in this case, where the carbon becomes pigo because the Kohen has the wrong intention in terms of when he's going to sprinkle the blood. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if that's the case, I don't understand then why is the carbon puzzle? Then why should it become puzzle? Which the Gemara says, look at Rashi just a moment. It's the last 2 short lines in Rashi on the top. Because essentially what the Gemara says is any time that you have intention to leave carbon, right? Essentially, anytime you have wrong intent, that's as if you are leaving the carbon past the prescribed time. And anytime you're leaving over the carbon past the prescribed time, by definition, the carbon becomes possible. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Yehuda, the Karman, the Parakola, Psulin, Tanan, Laniach, Midamol, Machar, Kosher, that Yehuda Persa. So any time we sort of the Yehuda of the opinion that any time your intention is leaving over something sacrificial, by definition, ultimately again that carbon becomes possible. Good. So we'll say, so I just want to point out, up until now, we've been focusing on the sheet of show. Remember again, let's say what's happening over here. We just introduced us to the concept that if blood applications happen outside of the wrong place, then what's the halacha? What's the halacha? The carbon is hustle. Right? The carbon is hustle. That was lashon of the Mishnah was hustle the inbo colors. We're trying to now define what does hustle mean. Shmuel the shita. Remember again, when I ask these questions, it's a 50-50. Right? So if you just mumble, I'm going to assume that you're correct. So just go with that. So remember again, we're trying to figure out what does hustle mean. So Shmuel says puzzle means you can't eat the meat. The basar is puzzle, but the carbon is affected. Where does Shmuel get that shita from? Also, that is all predicated on one basic principle, which is what? Shalobim Komo, Kim Komo. And essentially, again, Rabbi, you said that. Rabbi said that. You said Shalom Komo. Right, good. So essentially, right, what does it mean? Shalom Komo, Kim Komo Dami means that as long as that blood reaches the Mizbeach, you're good. As long as the blood reaches the Mizbeach, you're good, even if it's not in the right place. We just challenge that assumption, and therefore this yields now another opinion. We'll say now we have a second opinion. This is a second opinion in the interpretation of the Mishnah. Amar the Olam Pasol Mamish. So we'll say, so Reish Lakish says no. When the Mishnah says Pasol, we'll say, what does Pasol mean? Pasol means you can't eat the meat, and what else? And what else? The owners have not achieved atonement. So the covenant is totally invalid when you apply the blood in the wrong place. Yet, we'll say something very interesting. The Lord Shalom Komo, Kim Komo Dami, yet Reish Lakish agrees with Shmuel's assertion that even wrongful placement of the blood, that even placing the blood on the wrong part of the Mizbeach is still an effective placement. And there is no contradiction. Kan shenasan b'shtika, kan shenasan ba'amira. This is very interesting. So Reish Lakish brings an interesting distinction. Because also remember again, the Gemara quoted the second verse yesterday. So what does Reish Lakish say? Look at Rashi. The old Kigon Kanshanasan. Rashi says, we'll say in the wider, not in the widest, the wider lines, that's 7 lines down. Kanshanasan Bishtika, Rashi says, Drasha Dikra, Dimash Mabayim Nistatu, Kishanasan Shalobin Koma Bishtika. Umasnisin Diktani Hasor, Dinasam the Makshavas Lapo Basa Fuslisman, Bashmoinim the Hustle the Inbo Paris, the Makshavas Zurika Zu Makshava Wulipso, Kim Komodami. Follow the fire is alright, so what's the case outside? So Reish Lakish says as follows. We'll say if the coin goes ahead and essentially does the blood application, the shtika silently, then I will say ultimately again it will be good. But ultimately again, when there's an amira, when there's an accompanying statement, that's when it's going to be problematic. So again, if you look for just a moment. Fine, we'll see this afterwards. So Tanan, so we'll say now the Gemara phrases the whole question of the Gemara asks on Shmuel, the Gemara asks on Reish Lakish. So it says Tanan, Kishe Brikin Asani Tana Lamata Lamata Ad Midi Gava Machshava Siyua. Bali Vladu. We'll say now the Gemara just did it also. Condensed an entire array of questions in 4 lines. So the Gemara asks all the same questions we asked on Shmuel and ask them again on Reish Lakish. Fine. The Gemara now advances another opinion. Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say now we have a third opinion as to the interpretation of the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Edi v'Edi shenatan b'shtika. We'll say now both the Bryce that we quoted on the base as well as the Mishnah is where the coin did the blood application and didn't say anything. V'shalo bin komo, lav kim komo dam. We'll say Rabbi Yochanan comes along and he challenges the basic assertion that was central to the Shidos of Reish Lakish and Shmuel. Namely, shalo bin komo is lav kim komo. We'll say, when you place the blood in the wrong place, that is the you spew the blood on the ground. So we'll say, so therefore again, you place the blood on the ramp, that is not the equivalent of placing the blood on the ground. Watch this. So we'll say, watch this. So Yochanan says, if you do a wrongful blood placement, I will say, what is it all dependent on? What is all dependent on, I will say, is at the end of the day, is there more dam hanefesh available? Look at actually just a moment. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Idi Masnisin Dikani Paso Blekatakanta, Masnisin the Falasuban Dikani Takanta, Shunasam Dishika. We'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan says, we'll say, when you go ahead and you place and you do a wrongful placement, blood placement on the there, we'll say, so whether or not that's something that's possible is dependent on one simple thing, which is there more blood? Remember again, for Zrika purposes, it's not just any blood, you need Dama Nefesh. What's Dama Nefesh? Dama Nefesh is that blood that initially spurts out. We'll discuss, by the way, how long, meaning blood could spurt out for a while. So we'll discuss again how, like, what's the window that's called Dama Nefesh. So Rabbi Yochanan says something very interesting. So Shalobim Komo is Lapsim Komo Dam. If you place that blood in the wrong place in the Mizbeach, what's the status of that placement? There we go. What's that placement? Puzzle, right? Puzzle. Why? Because again, you got to get it on the right spot. And if it's not on the right spot, it's puzzle. What the Yochanan Shabbos is when you do it, and this is very interesting. What you do have the possibility for Rabbi to say is what? Is a do-over. Is a do-over. If there's more dam hanefesh, if you have more blood available, you have the opportunity to do the zrika again in the right spot. So the Gemara says, watch this. So it's non-puzzle. Vein bokaris. Also remember again. So our Mishnah said puzzle that when you place the blood in the wrong place, it is puzzle, but it's no karis. So it's like right there. I understand why the Mishnah uses the lashon of its pasman in bokaris. Actually says there's no shlokish. You must listen to nothing machshava. It's the Mishnah in bokaris lashon. The apagab the chashiv and zrika talk tzmano. So I understand ultimately again according to shlokish why the Mishnah uses the verbiage of pasal the in bokaris. Rabbi Yochanan, my in bokaris. Now what's according to Rabbi Yochanan? Why does the Mishnah use the lashon of in bokaris? Of course it's in bokaris. What's according to Rabbi Yochanan? Remember again, when you do a wrongful blood application, what do you have the ability to do? A do-over. So of course, if you have the ability to do a do-over, if there's more dam hanefesh, then of course in bokaris. To which the Gemara says kasha. You're right. That is just touching on speakers of Yochanan. Shmuel, my in bokaris, about the question, what does it mean when it says there's no karis? Okay, come on, this is what it means to say. In nasam the machshava, puzzle the in bokaris. Let's say what it means according to Shmuel is that if you went ahead and you did the wrongful blood application, b'machshava, with the erroneous mindset, puzzle, but nevertheless there is no kares. It actually says over here, Shmuel my inbo kares, Yunani lokin of the shita, Haki kamar, in nothing machshava, the chutz mano, puzzle the inbo kares. That was according to Shmuel, if you went ahead and you did the blood application with the intention that you were going to go ahead and consume the carbon chutz mano, it is puzzle, but there is no kares. Rabbi Yochanan, ish shalobim komo, lav kim komo dami. So let's say, watch this. Now let's go back to Shittis Rabbi Yochanan. If according to Rabbi Yochanan we pass it, that shalobim komo is lav kim komo dami. That's when you do a blood application on the wrong place. So what's the status of a blood application? It's as if it's, so again, wrong placement is tantamount to no placement. In other words, when you sprinkle the blood on a wrong spot of the mizbeach, that's equivalent to what? Throwing the blood on the floor. Then what? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So the havi ki nishbach minakli ala ritzbah. So say that's the case. So say when you do a wrongful placement, according to Rabbi Yochanan, so shalobim komo is lav kim komo dami. Then that should be the equivalent of what we'll say the blood spilling on the floor via seno. And what should you be able to do? You should be able to collect the blood off the mizbeach and once again resprinkle it on the right place. And I will say now again, apparently we're going to explore this, but according to the Yochanan, I will say what happens in the regular case with the coin. If you imagine the coin's carrying keys, you know how he trips, the blood spills. Apparently, we'll see this inside. Apparently, according to the Yochanan, there is the ability. The coin has the ability to gather up some of the blood or whatever blood he can, take it back, take it to the mizbeach, and sprinkle it down. If you hold that shalobim komo is lav kim komo dami, that when you place blood on the wrong part of the mizbeach, that is not the kosher placement. Then what? That should be the equivalent of spilling it on the ground. Just like by spilling it on the ground, you can gather it back up and resprinkle it. So what? So maybe go ahead and say the same thing. Go ahead, gather it up in the mizbeach, and what? And reapply it. To which the Gemara says, "Savarla kiman da'amar lo yastan." Because say apparently Rabbi Yochanan holds like the opinion holds that no, even in the case of the coin with the trip and spill the blood on the floor, you don't have the license to regather it. Come Rabbi Yitzchak by Yosef and Rabbi Yochanan, Hakol Motin, Shenisnan Lemala, Shenasnan Lemala, Shenasnan Lemala, Lemata, Shenasnan Lemata, Shlokim Nisnasan, Lo Yastan. I say everyone agrees, everyone agrees that ultimately, again, if you place the blood in the wrong place, that's what? You cannot collect it and reapply it. Lo nechleku ela b'nisanim lemala shenasnan lemata. So I say, what do they disagree? In the case of those bloods that should be applied below the red line, placed above the red line, or lemata shenasnan lemala, or something that was supposed to be placed below that was placed above. Rabbi Yossi Omer Lo Ya'asenu. So Rabbi Yossi says you cannot go ahead and collect it. Rabbi Shimon Omer Ya'asenu. And Rabbi Shimon says, he will say that what? You can go ahead and reach collect it. Mishnah Seinu K'divrei HaOmer Lo Ya'asenu. But our Mishnah also reflects the opinion that says what? Once you sprinkle the blood, I will say you cannot collect it. And by the way, it's not just once you sprinkle the blood. Apparently, the time of our Mishnah will say also too is that even if it's going to trip and spill the blood on the ground, you also would not go ahead and recollect it in order to go ahead and resprinkle it. Rav Chisda says, Chisda Ravini, Hakol Modin Binitonin Lemata, Shenoslan Lemala. They will say, watch this, everyone agrees that if the blood application was supposed to be done below the red line, and you put it above the red line, Shalom Ya'asenu, that you cannot go ahead and collect the blood in order to resprinkle it. The Choshe came, and all the more so, Binitonin Lemala, Shenoslan Lemata. Ultimately, again, and all agree that what? That if the blood was sprinkled below the line, Shenoslan Lemata, that it's supposed to be placed above the line, and you place it below the line, Hoil Vitamin Ha'alyonim Lematahin, We'll say this is actually interesting. That in the case where ultimately, again, in the case of Nisan Lamala, Shanaslan Lamata, if the blood was supposed to be placed above the red line, but you placed it below the red line, so there are those who say that ultimately, again, that is going to be kosher. Why? Because the might say anything you place above the red line will ultimately what? Come down below the red line, meaning it drips down, obviously, at some point in time. Lo nechlaku. Where's the machlok? This case, Ella, Benisonin Lifnim, Shenoslan B'chutz. B'chutz, Shenoslan Lifnim. We'll say, where does the machlok case come up? Not as much about erroneous placement above the red line or below the red line, but rather, again, erroneous placement inside or outside. Let's say you took a carbon. It was supposed to be offered up inside, out on the outer altar, and you offer it up on the inner mizbeach, or vice versa. That's where the real machlokas comes up. Rabbi Yossi Omer Ya'asenu. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that Rabbi said that if you offer up, right, if you sprinkled the blood, or you did any sacrificial rite on the wrong mizbeach, what do? Gather up what you did, and now bring it to the right mizbeach. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's almost right across the Rashi. Rabbi Yossi Omer Ya'asenu. The chivan de la mizbeach zelo hayaroi lo kalti klau. Well, so that's actually really interesting. Rabbi Yossi holds that when you do a sacrifice right on the wrong mizbeach, then what? That is a totally irrelevant action. Because it is a totally irrelevant action, therefore what? Therefore, again, all you need to do is pick it up, right? Gather up whatever you did, and bring it to the right mizbeach. Because the placement on the wrong mizbeach has actually been no sacrificial impact. Therefore, gather up what you did, bring it to the right mizbeach. Rabbi Shimon, on the other hand, says, no, lo ya'asenu. You cannot go ahead and collect those from the mizbeach. Look at Rashi. Rabbi Shimon lo ya'asenu. Showing the shame mizbeach hayaroi, bahari for the shim mizbeach. Okay, the shim is that no, even though you offered up on the wrong mizbeach, what? You put it on a mizbeach. Once it comes on a mizbeach, that is sacrificially, what's the right word? Not relevant, but sacrificially impactful, and therefore it's done. You cannot collect and put it on the wrong mizbeach, on the right mizbeach. This is actually fascinating. I don't know Nachman Yitzchak. But nothing right. So the truth is, we also learn this halacha that Yuda Omer Zos Hi Ha'ola. The pasuk says. So what the most thing over will say is as follows. The pasuk is Savis Aaron Vezbanav Lemor Zos Toras Ha'ola Hi Ha'ola Al Mokda Al Mizbeach Kol Halayla Ad HaBoker Reish HaMizbeach Tu Karbon. So that in that pasuk you have a number of what we call limiting or exclusionary words. We have Zos Hi Ha'ola. Those are limiting words. What do we learn from there? These words ultimately again are exclusionary words. What does it come to teach me? Meaning it's coming to exclude something. Prat is coming to exclude. It's coming to tell me the cases where the Ola will be invalid. What are the cases where the Ola is invalid? Prat lemishchat balayla. Once they come to this really case where what? The Ola is shechted at night. And I will say ultimately again, if the Ola is shechted at night, it's invalid. Or the blood was spilled. Or shiyatsa dama chutz l'kilayim. Or ultimately again, that's what? Or if the blood, right, was taken out of the curtains of the Azara. And also in any of these cases, even if the covenant was taken up, it also teirate. Ultimately again, the covenant is removed from the Mizbeach. So let's take a look at Rashi in just a moment. About sharp psulin, we'll see any other type of psul. If it was offered, we don't take the covenant off from his gap. We come on back on his gap, Kadesh, the Hashem that we did the fine. So when I said Shimon Omer, Ola, Ainli Ella Ola. What's the only role that this consequence of? So we'll say this is actually a very important principle. What we're just coming with, what we'll say, that when it comes ultimately against a carbon, even if things are done wrong, once it's done, it's done. There are a few cases where if it was done wrong, the carbon has to actively be removed from the Mizbeach. So if the carbon was shafted at night, or if, again, the blood spilled on the ground, or the blood was taken out of the Mizbeach, those are cases where the carbon is totally invalidated, and even if the carbon went up on the Mizbeach, you take it down. But for any other type of invalidation, if the carbon went through anyway, once it's on the Mizbeach, then what? We do not take it down. So the Gemara says, but however, Rishon says, Ini ala Ola. Elino, this class to an Ola. Shminayin lerabos shnishchata balayla, v'shnishpach dama, v'shiyatza dama chutz l'kilayim, v'halon, v'hayotze, v'atamish nishchat lizmano, v'chutz l'mkomos. So these are all the other cases of psulim. How do I know about all the other cases? Where ultimately, again, the covenant was left overnight. V'hayotze was taken out. Or was done by a Tomei, Shinishchat Chutz Lizmano, or rejected outside of his prescribed time, with the intention to consume it outside of his prescribed time, or to eat it outside of its prescribed area, Vishakiblo Psulin, or somebody who was puzzled to Kabbalah, Vizarka as Dama, or someone who's puzzled sprinkled the blood. Or blood that was supposed to be above the red line was placed below the red line. Or below the line was placed above the line. Or for that matter, again, it was supposed to go on the inner, on the outer, or the outer went on the inner. So the Gemara says, how do I know again, ultimately again, that these psulim apply to other kohanim, not just Ola as well? With Lomar, Torah Ha'ola. Therefore, the pasuk says what? Torah Ha'ola Riba. Riba Torah. Achas the Chala Olin Shem Adu Lo Yardu. Also, it teaches me again that there is one thing for all karbanos, teaching me that even in a case where something wrong was done with the carbon, nevertheless, again, if it was offered up, we do not take it down. So we'll say, so again, Gemara just teaches me an incredible, or we'll see this in the Rambam in just a moment, it really teaches me an incredible halacha. An incredible halacha, I will say, which is that halacha l'maisa, even if certain things are done wrong with the carbon nevertheless stands. In other words, if it was offered up, we do not take it down from the gas. Even this halacha has
to get an inside look at Hamzat Shemaya's training camp. Yeah, it was cool. Because Hamzat's like this boogie man, especially in America, we don't see a lot of guys that are on TikTok.
This includes even let's say like offered up a sacrificial animal that was either that was sodomized, the animal sodomized something else, an animal that was set aside for Avodah Zarah, Ne'evad, an animal that was worshipped for Avodah Zarah, Esnon, which was an animal that was given to a harlot for paying for services, Vahanir, or an animal that was exchanged for a dog, Vakilayim, or crossbred animals, Shreifa, an animal with some type of injury that's going to cause it to die imminently, the Yotzei Doven, was actually very interesting as well. An animal which was delivered through a C-section, which is also, again, usher, cannot be offered up as a carbon. I'm going to say that even in all of these cases, if the animal was offered up, then what? We just let it stay on the Mizbeach. With Lomar, Zos. Therefore, most of the pasuk says Zos. No, only certain qualifications allow the animal to remain on the mizbeach, but the rest of these disqualifications are also require the animal to be removed from the mizbeach. But I don't understand. How do you know which disqualifications allow the carbon to be offered up, or which disqualifications require the carbon to be taken down? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you. Let's say essentially again the Gemara says, any carbon, I guess for lack of a better term, we'll call it, has a pre-existing condition. If there's a pre-existing condition, if you put it on the mizbeach, you have to take it off. Any carbon that developed a condition while in the status of the Kabbalah, while in the different stages of the Kabbalah, that's the type of carbon which, if offered up, can remain on the mizbeach. So, for example, again, if the animal was sodomized, that's a pre-existing condition. Worship for Avodah Zarah, pre-existing condition. Those things that halacha l'maisa, again, animals are treifa. Those are things that also, even if you put the animal on the mizbeach, you have to take it back down. But for other carbonos, which are like the psul, developed in the midst of the carbonic process, that ultimately again, if it was put on the mizbeach, can remain there. So katani but again, so what do we see here? Hanitonin lemata shenosla lemala. Also, what we do learn is that any carbon that was placed at the blood application below the red line, that was placed above the red line. Lemala shenosla lemata. Or for that matter, above, it was supposed to be above the line. It was placed below the line. Below Polig Rabbi Yehuda. And we said Yehuda doesn't argue on this case. Mike, I know what's the reason. Lati shom shekalte mizbeach. It must be because of us that ultimately, again, once the offering came out of the mizbeach, then the mice again it remains, even though things were done wrong with the carbon. Ushma mina lo yasha. What do you see from here? Ultimately, again, that once the blood was applied, we do not recollect it, and once the blood was applied, albeit in the wrong place, we don't what? We don't recollect it and reapply it. Rabbi Lazar says, Mizbeach has to do with Kaddish. We'll say, the Gemara now switches gears here to different halacha for a moment. We'll see the halacha l'maisa in both of them. So Rabbi says as follows, Mizbeach has to be Mekadesh Psulim. Rabbi Eliezer says, that it was like, if halacha l'maisa, so literally again, if you taste it, so we'll look at Rashi, Mekadesh Psulim, third of the widest lines, Shem Adru Lo Yardu Apagav Lo Ksivka Ela Dekitza. Let's say, so the Rebbe says as follows, that if you offered up something on the inner mizbeach, even though again it wasn't supposed to be offered up on the inner mizbeach, but for that matter again, you did something wrong on the inner mizbeach, the Rebbe will say, what's the halacha? Mekadesh psul. Ultimately again, the inner mizbeach is mekadesh. The covenant is effective.
He doesn't drop any
What's the novelty? It's not even learn this. How do you tell him this? What's very again, the Mishnah explicitly told me that a carbon that was supposed to be offered up on the outside, that was offered up on the inside, is again we learned tussle but a mokaris, to which the Gemara says, if you are learning from the Mishnah, Haba Hamina Hanimili, Dan Dechazile, out of that it only applies like things like blood applications, which ultimately is done on the inner mizbeach as well. About komets the low chazile, there was saying komets, which is what? Which is the mikabel mincha. Ultimately, again, that is not offered up on the outer mizbeach. Is only offered up on the. Is not offered up on the inner mizbeach. Only offered up on the outer mizbeach. I might have thought that if it was erroneously offered up there, it should not be good. To which the Gemara says, Kamash no. That both said the inner mizbeach has once something is offered up on the inner mizbeach, even if it doesn't belong there, the inner mizbeach. So they say, Kitoras Zara Sha'ala Al Gabi Mizbeach Tura. So we learned that one. That if you have Kitoras Zara, and if you have an illegal Kitoras offering that was offered up on the mizbeach, it has to be taken down. She'in Lacha Mekadesh Psulim Ela Mizbeach Hachitzon Berai. Because it will say ultimately again, the only thing that sometimes works is if what? The Mizbeach HaChitzon, the only time when a legal offering will work is if it's on the Mizbeach HaChitzon, the outer Mizbeach, but something that is normally offered up on that Mizbeach. But Ketores, which is never offered up on the outer Mizbeach, if it's accidentally put on the outer Mizbeach, what do you do with it? You have to take it down. Chitzon in, so what do you see from here? Chitzon in, let's say you see from here, that's what? That it is only the outer mizbeach that has the ability that if you offer up an illegal offering on it, that Mizbeach HaChitzon has the ability to accept that carbon. And if that same process is done on the inner Mizbeach, we'll say it doesn't work. Tarzaki, explain it this way. Kitoras Zora Sha'osam Mizbeach HaChitzon. We'll say, watch this. If you had an illegal Kitoras offering that was offered up on the outer Mizbeach, Terei. Ultimately, again, that has to be taken down. She'im Mizbeach HaChitzon Mekadesh Psulin Ela Haroim. Because those are the only quote-unquote illegal carbonos that the Mizbeach HaChitzon, the outer Mizbeach could retain, are carbonos which have a place on Mizbeach. So essentially what we're saying is as follows. There is a mechanism where even if a carbon is offered up in the wrong way, it could work. But there's a caveat to that. What's the caveat? It has to be the type of carbon that is normally offered up on this Mizbeach. If this is the type of carbon that is never offered up on this Mizbeach, then what? Then the Mizbeach cannot help it. So for example, if a coin accidentally goes ahead and offers up Ketoras on the outer Mizbeach, Rabbi, nothing doing. You got to take it down. Why? Because Ketoras has nothing to do with the outer Mizbeach. We don't offer Ketoras on the outer Mizbeach. Ketoras is only offered up on the inner Mizbeach. Therefore, if you make that mistake and you offer up Ketoras on the Mizbeach, you have to take it down. However, again, the Gemara says, Bahaknimi, I will say, but the inner Mizbeach is even stronger than the outer Mizbeach. How so? Bahaknimi, bein ro'ilo, ubein she'ino ro'ilo. Well, so this is actually quite amazing. The inner Mizbeach, I will say, what's the halacha? It has the ability, even if you offered up the wrong carbon, or as well said, even if you offered up a carbon that does not belong on the Mizbeach Panini, right? Just it's not offered there. The Mizbeach Panini is still able to go ahead and accept that carbon. My time, so what's the Mizbeach Panini is even stronger than the Mizbeach Chitzon. Well, so remember, Mizbeach Chitzon can only work for a carbon that is supposed to be offered up. So then, even if certain aspects of that carbonic process are flawed, Mizbeach Panini could still accept that carbon. But if you put something on the Mizbeach Chitzon, if you put something on the Mizbeach Chitzon that does not belong there, right? For example, Ketoras on the Mizbeach Chitzon, then what? You got to take it down. The Gemara says when it comes to Mizbeach Panini, even if you put the wrong type of carbon on that Mizbeach Panini, the Mizbeach still accept it, and you need not remove that carbon from the Mizbeach Panini. What's the reason? My Taima, high ritzvah, high cliches, which is actually very interesting. The Mizbeach HaChitzon on the outer Mizbeach side is considered to be ultimately an extension of the floor, an extension of the ground. Rashi says high ritzvah, 4 lines up on the bottom of the the Dinyan Abanim Shalom Nimshach or Yichach into the Shach of Azechamura. Let's say it's a stone structure that is considered to be an extension of the ground. Therefore, again, its ability to accept Kavanos is limited to the types of Kavanos which are supposed to be offered up. On the other hand, the Mizbeach HaPnimi has the status actually quite beautifully of a Klisharis. It has the status ultimately, again, remember it's made of gold, it has the status of a utensil. Because it has the status of a utensil, it produces more heat. Because it produces more heat and it has the ability to accept any type of carbon on it, even if it's not the right type of carbon. And I will say, this is the halacha of the Rambam. The Rambam passing, this is in Perek Gimel, of halacha Yudas. Listen to this. Mizbeach HaPnimi mekadesh psulin bein ru'uyin o bein shibur ein ru'uyin. Both sides, the inner Mizbeach has the ability to accept all carbonates. Whether it is a carbon that should be offered up on it, shouldn't be offered up on it. But the outer Mizbeach only has the ability to accept carbonates of the type which are normally offered up on the Mizbeach HaChitzon. Ketzon, watch this. Mizbeach HaChitzon shalom zvachim shnisolo yardu. So listen to this. For the outer Mizbeach, if let's say you have a regular carbon that became possible, but for some reason again it was offered up, once it goes on the Mizbeach, then what's the most time? You don't take it down. Also, Ketoras Zara Teirei Shema Ketoras Zara Ru'uyin Mizbeach HaChitzon. Let's say if a coin accidentally, so any type of animal offering or minimal offering, that was offered up on the outer Mizbeach. Once it was offered up, even though it's a blood carbon, nevertheless, what? You leave it alone. You leave it alone. However, if a Kohen accidentally offered up Torres on the Mizbeach, so they want to both say, you take it down. You have to take it down. On the flip side, Mizbeach HaPnimi, Sha'ala lo kometz mincha, ben kasher ben basel, lo yired, v'chein ki yotzei bazeh. Rabbi say again, if you offered up the wrong type of carbon on Mizbeach HaPnimi, once it's been offered up, you do not take it down. So the Gemara says, "Kishem sham Mizbeach mekadosh hataroi lo." I'm sorry, Mizbeach mincha sha'ala kometz mincha ben kasher ben basel, lo yired. The whole Yotzei budget. So what's the ultimate game? The Rambam goes on. I'll just say what's that's a dramatic distinction between the Mizbeach HaPnimi and Mizbeach HaPnimi. One of us just suppose that we see it because we got to the Mishnah. What's the listen to this? How do we pass about the halacha in the Mishnah about wrongful blood applications? Dam. So this is the Rambam Beis Yud. Dam shemisvas olitin also lemala mechatzia. Or it says a little lamata, Solomara, often the Hecha Banasa, what happens if you apply the blood in the wrong place? Above the line, below the line, on the ramp as opposed to the side of the altar, not opposite the base, inside when it should have been outside when it should have been inside. We'll say, what is the halacha? Hare Basra Hazevach Pasol. Niskapru habaylim bo kevan shegia damlam. So let's say salacha lemaisa again. We paskin that as long as that blood makes it to the mizbeach, somewhere on the mizbeach, then what? The carbon is effective, but you cannot eat the meat. Why? Because abapu shegia shalobim komo hareyu kimo shegia lim komo lechaker. As the Basari passed like Shmuel, we passed in Shalom Komo Kima Komo Dami, and therefore you can't eat the meat, but the carbon is effective. So as long as the blood was applied somewhere on the Mizbeach, even if it's the wrong place on the Mizbeach, you can't eat the meat, but the carbon is effective. Kapara has been achieved. When is this true? One last caveat. This is assuming the Kohen who's doing the avodah is kosher avodah. About in kibel akasha benasal apasal benasal apasal sanitan malamata. Ezan nefim bechutz. Ezan bechutz nefim. Oshas al kevesh lo kinei yishol. Lo nifsal pasal azevach im shar dam nefesh. So listen to this. So now we run just give you both these cases. So we pass like Shmuel Shalom Kavotim Kamodam. As long as the blood gets to the Mizbeach, the carbon is good. What's an interesting case? What happens if a puzzle went ahead and what? Did the blood application, did the zvika. So I'll say, watch this. Watch the halacha. The carbon is not puzzle. Either elo yachzra kasher the kabosha dam nefesh, yizrach dam nikomo. Let's say you pass like the Yochanan, you can have a do-over. As long as there is still some dam hanefesh left, a Kohen kasher could come along with the proper zvika, and ultimately the carbon will be kasher.
What was it? State said one time, if I have to hear about how they do it in New York one more time, I bet the shop does that all the time in Texas. It just goes
25 feet. So this is our shoe this morning, dedicated by Alan Steinberg in commemoration of the upcoming birthday of Alan's mother. We hope that an American come Torah and Shalom Ha'aliyah. So let's begin. Last time, Rabbi Ami Amar Rabbi we're going to deal now with a couple of different cases of carbonos where the carbon is situated in a less than optimal fashion. So so it's like we're going to translate the case now, although we're going to have to reframe it in just a moment. I was going to point out the case itself is inherently problematic. Literally, the carbon itself is inside the base of the kush. We have what's learned today. Different carbonos were shafted in different places. For our purposes right now, means the carbon is inside the right inside the courtyard of the base of the kush. But its legs are outside of the base of the kush. So whether this means, outside the azara. So whether this means that the carbon is laying on its side, or maybe it's just extending, its hind legs. Whatever the case is, the point is the primary body of the animal is inside the azara, the legs are on the outside. So we'll say, so what do? So the halacha is chatach va'achar kach shachat. So also it sounds like it's as follows: if you chop off the legs of the animal that are extending outside of the azara, and then you shech the animal, then what? Then what? Kshera. Then the halacha is that it's kosher. So Rashi says over here chatach raglev va'achar kach shachat kshera. So this ari dam psul yotzi and dam shem. So it's like the issue over here that Rashi is indicating is as follows. When the legs are outside, there's blood in the legs. So the problem is checking a car ultimately again that has some of its blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash is problematic. So therefore the Gemara seems to, and the reason I say seems because we're going to change it in just a moment. If you cut off the legs first and check the animal afterwards, then ultimately the animal is kosher. On the other, so we'll discuss this. On the other hand, top of Chavvav, shachat va'achar kach b'achar kach chatach. But if you go ahead and you shecht it first, and then only afterwards do you cut off the legs, then psula. Then ultimately again the carbon will be possible. Gemara says what? Chatach va'achar kach shachat kshera. What are you talking about? If you cut off the legs first and then you shecht the animal is kosher. Bal mum kamakiv. Let's say that animal is a bal mum. That animal is now effectively blemished. So the animal is totally kosher, it's totally invalidated from being offered up as a carbon. Ela ima chatach va'achar kach kibel kshera. Kibel va'achar kach chatach psula. We'll say rather what it means is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi for just a moment, Pap Rashi on the daf, Hachi Garsina Shachach va'achar kach chatach psula. Balmum kamakrav ela ima chatach va'achar kach kibel. Rashi says shechatcho bein shchita lekabala. Rather we'll say what's the case? The case is where you shecht the animal, then you cut off the legs that are extending outwards, and then you do the Kabbalah of the dam. So the Kabbalah is done after the legs are removed. So if you go ahead and you shecht, cut off the legs, do the Kabbalah, then the carbon will be kosher. On the other hand, chatach, va'achar kach kibel, I'm sorry, I read in the wrong order. So chatach va'achar kach kibel kshera, kibel va'achar kach chatach psula. So if you did the Kabbalah and only afterwards removed the legs, then ultimately again the carbon will be kosher. So what's happening? So remember again, as we said before, the issue. Well, let's see how this one well. Chatach va'achar kach kibel kshera. So is that true? So if you go ahead and we'll say follow this order, strike the animal, cut off the legs that are extending outwards, and then do Kabbalah, then ultimately the carbon will be kosher. Is that true? Rabbi Zera, Hasolim as Ozem bebechar, va'achar kach kibel damo pasul. That Rabbi Zera said as follows. Let's say if a person shechts an animal, and then he goes ahead, literally throwing Ozem bebechar means he cuts the ear of the bechar animal. So we'll say this was done after the shechita, before the Kabbalah. Va'achar kach kibel damo pasul. Then ultimately the animal is pasul. Why? Shenamar, the lakach midam hatar. Par shahayak lav. This is actually very interesting. Because the pasuk says, "The Kohen shall take from the damapai." Now that pasuk of remember this is earlier in the section we had this. The law refers to what? Refers to Kabbalah. So the pasuk says, "Dam hapar." The Kohen has to do Kabbalah from the blood of the cow. What do we dash in there? Par shahayak lav. What it means, I will say, is what? Is that you have to do Kabbalah from a fully intact par. The power itself must be fully intact, which means what? Which means that if halacha l'maisa, you shecht it, cut off the legs, then did Kabbalah, you are not doing Kabbalah from a fully intact par. If that's the case, then how is the par kosher? To which the Gemara says, Amar Pista Amradi, Chotich de'iver ad shemagia le'etzem. Oh, I will say what's the case? The case is where we say that in order for the carbon to be kosher, you have to what? You have to shecht, cut off the legs, and then do Kabbalah. So we'll say what we're doing is we're cutting the legs down to the bone. When you cut the legs down to the bone, what are you effectively doing? You're preventing the blood flow from going down, from going to that part of the animal that is outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But at the same time, you're not making the animal since the limb is technically still attached because the bone is intact. The animal is considered to be whole. When you do Kabbalah, you're doing Kabbalah from a whole animal, but You're ensuring that there's no more blood flow, ultimately again to the extremities that are extending outside of the base and the flesh. Interesting. So you must keep out the so now we'll say, you know the first case. The case number one, the kasha case, is again, I will say obviously the left hostility just bringing the animal inside the base and right? That's obviously. So for whatever, but again, we don't ask questions about this. We always just go ahead and we see these are extreme cases to highlight principles. If the legs are extending outside of the base hamikdash, shchita, cut the legs down to the bone, cut off the blood flow, but still keep the animal intact because you need an intact animal for Kabbalah. Do Kabbalah and Shalom Yisrael. On the other hand, the flip is keep out the achakach chatach. They will say what? If let's say you first did Kabbalah, you did Kabbalah, then chopped off the legs that are extending outwards, so the carbon is possible. What do you learn from here? Shamas mina dam hamuvra be'ibarim dam. What you learn from here is what? That blood that is absorbed into the limbs is considered to be blood. And we'll take a look at that for just a moment. Shmamina dam hamuvra be'ibarim dam. The karis nami lechayiv. Di'ilo have dam ha'hecha chayo pasul. Yotze amai b'hamo. So what you see here is as follows: that even the blood absorbed in the extremities is considered to be sacrificial blood. So the whole issue of your Rabbi is that if I have sacrificial blood that is absorbed in those legs, when I check the animal and the legs, when I check the animal inside the base hamikdash, and the blood is absorbed, and the legs are outside of the base hamikdash, I have a problem ultimately again of hakrava b'chutz, some element of the sacrifice occurring outside of the confines of the base hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe not. Dilma, mishum shamunis. We'll say maybe over here, literally shamunis means the fact. Dilma mishum shamunis. Tichazia la'achila. Maybe I will say the issue I say over here is that the part of the animal that's extending outside of the base hamikdash has sacrificial parts in it that have to be offered up on the mizbeach. Shamunis literally means the fats. Rashi says tichazia la'achila. V'chashivi kibasar lefsulei biyotzi kibetzilu basar masada treifa umidla b'dam harega b'nafka dam beis hashchita u'pasa dam shulizak. So we'll say maybe the issue over here is not the blood. Maybe the issue over here is that in the parts of the legs that are extended outside of the beis hamikdash, there's what? There's either sacrificial items that have to be offered up on his death, or there's parts of the carbon that are edible by the Bible. Maybe the issue of here, I will say, is that when the legs are on the outside, it's not a blood issue as much as it is an actual sacrificial meat issue. So that even though the shechita itself is taking place inside the confines of the base hamikdash, because there's some of the sacrificial meat, either that's going to be burned on his death or going to be consumed by the owner, that's out of the base hamikdash. Shmamina, what do you learn from here? Basar kachin kalim sheyatzim lifnei zrikas tamen pasal. So what you do see from here something very interesting, which is that if you have sacrificial meat, so let's say you check the carbon, and then what happens? You take a limb of that carbon outside of the base hamikdash before the sprinkling of the blood. You see from this case over here that blood, that the halacha is that ultimately again invalidates the carbon. To which the Gemara says, but 1 second. Dilma b'kachei kadashim. So maybe who said the case over here is kachin kalim? Maybe kachin kalim, which is lower sanctuary karbanos. Even if you go ahead, as long as the shechita took place inside the base hamikdash, you're good. And even if you end up taking the limb out before the zrikas hadam, the carbon is still kosher. And maybe over here, where the Gemara seems to indicate that what? That halacha l'maisa, the carbon is invalidated when the legs are extending outwards. Maybe it's a case of kachin kadosh. Okay, so we'll say continuing on this same theme. Kachin kadosh. So we'll say what we just the bottom line. I guess halacha l'maisa in this case is that if you have a carbon and the legs are extending outside of the azara, but if for some reason I guess you can't get it in or you don't want to get it in or you need to go ahead and somehow check this carbon now, so the halacha is you cut down the extending limbs to the bone, you leave it to the bone because this way it cuts off blood flow, but on the other hand goes ahead and what? Leaves the animal intact, do the Kabbalah, and then after the Kabbalah you can chop up the animal however you want. But so now we're going to learn A little bit of just something geography when it comes to those karbanos. So Kodesh Kadosh, which will say our highest level sanctity karbanos, shchitas mitzvot. They are shechted in the north of the Beis Hamikdash, the north of the Azar, the north of the courtyard. Rashi says over here, no, not yet, sorry. So the Kibul Daman, and I will say the Kabbalah Hadam takes place, but Kli Sharis B'Safal takes place ultimately. Kli Sharis is a sanctified utensil, also in the north. Also in the north. So the Gemara says, what happens if Amad B'Daram, V'Hoshit Yadol Tzafon B'Shachat? We'll say, what happens if the carbon is in the north, but I'm standing towards the south? I extend my hand to the north, and the Shechita occurs in the north. So we'll say, so what's happening over here? The Shechita is happening in the north. What's not in the north? The Shochet. Right? So the Shechita is in the north, but the Shochet is not in the north. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Shechita so kshera. The Shechita is kosher. However, Kibal Kabbalah, Subsula, there was like the Shochet ultimately again is in the south, even though again what? Even though the Kabbalah is taking place in the north, ultimately again it is kosher. Again, we'll discuss why this is in just a moment. So says the Gemara, on the other hand, let's say I'm standing in the south, but I put my head and the majority of my body into the north. It's difficult to say my body in its totality is in the north. So most of the ideal here is even though being in the north doesn't require 100% of one's body, so to speak, to be in the north, it just requires Rosh Okay. Here's his thought, let's say what happens after an animal is shafted, sometimes what's called purpose, which normally translates as like an involuntary spasm that occurs after the animal is dead. The animal is dead. That is some type of involuntary spasm. So what happens if Pirkis of Yatzon I shafted the animal in the north, but after it died, right after it was shafted, it convulsed, the Yatzon and the animal moves to the south, the Chazra, and then it comes back. What's the halacha? Shera, the animal is kosher. Also, there's actually an interesting case over here. So the animal left the north, went to the south, and came back. Rashi says over here, Pirkisa, la'acha shita v'yatza l'darim v'chazak shera, de'ein p'slo yotze ela mitoch ha'nechitzos. Na'ai chazar ala davka ela aidi d'bayim mitzvos. So we're going to see that essentially, even karbanos that have to be checked in a particular area, they're checked there, and then went somewhere else in the Beis Hamikdash, that does not invalidate the carbon. Next, so Kachim Kalim, Shitas and the Fin. So Kachim Kalim, they have to be checked inside the Azar. Most of us can remember, we started with the discussion of Kachim Kadashim, now we're on to lower sanctity, what we call Kachim Kalim. Have to be checked inside the Azara. The Kibul Daman B'Kli Sharis B'Fnim. And ultimately again, the Kabbalah of the Dam has to be done in the Kli Sharis inside of the Azara as well. Amad B'Chutz, V'Hifnis, Yadol Ifnim, V'Shachat. Mostly what happens if I'm standing outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the animal is in the Azara. The animal is actually inside the Beis Hamikdash. And then what happens? I'm standing outside, but I reach my hand inside to do shchita. What's the halacha? Shchita so kshera. The shchita works. Kibel, what's what happens if I'm standing outside and I did Kabbalah of the blood of the animal that was shechted inside? Then what's the halacha? Psula. In that case, I will say the Kabbalah will be possible. Ifnis rosha v'rubo, kilo lo nichnas. It's like if my feet, if I'm standing outside of the Beis Hamikdash, but I put my head and the majority of my body into the Beis Hamikdash, kilo lo nichnas. It's as if what? It's as if I had not entered at all. We'll say what happens if the animal is shechted, then it convulsed. It went outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and then the chazar, then it came back in to Sula. So if you just do not, then the animal is possible. Why? What do you see from there? Shmamina, Basar, Kachim, Kalam, Shiyatza. This means you got Shalom Sula. What's this? Remember again in the first case, with the Kachim Kadashim, when we spoke about the case of Kirkus, so what was happening? The animal was shechted, let's say in the north, and then what happens with those, right? It moves to the south, but it's still staying where? Inside the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. In the second case, over here, Kachim Kalim, the animal shechted in the Azara, convulses, leaves the confines of the Beis Hamikdash, and then comes back in. Says the Gemara, in that case, ultimately again it is possible. Shmamina, Basar, Kachim Kalim, that's it, means you got stomach student. You see from here that what? That Kachim Kalim, Rabosai, But ultimately, again, left the Kanfai of the Mikdash before the Zika of the blood, ultimately is going to be possible. Listen, what we're going to say, Vilma, the Aliyah, Yosaris, Akavidu, State Bios, and maybe over here was a decrease is that the animal, that when you speak about that the animal is puzzled, look at Rashi for just a moment, it's the third wide line in Rashi. Vilma, Hadik Kani Psula, Aliyah, Yosaris, the Emurin Yadu, the Emurin Kachi, Karan Kachin Yadu. Okay, when we say that the animal is puzzled, what that means is what? That some of the fats, the kidneys, other things cannot be offered up on the Mizbeach. That's what it means when it says that it's possible. The sacrificial piece can't be offered. But remember again, just because sacrificial pieces can't be offered up doesn't mean that covenant is valid. If there's one thing we've learned is that what essentially affects, not essentially, but what affects, or what creates the effectiveness of the carbon? Zika. So again, it could just be that once it leaves the confines, you can't offer up these sacrificial parts, but lav dafka that it invalidates the carbon. So so along those same lines, Shmuel's father asked Shmuel, what is the halacha? If the carbon is on the inside, right, inside of the base, but its feet extend outwards. So let's say, we did this case. I did this case. So Rashi points out over here, it's the fourth wide line in Rashi. See, I will say, beforehand, we did with the case of the ex post facto, what do you do with this carbon if the legs are on the outside? Here, Shmuel is asking, Shmuel, are you permitted to shaft such a carbon or not? I'm going to see it. The passage says, you shall bring it to Hashem. So what's like the husband of the Bina Hashem, the carbon itself must be brought directly to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And what we darshan on this is as follows. What has to be brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? All of this has to be brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the goal. Hachetei Kula Lifnei. Tala V'Shachat Tahu. I say, I'm not going to get into a couple of what happens if you suspend the animal on the shaft? See, it looks like the way the Kabbalah normally works was that you push the animal on the side, and remember again, there were wings inside the floor of the base. You push the animal on the side, so the head was sideways. You lifted up the ring, put down the ring on the neck of the animal, since the animal was immobilized and placed in the position. What happens if Halam Shach? You suspended the animal, right? You hoisted the animal up. Suppose that it used to be, some places still shack like this, where you hoist the animal up. So they hoist the animal. What happens if you hoisted the animal up? Is that a proper shkita? Somehow, I'm like, shit, yes, that's fine. That is fine. If you take a look, Rashi says, you suspend the animal in the airspace of the Azara. So is that a proper shkita or not? So let's say, I have to understand what's driving this question. We're going to see a little bit what's driving this question is there a din that the animal has to be situated on the floor of the base of Mikdash or not? That's the real fundamental question. Because if I remember, again, now let's be thinking, well, why would you think that? Because remember, again, as we'll see in just a little bit, the Kohen does have to be on the floor of the base. So the question you want to ask is, does the animal also have to be on the floor? The question, no. Even if the animal was suspended, ultimately, again, well, I should say differently. Even if this is Avod Shmuel asking Shmuel, if the animal is suspended and you check that it's good, Shmuel says yes. Amalei, his father said to him, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The animal, we'll say the halach is an animal must be shafted next to the Mizbeach, and that is lacking. The way the Gemara understands over here of next to the Mizbeach also means what? On the ground next to the Mizbeach. If it is suspended, then ultimately, again, it is not in compliance with the Yarach obligation. Midla B'Shachat Ma'u was another example. Midla means what happens if the shochet was suspended, right? So again, whatever it is, right? It's an acrobatic shochet. So we'll say he's suspended. In other words, we'll say, what we're asking will be effective. He's not standing on the ground. What happens if he's not standing on the ground and he's checked? So Amalei Tzula, so Shmuel says this puzzle. Amalei Ishtabashtar. Sorry, my dear son, you are wrong. Shrita al Yarech below shochet we'll say there is no need for the shochet ultimately again to be next to the mizbeach on the ground. The only thing that you need is what the animal has to be by the mizbeach on the ground. So interestingly enough, if the animal was suspended, the carbon is kosher. If the shochet is suspended, the carbon is kosher. Mitla the kiva mahu. What happens to both say what? If the Kohen was suspended when he did Kabbalah, in other words, he's not touching that when he did Kabbalah. So Amar Lake Shira. So ultimately again, Shmuel says, ultimately again, it is kosher. Amar Lake Shtavashta, which his father said you are wrong. Ain derech Shira's Bakash. That is not a normative form of avoda. That's not how avoda is done. Normative avoda is done with the Kohen standing on the ground, and therefore if he is suspended, ultimately the avoda is possible. Tala v'kiva mahu. What happens if the animal is suspended during Kabbalah? So what's the status of that carbon? Amar le psula. Shmuel says it's possible. Amar le ishtavashta. So his father said you're wrong. Shchita al yerech v'lo Kabbalah al yerech. Was actually quite interesting. So apparently the need to do is only shchita, which has to be on the ground next to the mizbeach. Kabbalah need not be on the ground next to the mizbeach. So technically speaking, if the animal is hoisted up for Kabbalah, ultimately again, let's say, by the way, there would be a good reason to hoist the animal up for Kabbalah, which is what? To drain the blood. Okay, so technically it's kosher. Rabbi, v'kodshe kadoshim kulan psulos. Bar minitla b'shachat. Abai says all of these cases that we mentioned, when it comes to Kodesh Kadashim, which is higher sanctity karbanos, will all be possible except for the case of mitla b'shachat. Except for the case of where the shochet is suspended and he shechts, that's going to be kosher. Otherwise, any other deviation is going to be possible. The Kodesh Kalim, let's say in the case of Kodesh Kalim, lower sanctity karbanos, kulan ksheros. All of the cases will be kosher. Bar min nitla v'kibel, with the exception of what? Of where the shochet is suspended. I should say the coin is suspended. That's Kabbalah. Rabbi says I don't understand. Ma'ishna kala v'kibel b'kachim kalim b'kshera. So Rabbi says I don't understand. Why is it that in the case of kachim kalim, kala v'kibel, that if you hoist the animal up in the air, and you do Kabbalah with the animal hoisted, that it's kosher? Why? Because it was like, what do you need for Kabbalah? Kabbalah, that goal is it just has to be done as a thing. So what's the halacha? The halacha is that the airspace of the Azara, the right count, the Beis Hamikdash. So I don't understand. If airspace is like the Beis Hamikdash, then what? The Kadshe Kadoshim Nami Albert Safon, Kisafon Dami. Then I don't understand Kadshe Kadoshim, which has to be shechted in the north. See if the animal is hoisted up. I don't understand why that wouldn't be kosher. The airspace up in the north is like the north of the Beis Hamikdash. But therefore, Rabbi reframes this and he says as follows: Being the Kadshe Kadoshim, being the Kachim Kalim Ksheros. We'll say all of these cases that we mentioned, both by Kachim Kalim and Kadshe Kadoshim will be kosher. Bar, with the exception of the following cases, mean Tala B'Shachat the Kadshe Kadoshim. So we'll say except for the case of Tala B'Shachat, where the animal is suspended, right? So you lift up the suspended animal and check it by Kadshe Kadoshim, that will be possible. Or Nikla the Kibel in Kadshe Kadoshim and in Kachim Kalim. Or the case where what? Where the coin is suspended for Kabbalah, that will be possible both by Kadshe Kadoshim and Kadshe Kalim. We'll say now why is that last case possible? Because as the Gemara says, Ein derech sheirus b'kach. Because we'll say that is not a normative form of service. Because it's a non-normative form of service, that's not the way we do avoda. Therefore, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, halacha l'maisa will be possible. Very interesting cases. So Rabbi Yirmiyah asked Rabbi the following: He who with me, what happens if the coin is standing inside? Vitzitzaso b'chutz. I will say that tzitzaso over here doesn't mean it's surface. So look at Rashi. It's 4 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The last couple of words on the line. Tzitzaso. Tzitzis rosho dahanu sa'aro. Let's say the coin has some longer hairs. And what happens? His hair is extending outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So let's say, so the shaila is, what does that do to his avoda? Mahu Amarle Lav Amrit Ve'vium Lashem Ad Shetavo Kula Lifnim. So let's say, so we see the answers before. What did we say by the carbon? By the carbon, ultimately, again, the halach is the carbon in its entirety has to be inside. Hachanami Ravama Armoid, Achiyabi Kula the Armo. Such a most of that same thing that applies to the carbon applies to the coin. The carbon is only good as what? If the mice again, the animal that its entirety, its whole state is in front of the Baruch, the coin's avoda is only fit if the coin in his entirety is inside of the base of Mikdash. But even if he has long hairs that are ultimately extending outside of the base of Mikdash, that will invalidate his avoda. Good. Says the Mishnah. What's that beautiful Mishnah? Nasno al gabi hakadosh shelo shenegid haisos. Well, so now we're going to speak a little bit about some of the blood applications. So as we're going to see, so it literally says that let's say you place the blood al hakadosh on the ramp of the mizbeach, shelo shenegid haisos, not opposite the base of the mizbeach. I'll take a look at that for just a moment. Rashi al gabi hakadosh. שאינו מתן ג'מרי, או במזבח שלו כנגד היסוד. יפעיל מקמן ואולתון המתן ולא כנגד היסוד, שיסוד המזבח, ומתן זמה למיעוטי קרם ז'ק. Let's listen to this. We're going to get into these halachas, but suffice to say that this is as follows. Blood applications always take place on the side of the mizbeach. Now, different karbanos have different placements. We're going to see that on the mizbeach there was a yisod, there was a base. The base didn't run around the entire external area of the mizbeach, only on certain sides. There was a base. There was also a red line called the sikra. So different karbanos have different blood applications in different places, but they will all apply somewhere on the side of the mizbeach. One thing is clear, which is but there is never a blood application on the ramp itself. So the case is someone applied, Cohen applied sacrificial blood on the ramp. So what's that? Or shaloki neged hayiso, or on the side of the mizbeach, not opposite the base. Or nosan as hanisan lamata lamalo. That's hanisan lamalo lamato. Or a blood application that was supposed to be done above the red line was done below the red line, or below the red line was done above the red line. So, or that's hanisan in bifnim bachutz. That's hanisan in bachutz bifnim. Or I would say if there was a blood, we see certain blood applications were done inside the hip, which is really by the so, or if you did a blood application that was supposed to be done inside the eichel, remember, eichel is the actual of the base of mikdash, but instead he did it outside. Or outside, he stole the base of mikdash eichel. Or he was supposed to do it outside, but he did it inside. Was in all of these cases possible? All of these cases, the carbon will be possible. There ain't no kares, but ultimately, again, there is no kares associated with this carbon. Rashi points out, ain't no kares means what? Being bakilos, so ain't a bakilos of kares. So what it means is, the carbon is possible, but if you were to consume the carbon, there would not be a key of carbon. But essentially, I'm a days, I'm a days. I'm a Shmuel. Hustle basar, psul basar. So what's like when Shmuel says ultimately again that the carbon is hustle. So what meaning all of these cases were essentially messed up the blood application. So you sprinkled the blood, you just didn't sprinkle it in the right place. So Shmuel says, well, so what does it mean that it's puzzle? What does it mean the carbon is puzzle? So Shmuel says it means the basar is puzzle. About bailin niskatu. This is actually very interesting. Shmuel says it's puzzle in that you're not permitted to eat the sacrificial meat, but what? But atonement has been achieved. I will say, what's the afternoon that I'm saying that atonement has been achieved, therefore what? So essentially you have to bring another carbon. Look at Rashi just a moment. Amor Shmuel puzzle. The 20 masnisi abasar koi about bailin niskatu. So ultimately, again, you can't eat the meat, but the carbon was affected. So the Gemara says, my time, what's the meaning? Where does Shmuel get this from? So the Baruch who says, I've given you, literally, I've given to you the blood to be placed on the mizbeach lechaper, to atone. What do you see from here? Ultimately, again, once the blood reaches the mizbeach, kapara is achieved. What's the novel ruling of Shmuel? How do we interpret once the blood has reached the mizbeach? Essentially, once the blood has reached the Mizbeach, in any way, shape, or form, even if what? Even if it hasn't reached the Mizbeach in the prescribed way, or even if it hasn't reached the Mizbeach in the way that it's supposed to reach the Mizbeach, once it reaches the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, Kapara has been achieved. It says in Gemara, if that's the case, that Kapara has been achieved, Basar Nami, I don't understand. So it's like generally we assume as follows, that consumption is a function of atonement, right? Atonement is the barometer of carbonic effectiveness. So if kapara has been achieved, that means the carbon's been effective. If the carbon's been effective, then what? Then consumption should technically be permitted. So I don't understand. You're telling me again, every carbon ideally has a placement of the blood on his bayah, but essentially as long as the blood reaches the altar in some way, shape, or form, the carbon affects kapara, which means the carbon is effective. And if the carbon is effective, then why can't you eat the meat? Seyaki basarnami, omikra, l'chaper. No, because Rothschild, the pasuk when speaking in a general sense, and what we're most concerned about is that the blood reaches the mizbeach. Rothschild is talking about kapara. The kapara nesatav l'gavracher. Ultimately, the Baruch Hu says that it tells you that when in the event that when the blood reaches the mizbeach, even if it's an erroneous placement, that is enough to affect kapara, but that doesn't give you any other form of carbonic license. Specifically, it doesn't give you license for consumption. Amo kasavar, we'll say, what do you see? What does Shmuel hold? Shalobim komo kim komodam. We'll say this is going to be a very important principle. That Shmuel holds that what? That even placement of the dam in a place that is not really where the dam belongs is nevertheless an effective placement. Shalobim komo kim komodam. Even if you place it, we'll say the idea is, I guess as they say, you just have to be in the ballpark. As long as you're in the ballpark, in this case, you're somewhere on the mizbeach, even though again, of course, it's not ideal, but nevertheless, you're good. So Tanan bi'idach pirkin. So we learned elsewhere, nasno ala kavesh shelo keneged hayisod. This is talking about our Mishnah. So if you put the blood on the ramp, right, shelo keneged hayisod, or on the side of the mizbeach, but not opposite the base, or nasanas hanitana lamata lamala. Or you went ahead of us saying what? You sprinkled blood that was supposed to be sprinkled above the line, you put it below the line, or below the line, you put it above the line. Or you went ahead and what? So most it's actually different than our Mishnah. Or you went ahead and you sprinkled blood that was supposed to be sprinkled inside the heichal, but you sprinkled it outside the heichal, or vice versa. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Yesh dam hanefesh yachzor." Yachzor kosher mikad. So now we're going to translate this, and then we're going to explain what this case actually is in just a moment. So what the Mishnah sees is going to say is what? What should you do if there's more blood still available? More what they call dam hanefesh. We'll say, what's the dam hanefesh? There's certainly more blood. Dam hanefesh also refers to the blood that's spurts out when the animal is first shechted. If there is more of that dam hanefesh, then what should you do? Sounds like what we're saying you should do is what? You should do a reapplication. You should do it. So I'll say something that we just said. You applied the blood in the wrong place. So what does the Mishnah say? If there's more dam hanefesh, go ahead and do zrika again. Look at Rashi. Yachzor kosher v'ikadol. So yachzor kohen kosher l'kabla kabbalah v'ikadol g'dei matar min adayim. V'yachzor v'tim komo. V'kasar kadayt chadahashta ad hashta v'kohen kosher nami ayri v'haya kosher goynam k'dei naspa. So it's like, so we'll leave aside that kohen kosher in just a moment. What we assume is as follows. What we assume this Mishnah is teaching of us is what? That if I applied the blood in the wrong place, what should you do? Do it again. Now again, assuming that what? There's enough blood. There's more dam hanefesh. We'll say again, it's not just in dam hanefesh. So I don't understand. Based on what Shmuel just said, these sagadaycha, shalom komo kim komo, lama liyachzor kosher v'ikadol. So I don't understand. If we pass it like Shmuel, that's what? Shalobim komo is kim komo. Then what can I say? Then as long as you're in the ballpark, as long as you sprinkle that blood on the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong part of the mizbeach, the zrika should be good, the carbon should be effective, and let's go home. Like, in other words, why is there a need to do another zrika? See what like in general again, when it comes to carbonos, so we see especially with the whole inside of the base, either it's kosher or it's not kosher. Once it's kosher, we're done. So I don't understand this concept that if the Zrika is good, then it's good. If you hold the Shalom Komukim Komodana, then it's good. Why do you need to go ahead and what? Do it again. Do it again. Maybe this is interesting. So I was like, maybe what we want to do is, when we say Shalom Komokim Komodami, so that's enough, as we said before, for Kapara. So as long as you get that blood on the Mizbeach, even if what? It's the wrong part of the Mizbeach, the Kapara has been achieved. Now what can't you do? You can't eat the meat. Maybe when the Mishnah says if there's more blood, go back and you sprinkle it, right? You sprinkle it in the right way. Maybe what that does, that allows for consumption. That's the license for carbonic consumption. The rest of says that doesn't make sense. Mi ikizvika, the lo mechateres, yesharia basar ba'achila. There's no such thing like that. Meaning, again, if this person's zrika was mechater, then what? Then we're done. That second zrika, therefore, is irrelevant. So now what you're going to tell me? That second zrika, that doesn't affect atonement. Why doesn't it affect atonement? Because atonement already what happened with the first zrika is now going to affect, or is not going to create the license for consumption. That's not how Kabbalah works. So the Gemara says, you're right. This case is actually a little bit different. What's the case? Listen to this. If the first blood application, if the first zrika was done by a Kohen who was kosher, then we would not go back and sprinkle the blood again, because we're asking like Shmuel, that Shmuel didn't komo dummy. As long as you get that blood of the Mizbeach, even if it's the wrong place on the Mizbeach, ultimately the carbon is affected. So we'll say, what's the case over here? This is actually very interesting. So I'll say, you have a puzzle. So I'll say, what happened over here? It turns out to us that the case over here is that the Kohen who did the first Zrika was in fact what? Was in fact puzzle l'kauna. So or I should say puzzle for the avodah. Look at Rashi. Hachamaskina, Yabe puzzle. Dahar Kani Nasno Agave Akabesh Areshakoi. The Kani Kala Psulin Sheshachtu, the Kulan Shekibulas Adam, Va'alokoi, Nasno Agave Akabesh. Also, listen to this. Tush Gemara says this case is different. This case also is talking about where somebody who was puzzled for the avodah, like whatever the case was. Like it could be it was a regular Kohen who didn't realize he was puzzled. It could be some guy wandered in and said, "Hey, we've never seen you before." Right? You just moved to town. It's like, "No, let's go. You're Kohen, no, whatever the case is." The point is a puzzle. So we'll say then what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. If somebody who was puzzled to do the avodah did the avodah, if there's still more blood, still more dam nefesh, then watch, then a kasher should come along and do a proper zrika. To which the Gemara said, "But 1 second, I don't understand. Once someone who is puzzled engaged in part of the avodah, was like the carbon not nidcha. Dichui means set aside. We've seen actually that phrase used in different ways. Look at actually just a moment. Dichui, even damina shalom komokim komon dami. We'll actually mistake yave puzzle. How did he speak up psula? We'll say, see, watch this. If you hold shalom komokim komon dami, then what I will say? That means that the first zrika was technically what? A good zrika. Which means that you had a good zrika done by the wrong person. What happens when a good zrika is done by the wrong person? The carbon is possible. See, if somebody comes along, even if a regular coin, even if a Karna coin comes back from the dead and does the second zrika avosai, I don't understand. The carbon should not be kosher. This is the concept of dichoy. This non. The kulan shekiblu chutz lizmanon b'chutzim koman. We'll say if somebody did Kabbalah outside of the prescribed time of the carbon, or outside of the prescribed place for the carbon, ultimately, again, if there's still more blood, then what? Then a Kohen who is kosher should go ahead and come back and do the avodah again. Kiblo in, zarkolo. We'll say, if you notice over here, the only time apparently you have the ability to do some type of do-over, we'll say, is when? Is by Kabbalah. But by Zrika, because also which makes sense. There are no do-overs by Zrika. Why? Because Zrika is the linchpin of carbonic practice. Meaning at the end of the day, Zrika is what makes the carbon. So if the Zrika is possible, you're out. You're done. Kabbalah, you can get a do-over. Shechita, obviously, you can't get a do-over either, but that's obvious. Right? But by Zrika, ultimately, again, by Zrika, the halacha is you can't get a do-over, but by Kabbalah, you absolutely can. So the Gemara says, so kibul in zarkalo. My time, I will say, why is it that if the zrika was puzzle, even if there's more dam, you can't get a do-over? Ultimately, I will say, is that not because the covenant is nitcha? Once the covenant, meaning once it's set aside, ultimately again, it cannot be rehabilitated afterwards. To which the Gemara says, Lo mishum, though you shouldn't have possible machshav. The Rabbi said, what's the case over here? The case over here, ultimately, again, is where the carbon became possible machshav. So what's in the case the Gemara just quoted over here? This is where an individual has erroneous mindset. If that's the case, that the avodah is being done with the wrong mindset, then why doesn't he pass on the carbon even by Kabbalah? Furthermore, Rabbi says it's actually very interesting. First of all, can a person who is puzzled for the avodah puzzle the carbon with an erroneous machshava? After all, we learn V'amar Rabba, Ein machshava mo'elas ela b'misha ra'i la'avodah. We'll say this is actually so interesting. We'll say machshava, right? An erroneous thought only works if what? If you're fit to do the avodah. If you're not fit to do the avodah, your kavanas are absolutely irrelevant. So we'll say ultimately again, Rashi says over here, it's in the wider lines of Rashi, more lines here. Okay, we'll see what that means in just a moment. To which the Gemara says, Lo tema zarku lo. So we'll say inachinami. So don't read it as he did not do the zrika. Ela ema shachtu lo. We'll say, look at Lo tema zarku lo. Vada ikatakanta. That ilu zarka possible mashava. We'll say ultimately again. By Ela ema shachtu lo. Rashi shim shachtu possible mashava suleka takanta. So I'll say ultimately again what the Gemara says over here is by Zvika, there still may be a takana. By Zvika, he's still able to fix it, even if he did it with an erroneous machshava. But ultimately again by Shchita Rabosai, since a non-Kohen is kosher for Shchita, if a non-Kohen does the Shchita with the wrong mindset, then what? Then the mindset again, the carbon is done. There's nothing more ultimately again to speak about because that's irreversible. But by Zrika, there may be the ability with an erroneous mindset to fix it. To which the Gemara says, what are you coming to teach us? The Pasla Machshava. Are you coming to teach us ultimately again that halacha l'maisa an erroneous mindset invalidates an avodah and nowadays it's murdered? And that we already learned that before. The Ficha, in Pasla Machshava, was the murderer and the physical Mishnah. And halacha l'maisa again that a coin has the ability to invalidate the carbon with Machshava. Rather, the Gemara says, Hakamash Malar, Dini Kabbalah ve'ilach lo Pasla Machshava. So ultimately, he's actually what is the Gemara coming to teach us? The Gemara is coming to teach us that ultimately, again, from Kabbalah and on, Machshava ultimately, again, will not pass him. In accordance with who? My timer, Kidarava. We'll say Rashi says over here, Kidarava. The upper Machshava mo'elas ali b'ray level. We'll say this is actually quite fascinating. So the Gemara is saying is as follows. If someone who is puzzled does the if someone, let's say a non-Kohen, does the avodah and it does so with the wrong machshava, I will say that does not invalidate the carbonic process. Why? Because Rabbi holds that the only time an avodah can nifsal the machshava is when it's someone who is kosher to do the avodah. So, for example, by shchita, which can be done by a non-Kohen, the non-Kohen has erroneous mindset there, he can invalidate the carbon. But if for some reason a non-Kohen he does the Kabbalah, I will say then what? Even though again his avodah is not good, and even if he has the wrong machshava, that will not invalidate the carbon. Why? Because again, someone who is not kosher for the avodah, his machshava cannot invalidate the avodah. According to Rabbi, that would then be the case. But technically speaking, you could get a do-over. If there's still more dama nefesh, a kosher Kohen can come along and what? Do the Kabbalah, do the Zrika, and rehabilitate the carbon. That was we'll stop over for today. We're going to speak up with this case.
And having to stay that big all the time, that's also hard.
You probably have to look at CTE, like with China and shit. That was a sad story.
Yeah, that was sad. But,
Man, there's a lot of them.
I mean, look at that shit. They're also giant men. So I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, you're not. You don't. That's what you guys who are small.
Yeah. they're so big, but they're probably doing an irresponsible amount of crazy, the big steroids like tren and stuff like that. That just works wonders on your heart there. Man, oh man, look at that. Wow, I didn't know that. Isn't that crazy? It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy stat.
Do me a favor. How many NFL players have died before 50? I'll say there's more guys. There's more
guys in the NFL,
but
right?
still.
With the right hand. So the Gemara said, why was it necessary for Rabbi?
Oh my God, I can tell.
Let's see, let's say 3,850. Those 12 SLPs were twice as big back before age 50 right there. And yeah, they were just heavy as shit, right?
22% of all deaths were contributed to heart disease. Again, I think the common factor is NFL players typically they're all big people.
Big. And also, NFL guys, they get fat. They get fat as fuck. They just do. So, like linemen and stuff like that, they just get way fat.
Yes,
so obesity. Obesity is, one of the main problems.
Who believes
It
that
leads to so many problems.
Pizza
Just being that fat.
Heart disease, cause homicides, suicides account for 20% of the deaths.
Wow. 20%. That's gotta be chopped up the CT, I guess.
But the small however, if that were to be done while the control is in somebody's left hand,
I think it's interesting that some people are culture in this as well. 73.5% of the 517 NFL players death occurred before the age of 70.
Wow. That's kind of nuts.
So the average NFL player died at the average age of 60. That might be 67.
Rates of NFL players died at an average rate of 59.6. What the fuck? Dude, that's my age.
From
Damn, yeah, but these are big people. You're talking about shit, 30 years of running people, but also like training really hard.
Yeah, it tears your body up.
I apologize.
Tears your body up. And probably, I think a lot of them just gain a lot of weight, don't they?
I don't know about that, but then also the MLB death is 67.
That's some shocking too, by the way.
Yeah, because
That's shocking.
like just being athletes in general.
Like elite athletes. Yeah, but I think that's gotta be chalked up to their size.
Like
Maybe. And I also think that because this is 1979, 2013, that's they want to see huge like they are now. What about NBA? I think they're all just bigger people.
Yeah, that's another good question. The NBA. Damn. That is shocking that the NFL's average age is 59. That's crazy.
And they're fucking huge. Holy shit. 687 died before 20%.
Wow. They live 5. Do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about?
Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions, also not just Great Danes.
Great Danes. I would imagine too, with anti-inflammatories, all the drugs you take all the time, painkillers, that's gotta have something to do with it.
It's all heart-related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy, man.
I wonder what UFC is. I have like 4 years. UFC 2.
I feel like you are gonna live longer.
Dude, I did. So, Waste to Wealth has this test you can take, and it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like before they become cancer. So you donate all the blood, they run all to see if there's any, and it catches it before it's a problem, right? I just got the call before the show, and the boys in the clear. I was like, really? Nothing?
But you even though you've never actually been an addict, you went to a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality. But you've always worked out, you've always eaten well, and you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know. Do you have any cancer in your family?
In my family? Yeah. Aunts, uncle, my mom had it in her thyroid. My like all my grandparents had to. So it does for your parents, like, you're very lucky.
But then your family's fairly long lived, right?
Oh, yeah. That was like 98, that was 99, yeah. And then both the grandmas and one of the grandmas and both the grandmas are still on cancer smoking.
Yeah, my father's age is 5, and he's a giant, and he's still going.
Brian
Now,
Callen confronting Brendan Schaub on his addictions for
if
saying
after they
he
were
was a
checked
bad
the
addiction
carbon,
to
the
alcohol,
blood
which he
would
was.
blood
But
was
the
supposed to
Adderall
be
thing,
in some sort of
No,
bowl and then
Papa.
brought to his bath.
was
So
the
instead of being
daddy.
in the bowl, with the nishbach al haritzah spilled on
Entire
the floor,
conversation
the suffer, and then you gathered up the blood to bring it to the bath. Hustle, that's hustle. It has to go directly from the neck of the cow into the neck of the animal, whatever the animal might be, directly from the neck of the animal into the bowl. So the Gemara says, Tanu Rabbanan, how do you know this halacha that it has to go directly from the neck into the bowl?
However,
It says the Kohen HaMashiach will take from the Dam Hapar. So the Gemara says this teaches us, number one, first halacha is Dam Hapar. It has to be the blood which exits the animal's body immediately upon slaughter. Below me Dam Hapar, so not blood which is already lying in the skin of the animal. Below me Dam Hapar, which is blood which trickles out of the animal moments or a while after the initial spurt of blood that happens right after it's struck. So that's one thing. So first of all, the dam that has to be accepted is the whole thing about blood that comes out after the slaughter. The second halacha is dam hapar. Dam may hapar yikablevish. You have to receive the blood directly from the body, directly from the animal. You can't go on the floor.
While they were at
Salsa daita, dam hapar yikablevish. Because if you would think that the pasuk is just teaching us dam hapar yikablevish like it normally would be, dam hapar yikablevish. So the Gemara is saying
these guys are kind of just like,
when we find the men preaching
to it
Torah,
at this
it
point.
often indicates
You can
that
tell there's
we're
still a little
taking
bit of
a
tension
part
there.
of a larger whole.
There's
Like
still
when Hashem
upset
told Moshe
about
Rabbeinu to take the water
the
from
Texas
the Nile to
there's
Midian, it says, "V'lakachta mimeinei
a whole
ha'river,"
bunch of
which
things
is
going
all
on here
part of
that
the river, or all the water in the river.
let me
He
know
will take
your thoughts
from
in
a
the
segment
comments.
of some of the water in the river. So the Gemara says, "V'lakachta midam hapar," the Kohen should take midam hapar, could have the implication of saying you should take some of the blood from the animal, but not all of it. So the Gemara says, if you would think to say that, you can't do that. Rav said, Rav said that when you check the korban, you must receive all of its blood in the bowl. So it couldn't be that the Torah is telling us just to receive some of the blood. Shenamar, the ace called dam hapar yishpot. It says later, all of the blood of the cow will be poured on the mizbeach. So if all of the blood of the cow is going to be poured on the mizbeach, we obviously have to receive all of the blood, not just some of it. Ella midam hapar. What do the words midam hapar mean? They indicate dam mehapar yikableinu.
So Sidney Sweeney's recent American Eagle ad is being compared to the propaganda that actively. Let's listen to this real quick. So Sidney Sweeney, obviously a gorgeous woman, right? Yeah. It took marketing companies 30 years to figure out, Americans take hot chick.
Not 30 years. They went off the rail. They went off the rail with this body positivity thing only about probably 6 years ago.
But for the past, I mean, for the longest time, marketing went away from hot chicks that sold stuff.
When that's right. They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. They started putting really heavy people on there.
I just want to know who at American Eagle. Now, their company went up $1 billion in profit. So they paid her, I think, $20 million. So she actually underpaid. But I want to know who in the marketing meeting was like, I got an idea. This might be old school. I know this might be old school. why don't we get a real hot chick?
all of the blood
See, you got the ideas. Sydney Sweeney's like number one right now.
Never close the trunk of a car.
Just put her in like some pretty promiscuous words that we make, and then pay her, and then we don't really have to do much. And she's also she's a Garrett. She likes like Broncos.
So did the stock just shoot up?
$1 million.
Actually, everybody, $1 billion is $1,000 million.
Just say every time I say a billion. And then,
Important enough.
yeah, but I think the rest of the staff was like, you think just a hot chick? He's like, I might be going on a whim here, but Americans dig a pretty girl. Across the board.
Selling a lifestyle. When clothing is a lifestyle, and when people wear clothing, they want to look their best. So you might want to have somebody that reflects that. So in your mind, you're like, I want to look closer than Sydney Sweeney. Roll the tape, please.
Hold on, and real quick. You know how I know you're gay? If you see Sydney Sweeney, she's
some of
mid.
the blood of the cow has already been applied.
Hey, you're like you're in the closet, man. Oh, I heard you say that.
Literally,
Oh, buddy, you're a gay
But it
man.
doesn't say that. It
Is
says
she
all of
mid,
the blood.
bro?
The Gemara says
Is she
there must be
mid?
some sort of
Hey, let me tell you
equal
something.
level of interpretation.
Show me
Another
your
level
last
of
six
understanding.
girls
Her into your
Gemara says,
house
what
without
does it
knowing
mean?
her. Okay,
If anyone
that's
reading
the
lying,
truth.
you can't be talking about
Okay, you
the
just
blood
roll the dice and be
to
like,
how
I got
less
a
of
room
it
for
is,
it.
because not
She
all the
has
blood
a
is
rack
some of it is
from the heaven.
Correct, sir.
And guess what? You know who doesn't agree with you? Everybody, because you're a gay man and they're stocking up $1 billion. Not because she's mid, you homosexual. And it's all good. I condone your life choices. But you're gay.
Or you're just, or you're so ideologically disfigured that you actually think that being proportioned and thin and disciplined about your eating habits is Nazi propaganda.
Well, not even any of that. I bet she eats like shit. She's genetically gifted. We don't all start in the same starting.
Sure don't.
There's a reason why she's a giant milk jug. All right, and your girl doesn't.
All right.
The blood,
There's a whole situation going on there. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. The reason that Sydney Sweeney is in all of those movies and that TV show Euphoria is because it's her acting's good. Her acting's good.
She can act.
Her acting, yeah.
She just happens to be.
Her acting's good.
That's good.
And I know there are a lot of girls. Look, come to an acting class.
the blood
You'll meet some very talented gals and guys.
But they don't look like that.
Well, it's a cosmetic industry, sir. So a large reason we're talking about Sydney Sweeney is because
So the
she's
Gemara says that the blood, if blood needs to go on the neck and then get mixed into the bowl, you have blood, which is not.
But he's a man, so he gets a pass. He's already looking. He's so talented.
correct. No, he's actually handsome as shit.
He's alright. He's alright. But if he's not like fucking Brad Pitt, like that's a solid
Well,
actor.
Diaz is my type. Strong
So the
jaw,
Gemara
that's my
says,
type.
Yeah, sure. But the point is, if it's a female and you're as talented as Dan, you're right, correct. Unless you got them insane knockers, right? Get off my screen.
Well, I mean,
I don't come. I'm sorry.
I'm
Am I
not
a Walmart?
look, there are a couple of women.
Parents hard, cold, American cash. Look at a warlock.
There are a couple of actresses like Max Smith
As the puzzle says,
Jimmy Dench and Meryl Streep who are so good. But to your point,
Unless you're playing an older woman.
to your point,
If I'm watching a horror film and there's a warlock on there, I turn it on.
it's what you're saying is Sydney Sweeney is
And guess what? The rest of America is just like me.
well, she's a powerful creature. She's a powerful looking creature. She's rare. It's rare when you see somebody that beautiful. It's rare that elicits a reaction. In men, and by the way, in women as well. But please roll the tape so I can hear this genius tell me what's wrong with Sydney Sweeney.
I will be the friend that's too woke because the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle has one like fascist weird, like propaganda weird. My body's composition is determined by my genes. Hey,
Brenda, please.
Right over
Brenda, please. Sydney Sweeney. I just want to Brenda Palmer.
Hey, also, 4 drugs. Take fucking note. All you gotta do is get one of your F-350s all rolled up like the red, white, and
Layer on the hood.
Sure, just toss 6 of them dimes in the back, and your fucking sales go through the roof. Guys go, I like drugs. I should be a Dodge guy. Becker has hot.
I know the commercial already. I know the first choice for it either already. Have you ever seen the mechanic in the back of the truck with that ticket? And then they got, well, maybe they got kids outside and you're off road. And then you're off road and the guy with trucks all start to move up and down. I'm just saying, I just wrote commercial. I know it's gratuitous. You're gonna sell trucks.
rock hard. They're not saying super duty. Stay home.
Okay, I don't need you doing voiceover.
Stay home. For super duty, stay hard. No, it's a VA. We're selling fucking
When the road gets bumpy,
you get hard.
let's do this.
You know, when the Butter the Kid podcast first started, Brendan didn't talk as much because he understood his role. And now he just keeps interrupting Brian Callen with unfunny jokes. I think Cal forgot that he's not funny. You're not funny. That's why you got fired from stand-up comedy. Couldn't sell tickets because you're not funny. And he just keeps interrupting Callen to tell unfunny jokes. And they're terrible.
From the animal
And Callen isn't going to have to talk with him. In fact, he should have to talk with him.
or not.
Callen should say, Brendan, you gotta let me talk or I'm the stand-up. I'm the funny guy. There's a reason why you follow the Texas and not the other way around. But when Mama thinks he's got a bit going, my God, he's terrible.
And the water has to come directly from the spring and to be put into a flue for the purpose
And completely
the water
lacks
came from the spring and
any
ended up
amount
in
of
the cup.
self-awareness.
And then I decided, hey, that would be
But the fact that he
for the
just
or
keeps
the water that wouldn't work
doesn't
as soon as
stop.
it comes to the rest in the cup for some
And
other
every time
purpose. I
he
can't then go
fucking
use it for the carabiner. It has to go into the cup for the purposes of
It's
the
terrible.
carabiner. So the rice is
Callen
the
is
following
extremely
scenario.
frustrated.
Compass, Shemunah Kastaka
You can just tell Callen trying not to do a full-on about it.
You have a
Although
barrel
last week he kind of went off a little
which
bit
is
on him.
located
Like, hey,
on the
shut
ground,
up.
and above it, horizontally above it, there
It's
is
one of those
a
things
water coming out of
unfunny
the spring.
people
The water's kind of
think
shooting
they're
out of
funny
the spring,
and
and it's going to
continues
go
to try
into
to
the
be
air
funny
and then
and
fall
no
down
one
into
call
the
him
barrel.
out on it. This is
So the
what
Gemara
happened, why so much
mine and Shep is so
nature was
far, and
put up
his water,
by
which is
the
already
Sanford
been
and Opie
collected
and Anthony
in
show
the barrel,
because nobody could just say to Opie,
cellar, and the water
I mean, the
above the
audience
barrel
would, but
outside
the
of it,
people who actually
the suet,
worked with
they
him,
are hustled to be
what's
used
that famous
for
line that Travis said?
because once the water is in the barrel,
North
and as
told him I
well,
want to
any
go to his
water
parties.
above it, where
After
goes
he
into
yelled at him,
it, is considered as if it's
and
already in the barrel. And
Jordan
when
said,
ice come along
you got yelled
and
at by
intercept some of that
the
water
most
before it
unfunny
goes
person
into
ever.
the barrel, it's
But
irrelevant,
no one
and the
around
water
him
still
will
can
tell
be
him
used
to
for the barrel.
interrupting.
C-rate,
Trying to be
Kiva was
funny.
like mine. If I took that barrel
And
and
it's
I put it
annoying.
right up to
But let me
where
know
the
your
spring
thoughts in the
was
comments.
producing the water, so then Shep is so substituted. Whatever water is collected in that barrel is hustled for the parajuma.
Your ancestors' lives are just
The
as such a
water
way.
which has not yet reached it, since it's not really above it, where the spring is located horizontally. So if I put the barrel up against it, there is no water located above its airspace. It's just water in the spring or water in the barrel. Those are the two options. So it says the water in the barrel is hustled. The water is still remaining in the spring. This kosher and can be used. So that was Rabbi Yochanan's answer to Rabbi Asi. So the Gemara asks, hi, Mai, what's going on here? Rabbi Asi asked Rabbi Yochanan the following question. Avir she'ein sofo lanua. He asked him, what is the status of an item which is located above the airspace of another item that's not going to eventually come to rest in that item? Why? Because the second item, the bottom of it, gave way. The Kapashaleh, and Rabbi Yochanan's response was a case of Avir Shesofo Lanua. The case of the barrel's intact. So the Gemara says it could very well be that in the case of an intact barrel, so in that case we say anything above the airspace of the barrel being that it's headed towards the barrel, halachically you would consider that it's already in the barrel. But if the barrel doesn't have a bottom to it and the water is never going to end up in the barrel, maybe it shouldn't be considered in the barrel until it's actually in the barrel, not above it. So the Gemara says, Tarti Kabani. Really, there were two questions posed, and we only recorded one of them. In Timtzi Lomar, the first question was, In Timtzi Lomar, Avir She'ain Sofa Lanua, Lav Kimunat Dami. His first question was, if you're going to tell me that, again, when the liquid is located above an item in its airspace, and the receiving item does not have a bottom to it, if you're going to say that at that point it's not considered like it's in the receiving item, what would you say? What would you say if the receiving item had an intact bottom? Then would it change? That's what Rabbi was asking Yochanan. It was like a double-step question. To which Rabbi Yochanan responded, you see from the case of the Para Aduma that if the receiving bowl is intact, we would consider anything above its airspace as having come into rest in the bowl itself. Rabbi Yosef Maslima, Rabbi Yosef taught the back and forth as we have presented it just now. Rav Kahana Masli Chavis Ba'ininen, with Pasha Lechavis. Rav Kahana, the version he had of this discussion was that Rav Asi was asking Rav Yochanan about what the halacha would be in that case of the paraduma. Rav Yochanan responded, it's actually a brisa about paraduma, and he explained it. Rabba Masli Rabba
Not 30 years.
that the question posed.
They went off the rail. They went off the rail as body positivity thing only about probably 6 years ago. So
But for the past, I mean, for the longest time, market went away from hot chicks and sold stuff.
when that's right, they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated when they started putting really heavy people in there.
But I just want to know who had American Eagle. Now, their company went up $1 billion in profit. So they paid her, I think, $20 million. So she actually got underpaid. But I want to know who in the marketing meeting was like, I got an idea. This might be old school. I might know I'm young, this might be old school. Why don't we get a real hot chick?
So Yochanan is saying to him, you see from the very nature of all korbanos, the way korbanos work is that they the blood goes into the airspace before going into the kli, and you consider it already before it goes into the kli as having been in the kli. So korbanos proves that point that an item located in the airspace above a receptacle is kli where it's already in. Now the Gemara brings up another topic, Tanan Hasan. Brings up the idea of, again, we're talking about water coming from a spring to be used for the paraduma. So it says in the Mishnah, Nasan Yado or Raglo or Ala Yerakos, what happens if the water going from the spring is like coming down a slope? And it's not going to go directly into
So just Maxwell offers a death fight before Congress, but with major conditions included.
To try to direct the water into
Grant a formal immunity, or it can't happen in the correctional facility where she's serving her
or
sentence.
vegetable leaves. And
Interview will be scheduled only after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition and her forthcoming
however,
habeas corpus.
Ale
Would you support giving her the questions ahead of time?
that would be
I mean,
It says it's likely the Supreme Court will not act on this.
I'm just surprised that it's not. I'm also surprised. I was talking to Sagar yesterday, Sagar,
direct the water
and from Breaking Points, and
the
You
water
want to show you where you book all these guys?
Double.
yeah, but he had called, but he said that the large question is, why wasn't this offered to her before? Why is it that they didn't have questions? I'm talking about why wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell asked who else was involved? She was only, I believe, convicted on one count of child sex or facilitating child sex trafficking or sex trafficking, I think, to a minor.
But if there's no list, otherwise she'd prison.
Well, because she was convicted of sex trafficking to one person named Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, they never asked her. Well, witnesses, right? But they never asked her. They never once asked her in her sentence on appeal. They never asked her once who else was there, was involved. You know you have names.
Well, they asked her. The last week, not
The Gemara
here.
makes a drasha on the last two.
Because she might give us some
In
hands.
other words,
Whoa, Epstein.
His whole Epstein
the
thing
Gemara says,
is they had 40 witnesses, many underage in 2008, that were there, could have put him away forever. The West Palm Beach thing goes to the feds. The feds and the Justice Department go, hey, by the way, this is Epstein. Apparently, Acosta, who's now Trump's labor secretary, I think, said we can't push it because Epstein belongs to intelligence. And so,
It's hard to see what's going on. If they just like make people talk, it's going to throw so many people currently in power under the bus. She's never going to talk.
well,
And the chance of her going suicidal pretty soon here is
If the
pretty
water comes
high.
off my hand, my hand is the cover.
well, I think at the end of the day, this is so visible, and
They're going to have no one's letting us out.
and mainly people are letting me go because as Americans, we feel we're like tired of having like very powerful, invisible people run everything and not be real accountable.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, sorry, I want to know what's up.
What does she got?
However, if the airspace above the top was considered like it was
That's part of the show, is
the
that?
water comes off my hand.
No joke,
Fascinating.
Donald Trump's heavily weighing giving Sean Diddy Combs a full presidential pardon. The head of the convicted bad boy record for another sentencing later this year. Wow. Nearly 2 months after Trump publicly the notion of a Diddy pardon in an Oval Office scandal, a comprehensive get-out-of-jail card for Combs is being seriously considered. An administration source tells them, please explain.
When you do anything, Trump, they do release those episodes. I don't know fuck about this. Any of the other stuff you're doing,
where the
release
water
the files
is
so get all
coming
the
off my hands and going into
Why
the
is
airspace
Diddy being considered for a pardon?
directly into the pig.
Is that right?
I think they're cool.
Did you see the Cassie
And
video?
that's why it's like he created it.
He's not a good guy.
Through his hand, because his hand went directly.
This dude's not a good guy.
I'm sure there's better guys to.
So it's here how to respond to
Sean Diddy Combs.
food.
Yeah.
Today Shiyav Remain it says explicitly in the Mishnah,
How
today
about pardon
Shiyav
Snowden?
the
I
water
think
is
it's pretty
fast.
hard to Sean
It has the implication that it's going in the air first
Sean
and then
Diddy.
The guy who
I'm
beat
gonna
the
keep
shit
Bob,
out
I'm
of
gonna
his
do it.
girlfriend.
made.
Like when I saw that video, I believed everything.
Yeah, but so that I agree that video is fucking awful.
That points out that
Let's say that video wasn't there.
certain things
It is.
are
So
not
it's hard to
If it wasn't, then I would have been like,
If the video's not there, I think what Trump sees in Diddy is what happened to him when they're going after him. And there's no real evidence. So he's going, I know exactly where you're going from.
Yeah.
That's based on the
say
testimony of a
The
Duterte in the
fundamental
following
difference, though, again, is what I saw with my own eyes, when I saw that guy turn around. And when I saw him doing that to her with my own eyes, I went, oh, you do everything. Like, if you can do that and beat the shit out of somebody, a woman like that, you do everything. Like, when I see that, you're done.
That's what the
flowing
prosecutor
water
released that
and you're
video.
directing the flowing
What
water
the fuck did he's bad dude?
walnut
And he's a bad guy.
when the water is approaching to the unit.
Rico Act and all
No, I think that was all an overreach.
Of course.
Do you know who the prosecutor was on that case?
This was a mice and
Who's another one who is,
and they brought the question they presented
James Comey.
And before it released that,
she
they released that.
said
I don't give a
it was
fuck what
kosher
else
to
you do.
call out
Release those.
So the the problem with releasing Epstein files is, you know why they haven't? First of all, they can't. So one of the reasons you can as a president is you don't have the authority to disclose young victims. So if a victim is underage, their name is protected.
Yeah, but you can black out the names.
You can black out the names.
To protect the predators.
There's a lot about an indictment like that you can't. You just legally have to go through channels because
So go through the channels. You're the president of the United States. You know what you're doing right now?
no, not because here's the other thing.
You're not flying around. I went flying around.
That's what I did.
I didn't go in.
That's my story. I never went to the
I went. I fished. I got some great fish. I fed some
I ran
fish.
along the beach.
I never went in.
I never went in.
Fun part started. I got on the boat.
Got on the boat and I left. I was like, I'm going to bed.
I saw extremely attractive women.
But here's the other thing. So when you get immunity in 2008, right? 2007 when you get arrested, and you cut a plea deal, which means you get your own, you got 2 years, you get your own wing in a county jail, all that stuff.
he had a target
Here's the thing.
Ben
They
Shine,
didn't gather any
unblemished
evidence.
and
When
1 year
you
old,
do a plea
which
deal,
counts as
the evidence
when you
gathering
slaughtered it.
does not exist.
This
You
Kabbalah,
don't build a
when you
case.
receive his
If you
blood,
don't
the
build a
Holacha,
case,
and
and
the
remember
blood
this,
in
he
the
got tipped off. He got tipped off that they were coming for his computers.
how do we know that the animal
Exactly.
still has to be
He got tipped off they were coming for his computers. Those computers got wiped or thrown away. So that there may not be any evidence. That's what I'm saying. That evidence may be fucking.
any part of its essential
I'm just telling you, you
must
may
be
see
done
the FC
while the
files and
animal
there's
remains in
nothing
the
there.
state.
That may be the
When
case.
it should be
Go ahead,
male,
tell
it should be
there's nothing there.
1
No,
year
I
old.
know. You gotta see.
Never gonna die.
First Rabbi asks, first follow
Let's know some people
You
don't
have
have
your
it. Because the
Yeshua
American public's never
Hold
gonna
on,
trust you.
You gotta see the
Outside line over this. This is
All
what he's not gonna get over.
You gotta see the FC files. I'm just saying there are major legal rules to that, which are in place to protect the
Even Trump space, like, no, hold up, back to China.
Yeah.
So watch
He's like,
this.
don't worry about it.
So here's what Cass Cattell was saying on Rogue.
There
are videos. Okay, you cannot make any video with an underage.
Surprisingly enough, I would not be surprised if Ryan Callen ended up on an Epstein list. But I went from the aspect of, like, I just saw recently on the Howard Stern subreddit, someone posted a picture of Howard. And Epstein was in the back. Like, that's what Epstein did. He was in those circles in that world and he was giving up money to people. So, like, Chris Tucker would be on the Epstein list, but that doesn't necessarily mean Chris Tucker did anything wrong. Because the Epstein was a billionaire giving out people money. And
that
the guy here taking his money, he was funding a lot of stuff. So it wouldn't completely shock you if Callen ended up on one of those lists.
requirement does not apply
And if you're just completely giving it all the Epstein stuff too. But I love how Shao called out Callen. Callen talking to Sagar for breaking
How
points.
can that be? We don't have an animal.
Sagar was just
1 year old
involved.
in the shepherd.
Maybe Sagar is trying not to burn
1
that
moment
Joe
later,
Rogan bridge.
it's
That Crystal
not
Lake
a year old
bridge
anymore.
with
How's
Kyle
that possible?
Kalinske
So
there,
however,
but
says, those are there. You see that
Callen's doing that, and Shao just calling out,
when it comes to
you're
touching,
talking to your
you
booking
follow a lot
guests
of
now on your show, way better guests, by the way,
24-hour period.
and you
And
don't care
therefore,
about
the
this
animal
show,
actually
you don't care about this
during the
podcast.
next
Duh,
when
Shao.
it becomes that time
That's
of
why
day,
everyone sees fuck
exactly
you.
following 2
I
years
made
after
that
it's
video
so
a 2
therefore,
months ago that
it was
Callen's
born right in the
distancing
middle of the
himself.
afternoon.
Duh, dude, he cares way more
prior,
about his
so
own
that was
podcast
2
now.
years prior,
He
it
flew
would
to
be 1
Texas
year
to do a
and
residency
11 months old.
at Joe
And if the
Rogan's
shooting
Comedy
was done,
Club.
and the moment
You
later
followed
was
it.
the exact
You're
moment
not
of the
part of the
2-year-old
plan.
birthday, that was
So
the
he shows
and
up
then the
disinterested. It doesn't give any
I'm going
help
to
in
stop
your
here, but I just want to
podcast.
ask you a little bit of
He's
time.
booking
Quick.
actual guests on his.
You go back to
I
something
mean,
of
why
Alex. The Gemara
and
needed Russia.
other
The
people.
Gemara said, the Pasuk says, well,
Sagar, Sagar's a big guest.
and the Gemara says,
Sagar was just a
take away the
flagrant
mem and we
breaking
from
points.
down, and we put it on the word hakar.
Sagar
And
isn't
we read
like,
it as if it says,
and
well,
Sean
down,
was talking to
may
Tim
hakar.
Kennedy and
You take the blood from the cow's
Catheter
neck,
guy.
and
I
therefore
don't know
you
his
see that
name.
it can't go on the
When
surface.
Callen's
So
not
this
there.
is a principle called going
So,
over
like,
the
Sean's
changing around
probably
the
like,
legs.
wait a minute.
The
You're
Malbim
doing your
in
own
his spiritual
podcast. You
Torah,
don't
Malbim
help
often
here.
will explain
And you're
how
getting
the
way, you're
Hachamim
booking way
came up
better
with certain
guests.
drushes that they came
Don't
up with,
book any
and how it
guests
makes
for
sense
here.
based on
What
a
you're
list
really
of
doing here, Pete,
613 rules that
is
he
like,
comes
hey,
up with
stupid. He
for
doesn't want
the
to do a
Torah's
podcast
route.
with you.
So he says the following
You're being
thing, which is
sued
fascinating.
for
He says
fraud,
many defects in the Torah
conspiracy.
can basically indicate
And you're trying to not do a podcast with you before that.
indicate
But now that's in the
when
mix.
it's followed, when
Callen
it
is
follows the word
distancing
the
himself from you.
So
You
it
tried
always
having
means
to talk
either
with Shah
that you should take
already, by the way.
nay from
You tried
a certain
saying
place,
Shah
so it indicates a mother. So Hashem tells us take something,
the text
and then
is,
it'll say
I'm gonna
take
focus on
it me
stand
from
up.
this, take it from this
Rogan's
place.
giving me a
That's
thing.
one
I mean, I love to still do a
Second
podcast
possibility,
with you, but
which often
I'm
the
moving
Gemara
to
says
Texas.
is that
I
a
gotta
mem
figure some
defect
things out.
indicates you should
And
take
Shah was
part
like,
of
you
something,
know,
but not the whole
I've
thing.
heard
An
this
example
before.
is when Hashem
Theo
told
did
Moshe
this
to
to
take the
me.
water from the Nile. He said,
I'm
take
coming
one
with
of
you.
the water. You say take some of
And
the water
Callen
from the
just
whole.
like,
Those are two possibilities.
But
So what is the
let me know
Torah?
your
How does
thoughts
the
in the
Torah
comments.
convey the idea of taking the entire thing? So the Torah will say the word v'lakach followed by the word es. we'll say Velokach es Shemen HaMishkan, take all of it, not part of it. So what's going on here? Here he says, the Torah says, Velokach mi dam hapar. You should take from the dam hapar. So that can mean two things. Because either you take some of the dam of the par, or take all of it. So he says, well, it can't mean take some of it, because the Gemara, if you remember, brought a pasuk. It says, up to later, it says, the es kol dam hapar yishkot. All of the blood he must pour on the outer mizbeach. So he says, we're stuck here. It can't mean take part of it, because in context, it's clear it doesn't mean. So what must that mem mean? That mem must mean you should take from it. It's indicate place you should take it from. So the Gemara says,
Greatest co-host of all
instead
time,
of saying Velokach
possibly
mi
one of the
dam
greatest
hapar,
streamers of all time at this
Velokach
point.
where should you take
What?
it
Why
from?
do you think the influence?
Nay, hapar. The mem is going on the place you
He's a
take it
streamer.
from.
Rampage Ross, ladies and gentlemen, Rampage Ross.
Why is the Torah saying all these things? Why is the Torah just right for the first time? How does he write it right?
Like kind of semi-loaded
Which
baseball
was
league.
causing us to move this whole calculation. It says another one.
And we're sitting here with the real Slim Shady, ladies and gentlemen. Come on! Come on, man! I wish you were on the Rothschild got the info. Come on, man!
So first, dam adam. One who kills the dam of the person. That's called the season. The word dam is connected to the word following. The word says, dam has the blood of the person. Anytime it says the word dam, it always refers to dam and the
Really like Wesley
blood
Snipes
of
from
the
Definition
person.
Man?
The life blood of the person. So first, dam adam means to avoid the life blood of the person. So it says, dam can also be the word when the word dam
Look who the fuck it is. How you living, pimp?
Yo,
Yo, it's been a long 27 fucking minutes.
What's up?
Living
what's up, Mr. Rabbi?
Living the dream, baby. How are you?
I'm jolly as a elf in the elf factory.
All right, you jerking yourself off raw?
All day, every day.
No
Never
doubt.
stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Rockefeller. No doubt about it, big dog. All right, so are you ready to get your ass kicked in like 1,000 different games?
I'm outside with my dog right now, so
Okay, how about tonight? How about tonight?
yeah, tonight probably. I just have to fill out some send this application thing to my town, and then I'll come back with her.
Okay.
So I can talk for a little bit right now.
All right, so what's new?
Take all of the lifeblood from them.
The U.S. Canada women's game just happened,
Who won?
and U.S. Well, Canada tied in regulation, and U.S. won in overtime. But I kind of dispute the overtime, because it was the overtime in the gold medal game should not go to 3-on-3.
Oh,
If you want to make the overtime 3-on-3 to expedite it to get to the gold medal game, fine, but you can't just make the gold medal game 3-on-3. That's just a new game, and I get it's equal or whatever, but it's more. It's not a formal way that the Olympics should operate, in my opinion.
would you rather have it be a shootout?
No, it should just be 5-on-5.
I understand, but nobody's got time for that.
We do have time for it in like several past Olympics. I'm thinking. I mean, it would be pretty sexist, honestly, if the men's overtime goes to 5-on-5, which is the way that they've done it every Olympics, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, that is totally sexist.
Yeah, but it's like the ratings or whatever. No one wants to watch the women as much, I guess. So we're just gonna make it 3-on-3. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. That's totally sexist and wrong.
Yeah,
Okay, dude, I was so excited about the fucking Winter Olympics, and they're on Peacock, which is like a bitch, and I've watched a little bit, but nothing great. And I see that your fucking curling team takes after your Play-Doh skills by giving yourselves unfair advantages, but you know that's just how it is. I'm sure those motherfuckers would want an iPad if they had one. You don't know what I'm referencing, do you?
I do. The Swedish guy that got mad at Team Canada because he claimed that he touched the rock after the line when clearly he did not touch the rock.
He touched it on the he touched it on the line. There's no doubt about that.
No, there's clear photo evidence that he did not violate any rules.
Dude, I don't even know why that is. I mean, with that being said, I don't know why that's a big deal. Like, it's not a big deal. Who cares? Like,
yeah, there's like some cool painting of like this dude with like his arm extending and it's just like his index finger like just floating out there as like, and it's like, yeah, he's not gonna get any power by just gently like making contact as he releases the stone. But I mean, rules are rules. You can't. I'm all for having fair rules. I think that's definitely a thing that plagues hockey for sure. I don't know if you saw the Czech. I'm sure you didn't because you are American, but the Czech yellow. Don't eat that. In the Czech game versus Canada, they Canada goes up 3-2, and then Czech comes down the ice. They block a shot. They go down 3-on-2. Pass to some guy. The Canadian back checker was just not covering his person. The guy scores, and they count the goal, so it's 3-3. But somehow, no one on the Canadian bench noticed this, and no referee noticed this, and the people in the stands didn't start chanting too many men on the ice, because for the entire play, there were 6 Czech hockey players on the ice the entire time. It's not like they were doing a lane switch or a shift change or anything. There was just straight up 6 people on the ice, and they counted the goal.
Dude, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It just unbelievable how that slipped through everyone's fingers, and then luckily Canada won in overtime. But had they not won, it just would have been like Canadians would have gone to war with Czech or something. We would have been absolutely. People have been losing their minds, making death threats and doing what, God knows what, like riots in the streets in Canada, I'm sure. Everywhere, boycotting everything from Czech, like, I don't know, mental.
Are you guys going to win the gold medal?
I mean, it's a little bit like poker, to be honest. I think there's a lot of luck involved in hockey. I mean, it's skill, but it just could go like, it's kind of a coin flip a little bit, so it's hard to say who's going to have luck on their side and perform the best. But I hope we win. The some Czech guy is just like a complete goon, and they took out our captain Sidney Crosby because the refs didn't mind him getting cross-checked in the face when he didn't have to talk to like 4 people trying to injure him, and they injured his knee, so he's probably not going to play, which is not great.
Not great at all.
But I think they still have a pretty damn good team, but still pretty shitty that happened.
Oh, totally. And do you think that Like, give me some odds. What are the odds that they win it all?
Well, they're already in the semifinal, so statistically that would be 25%. But they're playing Finland. So Finland is a weaker team, I think, than the U.S. has to play. We're hoping to see a Canada-U.S. final. Whether there's going to be an upset in that, I think the odds are that it's a Canada-U.S. final and then the Canada-U.S. final. I mean, I'm not a bookie, but I'd say like maybe 60% chance Canada wins, and I'm just throwing that number out of the sky. I have no idea what the odds are, but that's what I feel like it is. Which is not 60-40 coin flip is not a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, I agree with you there. Okay, so that's not
Will you watch the game if it's Canada-U.S. final?
potentially, yeah. I watch the big shit usually.
Potentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I know it's like really important in Canada, but in the United States, it's like it's okay. I mean, it's I hope that I hope the United States wins, but again, like I can't really name anybody on this team, and I could probably name more Canadian players. I mean, Sidney Crosby would probably be. He's pretty old to be playing still, right?
Yeah, he is. I think he's like 38 or something, which is definitely pretty old. Like there's guys on the Team Canada team that like literally they grew up watching Sidney Crosby, and Sidney Crosby was his idol, was their idol, you know. So
Right. And now
he's got like a decade or almost 2 decades on these people that he's playing with potentially, because some of them are 20 years old. So
right. Do you think that Sidney Crosby has he won a gold medal before? He's won 2 of them, right?
yeah, he scored this iconic gold medal goal in overtime against the U.S. in the 2010 Vancouver Olympics, and people absolutely lost their mind when he scored that goal. I don't know if he's won another. Probably, I'm guessing, he won another Olympics.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Finland, Canada, United States. Who's U.S. playing?
Slovakia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it looks like it'll go Canada, United States. United States has not been doing as well as we normally do in this year's games. It's just we're usually pretty dominant. Italy's done really well, but that usually happens with the home team.
Right. I mean, Italy is like, last I checked, they're like the second highest medal winner, which was interesting because I don't think of Italians being that great at winter sports. Like they have mountains and stuff, but so does Switzerland, and so does like France and Austria, and like all sorts of places in Canada, US. So I don't know if that's home field advantage. Definitely in skiing, on like this course that they did, and it was like this gnarly, like icy sheet, and some athletes didn't want to compete in it because it's too dangerous. And this American woman that like destroyed her knee, she tore her ACL and then still competed, and then on like the second turn fell and destroyed her knee again on the track. The Italians definitely have like a home field advantage there because they can train on that specific track all the time. But for other sports, I haven't really looked at what the Italian medals are if a lot of them are in skiing, that wouldn't really surprise me.
Right. They have some major advantages. Have you watched figure skating at all?
No, the only highlight I saw was some, like, I think he was an American, wiped out twice. Disappointed in, like, the men's singles, but yeah, normally I do like figure skating, kind of, at least like the pairs when they throw stuff, but I've been, I don't know. Normally I'm hyped about the Olympics, but this Olympics I'm just like, it all just seems so meaningless a little bit. Like, it feels like fabricated hype that I'm supposed to care about almost.
I agree.
But I guess it's cool, but
I agree with you.
I don't know.
No. I totally agree with you. And it's a shame because it is usually like it's very exciting. People, get very patriotic, but the United States is pretty divided right now, and we're not like behind our president, and like usually, at least in the United States, we're like the president will either go to the games or like attend something, and that hasn't happened. And I don't know. I just think that like generally people are more excited about them, and because there's a lot going on domestically, they're just not. People aren't as excited as they normally are. But I don't know. I mean, maybe there are some people who are super. Not really though. I've talked to a lot of people around the globe, and like nobody's really that excited that they're going on. And I mean, I think it kind of hurts as well. And I could be wrong, but like there to see stuff live, it's like European time, and that isn't always that convenient for people in the United States. And because of that, people in the U.S. just basically, I just would say, are not very enthused. As you know, like
yeah, I agree. It kind of we're waking up at 9 a.m. to watch a hockey game.
Exactly. And the Winter Olympics never have the same pull as the Summer Olympics do, at least in the United States. Summer Olympics, people really get behind them, and I think people are excited for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, and they're just kind of like, okay, we've got to get through these games, and and just frankly, the United States does not have any really good I don't want to say any really good athletes, because that puts down some people who are really good, but like
no like well-known phenom.
Yeah, we have like
that are just like celebrities practically.
Exactly, Apollo Anton Ono, or like that one girl who was like 41. She like blew her knee out. Tiger Woods' chick. Lindsey Vaughn. And we're just not super enthused, I'd say, about the whole.
America has a lot of good freestyle skiers.
Yeah, I mean, like that's still not the sports that really people get behind are figure skating. That's a big one. And
Hockey, I think, is like the most. I mean, one of the most exciting ones.
Oh yeah,
Not the most exciting one.
no doubt, no doubt. But Americans still don't get behind it like other countries do, and
I don't know, I think there's a lot of Americans that do like hockey. It's just it's not like football.
Agreed, 100%.
A ton more fans, but there's still a decent amount of fans.
Right, it's probably like I'm doing something right now, so I'm like not like able to look up the statistics that I want to.
What are you doing?
I am trying to log a device in, and I'm just going through this thing with Discord where it keeps telling me I have to verify my email, and I've literally verified it like 15 times, and it's like it's not getting it.
Are they asking you for a phone number?
No, I've verified.
Discord locked me out of my second account because I didn't provide a phone number. They don't have a second phone number to provide.
No, I
Very
verified.
stupid.
I verified my phone number, and it's an aged account, which just I don't know. I think they just have something on there. And did you know YouTube had an outage a few days ago?
No, I did not. There was that other big outage that like took out the internet a little while ago. I forgot what it was, but it was like some fire cloud host thingy.
Yeah,
Cloudflare.
Cloudflare.
Cloud host? Or
Cloudflare.
what's it called?
Cloudflare.
Yeah.
So like many times I have a second device in here that shows my screen on one of my other computers, and I am using that computer for something. I'm using that device for something else. Basically, I made a like a robot that automatically uploads my life onto Instagram, and I did a cool thing. It's actually really cool. Okay, so I okay, so what this thing does, and I showed it to you, and you were like, that was like that thing that had like 100 things, but like I'm just going through every major artist and even not major artists and creating a video on every single song that's in the Instagram database, basically. And what that's
So that is so like when people click the song, it will pop up.
Yeah, exactly. And I just think it'll be really cool in the future. Like there'll be small artists who will become really big because I made a video of them in 2026. But like there's like a band, I only know one of their songs, Franz Ferdinand, if you've ever heard of that band. And I don't consider myself a Franz Ferdinand fan, but I just didn't know they had all the songs that they do. And so I just went through and like just had this bot going that just made a ton of content with theirs. So someday somebody from Franz Ferdinand's going to come in here and they're going to be like, dog, that's amazing. And what I really like about it, there are a lot of songs out there that I only know it's like an instrumental song and I don't know the name of it. And now all I have to do is just go through and I'm like, oh, I know that song. Or especially like great like symphony orchestra songs. I just wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I know that, or operas. And so I'm just like making a ton of content. So what I did was normally I can create a robot on a like an iOS device or on an Android device, but I haven't been able to do it. I have like a bunch of Amazon tablets, and I was never able to do it on those, but I figured it out the other day, and that means it's like I can, and they work really, really well. They're really consistent, and so it's a lot of programming, but it's actually kind of a lot of fun. It's like pattern recognition and stuff, and I really like that kind of stuff. And so what I have done is been able to take my robots and make them create like tons and tons of content, like ridiculous amounts of content, which I think is really cool. And meaning like, I don't know, thousands of Instagram reels, and then they just like upload even when I'm asleep, and I just think it's cool. So I needed one of the devices that I was using for that for something else. So I just created this channel. Yeah, yeah. So the account that I'm coming in with right now, it says Speed Racer Girl, but that should have a different name to it. But that's okay. That's if you're like, why do you have Speed Racer Girl? Sometimes I have to create. Just a minute, let me mute myself. Sometimes I have to create accounts to see that my other account is working. And if I go in with two Rabbi Rothschild accounts, they'll just ban both of them because they consider that to be like, you're not supposed to have more than one account in a given server. So to get around that, I'll sometimes create them on different profiles. So anyway, I'm going to create a robot that every like hour or so joins this call and shows my screen. If I don't do that, then what ends up happening is I have to keep manually restarting the manually restarting the device every like, I don't know, 12 hours or so, and it just gets annoying. So I'm trying to really just automate a lot of things. So, but it's kind of
Where
fun.
do you find the music database of every single song on Instagram?
Yeah, great question. So I'll go in and just type in Taylor Swift, and then it'll give you every Taylor Swift song, and I'll just save it. And then it'll give you a bunch of songs that are related to Taylor Swift, and then I'll get all of those as well. And then I'll go through and just get like, I'll type in the word like musical, and I'll just get a ton of musicals, or like orchestra, and it'll give me like a bunch of things for orchestra. Or I'll type in.
So you're just randomly typing in shit?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I get every rap song ever, and every musical ever, and every symphony ever, and every opera ever.
It's gonna be every rap song ever. Yeah, I get that there's a list that comes up, but you know it's every single one.
Well, it's not every single one. There are, I'm sure, people who don't have their music on Instagram, but it's basically.
No, I'm talking about even on Instagram.
Yeah, because they end up repeating themselves. So if you like, I don't know, do it enough. I mean, they probably have like 20,000 songs on the entire platform. Maybe they have more. Maybe they have hundreds of millions of songs, but they really don't. They don't have a lot of repeats. So I'll find that, like, if I go through and I type in Jay-Z and I get all the Jay-Z songs and then go to the bottom, it'll be a bunch of people who are related to Jay-Z, but I don't know. And then if I do Kanye West, it'll go all the Kanye West songs, and then the same people will be in the same list. And then I'll go through and do like Cool Mo Deep and Cool in the Gang. Like, I'll just do like the top 100 artists ever, and it kind of gets a bunch of people at the bottom who just.
How do you upload a song to Instagram?
There's an import button. So in Reels, there's an import button, and you press it, and then you can upload your music into Reels. However, and then from there, I believe you name it, and then other people can use it as well.
Do you tag the genre of it?
I believe it's just the name and the song, the artist name and the song name.
Okay. Just because, I mean, there's like a lot of like obscure names of bands or whatever, like Dream Ivory was like an indie band I listened to. It's like, how are you gonna find Dream Ivory?
Because I'll type in a band, I'll type in a band like Red Hot Chili Peppers, and it'll give me all the Red Hot Chili Pepper songs, and then it'll give me all the Weezer songs, and then it'll give me all the Nirvana songs, and then at the very bottom it'll be Dream Ivory.
Do you know that they're niche, like really niche artists at the bottom, or are they just recommending popular songs that everyone else?
No, the further down you go, the more niche it gets. So like at the very bottom, it's like people you've never heard of. And then what I've also been doing is going through and making it so that I like will double dip or whatever. I don't know how else to describe it. But like, let's say I have a video where I'm asleep during it. I want that artist or whatever, that band in the future to be like, oh, he was sleeping during my song. So I will just make sure that I go through and do it again, and when I'm awake. So I basically have like multiple bases covered. Like I'm doing multiple artists, and I'm doing or I should say multiple videos of the same artist. So I mean, am I like 100% sure that I'm getting every single song? No, because somebody's gonna upload a song that is really, really small, or just people's voices. Like if they have like if you do a reel of your own, somebody can import that as a voice. And so I'm not doing every single person's voice, but I am doing
A lot of like voice things.
yeah, but I am doing some of them. So like there's a lot of stand-up comedy on there, and so I'll just have like a random video of myself that is like has like a stand-up comedy routine. So I've been putting in like famous stand-up comedians, and then I just have like I just consider it to be art, and that's really what I'm making. Is I'm taking their art and putting video to it, and that creates new kinds of art, and I think that's really cool.
Is William Montgomery in it?
He is in it because he's in Reels. Were you aware that William Montgomery is he has not been closing Kill Tony, and he's having trouble selling tickets? Of course you wouldn't know this because you're not as big a William Montgomery fan as I am. And that's cool.
I tuned into your Twitter stream, and it happened to land on a William Montgomery Kill Tony thing.
Because I'm a diehard. Because I'm diehard, baby.
That wasn't you weren't watching a recent one?
I was the other day. I was watching like a bunch of them in a row. I do that. I'll watch Kill Tony, and then I'll watch it again like 2 or 3 times during the week because I don't always hear the joke the first time, or I may not always get the joke. Like I'm doing other things, so just so I make sure that I get everything. And yeah, William Montgomery, people just don't think he's that funny anymore. And I just a moment. He's losing his momentum. I'm not saying he's not funny, but he's losing momentum. at least for the Kill Tony audience, if you like check the subreddit and stuff, people are just generally like they're like, is
He's
this?
not performing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of blame him to some extent. Like he misses a lot of time. Like imagine, I don't know, you're like a I don't know. I'm just somebody when I go to work. I'm at work. I go to work. Um, like I don't miss work when I'm employed. Um, I just think that he misses like twice a month, at least over the course of the last 6 months. And I know he just says he's sick or whatever, but it's because he can't come up with jokes. And the jokes that he does come up with are not really that hilarious. What makes him funny is not his stand-up comedy; it's his banter with Tony and other people. And it's just, I mean, I'm not saying his stand-up comedy isn't funny. It is. He had some funny stuff this past week that I thought was funny, but he, you know, I would just say his stand-up comedy is kind of easy. All he has to do, he doesn't have to memorize anything. All he has to do is go read his cards, and he has to put out like 5 jokes a week or whatever. And his jokes are just generally pretty. What's the word for which I'm looking? Generally pretty. Like sometimes they're related to like new content, but other times it's just like it doesn't make any. I don't. It's not related to anything. I think he's talented. I do, but his talent is really in the banter that he has with Tony, and not so much he's like the best storyteller ever. And I mean, I don't expect him to be, but
I can't imagine watching him do like a 15-minute set because I've never seen him do these so-called performances that he speaks of. Because he can't just. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but if it's anything like Kill Tony, where he just does these like obscure one-liners, I mean, I guess, but I feel like it would just really lose its magic after like the first 3 minutes almost.
I agree. And it's not a good sign when he is not selling out. Like usually, somebody who has been doing it as long as he has should have like a lot of fans, and wherever he goes, he should easily sell out. But it's not. It's not that way. And
where did you find that out? On Kill Tony brought that up?
Yeah. So he says, hey, I'm not selling out. So if you could please, like watch my stand-up or buy tickets to my stand-up, I'd really appreciate it. What I'm finding is, and this is what he says, this is what I say. He says that the clubs are having to comp a lot of his tickets, which is not a good sign for him. Now, do I think he could be one of the biggest stand-up comedians in global history? Yeah, I do. He has that kind of talent. But as of right now, he's like a what do they call that thing? Where you make videos for
bobbling his opportunity.
Yeah, where you make videos for people. What's that called?
Cameo.
He's like a cameo person. And not that that's not cool.
I mean, people have highly reviewed his cameo, though. If you actually check the reviews, he has, for sure, a 5-star rating. Because he does an excellent job on the cameo.
Right. But what I'm saying is that's like really small. Or they're really short, is what I'm trying to say.
Where's he carrying it? He's carrying it in his left hand.
Yeah,
And yet the Pasuk says,
but I mean, for like $200, $300, I do a minute video just talking to someone as they make a career. What pisses me off about Cameo is that they don't show you the videos, or at least like they give you like maybe like a few sample videos, but I feel like you should have the option to allow it to be shared with other people.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Just from what I've seen, I mean, I think you can share it. Some of the on William Montgomery's page when I last checked, there was like no cameos even see.
Okay, just for a moment. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll just be all of it.
No. So because it's not the keys that is in the Hakir Torah, even if the Kohen did it with his left hand, it's going to be totally fine. I have a Hari Kabbalah. The Hari Kabbalah, the Sibu, so what about the receiving of the blood? Kabbalah, the Sibu, Kiruna. The Pasuk says, Vita Abraham Hakir Kabbalah. And we'll say the Kabbalah is one of the four blood avodos, and therefore necessary parts of the Kabbalah. What did we learn? Kibel Bismol. You did Kabbalah with your left hand. Puzzle. Ultimately, again, Rabbanan say that it's puzzle. Rabbi Shimon Makshi. It's the most Rabbi Shimon says it's conscious. I don't understand. If every single time the Torah says, by Abraham Aki, when someone is in a second part of the sacrificial service, it means you have to do it with your right hand. And how could Rabbi Shimon say that you did Kabbalah with your left hand that it's kosher? Which word says, no. Rabbi Shimon, Harki boy. We'll say that in reality, Rabbi Shimon actually requires both. Rabbi Shimon ultimately requires the word etzba and tuna. The only word the Torah is both etzba and tuna, then it tells you that it has to be done with the right hand. And if it doesn't have both etzba and tuna, what does that teach me? That it can even be done with the left. Which one do you want? Me, by Rabbi Shimon Harki, is actually Rabbi Shimon requires both etzba and tuna. Not time we learn Rabbi Shimon in there. Shnei Yad. Every Torah says Yad, Eino Ela Yamim. So we'll say Yad in Torah only refers to the right hand. Etzba, Eino Ela Yamim. Ultimately, again, it's so too when it says Etzba. Etzba also teaches you that.
Yo, what up, big dog?
Etzba. So we'll say, so you see when you have that plus.
So anyway, I just think that William Montgomery is, I think he's very funny, but he has some work that he needs to do in terms of just being a better stand-up comic. I think he's funny, and I'm obviously his biggest fan in the world, but he's just, he could be funnier, and
I've said this before, but I feel like the Kill Tony format just kind of sucks, and maybe it's not like the format itself, but just the comedians that come up or whatever, like they do their minute of stand-up, maybe they get like some feedback on it, they get roasted or whatever, but like most of the time it's just like not, I don't know, I've seen a lot of just dry interview. It's not even like Tony's or Red Band or any like the judges' fault. It's just like the judges are like the guest judges are usually like the funniest ones, and then the comedian just is like a deer in headlights when it comes to like interview time. You can barely like say funny words.
yeah.
You know, it's like it really kind of gets rid of the illusion, because it's like sure anyone can rehearse like a minute of material, but with the interview is basically just improv for whatever 5-10 minutes until they get bored of you and check you out. If they like you, they'll keep you along and maybe make you like turn you into like an Uncle Laser or whatever. But just so many comedians, I'm just like astounded by how much they suck at the interview, or it's just like they're not being funny.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of them get stage fright. Some of them, it's their first time. And I think that they should know. I mean, he asked, I can tell you exactly what questions he asked. He says, how long have you been doing stand-up? What do you do for a living? When did you move to Austin or where you're from? What's your love life like? Do you how much money do you have in your bank account? Did I ask like what's your career? Like that's it. He doesn't ask any other questions in that. So if you just know that or have funny answers to that, you can do really, really well. There was a guy 2 weeks ago who wasn't funny. I mean, and maybe he was funny, but he was ill prepared and was not able to do stand up. He was not able to get his minute out, but he was really funny in the interview, and they gave him a golden ticket. Meaning, like if you can show that you're funny, you have a chance. There's also the issue where
What does the golden ticket mean?
Means whenever you want, you can contact the show and perform 1 minute of stand up.
So you get like a free re-up.
Yeah, but for life.
You have to go again.
For life, though. So that's like a big benefit to a stand up comedian. Because then they're only like,
Oh, what the hell?
in the history of the show, maybe 20 people who have golden tickets, and a lot of them are not in Austin. So that means the ones that are in Austin have like a huge advantage on the ones that aren't, in terms of they can go up and maybe be on once a month or so, and that means that they're able to then sell tickets and basically
Build a career.
yeah, exactly, thank you, exactly, build a career, which is extremely valuable to them. And then there's a really good opportunity for them to make a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, just a moment, I'm joining with this other account. When I say a lot of money, I mean a few $100,000 a year. And a lot of these people are like homeless. So, that's way better than they were doing. And I would say as well, there's the opportunity that they could then make millions of dollars a year. Like they could become really, really big. Do you know? Oh yeah, Casey Rocket, like from the William Montgomery show, of course. He's someone who kind of squandered his. I don't want to say he doesn't have a chance to be successful, but he went into rehab and no one's heard from him, and he had to cancel his. He had a what do you call it? A residency, and he had to cancel that, and he doesn't do Kill Tony anymore. Like he had a chance to go from nothing to $100,000 air to potentially millionaire pretty easily had he just stayed clean, but he wasn't able to stay clean, and now his career's in jeopardy, and everybody wonders where he is, and is he ever going to be back, and all that other shit. I think that somebody like Cam Patterson, if you know who Cam Patterson is, he's going to be a millionaire. He's going to be a multimillionaire someday. And not too far. I mean, he's already on Saturday Night Live, and even though he's not super popular on Saturday Night Live, he's going to be. Or he's going to be able to get movies and at least like a Netflix deal from that. So that's, like really impressive.
Where did you hear Casey Rocket is in rehab? Because
Oh,
thought
dude.
you told me he just moved to Chicago.
No. It's well known on the Kill Tony subreddit, so that's where I found out about it.
Well, that's speculation.
No, it's all over. Like everybody knows it. It's like pretty well known. It's pretty well known within the comedy scene. Like there are people who are like, we're friends with him, and we just wish him the best. He is just, I think, supposed to be out of rehab this spring, something like that. So certainly hope the best for him. But there was even a post on Monday that said, "Hey, what happened to Casey Rocket?" And the people were like shitting all over the person. Like, don't you know? Like, everybody knows that he's in rehab. Like, how could you ask such a question? The person was like, "Wow, sorry, I liked him as a comedian. I didn't know what happened to him." So I mean, when people are like shitting on you for not knowing that, it's just kind of like it's like,
I think it'll just be a setback for him, and it'll be fine because he is popular enough to keep kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, but he's got to get the drugs under control. Too many.
Yeah, I thought he had been saying that he was clean for a while anyway.
He went into not remission, but he relapsed. Thank you. Yeah, he relapsed. And as I'm sure you're aware, drugs are extremely powerful, and especially when you're in a situation like he is, where every night you're in a different city and people know you to be the guy who like does drugs, there's going to be a major temptation to want to live that fast lifestyle. Like Uncle Laser, he just got in trouble. I don't know if he got in trouble, but people are like, "What's up with Uncle Laser?" He was on some podcast with some porn star and got blown by him on the podcast, or got blown by the porn star on the podcast, the woman, and apparently that like was not a good look for. I don't know. Tony didn't like it. I don't know. Now that one's speculation because there hasn't been anything about that, but. See, like these guys.
I mean, when people witnessed it on the podcast,
you're asking, did people witness him getting blown on the podcast? Apparently, yeah. I mean, I didn't see it, but like that's kind of how Uncle Laser is, though. When in terms of like his personality and everything, he is like a guy who would like thrive on that. But I don't know, like Kill Tony's become very corporate. They've got Netflix gigs, they do arena shows. It's not what it once was. And I think that they make just on YouTube every week $40,000. And I think for each ad read they get an additional like $20,000 each, and they do like maybe 5 per show, something like that. And then they have like smaller sponsors as well. So like overall, I think they're bringing in maybe $100,000 profit per week. That's after everybody gets paid and everything. There's an issue that arises with Kill Tony too. This is what everybody hates about it, but especially David Lucas and Casey Rocket. You don't get paid to do Kill Tony. So you basically you're on your own for transportation. So let's say you're going on a tour of the Western United States. You have to be back on Monday if you want to do Kill Tony. And that can really cause issues with your planning and such. Um, Usually, the life of a comic is you get into town on Thursday and perform maybe Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and then you're home on Sunday. At least a big comic, but if not, maybe you're home on Monday. And with Kill Tony, it just doesn't pay anything. So these guys are like, I have to be back in Austin every Monday if I want to get well known on it. Have you seen the new guy? His name's Dedrick Flynn.
I don't watch Kill Tony.
Okay, so they have a new guy, Dedrick Flynn, who is pretty funny, but he's kind of getting old, but he's like a guy who started in his car basically, and now has some money, so it can change lives. But he's not able to. He's got to be back on Monday. Wait, hold on, I misspoke. It does. Kill Tony does pay if you are a regular, and they're like William Montgomery makes money. I think he makes $100,000 a year just from Kill Tony, and like if you're a guy who is so some of the guys sign contracts, and those aren't disclosed what they are, but I think it's about $100,000 a year for like William Montgomery just to do that, and then he can go and do shows anywhere he wants. And they have, I think, 3 regulars. So right now under contract, I think they have Dedrick Flynn, William Montgomery, and Ari Mahdi. But I could be wrong on if they're all like getting paid exactly for the work that they're doing. And I know you don't watch it, but like that's basically the rumor that goes around. Whether it's true or not, you tell me. I am trying to program this thing, so apologies if I'm not like as focused as I normally am. But okay. In terms of Casey Rocket, though, he was never, I think, a paid regular. He could have been, but I think he was just like he would just do little skits here and there or whatever. And his shit got old very quickly. William Montgomery at least comes back. Everybody gets old. I mean, I think that's what everybody finds, except people still think Ari Mahdi is very, very funny, and he is. He's like basically a professional comedian. And if he...
that's the guy from
Estonia?
Right?
Yeah, and if he had his green card or like American citizenship, he wouldn't need Kill Tony anymore. He could tour the world. He was already, though, Estonia's biggest comedian when he came in, so that's kind of a huge advantage.
I haven't seen his stand-up, but I heard him on William Montgomery show.
He's very funny. Like, of anybody who I would go and see, I would want to go see William Montgomery just because I'd want to know what that was like. But I don't think William Montgomery is as smart of a comedian, perhaps. I don't know. He's just not as polished as Ari Mahdi is. And there's another guy, Dedrick. I talked about him, Dedrick Flynn. He apparently just absolutely kills the room when he's there. But people haven't been really super enthused on him. Then they have this Timmy No Breaks, who I think is just a one-trick pony kind of a deal. Who those are like the big either golden ticket or regulars who have been making moves. And then they have some other people who get on who are just absolutely awful. I think they're bad. And I wouldn't have given them a golden ticket. Maybe if they did get a golden ticket, they didn't deserve it. But you can tell what Tony Hinchcliffe wants. He wants a situation where he had someone from every, like a very diverse group. So he has like a Southern white guy. That's William Montgomery. And he has a Texan. That's Uncle Laser. He's got an Asian lady. or a couple of them, like a Chinese woman, a Vietnamese woman. He's got a Persian. Well, she's not a regular. He's got like your like he has like an African American guy, and when and like Mexican people. But you can tell like the people aren't held to the same standards. Like there's an Asian woman who recently got a golden ticket, and she's not that funny. And if she had done the same stand up and been a and say been just like a um and she had been a just a regular dude, I don't think that she would have been as well received. But because she was an Asian woman, I mean, they even said like that's like a huge reason why she got the bump that she did. They said that like Red Band will let any Asian chick up, and not to say she's not funny, she is, but it's just like they want someone from every like background, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I like the diversity, but sometimes they'll give some people more benefit of the doubt than other people. Like there's a like and then also there's been the rumor too that if Tony needs somebody like he needed like an African American male after Cam Patterson left, and so all of a sudden like the next week or something he makes this Dedrick Flynn not just a golden ticket winner but a regular. So this guy's been on a lot. And I don't know, people have just said like he needs to fill these certain groups. But again, I think funny's funny, so it's just whoever they can find to be really funny, I think they should be rewarded, not based on what they look like. Basically, how much can they make the crowd laugh? So I know I'm so shocked that you don't like Kill Tony, but you really like William Montgomery. That's his bread and butter. He's one of.
I like watching William Montgomery on Kill Tony, and I'll watch the compilations of just William Montgomery on Kill Tony. But just because I've been burned way too many times sitting through these funny comics, these awful interviews, I'm like, what's the point of me watching this? But like I mentioned, what's his face? The dude who was the guitar player that got fired from Kill Tony.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Watkins. He has his own stand-up on the spot show, and it's just improv comedy. That one I like more. There's no interview bullshit. Just crowd yells out suggestions, comedians roll. It's more comedy focused because Kill Tony is like 1 minute of comedy and like the rest just like random banter. But this one's actually like comedy. We do comedy here. The thing that Zoot sucks at, we do it here.
Dude, I don't know what it is. He cannot get off those 10 topics that I talk about that he's obsessed with. He just can't get off them. And I've told him, like, dude, your comedy's going to get really old really quickly if everything's about sex and mental illness. Like, it's just, you need more than that. You need to be you need your stand-up needs to be diverse. And so I told him yesterday, I just want you to make a joke up about food. That's a big subject. You can, just basically like what we were doing with him in terms of improv, but just do it with food. That's it. All you have to do is just make a joke up about food. And the joke that he gives me is about is semen considered a food? Like, dog, come on, man. Like, I kind of hate the people from Raw Comedy or whatever because they basically made him think that he's funny, and now he thinks that that's what people want. And I mean, I'm glad that he made it as far as he did, and I'm proud of him for that. But he thinks that like people are like, oh, that's what they want is just like mental illness jokes and jokes about sexuality, and I just don't think that you can do those. Those are fine, but you're a one trick pony if you do that. And I don't know.
I mean, I'll honestly, I will disagree with that because I think that there's two types of comedians. There are clean comedians and there are like dirty comedians. Dirty comedians will like touch on just edgy subjects in general that people don't want to, that are not politically correct to express views on typically, even if the observation is like inherently like negative or like rude in any way, but they're just like these taboo topics and like sex, drugs, whatever, hookers, transgender people, like whatever the unclean stuff is, those types of comics will touch on those subjects. I'm guessing there's hybrid comics too, I guess you could say, that do both clean and dirty topics, which I think is a good strategy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want him to be.
Yeah, I feel like Zoot, I mean, I could see Zoot more excelling if he just told these like ludicrous stories and he actually polished his stupid, like outrageous stories that are just like over the top, goofy, and absurd and rude and offensive to some people. But I could see him excelling in that niche because that seems to be what his brain is drawn towards. But trying to get him to do a joke about like traffic lights or like cardboard or something, it's like pulling teeth.
Well, and food is just a big subject. I mean, he couldn't do it. And it was,
what's your food joke? Let's hear your food joke.
You know, it was awful. It was so Zoot showed me a video of one of his friends who just Zoot said food's not funny, and I said, dude, you showed me a video of a friend of yours who ate a banana with the peel on, and you thought that was absolutely hilarious, and I just thought that it was a cheap joke. So even you thought food was funny, and he was like, well, okay. So I just was coming up with something. I said, what determines whether we eat a fruit whole or we have to peel it? Apples, people eat whole. Oranges, people peel. Grapes, people eat whole. Yet avocado, people peel. And I recognize that there is a thickness of the skin which may help to determine how we eat. But then why are there some fruits that some people eat whole and some people peel, like kiwi, or and then I couldn't think of any others, but I was just thinking off the top of my head. Like that was just my joke. It's not very
What
good.
was your example?
Kiwi.
Oh, kiwi.
Like I could see somebody eating just a kiwi with the hair on it, and that I just not saying that that's how it went, but I'm saying that I could see somebody doing that. And I don't know. Okay, so let me try again. Okay, so it has to do with
I mean,
food.
Jim Gaffigan is an excellent comedian that talks.
Yes,
a lot about
he does.
food.
Okay, yeah, he does. He is excellent with that. All right. So, what about why don't people cook steaks in the microwave? Everybody's so specific about how they cook their steak, whether it's on the grill, or whether it's on a flat top. But why don't people just cook the steak in a microwave? You cook popcorn in a microwave. You'll heat up leftovers in a microwave. What is stopping you from cooking a steak in the microwave? I'm sure somebody's done it. I don't know. I've done it. I actually like microwave
It's
steak.
actually possible.
Yeah, it is. I like it. I've done it before.
I thought maybe it was like a temperature thing that it has to be cooked at a certain temperature.
So here's what you do: is you just cut it up in cubes, and then it's fine. Does that make sense?
I don't see how that solves the temperature issue. I get that there's less, like it's easier to cook the surface area. Like, I don't know what the temperature of a microwave reaches, but I don't think it's just anywhere near the.
Oh yeah, it is. It's if you keep it in there, it'll get hotter than a grill.
Not my shitty microwave.
Well, and that's the thing. Some people don't, but I mean, I've done it, and I cooked good steaks in a microwave in a Pyrex container, and I've like cubed it, and it takes a long time. It takes like an hour, and it's a lot of power. But
what the fuck?
yeah, so
Jesus, that's very strange.
yeah, I mean, a normal steak might take you 20-30 minutes, so you got to think that it's not, I don't know, maybe it doesn't take an hour, but maybe 30 minutes. But I don't know.
I've never microwaved with food for more than like 3 minutes. Like,
yeah.
If it's in the microwave for like 30 minutes, that's just very alien and strange and like not correct in my world.
I get that. And I was like that for 30 years. And then I just tried it one day with water. I was just like, I wonder if I just kept the water boiling, what would happen? And I just put it in for like 30 minutes and it just boiled the water. And I used that water for something, like a soup or something. And I was like, oh, okay. Wait, no, what was, oh, no. I used it to cook pasta. And once I did that, I broke that threshold. I will now cook stuff for a long time. I will cook French fries without needing to defrost them, and I have to put them in for like an hour, but it cooks them.
It's bizarre, but I guess it works. I mean, if you only had a microwave, I guess that's how you're making your pasta.
Yeah, I mean, just I live with other people, and a lot of times the kitchen's not available, or like the stovetop, or I don't want to be sitting in there babysitting some food. So I will just take French fries, put them in a Pyrex container or like Tupperware container, and just I'll let it go for 30 minutes, and then I will mix it up so that it like evenly cooks, and then I'll put it in for another 30 minutes. Now, is it as good as if I put them in an oven? No, but a lot of times, like I don't have access to, like there are other people who are. You know, like I live with other people, so they're using an oven or whatever, and they make like big meals, and so I just normally am pretty quick. Another thing that I've done is like I was like you. I didn't cook anything in the microwave for longer than 5 minutes, like ever. I felt like the microwave would like break if I did. But it doesn't. And I have come to learn that like you can cook something for like an hour in there without looking at it or like babysitting it a little bit. But I wouldn't necessarily have an issue cooking something and like moving it around or like ensuring that the temperature is even. I wouldn't have an issue with doing that. Dude, I'm trying to program this thing and For some reason, it is not. The programming is like really delicate. Anyway, hey, I have a question for you. What's the greatest cryptocurrency in global history? Or the greatest cryptocurrency of all time? You were so excited about this, and then you just fucking sat on your thumb.
That's good.
It's not good. You haven't.
Excellent.
No, you haven't been shilling it. You haven't talked about it. I've been.
And now I'm working on a. I'm gonna host a Twitter space like next week and do a big presentation on all the details. And also, yeah, just need to go viral, kind of basically on Twitter and accumulate hype, which involves educating people about it. But I keep getting good feedback on it, which gives me motivation.
Okay. Why don't you go to chillin' shows?
I was doing it. I just took a little break. Takes a lot of time, but I'll go back and do chilling again.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not. For me to believe in your project, it needs you to believe in your project, and I don't feel like you do. I'm not saying that you're not a great person, I don't love you, and you're not a good friend. None of that. But you just don't have the focus that I would want in a project lead. And that's on you to teach that if you wanted to be successful, because I give you the same feedback that I'm sure you're hearing. It's a really good idea. You have a winning idea on your hands, but you're not taking advantage of it.
Right, yeah, no, I think my brain was telling me that it was less of a winning idea, and then I got kind of sidetracked, but
Why?
I do think it's a good idea.
Absolutely.
Again, I
Why?
am more motivated.
Why is your brain saying that it's not a good idea?
Maybe less about the idea and just like the daunting task of trying to build a community from scratch, and then it's just like you can DM. It's just so much time commitment to just be spending all day on Twitter, and then you go into a chat, and then it's just like flooded with Nigerian people, and I have nothing against Nigerian people. It's just like it feels like alienating being like the only like white person of like this like chat, and then I don't know.
I get you.
But yeah, I think I feel like it's more about like contacting like quality people to contact over quantity. I feel like I shift my focus to trying to actually connect with like legitimate people with 10 or 100K followers, and actually give them a precise breakdown and detail of everything in a very clear, transparent blueprint all out on the table type of manner. Then hopefully people will think there's a worthwhile opportunity and actually be willing to get behind it more.
All right. Did you create a Discord?
Have not.
Okay.
I need people in the Telegram, but I guess I can show both. But,
Oh yeah, if you have a coin, you need to show both. Because there are some people who don't like Discord who like Telegram, and there are people who don't like Telegram who like Discord, and you want to be able to cover both groups. And I think that
Yeah, I just my brain doesn't really immediately associate crypto and Discord, but I get that it's a thing. I prefer Discord as a platform. Telegram is garbage.
Telegram is garbage, and Discord has a lot more safeguards. And you may not associate Telegram or Discord with Telegram, pardon me, Discord with crypto, but it's huge. It's giant. Like that's where big projects are. At least more
And I
recent.
think another strategy, like it would be nice to have a bot that does this, but as you recognize, like the low hanging fruit of communities that have been like rugged or have died out, but there's still like maybe marginal activity or like liquidity in those things, in those billions of like rug coins, basically. Like having a bot that like goes into like their Telegram Discord, chills purge as like their revival, like make a wish that they can seek refugee to. Is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I am like it's on my list to just spend a lot of time going through Dex Screener and finding coins that meet that criteria and shilling shamelessly in my Telegram. The other thing I don't like about Telegram is that if I send a message to some group or I have to like join some group and it's like all of my personal conversations get cluttered with like these random groups. And just,
How
like,
awful is that? Where
there's zero organization in that.
absolutely none. It is mind blowing that you could be in a group with 10,000 people, and that has the same weight as just some random person across the world who's sending you some drainer link. Like it's like I can't believe that. I don't like it. I'm on Telegram. I'm in a Telegram right now, live streaming, but I do not personally think that it is a good platform. It's full of scams. It's just like you can't even have a call like this really. Well, you can, but like it's so limited. Anyway. Okay, so you're still planning on doing your coin. When are you thinking of launching? I mean, or is that like inappropriate to ask?
Yeah, I think I really shifted my mindset of kind of like being in like this like sprint mode to more of like why am I rushing it? Because when I'm in like this sprint rushy chill mode, it just like is mentally taxing. But if I just kind of dedicate time to it when I actually like I'm gonna go about it more strategically than just like ruthless kind of manpowery and try to navigate more like intelligently with contacting more people directly and having phone calls with them and actually like contacting those types of coins that are the low hanging fruit and stuff.
Well, in terms,
it's still like I mean people that are part of it want to see that there's some progress being made at whatever speed, and obviously it's like the sooner the better. And I'm all for that, but it's really like assembling like an army practically, where you need it's like recruiting people, and then you have to convince them that the team that they're joining is better than their existing team. And it's interesting, and I kind of like the challenge. So, there's also stuff outside of the crypto project that I'm also interested in, like my mural career, which I need to come through with that and have big plans for that. I'll do both.
Okay. Have you been able to do any more programming on your mural, your graffiti app?
I haven't touched that in a few weeks, unfortunately, but it is like 90% complete. Yeah, you did convince me that I'm not going to make too much money on that, so I haven't been super motivated. But I just view it as like a tool for myself to practice murals on, which I definitely most certainly will be utilizing it that for. I pretty much just need to add like 2 little things into like this menu, and then it'll be a lot more useful, and I can focus on like map design and stuff. And I'll still try to monetize it eventually. It's on the list, and I do like the app a lot.
Is it possible to use the app without VR?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason why you haven't considered potentially having just making a mobile app of like mural art?
It really wouldn't benefit me in any way. Like, the primary purpose of the app is to enable my graffiti or artistic skills in a virtual environment. And if it has an unintentional consequence also is appealing to other users, that's great. But the only reason I made the app was so that I could do my art in VR, which I enjoy doing. It's really cool.
Okay. All right. Like, okay, you know how we play, whatever, the GeoGuessr?
Well, yeah, did you win a game? Even? I don't think so.
Yeah, Doug, I won all the games because I didn't cheat. Okay, so you know GeoGuessr, right?
It's a game that you wanted to make the timer like 5 seconds, so it was completely luck-based.
Yeah, because I don't want to read fucking street signs. All right. Why can't you make GeoGuessr, but you can spray paint on everything?
There's a multitude of reasons.
Okay. Tell them to me.
Like translating, computationally, probably going to be, you're going to need like a million gigabytes of RAM to run the app. And
Wait,
maybe
wait. I think it's pretty easy. It's literally just GeoGuessr, but with an overlay.
That would be like a cheap way to do it, but
keep it simple.
Like, the thing that you're missing is that in GeoGuessr, you're using Google Maps where like you hit an arrow and you just get launched like 50 feet, and then you hit an arrow, you get launched 50 feet. It's not a smooth actual 3D environment. There's a tool in Blender that's used to import Google Maps as the data into like an actual scene. So you need to import the entire world as a 3D scene, and then I guess you could render it as you go.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can do it that way, I'm sure.
Okay.
The game file might be like 1,000 gigabytes, but that's fine.
No, it's not fine. It needs to be small. No bigger than like 5 gigabytes, or people aren't gonna want it on their phones. Okay. All right. Well,
do you have any video game ideas that have been
yeah, it's called Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, I do. This is a. I don't know why this isn't a. I mean, I don't know. I think it's probably already a game, but you. So this was a game that we built on computers, or I didn't build it, but like I was able to get the file on computers. What was it called back in the day? It was called. So we had these TI-83s, which were like old calculators that had a screen, and this game I think was just called Drug Dealer, and it was like a it was like a choose your own adventure game, and you would just sell drugs and make a profit, and the goal was to become like a millionaire, and that would be tough to get on the App Store or Google Play, but you could maybe change the name of it. So I don't know if it's the best idea, but it's something that I remember as a kid. I always thought that was like a cool, like just a cool game, really. Whether it's whether it's marketable. That's another thing. I mean, if you just want to make money, the best way to do it, and I hate to say it, but is just to go on Pump Fund and then just rub coins, and you'll make a lot of money doing that. Have you ever thought of doing that? Riser? Riser. All right, Riser. Yo, dog.
I was talking. I don't know why. Yeah, I've launched a Pump Fund coin, and I see thousands of coins launched on Pump Fund that have $0 put into them because no one, practically zero coins that you launch without an actual audience are gonna go anywhere because there's just way too many coins being minted that it's just impossible. So unless you have a community that you're in attention, that you're able to rug constantly, the river is gonna run dry, in my opinion.
Okay, so
or you have liquidity and you pump it and then wait for people to buy more and then you steal money from them or something. I don't know how it works. It's really not the great. I think video games is the greatest idea for becoming a millionaire.
oh, fuck no. No way.
Yeah.
No, even that guy who built, what is it, the most successful graffiti art game? That person still only made like 200.
The VR mini cup guy made like $10 million.
All right, but he was early to market too, right?
I mean, potentially.
No, I think that the best way to make money is still through good old fashioned having a job. The second best way to make money is to potentially be an influencer. If that has a huge amount of upside to it that people don't really realize. And then from there, I would say a cryptocurrency perhaps. And after that, in terms of how much work you're going to take and pay out, it would be gaming. After that,
gaming's still a shitload of work if you actually don't enjoy gaming.
Oh, you're right.
With streaming.
Yeah, but there are ways to. I mean, there are ways to make money streaming. It is a lot of work, no doubt, and it's expensive. But there are ways.
If you enjoy doing it, then it's no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good way to make money, and maybe this is wrong, but and I know you said you tried this, is to do a podcast.
I mean, and do you have like a niche of this podcast?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No.
Podcast? What kind of podcast?
It's an influencer podcast, and it's a great idea. You just go to ask people on YouTube, literally while they're live streaming, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? You send them the link to your podcast, you interview them on their stream. It's win-win. They win because they get to promote themselves, and they have a good conversation that summarizes what they do archived. And it's win for you because then you get their audience. And if you do that enough,
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there's definitely like people that do this, but I don't know if there's like a podcast that focuses on this solely, is just interviewing YouTubers and people with YouTube channels.
exactly.
That would be a decent idea.
It is a decent idea. I did it. I did 15 of them, and I could see if I weren't live streaming my life, that's what I would do. I would be just, it's so easy. It was the reason why it was so easy to get people on the podcast. All I had to do was go into their chat and say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And they would drop everything that they had to be on a podcast. The hardest thing about it was getting the first person on it. Once I got one person on it, everybody wanted to be on it. Or I shouldn't say everybody wanted to be on it, but like, you know, it was really easy because they could go and compare themselves, and they're like, oh, that's a pretty big influencer. I'll get on board with them. Like basically, I'll throw my name into that hat. And you're right, there isn't really a podcast out there that uses this type of strategy, and it's a brilliant strategy. I'm telling you, if I was not live streaming, that's what I would be doing. I would go into people's chats and say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And the people, like 90% of the people say yes. I mean, that's what really shocked me, was like nobody said no. And so if I were you,
yeah, but I mean, he didn't ask someone that was like Aiden Ross.
No, that's true.
But you have to, you build it up.
Yeah, but I asked, like people. So I didn't ask anybody in the top 10 on Kick, but I asked people in the top 100 on Kick, and I got like 5 of them, and I only asked 5 of them. I mean, I got everybody who I wanted.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely.
How many views did the podcast get?
You know, it's a good question. I didn't even really check because I wasn't super serious about it. I just wanted to start my own podcast because I know in the future I'll be able to have AI just make this podcast for me. I asked everybody the same 73 questions, and I didn't put any pressure on anybody. And how many people did it get? So let's, instead of me just beating around the bush, let me get you that answer. So without any promotion,
did the people that you're interviewing share it with their audience or make them known?
Yeah.
Even if you don't subscribe to the principle of everyone agrees that what? That
I got like
Fighter and the Kid. Fighter and the Kid is a good career path.
no, theirs is a different way. I got like the ones that I got the most, maybe like 56 people listen to. Now you may be like, oh, that sucks. Doug, I didn't promote it at all. And I didn't I wasn't super serious about it. So, you know, like it, but like in terms of,
I think you can't even look at it like that necessarily because it's the same thing with like a YouTube channel. Like, it starts off nothing, and then it gets bigger and snowball effects, and then like those old shitty videos with 0 views or whatever. As the channel grows, it's like evergreen content that will continue to produce revenue
That's exactly right.
in the future.
That's exactly right. And I already know 2 people you could interview. You could interview me. You could interview Zoo. So those are 2 people. I mean, you might be like, well, you guys aren't.
The most famous comedian in Southwest Australia.
And the biggest live streamer in the world. I mean, that's actually 2 really big names for you who, doesn't necessarily have anybody who.
No, I can get people. I had a very famous artist. I have a podcast. I just stopped doing it. But
Same.
this idea, it kind of makes me want to restart it again.
And it's so
Yeah,
easy.
But my niche is like interviewing. I mean, I don't really have a niche. I guess it's just interesting, to be honest.
I get that.
Typically artists.
I get that.
But
But it's
like musicians or whatever, but I do my research on them and then I have to come up with a bunch of questions directly like associate that person.
It's so easy though to just go into someone's Twitch or Kick Chat or YouTube and say, "Do you want to be on my podcast?" And guess what? They all say yes. It's free. They're not doing anything that's important right then. So, like, I think you could.
No, to get more credible people, you need like an audience. So it's a chicken and egg problem kind of. So yeah,
It is, but it is, yeah. But I mean, I'm telling you, like right now, like the people who
there's a payoff. I agree that there's a payoff.
okay, so the guy who I got on my second stream,
so therefore the process would be is that the coin would do the kiddush adayim raglayim. He would sanctify his hands and his feet. He would make him tummy. He would go to the mikvah, and then he would do the process of paraduma.
Okay, he has.
So say, why is this important for us?
He gets it. So, like his last clip, he got 7,000 views. Before that, he got like
that even though the coin is actively being defiled,
he's like
he goes to the mikvah,
8,500 followers on
and then what happens? There is no need
Kick,
for a second,
but that doesn't include all the other shit he's on. I've got some other people who. Okay, here's one. Somebody interviewed me. Here's a big one, Sam Bond. He's got 20,000 followers on Kick, but that's not his main one. And he interviewed me.
And then becomes Tameh. Then ultimately, again, if you speak that Tumah does not.
So to just kind of give you like an idea.
And therefore, subsequent kiddush raglayim will not be necessary.
Like what will happen is people will see you and then start to interview you. Like you could create a bot just like I do on X or on Kick and just have it literally just say be on my podcast. And people are going to be on your podcast. You will not run out of.
I personally want to have like people that I am interested in on the podcast. I think some streamer. I did ask some gamer if it was like popular. So I'd have gamers, but I'd have to do my background who this person actually is.
Okay. I mean, that's. That everybody does that kind of podcast though. I'm saying do a podcast and like even now this is content. Your stream is the whole process of getting someone to go on your podcast. So this is what you do. You do a screen share and then you type to people, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And they say yes. And then like it's the journey of you finding the person to be on the podcast, interviewing them, and then publishing it, and then you just do one of those a week. So basically, you start out with like, hey, we don't have anybody to be on our podcast this week. We need to find somebody. Let's do it. You go to YouTube, you start asking people, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And then somebody says, yeah. So that makes it like very meta of a podcast. Not every podcast, the guest is already set up. What makes your podcast different than all the trillion of podcasts out there is you don't have any of the guests set up. The beauty of it is that you have to go find them, and then people actually would watch your video and listen to your podcast because exactly, yeah, that's a cool idea.
I don't see how that's very entertaining.
So the Rambam says it's okay.
Typing, will you be on my podcast and the Twitch stream?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like fishing.
I read a cordial email.
No. That's boring. That's boring. But it'd be like fishing. It's like, how fast are we going to be able to get someone on our podcast? Maybe it'll take us 10 minutes to find somebody. Maybe it'll take us 30 minutes. It won't take you hours, though. And then you know, like
I'm just telling you right now, this idea. I'm just going to put it bluntly. Blatantly, this idea sucks.
You watch. Somebody will watch my stream someday, and this will be like its own niche of podcasting. It will be like, I don't know, what would you call it? Like a spur of the moment interview niche. I don't know what to describe it as. Somebody will come up with somebody will come up with a good name for it, but it's where that to me is better than other podcasts. Sure, I could go watch your podcast, which is cool if you do an interview, but it's even cooler to be like, hey, you had no idea who you were going to interview, and then you found someone. That's, I think, cool. You may not, and that's okay. And we
just like the process of me finding my guests has just been sending them a direct message on Instagram or email.
Yeah, but
it's just like not entertaining.
But no. But that's not.
Typing a message into their Twitch stream.
But that's not live.
You can make it entertaining, but it's like,
but that's not live. What people would want, and what makes this a good idea, is that it has two elements to it. It has the fishing element, like you're basically looking for the person, and then there's the interview aspect of it as well. I know you don't like the idea, but I'm telling you, it's a good idea, and we can agree to disagree on it. But it's an outside the box type of idea, and it isn't done currently by any YouTuber or any podcaster. It basically combines the two. It's a sweet idea. But anyway, I understand if you don't like it. That's cool.
I saw an Instagram reel today. You know who Benny Blanco is, right?
Yep, that's Selena Gomez's husband.
Yeah, we talked about him. Now this is a decent idea, I believe, but his concept was like, it might be better if I just send the reel. Do you want me to send the reel?
No, explain it to me.
Okay, well, there's like starts off by saying like every podcast is the same. It's like the same studio. You've got the mic booms, and the guest comes in, and then they're just all the same. And so he's like, well, we have a podcast, but it's also a television show at the same time, and it's also a live stream at the same time. And we combine these and blend them all together into some weird, never before done type of media that no one's ever done. And it is a little abstract and unorthodox, but it'll probably be. It could be a very big success.
Okay. I came up with the best idea ever for what my type of podcast is. You ready for it?
So we can infer from this that if one were to immerse one's hands and feet in the
It's called
keyboard,
ambush
that ultimately,
podcasting.
again, it should
And
be
that
good
would be a
towards
really
human
good
rights.
name for
Not
a
necessarily.
podcast, the ambush
Maybe
podcast, where someone doesn't know that they're going to be picked. The journey is documented to get them on the podcast. They're on the podcast for however long or whatever, and then you move on to the next person. But it's an entire genre, ambush podcasting. It's an excellent idea. Maybe what I might. Well, it's the idea that somebody isn't ready to be on the podcast, but you're giving them the invite. But the thing is, to be on the podcast, they have to accept right now. If they don't, then you'll just come back to them if they're interested. It's the idea that, look, there are a ton of, if somebody came into my Discord right now, and they're like, hey, you want to be on my podcast? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Why? Because I'm a streamer, and like, you know, it's something to do. It's a free way to get out the word about what I do and who I am.
Yeah, I mean, I am pro-creating new forms of media, and I respect that this is a new, never before done type of media.
Doug, you'd be first to the market with it. Well, I'm sure other people have done it in similar ways, but nobody's marketed it like that, and that's a really great name for it. The Ambush Podcast. So everybody on every other podcast is used to having pre-prepared answers and having their hair and makeup done and all that other shit. With yours, you're just going to get them on YouTube and say, hey, you want to be on my podcast? Sure. What's it called? Ambush Podcast. Where we only want people on the podcast who are ready to do it here and now. And they say, okay, great. How do I do it? And you just say, all you have to do is just keep streaming. I'll just interview you basically in Discord, and you just keep your camera going on YouTube. And then you have the beauty of this podcast is you're using their audience, whatever people they're watching, and then you get that in your own audience. See, all these other podcasts are like, hey, let's do it off-site, and they don't have their audience watching them continuously. With yours, the people are already streaming. So it's just like, all you have to do is answer the questions that I ask you, and I'm going to publish it. It's a brilliant idea. I'm telling you, if I wasn't live streaming, that's what I would be doing, is ambush podcasting.
Let's say it's before Ben Cotton went and made 12
It's limited to live streamers.
No, it's not. You could have situations where somebody might say, hey, I would love to be on your podcast, but I can't right now. Can we set something up? And you can say, I mean, I guess that is the brilliance of it, that it is just live streamers, but you could have other people on there. It doesn't have to be. It could just be.
If an influencer, if you go to post, or you go to what's that soccer play or fucking the football dude, Brady, and you say like, hey, join my podcast, and he's like, okay, sure.
No,
I guess.
I mean, you're not.
Anyone can do it, basically.
You're not going to get somebody that big. But what you will do is get someone with 10,000 followers or 20,000 followers. You could go right now on X and find somebody with 100,000 followers and say, I'd like to do an interview with you. Is this possible? And they'll do it.
What is a very fascinating statement.
Yeah, it's fucking actually, it's an entirely new genre, and it's brilliant. Like, it is a $1 billion idea. Nobody does it. And it's really easy to do. You have unlimited people, basically, who you could interview. And this way, you don't have to go through the whole thing of like, oh, I have to make sure that they meet my credentials and I have to look at their audience. Fuck no. You go and you see if they're live streaming. If they are, and they seem like they'd be a good candidate, you just send them a chat message. Hey, you want to be on my podcast? And they'd be like, okay, what is it? And you say it's Ambush Podcast or the Ambush Podcast. You can look us up on Spotify, iHeart, Pandora, and anywhere else, and Apple Music. And like, it's really easy to multi stream that. Basically, if you just upload to Spotify, it'll go to all those other platforms. And you say, look it up. And they'll look it up and they'll be like, okay, so what's the deal? You just randomly come to people while they're live streaming and interview them. And you say, absolutely, I want to hear about what you do. I want to hear about your journey. Do you have any projects that you're working on? And all of these people do. They have merch. They have communities. Hey, tell me about your Discord community. Tell me about your multi-streaming journey. How'd you get into streaming? Is there anything that you want to promote? It's win-win. And then you're done. And then you do another one next week or whatever. I would do them every day because it's not that hard. And then you just edit it and publish it. And it's exactly what you said. It's evergreen. You might not get a bunch of people who listen to the first 10 episodes, but you do 100 episodes of it. And then you're going to get people who want to follow that journey. Hey, I know when they interviewed XYZ, I want to see them interview somebody else. It's like, just like, I don't know, like hidden camera shows are their own genre. It's almost like a hidden camera show where you are in it with the host and you'd be like, okay, we're going to find a new target today. Who do you think? Should we get a guy? Should we get a girl? Should we get a gamer? Should we get someone who's a dancer? Should we get someone who's a DJ? What are you thinking? And then you could even get people who, give their opinion on that. But, it's like basically you're in it with the host and you're like in on something cool and you're looking for a new target. I hate to use the term target, but it's a new guest. But, you're targeting it basically. It's a great idea.
What if you run out of kick streamers?
Doug, you know how many kick streamers are going right now at this very moment? More than 3,000. So you're not going to get all of those kick streamers. And then you can always do Twitch, and you can always do YouTube, and you can always do X Spaces. You know the X Spaces? You could just go in and be like, hey, tell me about your project. It's basically a free shill for them. It's a brilliant idea.
Can you filter by live streamers and
Oh, of course. Yeah. There's a filter for it. Go to the YouTube homepage and then just press.
live on the filter.
Exactly. And then all of the people who are live. Now, I would not do it on YouTube. I would do it on Kick. Kick, at least to start. Because Kick people are already streaming on YouTube many times, and they're much more available on Kick than they are on YouTube. Like I've noticed, like I'm a king of these different platforms, and at least getting people's attention. YouTube doesn't have that great of an interface. Usually, people aren't paying that much attention to the chat, or they're gonna think you're some kind of scam. But if you go on Kick, Kick will people on Kick. I mean, I can even give you the ones who've been on my podcast, and you can basically already have an open, audience with them, and you'd be like, well, that takes away the ambush part of it. No, it doesn't. You can just say, hey, I saw you were on Rabbi Rothschild's podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast. I thought you did a really good job. Would you like to do so right now? It runs exactly the same way. And people will be like, yeah, that's cool. And so you can get probably 10 of the people there. And then once you have that 10, the sky's the limit. Because you're going to get some people with 60,000 followers on X, but only 25 followers on Kick. And you're going to get people with 10,000 followers on Kick and 55 people on X. Like their audiences are going to vary. But then if you said to yourself, look, I can just tell you this, and I still have to do this today. I've been teaching a class on Jewish Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, every day for the last 54 days. Today's going to be day 55. And my classes vary from anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours. And I've just said to myself, I want to do that every single day. And if you did the same thing with the podcast, your podcasts don't have to be an hour long. They could literally be, hey, you hear somebody shilling. I mean, this would be a really great way to do a podcast. Hey, you hear somebody shilling on X of a project, and you come up and you say, hey, if you want to be on my podcast, it's known as the Ambush Podcast, or whatever you want to call it. Let me know. We want to do this right now. So after this call, come to my Discord. We'll do the podcast and we'll upload it. And you're going to get some people who aren't necessarily streaming at the same time, but you can get them to be streaming, or you will get people. Like, what I'm saying is there's a huge audience out there. And then they tell all of their audience about it. It's like this domino effect.
I mean, same is true for any podcast, really.
No, what makes this one different is that their current audience are watching you do the podcast.
No, I get that part.
For the avoda of the nighttime, for the hector chalavim, those waters
it could work.
It's
It's not my area of interest, so I
It's a brilliant idea.
something
that water is pure is
It's known as ambush podcasting, and the people of the future, when you watch this, you are going to remember I'm the fucking founder of it.
Sounds like that that'll be possible.
And you're also going to hear Riser here, who had the opportunity to take the ball and run with it, and is just going to sit on his fucking thumb on it, but that's fine. He's got a really good opportunity here. You're always
if I don't like the idea, I'm not going to spend my life doing it.
I get that. You haven't even tried it yet. You've never tried even once.
I
don't need to try it.
But at the end of the day,
I
to use
mean,
it to sanctify for that night,
I like-
it will be permissible.
Yeah, it has made me want to reboot my
If that's the case,
podcast.
then really,
Because you're right, the value of podcasting. I really hate the way my own voice sounds. So.
Dude, your voice is fine. Your voice is fine. Everybody hates the way that their own voice sounds.
No, mine actually sounds
No, that's great. And then if you want, you can always use a voice changer.
Everyone knows that I've tried it.
Doug, you got
And then
to
that's
just...
cringe, and that's even more cringe almost.
Okay. I mean, do whatever makes you happy. But I'm telling you, even just having this discussion, ambush podcasting is giant. It's going to be...
Will there be vocal cord surgery in the future so that I can physically change my voice?
That already exists. That already exists.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
What?
Singers have it done. I think Miley Cyrus had it done. Don't quote me on that. She may have said she had some like nodes on her fucking voice, but her voice changed significantly. And but yeah, that's already a thing.
Is it like a guitar string? Is it just kind of tune it? And what is it like extended? Like, can you make someone sound like Donald Duck?
Yeah. So I've heard that there are several ways to make your voice deeper. One of them is doing exercises. Others are breathing patterns. Others are where your like your projection point is. That helps. But then also smoking can significantly deepen your voice, though obviously not great for health purposes. And then there are vocal cord surgeries that are being done that are changing people's voices. Some people don't recommended because you don't necessarily know what you're going to sound like, but it is something that is. I'll look it up. I won't
You
continue.
mean Joey Diaz?
Change voice vocal surgeries.
You wouldn't be able to. Maybe you can modify your own voice to change the pitch of it. I feel like
Yeah, so
your
voice feminization and masculinization surgeries are specialized procedures designed to permanently alter vocal pitch, resonance, and overall tonal quality to align with gender identity or personal preference. So yeah, you can do it.
So ultimately says the Gemara, why is it? What's the difference over here?
Right, but I don't think that they're like necessarily like a shifter. Like it's not like a voice changer where you suddenly sound like a totally different person. It probably still sounds like your voice, but just in different pitch.
That's a different voice.
So the Gemara says ultimately again, the
No, it's your voice in a different pitch as opposed to Joey Diaz.
If the kira has been immersed, we go ahead and we draw it back out.
Okay.
We pull it back out of the bar, use it, and then afterwards submerse it again.
I mean, they're gonna get better at it.
To which the Gemara says, if that's the case,
I mean, there might be biological limits, but yeah, maybe there's some like Joey Diaz modifications.
Why do you want to sound like Joey Diaz so much?
I'm just throwing that out there.
Ultimately, again, says the Gemara, what do you see from here? That for those who are the matirin, the water is still permitted to be used for Kiddush Night Ragline.
What do you use for your
To which the Gemara says, and the drug Hista, if that's the case, then that is the same exact position that we stated before. The same position. Hista, what's the nafkamina?
I have been trying to program this fucking device, and
so this is in the wide lines.
Riser, I am not.
It's like halfway into the wide lines, right across from Tosfos, that Tosfos says Hagol.
Unfortunate.
Here we go.
Um,
Gemara says that Yochanan
right.
mitzvahs shikua mi'ba'erech.
Are you using a mouse clicker one with your recording?
Says here,
it's on
kivan
a phone
sheshakol shut in ma'alei. Once they immerse the pure, they do not lift it back up.
So I am going to try something else. Let's see if this will work.
There's a mitzvah to go ahead and submerge the pure at nightfall.
Hey,
the normal seat.
when is the next Canada
So
hockey game?
Normally when? Right before Shumas Hadeshin. That's the goal. Right before Shumas
There's
Hadeshin.
a semifinal tomorrow and the final.
Until nightfall. Right before nightfall, we submerge it.
Sorry, it might be on Saturday, Sunday.
If the U.S. plays Canada, we're going to make plans to watch it together.
Yeah, if you're up at like 9 a.m.
Here is right before they want to summer. So we'll say, what about the Kohanim? We're going to do hector halal.
I mean, like your
What about
personal
the Kohanim? We're going to burn the leftover fats and limbs that night. What do they do according to the Kohanim? What's the they do?
Yeah,
The
fortunately,
simple answer. Show up
I've
before
gotten
Shia.
my hours
So, I mean, or
some
use
effect
something
now,
else.
which has been
But
really good.
if you
Dude,
want
I
to
was
use the
having
cure,
some
which is
trouble
fine.
sleeping like all fucking
putting
day,
away the
up
cure
all
before
fucking
Shia
night.
was like, in no way undermines.
You know, living that rock star
What it
lifestyle
just
that I
does
do.
is that it says either you have to show up
All right,
before the cure is put away, or you'll accomplish Kiddush of the Black Line.
I'm gonna try right now to okay, you're gonna be part of this experiment.
Here's what everyone agrees.
I am setting up a
Then what
new
happens if
camera.
you just leave the cure out overnight until the
Okay.
next morning? What happens? What happens? So what is possible? Everyone is going to this possible.
Okay, this thing's gonna come.
Which again, listen.
It's gonna leave and come back every minute for the next
what
10
is
minutes.
the normative kiyur
And if it
protocol?
works, then
And I will say here
then
in
I
lies
program
my
it
focus
correctly.
ultimately
And if
between
it doesn't work,
Yochanan and
I'm going to be
Rav
pissed.
Chisda. If Yochanan therefore says
All right.
go ahead and we submerge
Would you say
kiyur in the bar before shkia.
that
And when do you take
if
it out in
vocal
state? When
surgery
do you take it
were,
out next?
if
don't
you
take
could
it out
sound
till
like
right
Joey
before
Diaz,
the
would you want to?
Shabbat. That's what Yochanan told you. Chisda says no. Chisda says leave the kiyur out. They use the cure for remember again. You saw before when do you have to use the cure?
I mean, for like Halloween,
When you first come to do
for like a day on
you also have to
Halloween.
use the cure.
Yeah, no, we're talking like this is permanent.
Right, so again, you see like
I don't think.
so all of these different
I
things.
mean, if I suddenly gained a lot of weight
and
and
Rosa,
moved
but here's the
to
thing. What do you mean
the Bronx or whatever, and
so you just have to make
had
sure
Cuban
you have to
family
make sure
adopt
that
me,
you
then
submerge it just sometime right
there'd be
before
some
Truma
contingency there.
Have you watched Joe Rogan recently?
All you need to do, you don't have to leave the cure submerged.
Has Joey Diaz even been on Joe Rogan recently, or has he been put on the shun block?
Dude, he seems to be put on the shun block.
You must submerge that cure. Pretty amazing.
Joe, oh, dude, hold on. We got to talk about Brendan Schaub.
So that's not community between them.
No,
You are not described a little
Why?
bit of the beginning of the Avodah. So remember again, first Avodah of the day is Trumas Hadeshin.
Last time we talked about
says, are you rolling also?
Oh, dog.
Let's listen to this. When the Kohen would get up to
Did you watch any of his shit?
No one saw him and no one heard him. Now Rashi points out no one saw him.
Why not?
Why? Rashi says, Lo are you rolling also? Misha Zocha b'Trumas Hadeshin, come I read in the second comment. Kishayim Nichnas la'azar l'chani shadav ragma. He brought in no source of illumination. The Kohen didn't carry a candle, he didn't carry a torch. So what?
I don't know if you can hear me.
What guided his way?
I don't think you can hear me.
Again, the fire on the mizbeach.
Just one moment.
Ishtamid is what guided his way. So when the Kohen would come to do the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, no one saw him, no one heard him. Why did no one hear him? Why did no one? They were sleeping, right? They were sleeping. So ultimately, again, so what happens?
No fucking
We'll say, so when would they hear? They would hear the wooden wheel that was used to go ahead and lift up or move the kiyur. So the alarm clock for the Kohanim in the Beis Hamikdash was the pulley system of the kiyur. When they heard the pulley system of the kiyur, they knew it was time to get up.
Yo, I'm here. Just one moment.
So say what happens, and the Kohanim would say, "Oh, it's time to be mekayim."
I'm back. Just one moment.
Hands and feet.
Just one moment.
Rashi says over here, they Omrim Higia. Rashi's the Kiyar Mizazin as Atzmandios Nakolim Nalos.
Dude, this is so fucking crazy.
So remember again, at this point in time, they all jump out of bed as we all do.
Can you hear me?
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, this is so wild. I've never been able to track this closely. Whenever, so this is a Chromebook on what we're talking on. Whenever Google puts out an update for it, immediately it stops working. Like I have to refresh it, and then it will not do well until I do a refresh. Okay, so we're testing my little robot that I created for Discord, so seems like it's working this far. Anyway, okay, so I heard you see, you watched the clips and you were just like, this is boring, right?
So it sounds like over here the coin is coming to the base.
I said I've seen enough.
He's removing the key from the bar. This is the sort of deal. No. What's the case? The case of us is the coin is showing up. Remember,
I can tell you this. For as bad as Brendan Schaub is, I like Brian Callen even less.
He is submerging the key. The key was out.
So you were like,
it
doesn't seem like Brendan Schaub, like what he did was all that bad. And I get that. But anyway,
I don't understand.
If you don't want to talk about that, I understand. But I am so elbow deep in that motherfucking podcast. It's unreal. All right. So we'll say again,
lowering the QR into the bottom, let's say you just
in the
rely on
middle. We're
what?
doing my test.
Right, so there's no noise. There's
all right,
no
so
mechanism needed to lower the QR.
back to
Noise
your
is the
coin.
system of pulling the QR out. The Gemara
And,
is saying
well,
that
no,
every time
no.
I'm making up the
Okay.
noise of the
No more
QR,
coin.
which was it doesn't sound like the
All right.
lowering of the QR.
So,
but
you were
rather
saying-
hoisting out of the QR
Well, can we talk
towards
about
the
crypto
West
just for a second?
Shakulate the Gilgala. So in reality,
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was saying that a really easy way to make money in crypto is just to go on Pump Fund and just wait until any coin drops and just buy it and then sell it within like 5 minutes, and you will do really well for yourself, because usually, I mean, like 99% of the time, all those coins will be increasing in their value right away. And
so therefore, again, you have to use the wheel.
you could create a bot that did that, and you could probably make a lot of money doing it. But you said, yeah, but how do you know which coins are going to be successful or not? And a huge way to know this is the ones that are live streaming when they launch, because those people are doxxed, and then you know that there's a community behind them. Does that make sense?
He would use the wheel, he would use the holy system.
I mean, any person can start a live stream with zero community. I guess that.
Well, you just have to. You don't have to be in them long
I don't think
term.
that's a great way to become a millionaire. I don't think there's like risk. You can get run, but the coin just doesn't go anywhere. But I've seen way. Maybe I'm overly trepidatious, but I've seen a lot of coins, like every single coin practically, like 99 to 1 chance the coin doesn't do anything. But no. And there's bots for the coins that do this.
Okay. You don't have to be in them long though, so the amount of risk is very low. Basically, what I'm saying is that whenever a coin launches with a video, 99.9% of the time within the first 5 minutes, it's increasing in value. So you always buy within the first 5 minutes. If it goes longer than 5 minutes, you never buy. And I'm saying 99.9% of the time, you will be making money.
So the Gemara says, there's a Gvini, there's always a Gvini.
I mean,
so I need the voices to make
it
up.
sounds plausible.
That's amazing. So
yeah.
Why are you doing it?
I don't buy crypto.
Some people need 2 alarm clocks. 2 alarm clocks. The Shalom Hayasi.
You're not buying crypto, you're investing a strategy.
Oh, that's true.
Right? So what happens? Some people wake up because of Gvini. Some people wake up ultimately again
but it's buying crypto, and I just don't do it. I don't. I mean, I feel like why don't I?
Just about how
if I weren't live streaming, I would. But I'm just pay attention to like who comes in here and talking to them and promoting myself. And well, frankly, I just don't at this current point in my life like need huge amounts of capital. I mean, sure, it'd be nice, but and perhaps in the future I will do that. But it's just the thought that like you have a fast computer, you have reliable internet. You just would, whenever there's a coin that drops, buy $1 worth of it and then sell it within 5 minutes. Oh, that would kill you though. The gas fees would go on that strategy, wouldn't they?
Or was he lifting out the QR?
And the pump coins are Solana, which is like
the good news is either way, right?
Okay.
Lifting,
so then it could work.
Was immersing. He made sure to what? Make as much noise as possible. Because the goal
if you're doing only $1, takes a while.
Well, all you need to do is turn that $1 into $2, and 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, etc.
Yeah, it's possible.
To me, it's the most surefire way to make money in crypto today. Okay, but we don't have to go into crypto anymore. we're gonna watch and see if my fucking bot works, and it should start working in the next
So the rule is
3 minutes or so. So we'll see if that works.
All
right.
Exception to the rule is to his father, his mother, close.
Why don't we do this? And if you don't want to do this, it's fine. But why don't you go do whatever you need to do, and then come back tonight and we'll play Scrabble.
So there is a beautiful
if that works for you, then sure.
Absolutely. So it's 3:46 right now. What if you come back at like 7? Does that work?
So Rashi already points out Emor Vamarta.
Just gotta
word Emor twice. Emor stated
like,
Vamarta. So Rashi
if I can finish the thing by that, sure.
Okay.
Then ultimately, again, this
All right, well,
given to the adults.
finish if I
It
may.
can't take me too long. It's basically just
So it's very important because in this
copying my chat GPT chat into an
many
email
concepts, many
so that I
concepts how
can
we educate and raise our
apply
children
for this
under
permit.
There's a beautiful insight.
Is it a
Choseh Lublin.
permit
So
to
the
start a
Choseh says
university?
something amazing. He says, Emor Va'amar Shtei Aminot. There are two different things that
I
are
mean,
number one, Emor
in a
Ela
way, I
Kwan.
guess,
So what should you say to the Kohanim?
but it's a
Lesson number
sidewalk
Shein
occupation
Ru'im
permit
U'Hiyos B'nei
for
Adam.
9-year-old
Ultimately, again,
Oh,
they
that's
have to
tight.
be
IRL.
B'nei Adam. We'll say, what does it mean? Lesson number one.
That's-
Emor, tell the
that's-
Kohanim, lesson number one, B'nei
Lace
Adam.
it up.
Doesn't mean to be B'nei Adam.
But I have
Or
confidence
V'lot.
that it will be
We'll say, tell the Kohanim
one of the
that
greatest
Kohanim have
rules
to be B'nei Adam.
history.
Be B'nei Adam. What does it mean?
Tight.
Who's Aaron?
And guess what?
It'll be the opposite of what makes comedy. So I like it.
Excellent. All right, well, you go do that and then come back, and it looks like my bot's working, so that's bother as fuck.
On a scale of 0 to Luke's comedy, how well is your bot working?
Right now, it's Shane Gillis.
Are not looking for the flaws. But
Shane Gillis is 7 out of 10.
You don't think he's that funny?
I think he's okay. I don't find him hilarious. He's alright. He's not like William
Lesson number one,
Did you watch his Super Bowl commercial?
What's lesson number two?
It was garbage.
Lesson number two is, but however,
It was
do
garbage.
not allow yourself to become common.
I mean,
What was the advertising?
no, he was advertising Bud Light like he did last year. I think with Post Malone, and their commercial last year, I thought was funnier than the one this year. It was basically they were at some wedding, and they wanted. They said that it was like last call for Bud Light or something, and the keg or something rolled down a cliff or like down a hill, and they all went running for it. Yeah, it's just it was okay. It's just to me, I thought he could have just been, he's got a lot of talent. It could have been funnier, but it was alright.
I've seen
And Shalom is an incredible
there's this really funny Instacart commercial. I thought it was AI at first. It might be AI. The problem was using AI, but it had the guy from Zoolander in it, Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
And it was just like, he's doing like, I don't know if you see him, but he's doing like this like really stupid, like kind of like disco, like 80s song singing about like bananas or something, and then he like goes and climbs up the stage and then like falls off. That made me laugh. I haven't seen the movie Zoolander though, which is outrageous.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Shalom means being there. Shalom means yielding. Shalom.
No, we talked about this. I slept through it.
Oh, that's right.
That's,
Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Did you? Who do you think's gonna win the Oscar this year for Best Picture?
I have to be B'nai Aaron, but I
I have not watched any movies. I watched like
of
I only
Shalom.
watched a few documentaries. I have very, very seldom watched movies. I can even list you
There are these two different.
Have you ever seen the movie The The Aristocrats?
And there's Lenefesh Lo Yitama B'Amal. There are two different.
is that like the cat movie?
No, that's The Aristocrats. The Aristocrats, it's all these stand-up comedians like Drew Carey and Gilbert Gottfried and Whoopi Goldberg and George Carlin. There are all these. It's a stand-up comedian movie, and they all tell one joke, and it is so funny. I saw it the first time I saw
Can you
it.
tell me about this though? It's like this is a weird show. Kind of, and like everyone modifies it or something. It's like telephone and joke form, but it's like also dark or something.
Maybe I told you. Yeah, maybe I said it. Everybody tries to make the joke as dirty as possible. So it's literally like the world's most dirty joke, but it is hilarious. So someday, not today, we should watch that.
What are the negative influences? What are the things that
Sounds
are
good.
That's something, bro. Okay,
Sounds good.
you do.
I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
So we should be zoning into Shabbos to internalize both of these lessons. The
Peace.
stated lesson of the Chozak and the implied lesson of the Chozak. The stated lesson of the Chozak, we should be zocheh to be bnei Aaron, to be road to face shalom, but also in life to know sometimes where the pursuit of shalom has to end, because at the end of the day I'm being forced to give up too much of myself, of those things. I'm being forced to defile myself for the sake of shalom, then perhaps that may not be a shalom that is worth having. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, to be bnei Aaron, individuals who are constantly seeking new avenues of growth, but combined with that, lenefesh lo yitama ba'amal, to also able to identify the negative influences, the things that are holding you back, and to find the courage to detach and to let them go. Good morning. Let's begin with students of Dr. Today is Dr. Talk. We are taking part on from nighttime is ready to on the test on the days 1 through 3 lines of the life. Our show this morning is dedicated by Separation Rothschild, dedicated to the dark side of sex.
Hey, Brown in the bag test, right? Yeah, I get it. I'm not even asking about that one. Yeah, you don't know. No, I don't even want to ask. We celebrate Wesley Snipes well for not his martial arts career. Yeah, both. I think he's a great martial artist. Wesley Snipes. Yeah, think about it. He's a great martial artist. Listen, if he can pull off all those techniques in a movie, you know what you're doing. I'm not saying that I'm not saying he's a great fighter, but he's probably good at martial arts. Oh, that's a good point. I thought you were just saying he's a good fighter. I didn't say he's a good at single fight. He's a good actor. Yeah, but he can do a lot of. That's like saying the Undertaker can fight. He can. I bet you don't take he's a black belt. He's a guy who can't fight. I bet you. What do you mean? What he did in Kane? Gold horse. Go. Why are you laughing at that? No, I'm just saying. I bet you the Undertaker can fight. He's actually a black belt. He's a bad example. He rose 3 times. Yeah. Like, right? He rose 3 times. Yeah, like he's the man. Yeah, he's a badass. I grew up watching Undertaker. Wait, is there a difference between a martial artist and a fighter? Yeah, what's the difference? One does art, one fights. Self-explanatory. Yeah. Some martial artists, like you got those taekwondo guys. They're really good at taekwondo, and they don't really fight. Like Bruce Lee, right? Like he was the godfather of all that shit, but he never fought. Bruce Lee never fought. Oh, shit, he had. Yeah, he had gonna fight the San Francisco. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, me too. Someone bring that up. Show me the best Bruce Lee knockout.
He had to fight,
not from Paramount.
he had to fight the guy from where he's from to be able to teach in the U.S.
Yeah, sure. Show me the footage.
Do you think he probably had fights, but they just didn't film it?
Probably not. No, and you know he's tight. Don't get me wrong. Great businessman, the pioneer of martial arts, but was never like a fighter. Like not a real fighter. Chuck Norris is more of a legit fighter than Bruce Lee.
He had fights.
He had fights. Black belt jiu-jitsu like Chuck Norris. Yeah.
Bruce Lee invented that MMA glove.
Sure.
He had been in the push-up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just invented that.
Chuck Norris did.
Yeah, Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Nobody was doing push-ups before Chuck Norris.
Really? Like he just woke up one day and said, "I'm gonna."
And they said, I'm finna start doing this.
You know who invented the high five? Dusty Baker. The legendary manager. Yeah, Dusty Baker. I didn't believe it either, but this is real. He's like, why was going low with it? Because I'm up high, fellas. And he was the first one to do a high five. He gets credit for it. I'm not trying to be
No, I heard
Dusty
about
Baker
it. I
invented it.
couldn't remember the guys. That's good. I didn't know that. I just couldn't remember the guys' name.
You figure people did before that, just like this man gets so natural.
That was in the 70s, right?
Shit, he was 60s. Dusty Baker, man.
That was 60s.
I think so. Because he was playing.
I got a big announcement. We've been literally blessed to watch the Hot Touch Live camp going on. We're 2-3 weeks in. We got Brendan Shaw in the house. We got the Jackson Media House. We got Ray Alto here. A lot of high caliber fighters are here. Newport Beach right now. We got Armin. We had TJ Dillashaw coming in and out helping. He linked up Hamza and he linked up Armin with Zeb Calvita. Used to train with him. We've been seeing a lot of content of Hamza and Armin training with Sam during the week. Plus, they've been training here in the jiu-jitsu. Sometimes they do jiu-jitsu with Bernardo, and they've been doing some boxing with Yogi, and then they have their full camp with all their team from Sweden. We have the Albanian gangster Ilya, the big heavyweight Ilya, light heavyweight Ilya. No. Tuffy, yeah. The Albanian is Sweden.
Swedish. He was out all night. Gustafsson. Yeah. He's a monster. Light heavyweight and heavyweight. Like a stingray.
He's in the UFC.
Used to be. He was like my era. He retired.
Yeah, Latif. Yeah, he fought some big names.
I didn't know his name.
He lost. Yeah. I mean, but that was towards the end of his career, but he was a monster at his time.
Have you ever seen him fight at all? Yeah, but he's here because he was telling us his story because he was at All Stars with Hamza.
And a room full of stupid people somehow dummy proves to be the dumbest. If you just ain't nothing bigger and high fives. And Rampage Jackson said something stupid before that, but this dummy had to just find a way to lower the bar. Maybe like his competitive spirit's coming out. So he's like, he said something really stupid. Maybe I can top that. I like how they call it Slim Shady right off the rip. Oh my God. Watching this so far, I'm just going a bunch. This is, whoa. The CTE is strong in this room. You can almost see it. He can cut it with his knife. But him doing this stream with Rampage Jackson on Rampage Jackson's podcast, something tells me a lot more is going to come out of this. But so right off the rip, my God, what an idiot shot. That sounds so stupid. And dumb. And Jackson. But I guess he's doing this now that Calvin is expanding out, trying to do his own thing. So Sean's like, I gotta do more interviews because my co-host is literally trying to leave me behind. So he went ahead and went on Rampage Jackson's podcast. But so far, yeah. Two redacts just talking, and Sean just done the other dummies with his dumbness. What an idiot. What an absolute dummy. Matt, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Does not go ahead and negatively impact the safety is another way of saying the reversing of chicken. Namely, that once you wash your hands with food, that sanctification is good as long as it's washed, you don't have a lapse of awareness, right? As long as you're quote unquote concentration. There's no necessity. So however long that is, one sanctification could go a very long way. According to that opinion of us, I mean, one sanctification could span a significant amount of time as long as there's no lapse of awareness. Make pure, marriage should be absurd. Well, this is a very interesting question. What about make pure? What about the water of the pure? It's really good. So like yesterday already. The pure is the large wash basin. Right, which we call how do we use it and right life. So it's like if you use water in that pure overnight, does that water become hustle the lina? What's the lina means that the civil sector
I just spent some of it in college CR1, but the rest of it I'm investing in my kids' education. Well, it's a small figure when needed. Fuck yeah. Yeah, the C6 CR1's 2009. We had 1,000 horsepower to the wheels. The guy's building San Antonio right now. 1,000. It's so dope. 6 feet. Yeah. I'll tell you what, not crazy. How many cars do you build a year? Build 3 to 4 to my own personal average. But you sell them, right? Or you give them away. I do raffles. Yeah, you raffles. So what happens, like, people buy a ticket and then they buy a t-shirt or give it for free, but usually do merch. We're at fastonggas.com and we're doing a TRX now with over 800 horsepower. Wow. $50,000 in bonds, the winner gets that, and $10,000 cash that ends in August. So I'm trying to figure out I enjoy it because it allows me to build the trucks and partner with brands and build cool shit. I might drive it for whatever 2 months and have it. How much a t-shirt cost? $40. So you can win a car for $40. Yeah, we have got multiple t-shirts. No. We had some. You get you better chance to win. But our last one, it bought like a shirt now. Yeah. We on Sunset Studio right now, we're giving away a brand new bagger, the Harley from Conquer Cowboys. It's so if you buy a Conquer Cowboys Sunset Studio t-shirt on sunsetstudio.com, you can enter to win the bike. Rampage has a half a drop coming soon, very special. Can't say yet, but yeah, that t-shirt dropping. Yeah, so he's got some stuff popping off. Listen, we have a lot of stuff going on right now. What is the best way for people to follow you? Look at what you got going on. Just my Instagram at Brendan Shop. Not just the podcast, Find the Kid Shop Show. And then you moved to Texas. Well, you moved to Texas. Is that official? Oh yeah. So did you move into Joe Rogan's back? No, I heard it. And it's the rumor. Wait, you heard this? I didn't want to bring it up. He said you moved into Joe Rogan's back house. You were teaching the Secret Service. He hired like Anderson teaches the White House cops. Teach them fucking hand-to-hand combat. I wish, bro. I wish. This is fake. That's being dead serious. Oh, I wish. I could see this fucking house. I wish I lived in the backyard. I got my own house. Yeah, I'm awesome. Outside, awesome. I'm like trying to steroids. No, he lives on like Austin. I love like Travis. That's what they all say. I wish I lived in this fucking backyard. You would have broken some backyard. Yeah, that's my thing. The show, I haven't seen it in a long time. I love Joe Rogan. And he took us to the UFC. Yeah. And he giving me 4 tickets to YouTube. Yeah. It was very unexpected. He's a go. Without him, there would be no. I mean, think about he's the most, I would say, listened to person in the world, daily and weekly. By far. And all he talks about is MMA and is still hosting the UFC show. Like, that's so crazy. That's like people don't understand that he literally puts MMA in a different stratosphere just by being involved with the sport. Yeah, it's crazy. UFC is going to be in a world of hurt once that guy stops going to intimidate and stop using anti-Semitism. It's going to get scary. Why are you going to look out of the country shows? You're going to have to. Like, I don't like traveling either. I'm not even close to his level. I turn a lot of shit down. So for him, it's like, I want to do a show. I want to be home with my family. That's why I build other ships. Like, to have to leave all the time. Other ship is like, Austin, Comedy Store. I think so. And then he like rebranded it or something. You just bought it. Yeah. It's before. Yeah. I'm going to try not to see you. I watch those conspiracy videos on TikTok all day. It's like Joe Rogan cold here. I'm like, that ain't true.
My love. So what do you think of that? My love that the Lord said because it's not the fact that you are sitting on it, so you make that part. That the nice thing that in the love, or else if you do the life right now, then ultimately again, that there is no problem with what remains over. Which was already, so ultimately no rather with respect to the food of like, which the Gemara says, the holidays that the resurrection, safe and not in the resurrection. But that's the first part of the rice is the resurrection. And ultimately again, is safe and should be as well. Which the Gemara says, Kanyesha, follow each of us. Just when it was speaking of that rice. The meaning of that rice is that when God comes before his time, and when God comes before another comes before is, which is by the way, one important piece on this. You could actually share myself that, actually just 12 forces, 1 12, she would see you, but the amina to see the human, she share myself from having her own speed coming to capture that happens. What's actually very easy. The maximum number of Kohanim that you need for the coming service would be 12. So that 112 is 12 forces, but this way again, anyone who finish that line, they're all accomplished it together. It's what the so let's just now watch this now. Look at the image of that nice stuff. Far low, it's so hard out. So this is when the other one ahead and comes to his part, comes to his cow under the river. Hara upar, now the only thing that we don't understand is now the cow is standing in between the river and the chamber, which was members and the structure itself is like this. It has a long and narrow area called the Ulam, and you add a rectangular box behind it called the Mikdash. So the part of the Mikdash is going to be the Ulam and the Mikdash. You can see, by the way, Rashi, you have this idea of this picture over there. Or there's a picture on WhatsApp also. The only book in the picture on WhatsApp, nothing else. Alright, so again, or you can just look at your Gemara. I know I'm looking out like here. Most of you guys have a picture of it. Yeah, everybody has a picture of it. Yeah. So you can see it over here. It's a very simple picture. So you have the Mizbeach, you have the altar. Now remember again, the one part that's missing is that picture there. You have to finish that, but that's fine. It's not important for our purpose now. You have the Ulam, which is like the top of the T of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Beis Hamikdash behind it. So the cow of the Kohen Gadol, the cow, was placed between Ulam and Mizbeach. Rosh Hashanah Parvamana, Rosh Hashanah's head. His head was towards the south and his facing towards the west. You got Kohen only for Mitzvah. Kohen was standing in the east. Upana Pamara, facing west. So my son is down there that was on the Sappho, who is the whole second between Mizbeach and the Ulam is still considered to be Sappho, is still considered to be Jordan. Rosh Hashanah was in the location, the revelation when I signed up into the Sappho. So also the man discusses again what is considered good. And what the man that's going to be a direction of now. But the man that's going to be is not completely good. So you notice that certain what happens when the same about as much as the other Shiloh becomes so far in certain directions extend within the courtyard area by the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, "Easy stuff, and what's the next stuff? You can look at from the side of coming off the side of Israel until Easy stuff on the camera's back.
What up, Zoot? I'm working on a project right now, so I can't really talk. What's up? All right. Well, I hope you're doing well. Do you have a joke on food yet? Yeah, that doesn't involve seminal fluid.
Not behind the Mizbeach, when I say behind the Mizbeach, I mean the area between the Mizbeach and the Mizbeach. Yes, the Rabbi says that even between the Ulam and the Mizbeach is considered to be quote-unquote the northern area. Rabbi Moses after Jesus Ragle HaKohanim, in Makom Jesus Ragle Yisrael, Rabbi Adon, even in area where the Kohanim would traverse over the
Do you have a joke on food yet? It's okay if you don't. Dude, you even told me that you thought it was funny that your friend ate a banana with the skin on. Okay, I thought you just said food's not funny.
Prince Andrew got arrested.
Yeah, but he was let go.
He was let go.
Yep, without charges.
He got charged.
No, he didn't.
But he did.
He was released.
Yeah, I'm sure he's charged.
Look it up, dog.
Yeah, we got him a picture. He's cooked, leaning over that little girl, doing whatever he did.
I mean, he was released.
Yeah. Most of them I think are going to get released.
But he wasn't charged.
Oh, he wasn't charged. Probably because they don't have enough proof, maybe. Because I think the pictures, they only show them leaning over, but if he doesn't get charged, then I think people just need to stop expecting everybody in that list to get charged. Because I think a lot of these things happened like what, decades ago. I ran that shit. I think all this is just a distraction from like wars or whatever. Start on the hot war or something. Or at least Trump is.
That's what they're saying.
No, I know, but they just make up something about anything. Yeah, it's those reactions. So funny.
I remember people hate on those shit that now this shit stopped.
I don't think it ever stopped being that famous. You know, like any they definitely do, but anybody, you know, I don't anybody picks on you. You know, but you know, but you guys experience too, like me and Bryce and Michelle, you deal with it, right? If you're gonna put yourself on camera and talk, like just come to the territory.
Everybody thinks Barry legitimate. They think he's Jewish. I'm Roman Catholic. I know everybody think he's Jewish.
Listen, if anybody who knows me in the MMA space, from you to Mike Mouse, Khalil Roundtree, they all know what we do here and what I do, so I'm never worried about it. It's just the internet, everybody is what it is.
Look here now. So, how do you know that? I know I don't.
This is different. Why?
It's why.
And what is my nose look like?
Jewish.
Well, you kind of have like the same nose or no? They always think me bell pepper. They always think me look the same. Yeah, they do. They always say look like brothers. Yes, they do.
No one says that.
They all do. Hey, can I ask you an honest question that will wrap this up? Who would win in a street fight? Joe Rogan. Hello, Terry. I'm fucking Bro, what's going on with it? Is it real or is it staged? I think it's real. Liver King's part. I think absolutely. You're right, drunken dude. Just lost his shit. That's how this goes. You gotta be careful you make famous.
Is he on meth?
He sure as fuck knows. Like, he just eats liver and stuff.
Is he king of the livers?
Yeah, I just think he's going. We've had him on the podcast. He's a good dude. I just think he's had a manic episode, and for whatever reason, he pointed his energy towards Rogan. It was a bad idea.
What I would respect, you in person.
Liver King, yeah.
And he looks like he smells.
He did. But you know, it depends on who he smells. He smelled like all. He smelled like cavemen. You
You know, like doesn't shower, doesn't shampoo, just like fucking like you sleep like men. Yeah, like he just came out of the fucking forest for 6 months. Yeah, she was ready. His wife's ready. He's cat team. Again, good dude. What he's doing for Rogan is such a bad idea. In order for Rogan to go far and entertain it, he needs what's going on.
Can I say this? I'm not going to help this person. This person can be close to me, but I know somebody in my life who has a meal, right? But he was married. And one time, one of us, and I asked his wife, like, how do you this meal? And she said, oh, I can't smell it. She didn't, so I'm thinking, like, someone that like those pheromones or something.
Yeah. It wasn't T-Ortiz, was it?
No, it wasn't T-Ortiz. He wasn't a professional fighter or anything like that.
Brendan Schaub called out by Rampage Jackson for moving to Austin, Texas to be with Joe Rogan. Now, not technically true, but kinda. I know that's weird. He moved down to Austin, Texas to follow Brian Callen to be close to Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan offered Brian Callen a residency at the company mothership, Joe Rogan's Club. So Brian Callen took the offer, moved to Austin, and Brendan Schaub followed him because he didn't want to lose another co-host like he lost Theo Vaughn. So technically, Schaub didn't Austin follow Rogan, but he didn't go Austin follow Brian Callen. Because if Schaub was just going to Austin, just follow Rogan, I think he would have did it when Rogan first went down there. But Schaub doubled down. He thought he was going to make it in LA. He thought he was going to be a superstar. He didn't want to give up the opportunities or to stand up. He loved the Addies and Maddies, and he didn't want to do any of that up top. But he had to move down. And Callen said, look, I got to move to Austin. Rogan offered me the residency, and I got to worry about my stand-up career. I can't do the podcast anymore. Schaub was like, oh, just go with you. Callen was like, damn. But that's the reason why, oh my God, Schaub, this podcast, my God. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Okay, so I will say that either way, the good news is everyone seems to agree with what they're showing up for work that morning, but you're showing up while it's still technically what nighttime, and you need to visualize that line again. You need not to sanctify when the sun comes up, because that is considered to be the beginning of that day's anniversary. They say there's a construct. And according to your life, listen, watch this. What happens is, so you actually go to the first okay. So let's say again, the points from that with the shovel full of ash.
But I feel like I can't help it. Like, I feel like he can't help it. Like, I don't find my enough. And I waited 12 years before I was like, hey, your breath smells like shit, correct? You know, really now.
Well, there's ways to do that too. So why you say so far apart from the podcast? I'm joking. It wasn't something right now. But anyway, that's why you moved chin across the road. Hello. Oh shit. I like that social assassin thing because I remember once I was at the airport and there was a line, a specific line. It was really packed. Everything was crazy. This older couple was like sneaking in front of the line. So I looked there and everybody was. I just looked around and they're like, "Oh, that's just." I said, "Oh, I gotta be the guy." So I gotta be the guy. Nobody else gonna be the guy. All right. Hey, excuse me. This is not. Yeah. All right. Anyways, but that's second scenario. Well, before you get into the second scenario, how'd you tell your friend that about the breath?
After 12 years, I said, man, your wife has never said nothing? He said, no. I go, yeah, man, it's like we're shit out the windows. Wow. She said that kind of thing I would be upset if you go to your wife. Well, maybe, but no, I fully think that people smell different to different people. No, I bet you. No, I do. I bet you this guy goes to his wife and goes, man, Brendan said about my breath, and then she goes like this.
She would go, I wanted to tell you. Yeah. So if you love someone, I would, if it was my, well, first of all, I wouldn't be with that person. I wouldn't be with that person. I totally agree. Yeah. But you need to tell me. No, the only appropriate friend would just be the legit look in, you know, for like all day. Yeah, but that's the kind of shit you don't have to say nothing. Don't say nothing. You know, if I had a, I couldn't marry somebody that had credit breath. I know what I'm talking about. I couldn't marry somebody that would tell me the truth. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's to me, yes. But more so what I'm saying. I could not marry somebody. I could not be around somebody. Okay, so how long? Go on one date, you're like, maybe else. Or just out? Yeah, it would be. I tell you what, just out right away. I tell you what, if it's the first time I see her, I try again, but it's always kind of like, how did that happen? But if it's like if it's a fifth time or something, it's like you're coursing her whole existence. You're like, if it's the fifth time though, or do you give her 5 times? No, I'm saying it hasn't happened. And then the next time I'm like, depends how hard she is. If you're saying so, I can't be able to tell you. I do. Really? Not me. That's hers. I don't fuck around like that. I don't fuck around.
I'm also not confrontational, so I would just be like, nah, I don't say anything.
I understand that, but look, you're not confrontational. Look. I've only been with people that where I'm like, wow, we never had it. It's just right before she saw you. She was like, that's not it. But yeah, I know you're being silly. But
I think, would you rather have that guy that's not like pure hot shit that Eric was sitting next to, or would you rather have a guy like a dude that just jumps on cologne? Well, cologne gives me a headache.
Yeah, dude, you know what? I'd rather the cologne, even though I hate that.
I'd rather have shit.
You'd rather sit through me up.
And then like hardcore, like Armenian cologne, yeah.
This was made. Just think of Armenian without the cologne. That's what this was. You know what I mean? So, I'm drinking my second cigar. I'm really curious as to what thinks about when you should say. Okay, yeah. All right, so here's another scenario. So I just booked a dine up here. Okay. All right. Again. No. This piece of shit. The way you said it made it seem like
it's like season 2. I can't wait.
No, it would be 3. So I just booked. I'm dying up here. That's how you should have said it. This is back then. So I'm at the Improv bar, and I see a comic that I haven't seen in a while because he was going through some stuff. And I walk up to him and I say, well, where you been, man? How you doing? And he's like, it's been a rough time. But you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm back. I'm actually up for this show. I'm up for this show. It's called Down Up Here in this park. All right. And you just got it. I just got it. Now, the things I looked at and I said to myself, I'll tell you what I did. But after you tell me what you would do. Right, so what you said, he was going through stuff. So like, I know what I would do. What would you do? I would go, bro, I just got that part. That's what I would know.
I would not do that. I would not do that because I'm not a therapist, and I don't want to deal with the crisis management right there. I'm like, oh man, hope they get it. And I'd walk away.
That's wild. You know what? I understand why you would. It's not a wrong answer. No, I know. I understand, but I would.
I'm not his agent.
I understand, yeah, but I would tell him because I would feel like it's the right thing to do, I guess. But I get why you do that, and you're making a fair point.
It's like you're close to blowing your head off. Listen to this. I just got the part.
No, well, my thing was like how you said it. You should be like, oh, I thought of this. This guy later would be like, oh man, yeah. you got that part. And it's like, it's like, oh, fuck. Because I know the business. This sucks, dude. It's happened. This version of this happened to me.
Yeah, that's my favorite. It was the same party you were going out for.
Yes. So that's what you did.
I said to him, I said, oh man, you know what? I just spoke that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I said right now.
Because like, you know that whole
Yeah. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I get what you're saying, Brendan, but that is interesting though. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well,
Because like I'm glad that he said that because I totally agree with his sentiment.
a lot of people.
But I just had the same thing here. Like, some of the dad's kids tried out for the same team Tiger did. And I found out early Tiger made the team. I didn't say shit.
Well, that's a little different. There's so many spots.
No, there's not. There's 9 spots. There's 250 kids.
Okay, does it get it? Let's say it was football, and Tiger was going out for the quarterback. This is the starting quarterback for this like prestigious kids. I still think it's different when it comes to your kids.
No, but then it's your fun as the dad. Just
The other dad kind of, he's like, my kid's about to be the quarterback of that team. I can't wait. I would do the same thing. I would be like, just so you know.
Count the you would, Chris. You say that, and we come up on like, man, how can we hear something? I'm like,
If it was a friend,
no, I know. Check this out. I'll tell you why I disagree with Brendan on this. Because let's say the kid is not going to be the starting quarterback, the other kid, but then you're going to see him. But that kid makes the team, and he's like, they're awkward. I'm trying to avoid the awkwardness later when you could have been up front. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not even. That's not even in my calculus.
Brendan Schaub upset that he got made fun of just a little bit by Chris D'Elia. I mean, first of all, that bad breath story that Schaub told, I bet you it was actually the other way around. And one of Schaub's former friends, Schaub doesn't really have friends anymore, told him that his breath was really bad. Because everything about this is a lie, so I'm betting the opposite is probably the truth of that story. And someone said it to him, because his breath probably does smell like crap, because he's always doing that dipping stuff. That stuff you put in your mouth and your lip, and you're gonna spit out. That is the most disgusting thing anybody could ever do. I remember when I was in the Navy, the guys on the ship would do that, walking around with their empty water bottles, spitting into it. And they would just leave their water bottles all over the aircraft carrier. Oh, that was so annoying. They gotta remember my job to have to clean any of that up. So much job, not lying, but just you get that up in their lip and they're trying to talk, and it's like, I guarantee you that story was actually the other way around. And they were telling Baba that his breath stinks because he's always doing that dipping stuff. What is that stuff? Skull? I know he probably used some other brand, but with the little pouches, never been. I mean, he is a sensible fellow. Doing good by singing. But he's sitting there looking like Slim Shady. And I gotta say, kind of a little trashing for Texas, but let me know your thoughts.
Why? Highlight the Jewish Shais because there was a reason for this issue, which was sanctifying itself as the Shais outside of the Mitzvah. How Jewish with him, but if he went ahead and sanctified himself as a Jew, we're talking about this he Yatsa, and then he left. Avodah, so Shema. The Avodah was pretty good. So what do you see from here? But as long as there was a Jewish and nice black light, different.
right away.
That's what I'm saying.
That to me, I don't want to think I'm going to get something and know it's dude, I've been there, and it is so like you're like, why the fuck did they just tell me? That's how
But also, Chris, it could be like you also don't know what's gonna happen. Like to the Tigers team, like maybe the kids were so good they're taking 11 kids. And you're not getting it. So I don't fucking know. That's why I'd say acting. When it comes to acting too, it's like maybe the guy was so good he got another role. So I'm not the fucking director. So I can be the one that gives you bad news.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking.
Yes, I would.
It's not. That's a coward's way. Like, no, it's not. It's not. It's actually not a coward's way because you want.
Because I'm not the fucking.
Honestly, I don't appreciate you teasing him. Anything with the tank top. The last scenario. Okay. The fact that he came with. I'm just guessing. Hilarious. It's not him. But he actually was going for this part too. You know what he said to me? Donnell comes up to me and goes, he sees those getting I was going out for that part, but he goes, but there was a weight requirement, and he just walked away. I was like, you motherfucker! I'm telling you, it was bad. All right, last scenario, guys. Just wait real quick. Back to the audition thing. I was once on this audition, and Brian was helping me with it. He's like, you ain't get it, dude. And my buddy was the director. He's like, you ain't get it. And I walked in the audition room, I saw Nick Jonas going for the same part, and I just went, all right, I'm probably not going to get it. He said, you're going to get it or you're not going to get it?
You're going to get it. I'm like, dude, this is a show, and you fit everything. And our boys, the director, I walked in, and Nick Jonas was sitting there.
And that's how he made the band. What was it?
Yeah, but Jonas Brothers.
I don't know. I mean, I just say this. I've been in that exact situation. That had that similar thought. I walk into an audition and there's like famous people sitting there. You know, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to get this. I was that guy. But I did get it. And I was Workaholics for 8 years. So, you can't think like that. I was that guy. I was the guy that was in the room. I was like, sorry, I'm here.
Sorry, guys. Well, that's why you're a successful actor, Eric.
I remember on down up here, I walked into the audition room.
So when he comes back, he has to recycle. The nature of that recycling depends on what you do. On a nice fragment, so as I keep on a nice sub, defecated. When he comes back to the place of interest to work, tell him to do that. He requires conversion to the mikvah. On the other hand, look on a natural marriage, it's just urinates, then how
What's up, sluts? Everybody's favorite pimp here. It is second of Adar, 5786, Thursday, February 19th, 2026. This is day 55. And I told a story yesterday where I would just say 55. I didn't do it for a long period of time, but I just, I did it. Then when I realized that it like hurt somebody, then I stopped. But I just, because you're supposed to honor your father and mother. All right. And there was something else. I did something else. I don't know. Anyway. If you're wondering, I've got these bots going and just programming robots. And I think it'll be worth it in the future. So if I have to like, keep an eye on them, apologies for the distraction. I know you guys watch this bullshit anyway. Alright, I got 99 Ceresin, but a bitch ain't one. Chilazone, Nerix Trunculus, that bitch is like a Pokemon Dolus, that's the Jewish diaspora, and that's Chachma, wisdom, being understanding, Da'at, knowledge. Chalaf is the knife, Shechita is slaughter, Shochet is the slaughter, Bedika is examination or inspection. Chalaf is the instrument of surgical sharpness used to perform Shechita, Halakha, body of Jewish law, halakhic in accordance with Halakha, kosher, correct, fit, appropriate. Neviela, an animal that was not slaughtered by Shechita, whereby this pimp, Shechita, a Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals and poultry for food. The Chabad website has a typo. They have a poultry. It's poultry. Poultri. Shochet or shoktim. The person who performs shkita, qualified with a thorough knowledge of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology, and licensed by both religious and civic authorities. Torah, the source of all Jewish teaching and law, also referred to as the law of Moses. Trefla, literally torn, generally used to denote non-kosher food. Tsar, Ba'alei, Chaim. The Jewish teaching that cruelty to animals diminishes man's own ethical and moral standing, and that it is contrary to Jewish law to cause animals pain or distress. Shochet must be learned in the laws of kosher slaughter and adept at sharpening and polishing his knives. Could be her knives, known as shtelem, chalef in Yiddish. He or she also trains under an experienced shochet to learn how to hold the animal firmly, to slaughter it quickly and smoothly. Often, but not always, shochet is also trained to be a bodek, a checker, who examines the inner organs of the animal to ensure that it was healthy at the time of death. In the modern factory setup, these tasks are often divided. Gaycock and often yam go piss in the ocean, like tis dying. I got this bullshit. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Akin ani medaber ivrit bekar ivrit mikrai afshe befol anachnu amur medaber Yiddish bo ulai army shegam otan ani yakol ledaber bamida mesu yemet avo ani maadif angli lakin bo medaber angli zenishma tov lecha. Oh yeah, just bear with me. This will be worth it for Israel. So, okay. No way, that fucking works. No shit. Alright, that'd be tight if that shit worked. Alright, so to sing this song. Wouldn't that be tight for it? Nagila Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Ben Ismecha, Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Ben Ismecha. Havanera, Havanera, Havanera, Venismecha, Havanera, Havanera, Havanera, Venismecha. Rahim, Rahim, Benesamea, Rahim, Benesamea, Rahim, Benesamea, Rahim, Benesamea, Rahim, Rahim, Benesamea. Hey, Abba, Nagila, Abba, Nagila, Kava, Nagila, Hey, Mistaka, Abba, Nagila, Kava, Nagila, Kava, Nagila, Hey, Mistaka. Havanera, Havanera, Havanera, Venismecha, Havanera, Havanera, Havanera, Venismecha, Urafim, but that's a man. Urafim, but it's a man. Urafim, but it's a man. Urafim, but it's a man. That was tight. All right. Dude, maybe we should do the Kabbalah part now. And this is coffee and Kabbalah and coffee and Kabbalah. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? All right, high color Zutari tea. The Lesser Palaces. It's an anonymous Merkaba mystic, 3rd to 6th century CE, made antique Roman, Byzantine, Palestine, or we don't use that. Scratch that.
It describes the ascent of Rabbi Akiva to the heavenly palaces, It focuses on mystical ascent, descent, the chariot paradox, angelic hierarchies, liturgical adjurations, vision of the throne, structure outline, opening framework, presented as mystical teachings revealed to Rabbi Akiva, emphasis on secrecy and qualification, warning that improper use leads to danger and death, preparation for ascent, ritual purity requirements, fasting and asceticism, recitation of divine names, use of seals to pass heavenly gates, the 7 palaces, Sheba Hayah, 7 heavens palaces, each palace contains fierce angelic gatekeepers, specific passwords and divine names, threats to unworthy visitors, mystic must correctly recite demonstrate spiritual growth, stand terrifying angelic hierarchies, Hayat, living creatures, heavy emphasis on angelic power, angelic hostility, divine authority, divine names and adjurations. Large portions consist of long strings of sacred names, magical symbols, protected invocations, purpose and Satan's control over angels, mystical aura, vision of the throne, description of the divine
fire, light, and overwhelming radiance. Divine body imagery, highly symbolic and related to controversial. The throne vision echoes. Ezekiel 1, early apoptic traditions like First Enoch. Liturgical elements, heavenly hymns, angelic praise formulas, repetitive chant-like structures. This shows early links between mysticism, prayer, proto-Kabbalistic theurgy, theological themes, human ascent to heaven is possible and dangerous, divine names, functions, cosmic keys, angels resist human intrusion, authority of Torah, sages over angels, mystical experiences and links, importance for foundational texts like love literature, influenced later works like Heikalo Rabbi, precursors shows Judaism's early mystical and magical traditions. If you'd like, I can next outline Heikalo Rabbi great analysis, or compare Heikalo Sutati to
No, that's okay. So why do we sometimes say the world to come, but other times it's heaven? It seems like heaven isn't mentioned in Torah. So where does this come about in using the term heaven? That, like heavens are used, but not heaven in the traditional like afterlife sense. Give me the breakdown, please.
Great question. You're 100% right to notice the distinction. In the Torah, we see Shamim, Shemayim, heavens, but not heaven as a clearly defined afterlife destination the way later Judaism or Christianity speaks about it. The shift happens gradually. Here's the breakdown. In the Torah, Chomer Shumash, 5 books of Moses, the word used is Shemayim, heavens. Example, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. What does Shemayim mean? It means the sky, the cosmic realm above, God's dwelling metaphorically. It does not clearly mean a reward location after death, paradise for souls. When people die in the Torah, they go to Sheol, the graveyard. Sheol is shadowy, neutral, not punishment focused, not clearly heaven or hell. So you're right, early Torah theology does not describe heaven as the post. Early biblical development provides some items. Later Tanakh books begin expanding the picture. For example, Book of Daniel, Daniel 12, introduces resurrection. Book of Isaiah hints at eternal life imagery. Psalms sometimes speaks of being taken by God. Still, there is no fully systematized heaven as reward. The seed is falling. The righteous are associated with God's presence. God dwells in the heavens. Therefore, proximity to God begins to imply post-mortem. Second Temple period, major shift. This is where things change significantly. Influences apocalyptic literature, angelology, resurrection theology, some inversion ideas not broken but often discussed. Books like Third King, Second Maccabees. Now we see multiple heavens, heavenly, general punishment areas, thrones, angel worlds. Heaven starts meaning a structured post-death reality for the righteous. Rabbinic Judaism, Talmudic period. Now we get clearer terminology. Gan Eden, Gan Eden, Garden of Eden, used as the place of living for righteous souls after death. Olam Haba, the world to come, can mean afterlife realm, future messianic era, or post-resurrection world. Shabbat, several firmaments described in Talmud believed the world to be. Now heaven becomes a layered cosmology, place of souls, the realm of angels, God's throne domain.
switch between heavens and
Fuck.
earth is a historically different idea as long term. Later term, Shammai, heavens, sky, cosmic realm, spiritual realm, heaven, afterlife sense, not exclusively earth. Garrett, earthly God, post-death theological afterlife concept. Originally, heaven was cosmological term. Later, heaven, theological manifestation. Theological philosophy of Judaism does not phrase heaven, going to heaven. The main focus of philosophy, resurrection ties of the Messianic era living in a perfected world, so even later Judaism doesn't emphasize heaven the way Christianity does. So, where did heaven come from? It developed through biblical evolution, conflicting liturgical rabbinic interpretation, mystical traditions like idolatry to revive, later medieval Jewish philosophy. It was not properly formed until it emerged over centuries. If you'd like, I can next explain the difference between Galilee and Olam Haba, whether heaven in Judaism is temporary or eternal, and how this differs from Christian heaven. Your instincts here are very sharp. This is exactly the kind of contextual wisdom awareness most people miss.
A small bandage, but again, it was like a more significant item. So that's typically context function. You're tracking about other possibilities. I'm telling you that you need to make it here. And you just said, when you just said, most of it, again, when did you learn that if you made it for the college, don't find some type of bandage? That's an instrument that you address. About silks and cotton cases.
Perfect. Let's go deeper and clean on this. You're asking for the real distinction between Ganet, Ganet, God, Eden, Olam Haba, Olam Haba, or world together. Because people use them interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. Gan Eden, Ganet, what it originally meant in Genesis is a physical God on earth, but in rabbinic Judaism it becomes the place where righteous souls go after death before resurrection. Key features: it is spiritual, exists without bodies. It is a movable state, which is often called heaven in popular speech. Sources: Talmud, Midrashic literature. Gan Eden is usually understood as temporary. It lasts from death until resurrection. Olam Haba, Olam Haba, this term is more complex. It can mean three different things depending on context. A, the afterlife, sometimes use that way. Sometimes rabbis use the Olam Haba to mean the soul world. B, the messianic era, the perfected world on Mashiach, Messiah. C, the post-resurrection world, most technical meaning, after Tayat HaMetim, resurrection of the dead. This is the ultimate eternal state. How Rambam system. Very important. Maimonides Rambam makes a sharp distinction. Gan Eden is metaphor for intellectual soul pleasure. Olam Haba is purely spiritual eternal existence of the intellect. Resurrection, temporary stage before ultimate spiritual existence. He downplays physical paradise imagery. Rambam's system, opposite direction. Nachmanides Rambam disagrees. He holds Gan Eden rules temporary soul realm. Olam Haba rules physical, spiritual, resurrected world. The final state is embodied, not disembodied. This becomes closer to Kabbalistic thinking. Kabbalistic view in Kabbalah, there are levels of Gan. Lower Gan, upper Gan. Souls ascend spiritually through levels. Olam Haba is cosmic rectification, divine revelation, post-resurrection reality. Ash is heaven eternal in Judaism. Shulchan are usually known in non-Christian sense. Classical Jewish structure looks like this. 1. Death. 2. Cosmic ahead of unification temporary. 3. Gan Eden. 4. Resurrection. 5. Olam Haba. Ultimate eternal state. Heaven. Gan Eden is often awaiting. The final goal is a perfected, resurrected reality. Why people refuse them? Because in casual speech, Gan Eden is heaven. Olam Haba is heaven. Going to heaven means dying righteous. And technically, they are different stages in Jewish theology. Big conceptual difference from Christianity. In most Christian theology, heaven is final and eternal. In Judaism, the final state is tied to resurrection, earthly restoration, national redemption. Mashiach heaven is the ultimate goal. Redemption is
magic is so events, but non-Jews have gathered of what? Or how have to be phrased.
Yemi or the garment that is on the head. So diagram is the other qualification. But the reason is also for what you're assuming what? That it is not in any way proposed between the hands and the avoda. So you're talking about a case where it's on his left hand or it's on the back side of the hand, and obviously the point cannot operate with the bandage. It proposes between itself and the avoda that you do. Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So I don't know if you could have the Yemi or you could have the walk less than 3 by 3. So what do you see from this? And according to Rambam, if the bandage is more than 3 by 3, you get into the issue of what? Of each toward the government. You get into the issue that potentially that's more significant, and potentially that is considered a different thing.
Right, let's punch through some of these.
Yeah, by Rabbi.
Gehenna, this is the part that people
Yes, let's
either
have a react to
exaggerate
this
or
amount.
completely
What's the
misunderstand.
issue with this?
Where
That's
does
what
the
it's
word
going to be that way, right?
Gehenna
And
comes
it's
from
the dust of
Valley of
him.
Hinnom,
And the
Geben
wind
Hinnom,
goes into his
Geben
clothing,
Hinnom, Valley
and
of
the
the Son of Hinnom.
flows
In
off
Tanakh, this
his
valley
flesh.
near Jerusalem is
So the idea is
associated
that the
with
clothing is not so
idolatry,
flushed and
child
skin,
sacrifice,
the wind
divine
comes in
judgment.
and
Over
blows out
time,
the
it
clothing
became
a little bit.
symbolic of
And you might say,
post-tribulation.
no, what's that about?
But
No,
this
it's just a
Gehenna
little thing that holds
was
it.
the
It's not
afterlife
what's that
realm.
about.
The Torah
How
mentions
did the
Sheol,
Lord
Sheol,
the
grave,
you
not
require the
heaven.
clothing
But
to be on the
Gehenna as a
flesh?
structured place
Also,
of
you got a
judgment
flash.
develops
So,
later,
Dilma,
especially in
Derek, what you said
Second
about
Temple literature,
at least you
rabbinic
know,
literature.
always the point has to wear the
What is
clothing
Gehenna
and
in
run
rabbinic
it back.
Judaism?
As
In
long
the
as he's
Talmud,
wearing it in a
Gehenna
nose and
is
back and
usually a
back and
temporary
it's moving off
purification
his back a little
process,
bit.
not
That's
eternal
not
damnation,
definitely.
rarely
Oh, no, definitely
permanent.
true. You know, another question.
Famous teaching,
When I
most
see
sons
that
judged for up to 12
that's,
months.
you know,
That's
Mount
why
the Puppet,
Kaddish,
look at the
Kaddish,
couple
orders
pounds,
prayer
go
said for
out
11
and
months. We assume our loved one isn't wicked enough to need to 12
maybe some of you might have thought about it. I
What happens there?
think around
They bless eternal torture and spiritual detox, soul experiences, awareness of its misdeeds, shame, distance from divine light, any of his existential, not necessarily physical fire, though fire imagery is used. Mystical means exposure to truth. Who goes there? According to the rabbis, most people go through some level of Gehenna. Completely righteous may bypass it. The extremely wicked may face a prolonged punishment, very debated. But classical Judaism does not emphasize eternal hell the way Christianity does.
What about dust?
Structure of the afterlife, classic rabbinic model. Here's the traditional flow. 1. Death to immediate judgment. 3. Gehenna, immediate temple.
For
4.
bondage,
Ganed, soul
of
in one
course,
state.
goes down
5. Resurrection, taking out humanity. Hayat. 6. Olam Haba, ultimate perfect existence. Gehenna is a stage, not the destination. Do non-Jews have a share? According to the Mishnah in 10.1, the righteous of the nations have a share in Olam Haba. So yes, non-Jews can attain
what about dust?
judgment.
So the Gemara says,
Kabbalistic expansion.
Base Hashem,
Kabbalah describes multiple levels of Gehenna, soul reincarnation, reincarnation, spiritual repair processes. In this view, Gehenna is part of cosmic rectification. Judaism's afterlife system is not Gehenna versus hell eternal. Ideas, purification, elevation, redemption, ultimate goal. As Moses stated to heaven, the ultimate goal is resurrection, divine revelation, and perfected world. If you want exit, go deeper. Is Gehenna fire literal or metaphorical? Do souls recognize each other? Where does Satan fit into all this? Or how Shabbat explains the whole system differently? You choose the rabbit hole.
Abu Saroba in al Mahalaka, you need to get through the every part of the flesh and the flesh. And do what they are position about. Because you know, this is the way that the clothing is worn. This is not only so fake or mallow, but this is the face. Let's say the calling is going on the Yaboda, and in the midst of the Yaboda, he puts his hand in his shirt. He puts his hand in his shirt, just like the rest of his hand on his chest. But in that moment, what's happening? His hand is between his flesh and the Kahuna.
Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is biblical. Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is very different from Christian. In the Torah, the word shaitan, Satan, and their equals literally means Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is very different from Christian devil. There's a thread on my body. I'm the total thread on my body. Therefore, I can also my body and the if that was a computer, this would be my name of my type stuff. Ella, name of me is Yella. That was my ass of college. What happened to the people that has a thread that is down to one level? And that's the point my brother. That's another question. But now that I not just the other people now. So what happened to the point there? That's down to that. It is consistent, not a cosmic enemy of God. Beyond life, after death, the soul is judged to same functions as divine mercy still provides doesn't it? But do we know there is not like on the body?
Judaism is radically monotheistic.
Well, that's
Even
true.
destructive forces
But
come
that's
from
the
God to
point
serve
where
divine purpose. God's fully design.
by
Satan
shall
is
not
a fallen angel, a rival deity.
only where he shall
The
not all
untranslated Christian theology,
well.
Kabbalistic view. Kabbalists speaks of the seed
Which is
trap,
my address. I leave it man, I'm a light around my
spiritual
It's a
legacy.
very easy
But
hole.
even these
That
are
night time
necessary
is
for
not
the
good for the
cosmic
practice.
intercourse of
Those
divine
who buy the
mercy.
those that
Making
if you hold
use
the
of
night time,
biblical
that time, then
Hasidic explanation very clean.
even
In
the
just
light of
Hasidut,
you're
Hasidic
not
faith, evil exists for free will,
oh,
spiritual growth,
light of
feeling
love,
tolerant. The Baal Shem Tov, even the
that means
Satan is
everyone
not
gets
help.
one.
So let's tie it all together. Afterlife system in classical Judaism. Satan false God is given for purifiers. Gan Eden rewards. Resurrection restores. Olam Haba perfects. But the whole system is unified under God. There is no dualism. Now let's go deeper into what it is. Is Gehenna literal fire? Do souls recognize each other? Is reincarnation mainstream? Or happens at resurrection exactly? Pick your direction.
By night, it's by day. Usually by the house, so where does the shadow come up? And I'm Laila Isman is doing. So according to the opinion of those that are close to one, both by day and by night, now I have a shadow, just very touchy to the country. So that's my mitzvah to do that. It's all kinds, was a solution and a mitzvah that is on the body of the boy. Does that mitzvah have to go to the country? Or not? Exalgorous, was a question of exalgorous in the role. Meaning the question kind of took on a track to that role. Well, much of the coming to the Ami. And it was present before the Ami. What does the Ami say? Amalus, Amalus, Amalus, which is ruling,
Is Gehenna literal fire? Short answer, depends who you ask. In Tanakh, Gehenna imagery comes from Valley of Hin. It was associated with burning and judgment, so fire language entered Jewish imagination. In the Talmud, fire is described as flame. Fire is spiritual shape, awareness of truth, exposure to divine reality. It burns because the soul recognizes the voice. Rabbi was a Yehuda. He strongly held the metaphor punishment and loss of closeness to God through flames. Kabbalistically, fire can be spiritual purification energy, the intensity of divine light experienced as pain, not necessarily physical combustion. Consequently, classical Judaism does not require literal fire. Fire means purification as exposure to truth. Do souls recognize each other? This is debated, but mostly yes. The Talmud implies souls are aware. They know their descendants. Midrash describes the righteous sitting together in garden. Kabbalah says souls exist in relational structures, therefore isolated. However, recognition is soul level, not body level, or essence level appearance. Is reincarnation mainstream? In a early rabbinic literature, no. In medieval Kabbalah, yes. The idea of biblical reincarnation becomes central. Isaac Luria, the answer. According to Luria in Kabbalah, souls return to fix unfinished spiritual work. Not everyone reincarnates, only when needed for different Hasidut accepts this framework. Rationalists like Rambam derive to Hasidut. Today, in Western Judaism, reincarnation is standard. In philosophical Judaism, it's optional. What happens at resurrection? Tahiyat Matim, Tikyat, resurrection of the dead. This is one of the 13 principles of faith. Talking about At some future stage, bodies are restored to reunite with purified bodies. Death is abolished. Reality perfected. Debate about resurrection may be temporary, find spiritual existence. Resurrection is permanent. Final state is immortality. Resurrection begins with demons divine light and physical reality. Matter itself becomes transparent divinity, putting it all together. Here's the full Jewish arc. 1. Death. 2. Judgment. 3. Gehenna. Purification. Gan Eden. Soul. 5. Cosmic reincarnation. 6. Resurrection. 7. Haba. Ultimate perfected existence. No eternal hell. No rival devil. No single heaven, hell, binary. It's repair and elevation system. If you want next, we can tackle. Do Wikipedia ever get annihilated? Do animals have souls in the system? What happens immediately in the first 72 hours after death? Do Jewish sources? We've basically mapped the entire Jewish metaphysical structure of this world.
Yes. How's that bitch working? Really beautiful. Seemingly.
Right, we're going to finish the whole metaphysical work. 3 big questions. Are some souls annihilated? Do animals have souls? What happens in the first 72 hours after death? Let's go carefully. Some souls are alive and animated. This is one of the most debated topics in Jewish theology. According to Talmud suggests most Jews have a share in an afterlife. Some extremely wicked individuals may not, but it does not clearly define eternal torture. Rothschild's position. My findings. He introduces a major idea. Some souls may experience character excision, meaning the soul ceases to exist and does not receive eternal life. For Rabbi, the worst punishment is non-existence, fire, not torment, extinction. Rabbi and Kabbalah, when later Kabbalists disagree, they generally hold very few souls are being destroyed, most undergo purification. Even very damaged souls can eventually be repaired. Lorraine and Kabbalah especially emphasizes cosmic repair over annihilation. Annihilation exists in some Jewish thought, but eternal damnation is not central place in Judaism. Do animals have souls? Yes, but not the same kind as humans. Judaism describes multiple souls in fish life. Spirit, Shema, Shema higher soul. Animals, Nefesh, life force consciousness. Humans have Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama. Do animals go to heaven? The book of Ecclesiastes raises the question, who knows whether the spirit of man rises upward and the spirit of the animal descends? The Talmud does not systematically describe animal afterlife. Kabbalah suggests animals have sparks of divine vitality. Their soul force returns to its spiritual root. They do not face judgment like humans. Some mystical traditions even say animals connected to righteous people may inherit what happens in the first 72 hours after death. Now we enter traditional mystical materialism. Observe in passages. Here's the traditional breakdown. First 3 days, the soul, cosmic occupied, graven, is disoriented, unaware. Why? Because the soul is still attached to the body. Decomposition, sources describe the soul experiences distress, body decays. This is one reason Jewish burial records conclude after 7 days, by the end of Shiva, 7-day period, the soul begins fully transitioning into its stage. After 30 days, the soul stabilizes further in its post-death state. 12 months. Judgment and purification generally complete in 12 months. The full system involved, like death. Soul hovers, initial judgment, Gehenna purification if needed. Gan Eden, state, cosmic resurrection, so extreme souls, so annihilation by God, animals, life force returns to light source, judgment, returns to purification, focused on life, focused on resurrection, focused on restore, So rough was the guy that right?
yet
And
God's
what's that ultimately
data,
identity is
its
no,
cosmic
because there's
redemption.
no washing up
If
in
you want to go
everything.
even
So you
further,
didn't
you
wash
can
it.
explore
Why would you do that?
near-death
You have all this
experiences, light-to-life
So us as
regressions,
people
baptism,
remember again,
suicides, or
this is the
eternal
clear
life.
Shabbat from
Whether
yesterday. The
Mashiach
clear
changes
Shabbat
the
people
afterlife
was a
you
touch
have
of
to
variety
answer
of different
perhaps
halachos. Among
this
them
differently.
is that the
You've
Kohen did
basically
not
completed
do
the classical
you
Jewish
check that out,
pathway
he didn't want
into
his
the
hands to be prior to the Avodah. Ultimately, again, the Avodah will be complicated. Hang up on that. What
Have
was
you ever had a near-death experience? Yeah, I never thought I would, but I had surgery, very important surgery in my life. One of like four I had that year, and I don't want to go into them right now, but there were complications apparently. I was never fully explained, and I think I understand why, because I would have potentially had a major lawsuit against the doctor, and I really liked him, and I didn't want to sue him, and I did everything that I could really to schedule the surgery around Shabbat and around my working life, and I didn't have any time off. Um, but I had to have the surgery basically done. And so I received approval and was able to pay cash for it, which was expensive. And I made arrangements and had it. I was going to be home by Shabbat. Like hours to spare. And I remember going under, and we were going to count down from 100. I'm like, okay. And I've been in series before, and I remember that I only get to like 98, and then I'm out. But when I woke, I saw it up there, like this, and I could see the relief on his face that I came to. And I didn't know how much time had gone by. And I could just tell he thought I was going to die or I was dead. I mean, maybe I wasn't dead, but I could see his face, his life flash before his eyes, that like he was in fear that I was going to die. And I think it was a lot on him, and without going into complications, I was not coming out of. I really don't know. I think I know I had a huge loss of blood, and I had a huge loss of blood to the point where I couldn't walk. And when I woke, I'm thinking to myself, "Well, okay, it's going to be Shabbat in a few hours," and he said, "It's almost midnight," and I'm like, "It's almost midnight," and he said we couldn't do everything that we were supposed to do in the surgery, and I was really disappointed because it was already like, what am I going to do about Shabbat? And then boom, they weren't able to do everything. That's why I had 4 different surgeries that year, major surgeries, where fully under anesthesia and such. And my car was at the surgical center. He wasn't just a doctor, he was a surgeon, and a very famous surgeon. Has a Wikipedia, was someone who developed a certain type of very important surgery. He was like one of the forefathers of this type of surgery. I wasn't having that. He was doing something else with me. But anyway, it was like was like 11. What time is it? It's like it's about 11 o'clock. And he knows that I'm a religious Jew, and um, he and the nurse got me off the table, and I could not walk. I remember being like, "There is no blood in me. I could not walk." Even just like I just had a lot of trouble walking to the point where they were having to like. And I think under other circumstances they would have called an ambulance and taken me to the hospital, but he didn't want to do that. I think probably because he didn't want to necessarily perhaps lose his license. But when I saw him, I could really tell that he thought I was gonna die, and he was relieved that I didn't. And I was very bandaged, and I don't remember what happened during that, but when you go into a surgery and it's supposed to take like an hour, and it takes like 10 hours, something went wrong. And I remember saying that to him later that I was not planning on this, but I could not drive on Shabbat. And I couldn't drive in the state I was in anyway. And the surgeon took me home. And I remember talking about religious discussion. Well, so his father was Jewish, and we were talking about his upbringing and such, basically, and Judaism. But I remember just talking to him about Judaism, and I got home, and because I had to leave my car, and I just knew I was going to have to leave it there until Sunday or Saturday night is when I left it, and I couldn't walk to the door, and I had to be like carried into the. And I remember just struggling to get up the stairs, and then just. But I will say this: you'll see. I would go to I think all my emails one day will become very famous, and I don't miss Shabbat, and I didn't miss Shabbat of my own control. But the first surgery that I had, I was so badly bandaged, but I still wanted to come, and it'll be like funny in the future where people were like, "This person wanted to go to Shabbat, wanted to daven and look like a mummy." And absolutely, like that's how serious I was about it. Still. So yeah, in your death experience. Yeah, but I can't really tell you anyway. Maybe one day under like hypnosis I'd be able to remember something, but I just remember looking at the doctor and he was just like white. And I looked at him in the face and he was like so relieved that I came to, and he told me that we could not do everything that we had planned in the surgery because there were complications, and I just had bled a lot more than had been expected, and I could feel it. I mean, I bled a lot in my life, far more than any person should ever bleed. I mean, I have bled to the point where I push on my head and I drop and I pass out. Like it takes out everything. It's just a terrible situation. No one should ever bleed as much as I have bled. And it's one thing to bleed and have the ability to have treatment. It's another thing to bleed and not have to use and not have the resources and supplies to be able to clot yourself or to get proper medical attention. Bleeding is terrible, and especially when it's from artery areas or close to it or places that won't clot. Oh, it's just a terrible situation. And this was not even that time. So I dealt with the loss of blood a lot. And when you don't have a lot of blood, you get very cold. And I can tell you I've experienced it multiple times in my life, and you become like absolutely weak, and was this the closest you ever felt that you were gonna die? I didn't. I think it's probably the closest that I came to ever dying. I mean, I'll just ask anybody else out there: have you ever had a surgeon drive you home? That just doesn't happen. I've never known of it. And I think I would have had, if I wanted to, a major lawsuit against this doctor if I wanted, but I didn't. He had helped me. He's my friend. And it was a situation where do you wish he would have taken you to the hospital? I mean, if I wasn't coming to after 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, I would have been in but it just was a bad situation. So did I have a, do you see the kind of a, no, but I have known people to do that, and I've known one woman, she never told me this story, but she told a family member this story, where she, I believe, was in a surgery, and there was a light that everybody talks about, you know, you see the light, and the voice in her head said, don't go to the light. And apparently if you go to the light, you die. It was against your intuition, like, oh, go to the light. No, if you go to the light, you die. If you stay in the dark, you remain on earth. And she would go on to have a very good career and other things. But anyway, near-death experiences are very interesting, and I don't recall having that, going to the light, but I do know that I was going in for a relatively minor, a surgery that was, I had complications during surgery. And I've been in a lot of surgeries, really. Everywhere from my feet to my head. I've had multiple foot surgeries. I've had plantar fasciitis. I've had hammer toe surgery. I've had facial reconstruction surgery. Multiple. I've had minor inpatient surgeries. I've had multiple spinal taps. Spinal tap is the worst pain I've ever had. I screamed like a little girl. And the second one that they were going to do, I told them, you got to put me under. I can't. I don't want that pain again. Could you undergo it? Yeah, but it was like I could feel someone in my bone, in my fucking spine, and I did not like that, and it hurt like a motherfucker. And I've heard that it's the worst pain, aside from childbirth, the person can undergo. I've been in a lot of pain in my time. I've had sciatica. I've had nerve pain. I've had a lot of pain, a lot of blood. And here we are. Okay, so this was not how today was supposed to go in our learning, but this has been pretty interesting. But this fucking robot seems to be going okay. So it seems like you programmed it, you know? Which is cool, because it was a fucking bitch to do.
Right, we're going into the next layer. Near-death experiences suicide in love. Does Mashiach change the afterlife system? How about maps the structure? Let's go carefully in response. Near-death experiences. In Jewish sources, Judaism does not treat blood and demons as part of theology.
minimal error to the time life. And Rothschild says, no, nighttime, I will say literally again, a nighttime period does not go ahead and bring to a close your 3 years of dying black line. It's what the Rabbi is saying, I think the Rabbi is saying, as long as you have not left the community, you have not had Pesach Hadas, you have not had a lack of contribution, one previous dying black line takes you a long way. Time that was around the vice versa. أيوة إذا ما كنا قاعد نشوف طلع العيبة يبقى كان بيوصل للرجال often طبعا running national back all night the overall total suicide by Nigeria. The next morning it requires a new certification of his hand and
Classically, suicide in the
Roger Shimon Omer, David Yazak, the National the Roger Shimon says, once the suicide by Nigeria was taken back, and the beginning of the Avodah, after the Shan Ba'ad Asara Yamin, in no Sarah was happening. Once the Egypt works on the strict and countries, he does not require another previous to die by God. Once you can see that you die by God, as long as you have A, not nothing is going to touch, and B, not having any kind of concept of awareness, one sanctification goes a long way. Which you might receive a book and
primarily affects living. But here's how it
why
shifts
don't you vote? It's because, yes, in the time I start, this is the first one. Can you come and the possibly Avodah, that would be where they see the another piece of that line why. Because there was some stuff when I voted about the whole of possibly in the motion, the there was a second case where there was no stoppage between those. Maybe that's the people that were sitting there behind. What he just said, ultimately again, the second one, but come up the other way, sitting about the heart, and a Moses married to the was the Lord in this case.
The ideas from Schneezer and the argument structure affect life force throughout emotion. Neshama, intellect, Shaya, Yehida, essence, after death, lower levels separate first, higher levels ascend. Gani, experience of divine understanding along our ultimate revelation aspect of divine essence. Shabbat emphasizes purpose is not escaping death, purpose is
Then hold the previous that was maximum and the 24-hour self-life, maximum work until the next day. Once the next day comes, it will require all the community that line, where the brother shouldn't say once you survive life was a last year long what? You don't need the consummation, you don't have lack of awareness,
resurrection is the We've now covered judgment, Gehenna, Gani, reincarnation, annihilation, animal souls, suicide, ending parallels, resurrection, Mashiach, Chabad metaphysics. If you want to go even deeper, the next frontier would be what actually is the soul according to different Jewish schools? Does free will continue after death? Can souls pray for the living? Or how this all connects to Kaddish? Pick the final layer.
You know, we're going to go to it, but before we do, have you ever considered the S word? Yeah, multiple times in my life. And I remember talking to anybody about it. Well, the first time I did, and I was like, oh, I survived that. Okay, great. The second time, I was going to do it. I was going to do it. I still don't know why I didn't do it. It's still confusing to me why I didn't do it. Man, I know when you contemplate it, you really start learning all the different ways to die. And I can tell you the bridge I was going to in Pasadena, Colorado Street Bridge, I could tell you, and they need to put, I think they did put netting there. I remember I was going to park. I mean, I looked at it on Google Earth. But that was not how I was going to do it. I mean, I thought about all the ways, but put exhaust in the car, and I don't want to go into all of it, but and then I rejected all of those, and I knew it would go differently. I was going to, and I ordered all the stuff that I needed to do. And I can tell you, I don't want to get into it, but like I can tell you so much about it. I almost feel like I did it. I didn't, thank God. But I still don't know why I didn't.
What about the case of Mechus the God? What about the case ultimately of the point of the Avoda without directly clothing, or did not wash his hands and feet? From where do you know that such Avoda is Psula as well? Top of the class. Amagomar, Chuka, Mitzvah Shabbat. We'll say the Gemara Mitzvah Shabbat between the Pasuk and the Kiyah of Chuka, which is Yain the Shefa al Krish. Asa Ubanefa Ikitos.
I almost feel like I know people have branded here, and I had a very, I can't believe how much I branded here. It's like one of the big shocking things of my life that I did. And I never said it to anybody. I've talked to people about it previously, but it wasn't as serious as this other time. This other time I was going to do it. I still don't know why I didn't do it.
How do you learn out the obligation of, I should say, the liability of the Chesed from the concept of from the Shabbat of Shkia Yain? So I would have done as follows. The Haniguri about the Bizar Chayiv ala Mitzvah. When is a coin of Osai? When is he liable if he doesn't wear the big Tuna? Only if he didn't wear the big Tuna for one of the Avodos, which is performed by a Zar and that coin, would bring a death sentence. אבל Avoda ge'im zar chayiv ala nisa im alon. There was a coin, do not make the gadol during one of the Avodas, for which a zar in that coin, which would be liable to death, would be liable to death. If it did, then there are two chayiv nisa, typical of the Dash, which is the moment meaning also.
I don't want to go into. I mean, I can tell you. I ordered everything that I needed. I had a date. Like I saw it through. I knew what companies to not buy the from whom not to buy the supplies, because if you and which ones. And I still can't believe I didn't do it. I really feel like I was tested. Like it was a big time in my life when I was tested, and I still can't believe I didn't do it. Like if I ever have children, they will have no idea how close I am. I remember being so sure of it. I was like, "Oh, this is it. It's over." And just having confidence that like this is done. No. And buying the stuff. I hope and I don't want to go into all the different ways, but I just hope the mayor of Pasadena someday makes it so that doesn't become what it has become. And some people get rid of other places. Like, but I wasn't even gonna do it that way. That was like a backup. It was. I mean, I studied every single word there was, and then picked the one that I thought was best for me. I hate to say it that way. Okay. It's a very disturbing thing, but I think I'll help people to see in the future that there is a future. I was so sure that to my friends out there, if they ever watch this, they should know how serious I am when I say. You see how confident I am when I do this stuff. I was sure. I was so sure. And I still don't. I still don't. And I really think like, wow, what if this does go viral someday? This would have never happened. None of this. It would have just been shelter. But I really do think that people who do, they should be able to be buried in Jewish cemeteries, and because people are in pain, and so no one should be treated differently because of that. This is widely affirmed in traditional Judaism. The Talmud implies that the righteous are aware of this world. Zohar expands. Souls need to seed. Visiting graves liberates and keep graves of the righteous is the soul is elevated when important distinction between the great and the dead. We ask God to consider their merit. That's a major holy boundary. How does Kaddish actually happen? Kaddish sanctification prayer, does not mention death. It magnifies God's name. Why does this help to Easter? Because a child loving sanctifying God's name creates merit. In mystical terms, the soul ascends heavens in the animal world. Its merit. Zohar describes when a son says Kaddish, harsh judgments. Spiritually, the soul is connected to its earthly environment. When descendants act righteously, the soul's light increases. Friends, let's assemble before the picture. Human life, bodies, multi-layered soul, free will, divine concealment. Death, soul separates, judgment, purification needed. Afterlife, gathering, spiritual delight. Reincarnation, session for living past. Future, Mashiach, resurrection, ultimate order. Core principle. This world is the arena of choice. The next world is the arena of clarity. The radical Jewish claim. Body is not a prison.
physical reality into a state where the final state is not floating solids. It is resurrected embodied existence in a perfected world. That is dramatically different from Greek influence and soul scapegoats. You now have the full classical mystical Jewish metaphysical system wrapped. But you want one last alternate layer. We could explore what happens to the soul during sleep, mini-death model, metaphysics of dreams, all like morning practices are structured in 3, 7, 13, 12 stages. Otherwise, you've basically completed the entire architecture.
I remember this, and I'm fired on all cylinders. I'm as much of a Tzaddik as you could ever be. And but under this one situation, I like to save my life. I couldn't stay at the surgical center, and I needed rest, and I lost a lot of blood. And I still feel badly because I always prepared really, really well, but it's like you can't anticipate. So, I mean, surgical complications are very difficult. Like I could have been out, I could have died. And I remember now talking to the doctor, the surgeon, about Rambam, because he was, Rambam was a doctor, and we talked the whole time. And I just remember teaching him about Rambam, as was in this very weird state. And to the other time, that was the near-death experience. And the other thing, I still don't know. And wouldn't it be interesting that, like, I feel like I could help the world a lot, and I could help Israel a lot, and it would be like none of that shit would have even happened if the. I think of the book of Job and like why I was like I still think about Job. My dad was always very fascinated by Job. Why Job was challenged as much as Job wasn't. We never really get a great answer to it. Perhaps it had to do with intergenerational or intergenerational misdeeds that came to Job. Who knows? But I still don't know how to do it. It would be like, like if we were taking a musket ball or something, we could have never won. Or the Rabbi, his ship is sank. We wouldn't have Chabad in the same way that we currently do. Like, what would have changed? If just one thing would have changed. And I don't like thinking about it, but I've never said it to anybody. So if anybody's out there, it's never too late. Things can get better. I console people all the time who are struggling in life, and I don't share it with them. And I don't mean to make a comparison. I've been in worse streets than basically all of them. I've never bled to death. I've never ended it. I just I really think that I'm gonna do something really great with my life. And I really feel like Hashem, any time in my life where I felt like things weren't even in my control was this time in my life, and it was right before I started these streams with my story. And I can't say that I don't think they're somehow related. Like, what I think I'm doing is the greatest thing in the history of humankind. I talk about it. And before being able to overcome challenge, be able to overcome, and perhaps be able to help the world in one way.
So another source for the concept that
So if you're hearing this and you're struggling, just know you can always contact me, I have some kind of service to be able to help you out. I still can't believe I didn't do it. When people find out how close I can be,
Beautiful. Final contract layers.
it'd be a shock to the world.
Metaphysics of dreams. Why morning follows 3, 7, 30, 12 stages. Let's go carefully and systematically. Sleep is a mini death. The Talmud, 47b says, that sleep is 6 to 4 death, close quote. Beautiful. Final ultra deep layers. Sleep is a mini death. Metaphysics of dreams. Why morning follows 3, 7, 30, 12 stages. Let's go carefully and systematically. Sleep is a mini death. 57b says, open quote, sleep is 1/60th of death, close quote. Why? Metaphysics. During sleep, according to Kabbalah, when you sleep, professional force remains in the body. Function will go ahead and will arrange that's why ultimately they're going to feel conscious and fully rational. Temporary sleep, soul, death, operation. Why we say when we wake up, Modeh Ani shares his article Nishmati. We thank you for returning my soul to me, because sleep is viewed as a return of the soul. It's metaphysically significant, not poetic exaggeration. Metaphysics of dreams. Dreams are treated very seriously in Judaism. The Talmud devotes many pages to dream interpretation. The approach is nuanced. 2 types of dreams. A. Psychological dreams generate from daily thoughts. Dreams follow the mouth. Interpretation shapes impact. B. Soulless dreams. Kabbalah teaches that the Neshama ascends during sleep and makes spiritual realities. But the message descends through imagination. So it becomes symbolic, distorted. That's why dreams make dreams. 1/60th prophecy, the Talmud says, a dream is 1/60th of the The faint echo never equals Judaism struggling against theology. My morning has 3, 7, 13, 12 stages. This is not arbitrary. It mirrors the soul's transition process. First 3 days, the soul, harvest in the body, struggles with separation, intense reflexes. Shiva, 7 days, 7 corresponds to completion cycles, creation, full emotional shock processing. By the end of Shiva, the soul begins stabilizing in its new state. 30 days, Shloshim, re-enters social life gradually. Ritual celebration of the soul is moved further from earthly attachment. Ritual 12 months. The total judgment generally does not exceed 12 months. That's why Kaddish is recited for 11 months. We assume all of them is not fully wicked. Mystical insight. Morning's very psychological. It mirrors the soul's ascent process. There is a synchrony between earthly and heavenly transition. Ground of matter. You should now see Judaism views existence as layered, making sleep, life, death, body, soul, concealment, revelation. This world reproof choice, sleep, function, death, resurrection, reintegration, and life. The deepest radical idea, according to Chassidut, death is not the ideal, soul-only existence is the ideal. Even Gandhi is the ultimate state is in looking toward consciousness, transformation. You have now soul body, afterlife structure, Gehenna, reincarnation, resurrection, Satan, animals, suicide, NDE parallels, sleep metaphysics, dream theory, morning architecture, sophisticated full concept business of Jewish metaphysics. If you want to go one final layer deeper, the place left is why Judaism insists resurrection is higher than heaven. That's the deepest paradox.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I can tell you that I had 2 very powerful dreams in my life, and it was right after this really difficult situation. Right before if I'm honest with you, all these dreams are like divinely inspired. Like, I talk with, it came from a dream. And if you want to know who was in the dream, it was like, we'll just say the rap in it, but like, it was like, you're going to be
What happens
the
in
most
20
important
So
person.
now you establish that the coding must have all the
But
Now we're going to speak a little bit
you're
about
going
the
to do it
steps
through streaming.
of
And even though you're not a streamer, it's the last thing in the world that
how
you
you
ever thought
really
you would do.
shovel. So what happens
And not everything, and I remember in the dream, it was like, in the dream, not everything that happens, and not everything that you think is going to happen. And some, you're going to be wrong about some things, but in the future, you'll actually turn out to be right, or people, or things will be manipulated so that you were right, so that it all becomes consistent. And you almost ended it all. And the reason why you did was because you've been tested, and it would be very important for the world to know how hard you were tested multiple times in all kinds of different ways. And I don't know, it was just a dream I had, and then another dream I had, which like just put some fun touches on it, but it was like the most real dream that I've ever had. Not even a real dream. It was like it was different than a dream. It was like it was just prophecy. People will ask me about this dream or series of dreams, and I've dreamed before. I've had lucid dreams. I talk about dreams of Shabbat tables. I never had anything like this. It was like
Let's tackle the final paradox. Why resurrection is considered higher than heaven, and Judaism. This is actually a crude of Jewish metaphysics. Why resurrection? Gan Eden is soul only. Souls in Gan Eden experience perfect. Let's tackle the final paradox. Why resurrection is considered higher than heaven, Gan Eden in Judaism. This is actually the crown jewel of Jewish metaphysics. Why resurrection? Gan Eden. Gan Eden is soul only. Souls in Gan Eden experience closeness to God. The body is absent. The experience is spiritual delight, wisdom, and divine illumination. Limitation: the soul is not fully interacting with the physical world. Its expression is limited to intellect and emotion. Resurrection restores body with soul. Tikiyat the resurrection of the dead, reunites the purified soul with perfected body. Embodiment allows the soul to fully express divine will in the physical form. Physical action of spiritual perfection is complete existence. Analogy: Gan Eden is a melody. Resurrection is the symphony of body and soul harmonies. Kabbalistic insight. Uriah and Kabbalah, soul sparks were trapped in matter and cave mold shells of impurity. Resurrection transforms all matter itself so the perfected world, Olam Haba, fully contained divine light. In other words, heaven is partial. Resurrection restores cosmic integrity. Shabbat, Shneir Zalman Yadi, emphasizes that, quote, the ultimate goal is not soulless sleep, it's a fully sanctified, resurrected, tangible reality. Philosophical perspective. Rambam versus Rambam. Philosophy of Gan Eden's resurrection. Why higher? Rambam. Intellectual delight of soul. Optional bodily review. Intellectual perfection may continue, but corporeal life is unnecessary. Rambam. Soul means God, delight. Body, resurrection. Embodied existence expresses divine unity fully. Takeaway: Gan Eden is temporary, soul only. Resurrection plus Olam Haba equals eternal, fully integrated physical and spiritual reality. The radical Jewish idea: the ultimate goal is not escaping the world. Unlike Greek dualism, it is redeeming the world and elevating matter itself. Heaven is a waypoint. Resurrection is the destination. Summary and flow. 1. Death. Soul separates. 2. Gehenna purification. 3. Gan Eden, initial spiritual reward. 4. Reincarnation, spiritual repair. 5. Resurrection, body plus soul reunited. 6. Olam Haba, perfected embodied time world, heaven, Gan Eden. resurrection to totality of bodies. If you want, I can draw a single diagram every stage from life, death, resurrection, and life, showing Gadol, Gehenna, reincarnation, and Hasidic layers, basically a visual Jewish metaphysics system. It's extremely clarifying. Do you want me to do that?
You could
Whether
maybe.
it's too short because what? Because the
You
length again inherent the wrong length, it will be positive. So what's
Do you think you've received prophecy? No, that hasn't happened since the fall of the temple. But it was as close to anything that I ever would have thought I would receive.
also looking at what? How it presents. Right?
It was just a dream, though. But it was a very powerful dream that definitely affected and that's why I can do this with so much confidence, because it was like a very like a divine plan. It was just like shared, basically. It wasn't big. But there were like really? I mean, because I joke about it. Like, oh, okay. But it was like this is all like this is it was like very alien related, and this is like Raphael, that company in Israel, like that defense contractor, like I'm a project of Raphael, basically. And I'm really happy how that robot's turning out. Alright, so we gotta fucking do our Yiddish. Okay, so just give it time. So this thing's Alright, Machai, that's something so pleasurable to roast the dead. Halabai means everyone in Yiddish got Machai, that's what Rabbi says, Yiddish got Halabai, that's what said before we stood. Yiddish got Jewish got Yantas coming, Federation, and say, Bitch, Tapas, Brass, Tat. Now it's the snack, for sure. Or snack in your pussy, for sure. And I don't know, I would say this. Again, if you, like, I lost a lot of blood in my life, and I remember I squeezed on my face, my knees would give out, and I remember hit my fucking head, just boom, hit the fucking floor, and being like, just covered in my own blood everywhere. Like, it gets so bad when you bleed a lot that it looks like somebody tortured an animal. I remember thinking, joking, but like serious, it looked like someone had tortured an animal in my body. And that wasn't even the worst time I've been bloody, was it? That's not the most amount of blood I've lost. I've lost more probably from surgery. Kind of, that's terrible. But sure, I remember just my face fucking hitting the fucking ground. And just being like, I just took a squeeze on my head, boom, my knees, all the blood, like, just like squirted out. Oh man, now that I think about it, I can just remember blood gushing from my fucking face and just like, oh, just, if you've ever seen wrestling with just like fake blood on the face, but this was fucking real. And just seeing like a volcano of blood. And not being able to stop it. That was the scary thing. Is it was like, oh, for sure, soulmate, for sure, female, soulmate, for sure, means soulmate. Mishmash, mixture, mishmash, I was taking back. Bookcase, nothing, beans, good night, happy holiday, return, the life, heart, blue truck, black culture, smooth, mensch, that's a good dude, I think mensch should be a thing. That's Isha Khail, and get over him, sit up as Flory, driving, Stettel, that's a town, Shadle, that's a big, Strindle, that's a hat, Most of these flights require dairy, meat, neutral, Hamish, Amish. That's
ultimately the begotten of his word. So actually
Homi,
also if you touch it and
Homi,
leave it out, that might
Shmada,
be the
Seven Branch Figure, Kazir, Sapir, Hazer. Hazer is to repeat, flip, step for your break, Mashada, wow, this is very nice. Yeah, Yarmoka,
بدون كاسمة أو أربع campos بسوسكا عشان تحاسبه.
trade,
On the four corners of your garden, around campos بسوسكا. So what do we got
it's like
here? Arba below shovel. This is just like what? The halal for
in, like I respect the king. Trade is
four
torn,
and not three. Oh, and
yards
arba
like
below
that's
coming.
annual,
It is species four and not five.
that's
Yishu
that
Omer
anniversary
Sheshe Kasimov.
books,
Also in the passage says that he had a garment
means
of
piece of wood. It's
Hare
like
Ba'alos Kamisha. Also in the
clumsy person,
garments will be tied in six.
needle,
Our man in the Kai Arba. Why does the Torah say that for? Arba below Shalos. Teaching that God will be a four-cornered garment and then his three-cornered garment will be tied in six. Uba Roy is the Rambo Balos coming to the Oki Balos. So why is it that so actually the Torah tells me a four-cornered garment? I know that four-cornered garment excludes three and not five. How do I know that? Listen, when Marathon Balas coming, you use the Balas coming Arba. But also I will include a five-cornered garment. Why? That's five, and then I have to include what? Four. The most Balas coming in the class Balas Arba, and I will exclude a three-cornered garment because ultimately I want a three-cornered garment that's not a three-cornered. Okay. The time was another by the four excludes three, it doesn't exclude five. Why doesn't it exclude five? Because five excludes four. So you see by definition that a garment that has more than four corners will be tied in six, because once it is four and above, by definition the beggar is earning. Why is it tiny enough? Another by itself. I'll have a couple on a four-cornered garment. Our bubble summers, our bubble coming. What that implies is that what? Not only is a three-cornered garment excluded from six, but what? A five-cornered garment as well. Right? Those are so you have to like vice number one, a five-cornered garment is not excluded. Vice number two, a five-cornered garment is excluded. My love, the heart coming. Also, what is the argument? Kumar Sabar, yes, sir. Kumar, say, Kumar Sabar, Kumar Kumar. So what's the funny argument about? And one of the holds that you do, that fifth one of the exists. And one of the holds that you do the fifth one of if it doesn't exist. For example, look at Rashi at this moment. It's actually almost very close. Kumar Sabar, man can park the balos coming. One who says ultimately again,
you
the
seem
five
sad.
cornered garment
Yeah, I just tell them
Sabar,
these things.
Lo Amina Yasser Kumandalis.
And
He
again,
says
it's
that we
like
don't
I've never
use
talked to
something
anybody
extra
about
as
this.
if it doesn't exist. Other command Isayu, Olo Karina Lebas Arba, Uman Binachayus Yale, Yasser Kumandalis Dami. Also, watch this. The fundamental focus of us is as follows. What happened? What did you want to do? Once a garment is four corners, we don't care how many corners you put on there after. It doesn't make a difference to us. Once you reach the threshold of being a four-corner garment, it has any other corners above the four corners, everything even non-existent. The other thing is that, no, the obligation is capture on what? A four-corner garment. Once you have more than four corners, then what? You no longer a four-corner garment, and therefore again that's high sixes. So what does that do with us? So what happens if
That's funny. It's okay.
also once that century will say the same according. One of the people will say, once you reach the prerequisite length, then what? We don't really do anything beyond the prerequisite length, and therefore the big thing of the subject is like we touch it. Whereas there are others that will say, no, we do everything that's part of the Kohanic code, and anything beyond it will be fine. Whereas the ones who go, don't try to command. You call your Amma command, you sit down and will say, can't ignore reality, much more people try. And therefore, again,
It's
even
called
in the picture, you
bullshit.
can't ignore the corner, just like you can't ignore the additional rest of the Kohanic code. The shiny alpha, the Rabbi Rachmana says the Hasidah, was a physical statement.
I say Shabbat Shalom, motherfuckers. Why?
That a garment worn at night is not titled. So, for example, you got your brand new four-cornered pair of pajamas,
Dude. Oh, yeah, there we go. We got Abdallah. I was saying, they never, they always talk about Shabbat. I never heard Abdallah. Okay, are you done?
The obligation of tzitzis is only on garments worn by day, but not by garments worn at night.
What are we doing next?
A blind person, garments. Listen, maybe a blind person is not obligated to put tzitzis on his garments. Why? Because Maisi can't see them. And when the pasuk says that you have to put tzitzis on a garment that you clothe yourself in,
oh, something that changes in the future. I think kippot and perhaps just kippot maybe perhaps if we want to, I think in the future could be considered
what's very important? That even a suma is obligated
right now
to
then
tzitzis on his
as
clothing.
everybody
If that's the case, then what do I do with redoing a sem
I think
also?
in the future we might put them in a Geniza. Really?
Is obligated to put tzitzis on his clothing.
Why?
Clothing worn by night is
Just
not
people see how important it is to me.
Why is it? How do I know to include the clothing of a blind person and to exclude clothing worn by night?
I don't have to, but I think that changes in the future. Like some shit will change. Fucking Chabad changes how they. Like this is in the Jew that changes, and fucking Chabad changes how they down to throne. They do the 3 loops first and then say the bracha, and it makes sense because they're focusing on the 3 things.
This is halacha l'maisa, when you pass halacha l'maisa again, that it's susmaila. So if somebody has 4-cornered pajamas, ultimately again, that baggage is not tied to this. The 4-cornered baggage of a suma will be tied to this. So first of all, we still have to figure out how we classify what these guys are passing to, or the side that was like something that ultimately what, how we classify this machlokes that we sure.
So what do we do tomorrow?
Here's what everybody agrees on. If the clothing is dirty,
kosher.
the clothing is torn, there's parcel. The point of
There's too much to do here for to film, but we'll save that for tonight. So we can
long, if the clothing is too short, ultimately again, what do you do with the clothing under those circumstances? So let's just remove the one, we'll set up for the next. No, so also, you might have a couple more details regarding the big difference. But the pasuk as we see tells us that according to God, what is that? Furthermore, again, the Kohanic clothing has to be removed. Bad was a result. Remember again, the pasuk refers to the big as bad. So we're discussing what is the condition that has to be bad. The bad has to be a linen, body has to be new, bad shoes, linen has to be made of twisted thread. Bad shoes, hutan kafel shisha. Furthermore, the thread, what says we're going to see, has to be 6-fold thread. Each piece of thread is folded over 6 times, as we'll discuss. God shall yilbash shall fold imam. Other was a means that when wearing Kohanic clothing, the coin can't wear anything until the thread shall fold. That means it is non-consecrated clothing. You can't wear non-consecrated clothing with it. Amar Rabbi Rabbi, Dushmama Shiu Shabutz. Because I understand ultimately again that the Kohanic clothing has to be a linen. So when you tell me that one of the other drushos are died, is that the clothing has to be new. Because the new, yes, but worn out. But what's that? What do you learn in the Bible about it? Right now, what's the learn in Amadala that one? But even if the Mohani clothing is worn out, that is no contract, which is the learn in Amalei, with the Tane. God, Kusan Kapo, but God, and that's the same question. Every thread has to be 6 thread. You have to look at the word God itself seems to indicate us what? God has to be made. That's what. That's what I say. Hello, come on, this way. This way. How to come on? The Guardian Shinama and died. It's like one any time, right? The Torah discusses clothing that has to be bad. What's the definition of that? Speaking Shisha, what's the Kadoshim? They have to be made of brand new linen. Shizurin, Sheikhutan Kapo Shisha. It's woven and then it has to be made of 65 thread. So Yeshma and the mitzvah, Yeshma and the akah. What's that as we will see? Some of these details of what's it are mitzvah, which means it has to do it has to be done this way, and some of them on the akah. So if they're not done this way, we'll say what? Invalidate the drug. So we'll say again,
And they're doing this for actually for the test. It's the test. Yeah. So I walk into the test and Santino's sitting there, because he's going for a different partner. Well, we see each other and we're like, what up? You know what I mean? And we're like having fun. And all these other people. Yeah. They're fucked. You know what I say that? They're fucked. Yeah. Of course, you know, I don't even did that. Oh, that whole thing is so stupid. Just cast you guys. Yeah. I don't like pests and all that shit. It's so stupid. Well, people have to justify their job. I know. You know, I remember when I went to the test, it's like the head of Showtime, it's the head of casting, and they're like, but they see, I see on the table, they have a headshot of me from 25 years. Yeah, I know, right? You know, yeah. And I was like, what? This is the test. I looked and I said, why are you using this headshot? Yeah, hilarious. And then the guy goes, the head of Showtime goes, what's wrong with that headshot? You know, I don't even look like this anymore. You know, then I realized in the middle, I was like, oh, I'm in a test. But also, I knew in that moment, I was going to book this job. Right. All right, kids, let's take a little break from that.
To constantly just have this steel, especially when you're from the people around you, just how the boy talent. The lack of talent, originality. Remember, he does this in all his logos, all of his channel names. Remember, drive fast, no gas. Yes, I am purposely saying it wrong. Was originally Teen Town until he got threatened to be sued by Disney or Warner Brothers or whatever. Probably because Disney owns everything now, but the man just steals and rips off everything. It truly is just sad and pathetic. And he's just going to continue stealing. I mean, how many times is he just going to try and rip off the and completely forget about what he was? These are not sweats. These are nice fucking material. I'm not the fucking person who can be the one that gives you bad news. I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking. It's not. So, Brenda Chops saw Chris D'Elia do something funny last week, and then a minute later ripped it off, and then tried stealing it with a giant stolen again. this time during the Golden Hour podcast. So that just goes to how horribly unfunny he is. Now what you would see is that what you just saw in a microcosm is Papa see someone steal it, perform it terribly, stinks. Now, as far as the movie role, that was the movie. Shop is 100% lying. No one ever offered him a role in a movie that actually had lines. I think Bob has been in a movie or two just as an extra. Nobody would give him lines in a movie. He can't talk. That wouldn't happen. And it was stupid, dumb fake fraud year that he did with a pair of pliers. That's another thing. He did that with a pair of pliers, didn't even really get the cauliflower ear. But then tried to get movie roles as if they're going to cast him in movies and TV shows with that dummy ear. But now he was nowhere close to ever actually getting lines in that much. That happened, never going to happen. So, but the fact that he just keeps stealing from the Leah, that's just fine as much. You see something, trying to imitate it. Not funny, like when he stole that guy's butt leg joke, and that guy called him out. And then he pretty much did it. And that's right around where he put it. I mean, he's sitting there just looking like an idiot. He's not funny. He's basically there to make me fun of. And he's Chris and Eric is still down to do the podcast. Now I'm completely just blowing off Bob and putting zero for the pot. I mean, the fact that this idiot keeps trying to steal Delia and just lying about what's he gonna say next? That was supposed to be Shawshank Redemption. I was gonna play Red.
Until that evening. And during that time, after he had, so before he had.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
After he goes,
Zoot, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's good, son? Are you ready to lose? Why is that?
Think better or just everybody like this is alien planet, we got reincarnated as like this alien species. Dude, I think that's wrong.
Okay, why do you think Earth is fucked?
Why do I think Earth is fucked?
Yeah, that's what I just asked you. Yeah, that's what I just asked you. Okay, what about it? Humanity's what? Yeah, dog, it's a terrible place. But that doesn't mean there's not goodness in the world. Absolutely, it's what keeps us going, baby. Yeah, isn't it disgusting? Perhaps. Perhaps. Perhaps. Perhaps.
That pay-per-view was fucking
What'd you say, big man? What, to go to the bathroom? No, that's a human thing. No, it's not a Jewish thing. We're accused of it, but it's not in our religion. Nor is it in our bloodline. So I remember seeing on YouTube people who would say that certain celebrities were reptilians, but then I met one of those celebrities and he was like any other person I'd ever met, so I really couldn't prove that he was a shape-shifting lizard man. No. Are you a reptilian, Zoo? Zoot, are you a reptilian? Okay, how did they do it? Yeah. Yeah, how'd they do it?
Nobody in here fucking knows that's boxing. If you want like what makes things different is if you want UFC 200, UFC 164,
Do you think that really happened? Do I play golf? Do I play golf? Yeah. Wait, what? Do I think what really happened? Yeah, baby, anything could be real, right? Are you ready to lose? Dude, are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you going to answer me or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Name a fighter off the Ultimate Fighter. Go. DC champion. They still do it, but nobody watches them. The Contender Series trumps viewerships, trumps all the time. In Contender Series, by far, as far as like young talents, by far the best thing to watch. Again, Dave is a fucking genius. He can go into that series just so they pulled the video of DC telling his team recently, you can't back up in a fight to a fair video. It's got like 500 million views on YouTube. It's really basic.
The word hero is used here in this process, but it's also used in the concept of food. Right? Now, so we're going to say that therefore, because creating a
trying to get into the good graces of the away. Especially since the last time he went up against David Manek, who destroyed him. Sean tried having his own on that back. Someone who's trying to rip off his style or something.
That's the person who will say that if they do the avodah, they call it destroyed, and they call that avodah disqualified. The low part of the tumah, low make the avodah. If someone is not part of the tumah, he's not restricted in the tumah, will not cause the avodah to be held, will not cause the avodah to be disqualified. And therefore we're saying, because they're the comparison between our pasuk here and the pasuk of tumah, so whoever the pasuk of tumah applies to, our pasuk is also going to apply to. Now who does tumah apply to? Tumah applies to someone who's tameh, or as we said before, that even tameh is a school yom, because a school yom is still not allowed to eat tumah until that night. So a tameh and a school yom are the people that are restricted from having tumah. Who is not restricted from having tumah? If you have a kohen who did a ball spot, or who made a ball spot, or he cut off his hair, that he is not possible to have tumah. So therefore we learn out that this extra pasuk, in the comments, in the school yom. That's how we know that when you have an extra pasuk telling you that comment causes the disqualification of the avodah, that this is extra. We don't need to come in with a music for school yom. Okay. Now, Mara
You said, hold on a second. I'll send you an invite in the next minute or so. Just a moment. So, Zoot, are you going to see anybody who is in this upcoming comedy? At what are you laughing? What's so funny? Someone sent you what?
Someone sent me a really racist joke.
Oh, okay.
Why could we not have skipped Tameh?
I thought so out loud.
Okay, then don't say it.
But the one that we can understand is because how did we know?
Are you ready for an invitation?
The idea would be take school yom and don't take Tameh. That's impossible. Why? Because the way we learned school yom was because we said an Eino Indian with Tameh, today we learned school yom. So we said we have a second process of telling us Tumah. So therefore, since I don't need it for Tameh, I'll use it for school yom. But if you only have one process, what would you use it for? You use it for Tumah. There wouldn't be anything extra. So you would never be able to learn out school yom if you didn't already know Tameh. And this is how we don't learn that, but we're going to see coming up in one here.
Zoot, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot. Zoot. Are you ready for an invitation?
I would say,
all right, big dog. Yeah. Yeah, baby. What's the best what? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. You have an invitation. Are you serious? Are you serious, dude?
I think he just doesn't come along. Again, I mean, America's not great right
No, Zoo, you got me. Oh, there you go. Great shot. Get in. Get in. How'd you like that shot, Zoot? Yeah. I think so, but maybe not. Go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go. Zoot, what happened to your perfect game? Zoot, what happened to your perfect game? Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, go!
No, it's just it's a different dynamic. People don't understand sports. I'm not a professional sports athlete. I played professional baseball, not any career to this, but it's not the same dynamic. You're training on your nutrition. I've never seen more interesting sports. It's tough, especially because as big as Stevenson is, he's not doesn't NFL. When we were trying to learn so you gotta catch up to that. The fighting will get out that.
Zoot.
Especially heavyweight, it's not deep. It's a very big, strong, athletic guy. You got a wrestle background, right? You got a huge asset going for him. Just let's work on striking him.
Yep. Oh, Zoot. What a comeback. I made a comeback for my 1400th win. 1400th win. What a great comeback. All right, Zoo, we're changing it up. This game is only 3 holes. 3 holes. So keep that in mind. 3 holes. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, go. Zoo, go. Zoo, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, baby.
So therefore, you're no longer dealing with a case where the two questions are asking from the kapara, you're just Mekusa Maisa. So now, if you're telling me Mekusa Maisa, what Maisa is missing Harris Shemesh. But are you saying,
Zoo, did you like my shot?
the lower level, once you get past the initial Kikurim, which is not relevant to Kameh, or not necessarily relevant to Kameh, then you're just missing a Maisa. You say the fact that the Kikurim still have a Maisa to do, just like the Kameh still have a Maisa to do, is irrelevant because at the end of the day, the Yom is a more Tumah version of Tumah than the Mekusa Kikurim. So in any event, the Gemara is saying, I cannot learn out Yom from Mekusa Kikurim and Kameh because, and you can't tell me that the difference is they have a Maisa because at the end of the day,
all right, baby,
is a weaker form of Tumah on the base. The Gemara says they answer for Rabbi, but remember the structure here. Rabbi asked, why do I need all three? And he gave an answer. The Gemara asked, well, maybe you should be able to learn now from 2 out of 3. So, and the Gemara was saying, which one should I skip? I can't skip Mekusa Kikurim because I would tell you.
dude, this would be such a good comeback if you get it.
So then we tried to say,
You just had a terrible shot. Do whatever you want to do, baby.
We're hosted next week.
It was not good.
Joey, for you guys doing this because I trained jiu-jitsu and
Yeah, baby. That's incorrect. Not really. You're not, though. Yeah, baby.
You know what?
Let's see it. Yep. Stop. No way you get this.
And pulling and moving elements of the dove. But he's not going downward, and those elements that are still relevant to him, he's not shifted at all. He's still the same old dove, right? And therefore,
I think an authentic Mexican experience having a house the lighting in the house. I've tried it. I think it's interesting, but I mean, times too bad. I can't think of anything worse. Oh, when my wife brings it, I go, oh, Lord, that's right. I'm not eating butter. I had butter meat, butter. That tastes, butters taste exactly like you think. Like chewy rubber. Oh, he likes this. When we're in the honey, just there's a cow that butters up. And Ozzy's dad, like a cow, years.
That the McCutcheon have not been looked at them, meaning not allowed to touch them. Now I go to the
Dude, are you gonna go?
Oh, another
What'd you say, Big Dog? No, definitely not. You need to be funny to be on Saturday Night Live. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, maybe someday. Oh, baby, I'll be on Saturday Night Live. I'll be on Sunday Night Live. Oh, dude, you almost hit an amazing shot. I'll be on them all. Yeah, I'm American, baby. All right, dude, that's enough game for now. Yeah, that can help. Sure. Nine ball 1v1. No trick shots.
Just one time, the answer is, I'd be like, oh, you're a freak, and we'd have to talk about it. After I jerked off furiously, that is all too fun.
No trick shot.
I just find it interesting that I didn't see it. I find it interesting that you agree with kids. So you must be
You're up, dude.
just a couple of clicks for you. So I would like to see it. He usually suffers on the other end. It's all Epstein. And thanks for fucking I mean, this one's good. This one is a good one. This one's a huge low for you. There's another example. Is this AI though? It's AI. It's not. Oh, guys, this right here.
God, repeat that, please.
That's good. Good story.
What'd you say, Zoo? Maybe.
Just be very careful because if you learn from any mistakes from Mr. Hands, you know if that horse runs, that horse bugs, he's to the side, she's kind of turning here, so that can't feel great on the horse. Yeah, or it does. This is barely true. Oh, no, that's pretty common. Yeah, that's more than any human can produce. Yeah.
My next shot.
Yeah, the next shot.
Look at that, Jim. Look at that, right? It's gallons. I was turned on that. Actually, I put this face because I just looking at the depravity of human beings. And it's just, my mother always said, whatever you can imagine, and I guess it has. Because that is just
Come nightfall, he's still a primary dog. He's an actual dog. And the tells us that in order to paraduma, you have to be a tahar. You can't be coming. So therefore, someone with a primary dog for sure cannot turn
How'd you like that one, Zoo?
It's the declining level of N. If we know that a full yom,
Let's go again.
we know that it's
9 ball?
then for sure Mukhtasipurim can burn it, because if you understand that it's this declining level of Tumah, Mukhtasipurim are lower level than a full yom.
Well, I beat you. I don't know.
This is the hard show.
I can tell you the two animals is up. Maybe everyone holds that he's a primary dog. Here they're arguing about something much more technical. That's what the Gemara is going to say. But it's written in the Pasuk. He's a Hatahar, the clouds will come in. So, the Pasuk says, and the Tahar should sprinkle. This implies that he's coming. That sounds like a great linguist, right? Tahar do it, so no implies that he's coming. What's going on here? So I can explain. The Pasuk right before, so it says,
That was good.
It says as follows. Rabbi Para, and this is the last of the Haka. It says the Haka, Rabbi Para, behind custom iniquity. The argument that it says, if you are a Tahar al-Hatame, that when the Tahar person should sprinkle it on the tummy person, Tahar Kodahu, Mashma. It's Tahar Kodahu, Mashma. It's telling you someone who's a little bit Tahar. The Haka, so why is that? I know it says Tahar, why do they only have a little bit Tahar? Because it's an extra puzzle. The Hawk tell you Sarah. It's an extra puzzle.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, you did. You did a good job of that.
And the East Tahar, the person's Tahar dips it in the water. The Hamalei Remitta. So then, when you're the next passage suggested is Hiza al-Atame. Why did it say the Hiza ha-Tahar al-Atame? The Tahar person should do it. We just said the Tahar person takes the hyssop, and the Tahar should sprinkle it on the tummy. What do I need to tell me Tahar again? So therefore, the Gemara is saying, I'll tell you that when it refers to Tahar here, it means someone who is Tahar but a lesser degree of Tahar. Who would that be? That would be a Tul Yom. What's the theory to say that a Tul Yom is a Tahar? Because the Tul Yom is allowed to eat Ma'aser. So you see that he's somewhat Tahar. So therefore, the Bible tells you that when it says that he's a Tahar al-Atame, it's coming to tell you that he's eating a
Oh, that was great.
This isn't expensive.
Allowed to burn the part of the book. So then it's a full yom of whatever form of tumah he has. And therefore, I know it's a yom.
What'd you say, Big Dog? They saw that I was becoming much more religious, and I asked them if this is something that they'd be okay with me pursuing, and they said that they'd be very happy if I chose to do that. So it was a personal choice, but but I did ask them if it's something that they would endorse, and they did. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I just learned a lot. F-U-Zoo. And I wouldn't have normally gone the rabbinical route of live streaming my life. It's very avant-garde. But the pandemic happened, and it changed a lot about how I was living. And Now here I am 4 years into it, and there's no looking back. All right, Zook, I'm good for now. Baby, I always get the best shot. The computer likes me. What do you want me to do about it? I think it was one of the great shots in the history of humankind.
One hole that's a kingdom of eight people. And therefore, you would enjoy them for the poor. On the other hand, if you understand that it's only counted by names, I would know the Talmud that Sarah and Mace can both be a full yom of Sarah and Mace can both run the Paraduma. But a full yom of Dov, I would not know, and that's why they were arguing between Yosef Ababri and the Tanakama whether the two can okay. Now, the Gemara doesn't know one. I don't know, but I missed the second.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Not wearing the big kahuna that how do I know that a Kohen who's not wearing his because that's the look of Avnei, Aaron and Bono, that you should put the belt, the staff, and Aaron and son. The Kavashua had his balls, and you should wrap them up with the headpiece that the Kohen wore. And plus, after tells you they should dress them, and if they Kahuna said the Haita Lahem, Kahuna Lakukas Olo. And it's to be for them, it's Kahuna forever. So what does it tell you? It tells you that when they are wearing the Begadim, they're Kohanim. When they're not wearing the Begadim, they're not Kohanim. There's much of the game Alayim, there's nothing Alayim. At the time, the Begadim were on them, the Kunas on them. And Begadim and the game Alayim, and Kunas on Alayim. And when the Begadim are not on them, the Kahuna's not on them. And therefore, I see, and now Rashi points out, therefore, if the Kahuna's not on them, what are they? They're Zar. And we learned yesterday that a Zar is the council of the Avodah. That's how I know that in the picture of the Begadim, you might ask, am I helping Nafka? Am I helping Nafka? Is it true that we're learning it from this Nafka of Bahaita Lahem Kahuna Lakukas? I'll bring you a Braisa that learns it from somewhere else. The Steiner, so you learned in the Braisa, uniting it to see the language of our how do I know that someone's done? If they drink the message of the mouth of wine, and then they go to the Avodah, they are Matao the Avodah, and then it's disqualified. How will I see that in the passage that says, Yari in the first part of our case, because he shouldn't think wine or intoxicant, the Hajj are going to put it in a hole, the Hajj continues and says, to separate the two put it in the hole. So it tells you, if you are drunk, then that's hole. And if you're sober, then soda. So you see that someone who drinks wine, that Avodah is disqualified. Now, we're going to get to this, but that's not really our focus. It's the right to continue to make this. The person who doesn't feel a lot of the time of wine, how do I know that a person in a home who doesn't have the proper garden, or if he did not wash his hands and feet from the pure, how do I know that house is the Avodah? I'm a woman that says, people is their trouble. So the Gemara says that five in three categories. Five to someone who drinks wine, by someone who's a person who doesn't have the record of clothing, and by someone who doesn't wash his hands and feet, it says the washing of soap. Rashi said the and therefore, I will tell you that since we know that a Shifriya Yayin, because it says, well, how can it come to that hole? Disqualifies the Avodah. So too, someone who's a Begadim, or someone who is not wash their hands. So you see a different source. So why did our Gemara tell us that you learned it from Kuna, the Bryce brings it from somewhere else. It says, "Ine hasam if we bring it from that Bryce, how about I might have thought, I knew I wanted to go, I will allow Musa. I will order the Israel, I will allow Musa in the law. I would tell you that if I only knew it from there, I would tell you that when do I know that a Kohen is not wearing his begadim, it's only if it's by an avodah that would be higher than why? Because the pasuk that's written over there, the pasuk that's written over there by Yain the Sefer says, this is just actually in the part that we talked about yesterday by Yisra Yud. It says Yain the Sefer al taste. You shouldn't drink. This is after another when a Abiyu died. It says Yain the Sefer al taste. You shouldn't drink wine and intoxicants. Also, the Nasa Ita, you and your son, the black and the royal Moed, when you go to the royal Moed, the loaves of Muslim, and you shouldn't die, right? So there, you see that this pasuk that's written Yain V'Sefer al Taste, and by extension, when we learn that the Pusha Begadim or someone didn't wash his hands in the teaching the time of wine, is talking about a person who would otherwise die. The loaves of Muslim shouldn't die. So therefore, I would say, maybe it's only when you're doing avodos that are ones that they would die if they do it as if they do it as the Gemara brings from the Torah, but we learn out to other things that God people out. So only those avodos that have a fear of Misa. Which are the avodos that have a fear of Misa? Basically, if it is a concluding or completing avodah, which as Rashi points out, so we're talking about things like Zrika, because as we were experts in that, Zrika, Zrika is a close to the Talmud avodos. That when you burn the Yehudim is the end of the Yehudim in the Mizbeach, and Yisach HaMayim, V'Yayin, these are the concluding avodah. So if I only learned out a person who's Mechusar Begadim from the pasuk of Yain the Sefer, I would tell you that pasuk says Los Musu. So I would know only those avodas that have a fear of Misa associated with them is someone who's Mechusar Begadim, a Kisaron. But if someone is doing an avodah that does not have Misa associated with it, I would not know that if someone does it absent of the begadim, that is disqualified. Therefore, tell us that. How is our pasuk better? Because our pasuk, the one we brought, was telling you that if you have the begadim, you're a kohen. If you don't have the begadim, you're not a kohen. You're a zar. If you're a zar, you must zar all avodah, not only those that have the Misa associated. Which is, I tell you, very fascinating. So the problem there,
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess I would have been at the store. I never talked to Austin. I don't know. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So that tells me, oh yeah, that tells me too. I don't, it's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that, his army of healthy fellas. Is that their title? Army of healthy fellas is so good. He's got it, just the machine. Machine's got to be good. Schottenberg, go ahead. What do you think they thought on the shuffle? I think it's so effectively tribalized this way. It comes down to material. I mean, at what point? At what point? It's like whenever they represent in terms of house, it's not a stretch. It's like they want trans people are frightened because they have no ability to get health care beforehand, and they're afraid of it. You know why? They're afraid of it. So that's done. When you stop with the jokes, like immigrants, okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When you stop with the jokes, I mean, it's one thing to pick up the vulnerable, the marginalized, but I mean, they're down. Why you gotta keep them? Unless you're a hack. Now there's a question. So I don't know the last time I talked to Joe. People for a while were like, why don't you go on Joe's show? And my answer to that is like, why? Well,
Rothschild
what it doesn't serve is you.
that you can't hustle the comics to client and why not get it?
And also, there's no way for me.
Unless the client
Like, what am I going to talk to him about?
now,
And there's no way for me to
Rothschild
sort of
and
not
others
walk
doing
out of there and be
it
like, all right, I guess I'll look at my phone.
you can't be mobile. The client can't be mobile
You know,
unless
but it's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X maybe meeting at one point. Let's go with trouble.
Say it again.
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King meeting. Peter had at one point. Well, that's right. In pioneers of the civil rights movement, which one is Malcolm X and which one's Martin Luther King? That's not Martin Luther King. This is the analogy doesn't.
It's so bad analogies. Let it hang on. It's going to get funnier as it goes.
Yeah. Okay, now let me go with more analogies.
He said, this is if Hitlers and Goebbels had to hang out off the work site.
and not
One of those is right.
deployed for your own purposes. It was very interesting fellow that
Yeah, I think you have that analogy.
See, I don't know what is it. Like, really just want support me. You know what I mean? With a good analogy. Shut up.
The thing was just wrong. It brought race into it in a very profound way.
Mine was angled and funny, and this didn't. They went somewhere else.
I think on one side of that, there's a guy that's aggressively fighting for the civil rights of victimized white people. God knows they've had an hard enough time. But has Joe asked him?
But others bring down.
Here's a better angle.
Adam used to go like, hey, why not why?
Well, because it's interesting being someone like us on the outside of it
A
and
doctor
watching.
has a fear.
Oh yeah, it's right up your ass. I think what it is for me is I would love to see you guys chat, but I'd love to see you guys chat in either of your arenas. It'd be the only way it'd be legit. Because if you have to go to his show, not gonna work. He has to go to your house, not gonna work. You're gonna have to do this thing. It's like setting up a mob meeting. Yeah, I know seriously. You should do it here, Honor. You should do it here at Bad Friday. You should do it here and piss both of them off so fucking hard. Look at the heart behind them. It would just be a positive.
We do have to understand something. I have no show.
Since he started,
literally, since he first set foot on stage, I was there. And I remember my initial issues where there was another guy, Kevin Flynn, who said and he was a soccer jock. And at that time, Joe was like a regional kickboxing champ. And my initial reaction was like, what are these guys doing? This isn't for them. All right. It's like Louis went 7 years ago when Jay Moore started in New York when he was like 17. He's like, it's not for them. It's not for the good-looking guys. It's not for the jocks. This is for us rejects, us guys who don't fit in. That's what comedy was. Otherwise, Jay Moore that good-looking is like crazy. He was too. Yeah, for sure. Okay, but let's be honest. Let's go back to the truth treatment. Mark Maron is a good-looking guy. Not always. Mark Maron, but everybody good look good. Why do you get TV shows every fucking second, man? And we'll get to that. My looks. We'll get to that. It is. This company, there's your face. I've seen you on screen. No, he's a handsome guy. It's annoying. You have great angles on your face. When you were young. Now. Yes, you're right. You matured. When you were young, you were hideous. You're a hideous man. I was foggy, I was sweaty, and bloated and long hair. But getting back to Joe, look, I imagine sex machine. That's okay.
Ladies, who's that? That's a hot.
I really couldn't land on a hook, could I? Yeah.
God, you really rotated. Go to the Comedy Central photo down below.
Yeah.
Awful.
That was a bad night.
Awful. I mean, this is what anti-Semites dream of.
That's not quite a full Jew. I would say full Jew. Like the one of me and Sam Gadsden. That is me at my drugged out fucking best.
Wait, wow.
What a legendary photo.
That's such a good photo.
Crazy. I was out of my mind. I know. Out of my mind. Everything had a reason. Was that a costume? That was in the back. That was in the back wall.
Wait, hold on. Was that Fitz? Was that you in a young Fitz?
Yeah, that was the most Fitz. Look at that, dude. Oh my God, dude.
I've never seen this photo. Look how jacked Fitz looks.
And then up there on where's that one of these? Dave Cross, the red shirt. Dave Cross, it was probably in the mid-90s, yeah. Hey, oh my God. Wow. But that night for the Comedy Central, the first half hours, I fucked it, man. I was so sad because I got out here, I wasn't living out here, and I was still doing coke then, right? And I had one guy would get me low here right? And it was, you remember Bob Baker? Oh yeah, sure. Bob Baker. I couldn't trust Chewy, but Baker had the upper cut. Chewy had the upper cut. Chewy the blues, you can get this for free. Yeah, but I don't know what happened to Baker, but he wasn't a dealer, but he was here, and I would say, like, I'm coming out, trying to get some. So I was really dead set on, like, trying to keep clean before that special, and I thought I did, because I was like, I'll just do a little the night before, but I'll stop at like 6 at night, and couldn't needless to say, I didn't swing much, and I tanked. I didn't tank, but it was not good. It was the same, that was like the same night that Hepburn, whether it was that night or the night after, did the special that made him, but he didn't do it later, but he was him. I was at that special. Yeah, that was at the IBA, on Long, so bad. Yeah, talks about it.
Mark Barrett's new special, Panic, is coming out, so he's been making it around and basically trashing everyone. Now he trashed Theo Vaughn. In it,
have to be careful not to do things that would cause a carbon to become
and the trashing of the Roman sphere. Like I said, he trashed Theo
that was the first
in his
sport that we
special,
had,
and he considers Theo part of
and
the
now we're
Roman
picking
sphere,
up
but
three lines on the bottom. They
Kreisler
really
got
small,
the trashing
small,
here.
brought a
Baron
different
in the
source
Roman
for the idea
goes
that
back
a
so
czar
far.
tosses the carbon
It goes back before
if he does Kabbalah
you could even like,
was Zika. What is that?
like I know a lot of people get broken towards politics, but if you goes back even before that, I think not only does Mark Barrett not like Rogan and his opinion,
If you have a bomb
I think he doesn't respect the stand-up. I bet you Barrett regards as a stover.
it says that the bomb is allowed to come out
But he also considers them a hack. Well, with his friends' hacks, I don't think Barrett likes that whole Rogan sphere of
that he turns stand-up.
And I think Barrett thinks if those guys had to come up with a game up, none of them would have made it, and probably would have never gotten like network deals or anything. They'll probably just be luck on it. I mean, Barrett's been coming hard lately. Both barrels blazing.
Then if you have a person who's not going to anal oil, who's not allowed to eat
Has literally been going
at
on
all, that anal din can other feel. So then surely
really
that
doing out.
if the
He was
person
going
is
live on
allowed to
Instagram
touch him, is
and
follow
trash
by
Rogan,
bringing
and
the
I
person,
would
and
make
surely
videos
the
about
person
it
not
until
allowed
he
to
stopped
touch
doing
him
it.
would
It
also, if
specifically
he does
says
the avoda,
I
that
have
he
to watch
causes
out what I'm saying because there's a guy here who records some of what's on YouTube. So,
he says, but I'll tell you,
but what
perhaps
if I
there's a
said he had to
stringency
stop?
that
I
relates
don't know.
specifically to a balmum that does not relate to a
Called Rogan a
God.
hack.
What would that be?
Let me
Is
know
that
your thoughts
a
in the
mum
comments.
is something that can affect both the person who brings the carbon and the carbon itself. So if you have a coin as a balmum, that's a problem. If you have an animal that's a balmum, that's also a problem. So there's a unique element by a balmum that it's something that applies both to the offerer and the offeree, to the person bringing it and to the animal. So maybe I would tell you that shows you that there's a plumber by balmum that does not exist by Zar, and therefore you should not be able to learn out Zar from balmum by our Kavapomer. So the Gemara says, Kameh Yofiach. I'll bring you a raya because we know that a person who's Kameh causes fuel from this by Nazru, you touch it in Israel, that it says that the Kohanim have to prevent fuel by being careful with the touching of the Israel. So you see that they can't be Kameh. So you see that a person who's Kameh spoils the carbon. And yet a Kameh is an example of something that does not apply both to the offerer and the animal. Why? Because when an offerer, the Kohen, touches Kameh, the animal, about an animal, we call it alive. Obviously, when it's dead, it's different, but an animal while it's alive, cannot become Kameh. So therefore, you have an example of something that causes fuel, and it does not have this stringency of both the offerer and the animal having the same category, and you see that it causes fuel. So that proves that it's not a problem that Balmum is in the future. It does not destroy our ability to learn draw from Balmum. The Gemara says, "Well, how much is in this hammer?" But I'll tell you, maybe you're trying to bring a proof from the case the fact that a person is Tameh causing a kilo when he does the avodah. I'll tell you that a Tameh person has a novel kilo. You see that if a Tameh person touches something else, and according to the halacha, he can make that Tameh. Versus a jar doesn't pass along his zarah, his non-coin status. So therefore, maybe I would tell you that Tumah is more Tumah, and for example, a person is Tameh is more Tumah than a jar. You should not want to learn on a jar from Tumah. So the Gemara says, Balmum Yokiah. So, but a Balmum says, because you see that a Balmum is Mafala or Carbon, and yet a Balmum is not someone who conveys his status. So if a Balmum touches another person, that person doesn't become a Balmum. So you see that the unique element by Tumah is not a problem because Balmum does not have a unique element, and yet it's the case that it causes below. And you should be able to learn from the Tameh. Because I did, so exactly, you say Balmum, you're going to say, what about Balmum? It's part of Tameh. You say, well, Tameh with it. You say, well, Tameh is your Tameh. Balmum with it, you're going to circle. Because I did, why are you exactly that? That the Puma, the stringency that exists in the case of Balmum does not exist in the case, is not the same as the one in the case of someone's Tameh. The stringency in the case of someone's Tameh, but it could be the Tameh does not exist in the case of Balmum. So therefore, instead of looking at the unique stringency, the Puma look at the common element. What do they have in common? To return that they are warned that they're not supposed to do the avodah. You have to, and if they choose to do the avodah, they see both by a Balmum and by a Tameh. If they choose to do the avodah, they cause it. So therefore, so therefore, I'm in the jar from between the Balmum and the Tameh together. I'm bring jar to whom Muzar, because the jar is warned not to do the avodah. And therefore, if he does the avodah, he causes it to be so now we have a second source for jar. Now this Sarasova says, another good assume, anyone who's Muzar, anyone who's warned not to do it or told not to bring the avodah, causes Sarah. But the Gemara asks, we know I'm the Muzar. Okay, fine. Anyone who's warned can be Masala, but the jar is warned against doing it. So now we're going to see maybe in Nazru. So he says, if you're going to tell me it's on that puppet that says a Nazru touch it in Israel while his follower was being touched. You should separate yourself from the touching of Israel, and you shouldn't cause zero of Kodesh. So if you're going to bring that puppet, then what's the problem with that? It's still a defect system. That can't be your source because that puppet itself says zero. So if you're using that puppet by Nazru in Israel, that when you're calling and you're coming, you think of the avodah, if that's your source that are calling, I'm sorry, if that's your source that are zar, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. So if you're going to say from Vayinazru, so what is that talking about Vayinazru? It's talking about not the part about the calling, it's talking about the we doctrine, the one we learned yesterday, is that you learn from Bnei Yisrael Lo Yichalalu. We said that before, that the Bnei Yisrael should be careful that they don't fulfill. How would they fulfill by being a Zor? Right? But the problem is, if that's the source to tell you that a Zor is Muzar and therefore fits within the Tzara Shabbat, what do you need to tell at all? Why not just say, because it says Lo Yichalalu, just like the first opinion we had, that we brought from Levi, so we brought Levi's opinion. So it can't be that the Zor is Muzar from Bnei Yisrael because it's so. I don't need the Kavachomer at all. I would know zero from that source itself. So I'm still stuck with trying to figure out how I know that a Zor was told not to do the avodah such that the Kavachomer teaches that he does do the avodah that it causes the field. So when I said, Elam is the Zor, because the pasuk in Bamidbar, it says, the Milvo Arachel, the Shemesh, Mishmer, Salamoi, we're talking about the Kohanim, before I went to oil, that it says that the Kohanim should do everything that goes on in the sun. The Zor, and the Zor should not come close to them, meaning that the Zor should not be the Avodah. If you've seen a case where the Torah tells you a Zor should not be the Avodah, once you know that a Zor is a Muzar, that he's told not to do the Avodah, you can use the Kavachomer to determine that just like
Like
Balmum
they
and
go
Kameh,
out of
it
their
does
way
do the avodah,
to do references
despite the
during
fact
their
that it's a
show
zar, it
to
causes a
trash
shiloh.
Brendan Schaub.
Okay, so now we're going to ask though. So it's on this rough, but I can ask you a question. Mala Tara to the hand, the Kain Loy Hutu.
That professional MMA computers during their show go out of their
what's
way
happening here? You know,
to
we're
trash
trying to learn from
and
Balmum
then
and Zar.
the Ariel
I'm trying to learn from
destroys
Balmum and Kameh to a Zar. But
One could
there's a
argue one of the
tendency that
reasons
exists with
careers
Balmum and Kameh that don't
is
exist with a
because
Zar.
Ariel
What is
won.
that? Is that a
And then
Zar
Matt
is
said,
allowed to bring
"He's
a
a trash
carbon on a
show."
Bama to
Now
town.
has
So
to
again,
kiss
the Bama
Ariel's ass
before,
because he
where
got
that in the
beat
days
so
they didn't have
bad.
the list on or was allowed to
He
have a
got
Bama. There was
destroyed
a
so
Bama that
badly
had
by Ariel.
a bunch of
That
people,
every
and then there were
kid shot
individual Bama.
gets. He's like,
Right?
hey,
So
Dana, why don't
Rashi
you
goes
talk
to
to
length. I'm
Ariel?
not going to get into it now. So
Ariel's
to
number one guy.
that
He kisses
Tumah
Ariel's
and
ass so
Balmum
much
both
because Ariel
apply
won so
even in a
destroyed
Bama
him.
situation. That a Balmum cannot bring a carbon on a Bama, and someone coming cannot bring a carbon on a
He
Bama.
has to
But
kiss up to him because
but
he's
a
so
Zar
afraid of
can
smoke.
bring a
Because
carbon
Ariel
on a
knew
Bama.
them.
Only
Ever
one of the
come
differences between
disrespect me ever
that
again,
it's
and I
not
will come
does
back
not
and
specifically
destroy
need to
you.
be a Torah. So here there's a
Shot has
stringency in
kept
the
his
case of
mouth shut,
Balmum and
and how
Kameh
big
over a
flops
Zar
Ariel's
in the
every
fact that
chance
Balmum
that
and
he
Kameh
gets.
cannot bring a carbon on a Bama and a
But
Zar
once
can.
again,
So you can't learn out
another
the
person
Zar from a combination of
coming
the
forward
Kameh and the Balmum. So the Gemara
to
says,
destroy Brendan
Lo
Schaub.
Tema Kameh El Shiach, you're right. So
Brendan
forget the
Schaub,
fact that I told you that I brought Kameh into
it's
this.
not just what he
Rather,
said.
Ela Imam Onen Yel Shiach.
I
So
think
it says
another
that it will
thing
be
that
that
people
Onen
hate about
should
Schaub
prove. So how would this go? So we would
is that
start
he
by saying you
forgot.
have a Kavah Bama. That by a Balmum,
And it's one
you
of
see a
those
Balmum
weird
is allowed
things
to
that,
touch him,
hey,
and
people
yet
running
if
their
he
mouth,
does Avodah,
Reenact running their mouth
follow.
like Brendan
So
Schaub about them.
too
Oh, they
by
gotta
a
clap back.
Zar. So we're going to
They
ask
gotta
now the
clap
Balmum
back
to
and
take
just
courage
smash
to
him. Could have
Makrid,
been this
that the
place.
Balmum has that unique
Who is he
element that
gonna
both the
spit
offerer
now?
and the animal can be in the category of
Talk show
Balmum.
next
So we
week.
say
We'll talk about
Onen
this.
Yofiach, how
Is
you know
that
that Onen
what's gonna happen next
targets
week? Is
still
that
of
what Schaub
so
gonna
Onen
do?
Yofiach, that
I
it's
don't
not,
know.
it doesn't
Let me know
require
your
it doesn't
thoughts
require that the
in the
offerer
comments,
and
but
the
on the
animal
kitchen
have the same
streets.
status because obviously an animal is not an Onen, and Onen is someone's relative died, right? So Onen proves that it's not so. Okay, so the Gemara continues, but okay, Malo Onen contain also the nicer. But I'll tell you that an Onen has this unique status that he's not allowed to eat Meiser Shady. Because we say in the pasuk, that when we talk, can also be Meiser the Sidla Chalki Ba'omi. That a person says, I didn't eat this Meiser when the person said when he was in Aminos, he didn't eat the Meiser. So you see, he's not already eat Meiser. So Meiser Sheni, and yet a Zar is allowed to eat Meiser Sheni. So how can you learn out the halach of a Zar from the case of an Onen? And Onen has its unique stringency that he's not allowed to have. He's not allowed to eat Meiser Sheni. Where it says, okay, I'll answer you about one more shot. I can give it to Balmum because Balmum is also not
criticizing him for not taking the money. Now look at me
restricted from
very
eating Meiser
upfront
Sheni,
here.
and yet he's able
Him not
to
taking the
be
money
Makal
helps
or
me
something.
out.
Not only someone
So
who has
at
had a
the end of the day,
restriction of
I don't
being
give a flying fuck. It actually puts more money in my pocket. Don Cerrone's pocket. Some other folks could probably use it. But here's my thing, though, and I'm a fan of Makal. And I expect every level, whenever you criticize a fighter or fight, you might hurt the press in any way. You know how I fish. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response. They're fighters. You call me out. If you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, when I got my attention, because I'm not gonna come off as a bully there. Like Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We're gonna go fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills, and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just a schmuck at the bar. That's not cool.
by saying
If
that
a professional
Tommy and
beats up
Balboa are not allowed to take an
average Joe,
offering on
that's
a Brahma and a
bullying.
Zar
That's
is.
not the way to
So
do
the Gemara
things.
says,
But if
well,
you're from the same
that's the
fraternity,
same thing on this
POC
Talmud.
fraternity,
Mala
well,
Talmud
now we
man
can
who came
both
over
play
to
this
the Brahma.
game.
He
But here's
says
the
that
thing
how
with
you
Makana
maybe
is if
that
you're
an
gonna
Onan
start a
and
beef, if you're
a
gonna go back
Balboa
and forth,
are not allowed to offer something on a Brahma and a Zar is. They have the same problem. You can help yourself.
You
can't wait for days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, put your handlers, you can't get back after 10 days. I've withdrawn. When someone, if they enter your like a conversation, shots like,
Maybe he's allowed to
this is taking, it's like making it took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised.
not like God, because both owners and God are ones who are allowed to offer on the
That's not original. So what? You're making a reference.
Maybe it's
Fucking 12 years
so
ago.
what's the basis of
And you're teaching your handlers, that's what you
But
got.
where do we learn?
Right?
Where do we
This
learn the
is
halacha of an owner?
prototypical
Because we learned
chat
when we talked
GPT.
about
How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? There it is. He's
by
dumb. He's a meathead.
God's mother, or the father and
He's
mother
bad
died. He
podcasting.
does not go out of the way
He's
to
a
make
bad
us. He does not
fighter.
cause feel
If
like
I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original.
If he
So
doesn't go out of the way to
chat
make us, he
GPT,
brings
how do I
us
talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's a Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. If you think yourself as dumb,
so therefore you would say that okay,
I might call myself an idiot.
in the midst of that owning is a problem, not in the bubble, right? So you
He's
should
talking
be able to prove
about my fans, which is
that in fact an owning
that means
can be offered on the bubble. So why does it might say Dilma
and then he goes,
or
Brendan Schaub show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio on YouTube, just for the fuck of it. So he had a comedy special. And the comedy special, oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? This is, so it's just like, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you gotta at least within 24 hours, otherwise I'm out. I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. I think, all right, they took their time, probably got some writers, then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. I'm not taking the money. Me out of some other fighters. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, the unprepared fighters, staff is unlike. You're not going to find fighters that are great. Everyone thinks it's now. Again, I don't know how far the dollars are for sale. Maybe he said, maybe he comes from family money. I know you might think he was looking to be a lawyer. Drops out that fighting, so he's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. He's great. Here's the other thing. If you're going to respond, and make fun of me on the show, or I get a podcast, get me this stuff. But to get your message out, you want another man to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. You saw it got to you. You have to call me one of the man who's built a terrible money as a big platform just to reach me. I do it from here. Making fun of me. Wait, and then he also you have a fight coming up, and this is the only thing that's currently wasn't he Ariel when he said that? That's the point. No, but did he go? No, but he didn't go. Brian doesn't get it. He didn't go on to address this like that. You're going to go on there for other people like him. So if you're going to choose, it's you saying to something to promote, correct? Maybe some brave or some brave.
If you have
he went on another grown man show to get a message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have he's trying to podcast on the phone, right? Weird. Who's the version of you?
allowed to use the Kohanic portions of
So
Holland that
he's
does
not watching
because
podcasts.
of the field, and a guard, the inner also, who's not allowed to use the Kohanic portions of Holland. Obviously, a guard can use certain parts of Holland, because there's parts of the carbon that he can use, and he can use the Kohanic portions of the country Holland. And yet, so therefore, for sure, Kabbalah, in addition to other fields, so if the person, the also, is allowed to use the Kabbalah, then the guard is not allowed to use.
Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it.
Okay, that's the kind of person. So you might say, Mali Yosef is impossible to do.
If I did not know him, we didn't have this
how
beef.
can you bring a raya from a Yosef to a Zar? A Yosef has
Anytime
a
he's
unique
fought
element
top echelon
that this
competition, he
category
has
of
lost.
being a Yosef
He's lost. He's
has
coming off
a
a two
double
fight
tendency.
loss streak
Hey,
right now.
it tells you that if someone
He
does
beat
the
PSD,
Avodah
who's overhyped.
that
So that's
causes a
probably his
deal,
best win.
and
He lost to RDA.
you know that
years
a
ago.
person who's
He
seated
lost
has
to
a
Paziv.
tendency that
These
is
are all
not
tough divisions.
allowed
Keep going.
to
He lost to
hopefully
Korean
have a
Zombie.
tournament at the
He
end.
lost to
I'll
Jose
talk a little
Aldo.
more about
He
this,
lost
but
to
we
Brian
know that
Ortega.
if someone
Beating these top guys, you know, going to
you learn from the process that
Trudeau or PSD, who we know is overhyped. That's my fault. I
because the demand is that the Ponte said the understand on him that the two men stand up, but you understand the source
So
is
you
talking
beat
about
him,
the
and then by
you see
beating
that
him,
Adam
you got a
Martinez
title
is
shot
also
because the main event fell out with short notice.
how can you learn to ignore
That will
on the
never
case of
happen again.
Yosef
It will
is
never happen
unique in that
again.
it has two
And then they give
elements
you
of
a bounce back
both
fight with
by
Lord Dariush
that
and you
is
lose to him.
power and cause
So
it
for
still
just
by
being
the
analytical
and the
about
fact that
it,
he can't
me saying you're not getting a
testify
title shot is
while
a
he's
shot
seated.
at him.
So how is it going to not to a dog?
I never fought for a title.
I'll make it easier.
And they think it's fair. He's
Yosef
criticized that.
Buffalo.
But
Right?
if you
So
think
you
you're
might say,
feeling down,
okay, so
he
for
knows
those of us
this.
who
I
remember
know this.
that
The fan
we
base
have
knows
dealt with
this.
this
He's a
before,
fun fighter to
this
watch.
idea that
He's
a
exciting. He
Buffalo
always
is
have a
able to
career.
sit
But
down in
again,
front of
he's a smart dude.
because of the
I'm not gonna call him dumb and all
you
this
were
shit,
asking
blah blah blah.
on a Yosef that I practically cover from
He might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess.
I'll bring it from the Yosef
He might be thinking,
is allowed to be
I don't know what they pay this man good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? He's fighting tough echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on, maybe he's doing this. He's already lost two. He might say,
And I'll just tell you,
take this
you should be able to
anti-trust
learn
lawsuit money,
that
which he
also
said was, I thought,
large. In
300,000.
general, a
I
Yosef
know
is
that.
someone like
I'm thinking about 120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I think he's the facts. So he's not at 200,000 like he said. He's might turn out
because that's not a good question. Because when I'm trying to bring you up, I want to learn one thing from another.
he probably makes more fight, right?
I give you,
So the smart
which
thing
is
to
the
do, if
that I
he
can
thinks
come
he
up
does
with the fact that the Yosef comes
back,
is
which I
part of
doubt
the
he is,
larger
maybe
universe of the Yosef,
is
doesn't
I'm
mean
gonna
it
do
can
fight
ask
lose
for me
this kid.
on a halach, not a
Bad
fight, the
matchup.
Yosef
I'm
comes up.
fucking
I drop
like way less
to
more.
come up
I
not
just
from
want one
Yosef
more. That's
generally.
gonna extend
You
my
didn't conform a
career.
part.
That's
And
a
this is
35
telling me that
favorite.
that's not
Yes.
good.
So that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. So I think he's playing chess. Because he gets checked. I assume he's gonna know that's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be smart.
Okay, fine. But then
He
if you're telling me that this Yosef is a problem,
it's a
then
pride.
I'm
I'm
bringing
not
it
gonna say
by a
respect
kind of
thing.
stuff. So give me a Yosef, and every one of y'all we talked about this far, which is a comment about him and how it just works. So let's take it come. So you would say that Yosef is how it comes. If Yosef is
to know how this
and he
works.
does the avodah zara, then the czar, who's not allowed to be control, he does the avodah
Maybe they give you a favorable matchup.
says Mali Yosef, that Yosef has the stringency of that it has both possible English and Kilo Avodah. I'll tell you, Tame Yokia, right? The Tame proves that it does not have possible English, and yet the Avodah is Yisrael. I'll tell you, Mala Tame became the Tame. That Tame is the Tame. So I'll tell you, Bamum Yokia, and we go back in circles. Or you could say that Mala Onen. You tell me, what about Onen that he's my sister? You say, Bamum Yokia. Or you could bring it from, or you could bring it from the case of,
That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. If you're in the toughest division, it's at 55, 55. So it's no uncommon seeing that in 55 small town division, he's ranked in the top 15. You're not impressive on him. His wins are super. What's his ranking?
The fact that someone is a Yosef doesn't make it an animal Yosef. So therefore, we need to be able to bring it out.
Top 13 in the world.
I think what you did, I don't use what a lot of people
Now,
think.
let's keep track of the structure of what happened here. We had a California, and we asked on it because he said that how can you bring someone to come to bomb boom because both of those had to bring a covenant on a bomb, while the Gemara didn't want to bring a covenant on a bomb. So the Gemara rejected what California said, rather I'll bring the California from bomb boom and owning together, right? And then the Gemara asked on that.
Well,
And
they can't make it
left
upset
off
about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect you to hold back on this.
maybe an owner is like a guard and that they're both able to bring on a bomb, right? So when the Natasha didn't like the maybe, he wanted a case that for sure you can't bring it on the bomb, right? So the Natasha brought his own type of bomb. So it must be
I don't go back and forth. I don't know. I never got that you were actually attacking Conrad or you were just kind of saying, hey,
you can't say that they use on the bomb and it's that they can't do it on the bomb and a guard can. It must be that the Natasha fix matters by being told that the guard is just like that case and therefore they're both able to bring it on the bomb. So since him being element that we need to do for this, we know that a bomb will and a comet cannot bring on a bomb. Only can maybe not bring on a bomb. So how do you know that a Yosef absolutely can't bring on a bomb and therefore you made it better than the prior two cases? Yosef touches the bomb, you know, and how do I know that a Yosef is allowed to offer it on a bomb? On a straw, because the prophet said by a where do I know that a coin is supposed to stand in that pit? So it says, Ramos Lefnei Hashem L'Sarko. That the prophet in the Bar, and that says, you should stand before Hashem and serve him. So from that we learn that coin needs to, right? But where does that abide? Lefnei Hashem, Lefnei Hashem. So the prophet that says he needs to stand has to go and standing before Hashem, which means in the Beit HaMikdash, not when he's standing in front of Obama. So therefore, you see that a Yosef, the halacha of meeting on Nida, which unique to the Beit HaMikdash, does not apply by a bomber. So therefore, the question that plays 1.5 of the prior derivation, first the Kameh and the Balmum, and then the Balmum and the Onen as a half, does not apply by Yosef, because Yosef clearly is allowed to bring a carbon on a bomber just like a jar, and therefore you can't say that you should not be able to learn how to jar from there. Okay. So we have now completed 3 sources for why a jar is causing tefillah why a jar causes tefillah by avodah, either from this main or from the Kavachomer from Balmum together with Onen, or from the Kavachomer of the direct Kavachomer of Yosef, where the Kavachomer is together with Akame and or Balmum. So those are the 3 sources. So we have okay, fine. Now the Gemara goes on to the next case in the Mishnah, which is how do we know the Onen causes the avodah to be the full that it causes the full. Okay, Onen, you know on this div, I referenced this particular source before. It says, even on make this way, they say, because by the Kohen Gadol, it said that when this is written in the Parsha which we're dealing with now, where the Parsha where if the Kohen Gadol, mother or father died, it says that he's not common to that, and then it goes on to say, in the Ramah, he doesn't go out of the Beit HaMikdash, well, he's not, he doesn't cause fuel. The implication being, if anyone other than the Kohen Gadol who lost his mother and his father, and therefore it is in the territory of Onen, so if he doesn't go out, causes fuel. So what do you see? You see that a regular Kohen, by being a Boda, when he's in Onen, causes fuel. So that's source number 1. Okay? Now we're going to say ourselves that the Leather brings a different source, and another in the hustle. From here, as the prophet says, Cain Hitzinu, Ani Hitzavti. Okay, so this requires a little bit of explanation.
No one knows who Shab is. The guy probably only found out Shab even ran his mouth.
Basically what happened was that we had on the Chodesh Nisan, the year after Klal Yisrael came out of Mitzrayim, and you had the Chanukah HaMishkan, and you had all these Kabbalah. And remember what happened also on that day is that Nadav and Abihu brought the carbon that they weren't supposed to bring, and they died, right? And so was the story that goes on when you get to Paris Wood and by Yitzchak. They talked about Yitzchak and Aaron, about the Yishmael, so they brought the fire that they went to bring, and they got burned. And most of the Aaron, they told Yisrael and Al-Safran that they should go bring out another Rabbi, and then they told them various halachos. It then proceeds to talk about not drinking wine. It talks about that how what they should do with the rest of the offerings from that day, right? And then it talks about certain things that the Kohanim are entitled to. Okay, the Yufa, the Chazon, etc. And then the different things that they're able to eat. And then the passage in the Torah which goes as follows. The Rosh that Moshe kept asking about the Sirah. What was the Sirah? Because remember, this was what Kodesh was done. From the Kodesh, they bring a Sa'ir, right? So Moshe kept asking, what happened with the Sirah? Yehine Soro, it got burnt off. But Yitzchak, our Elazar, now is summer, and Aaron on the summer, and Moshe got upset at Elazar in the summer, saying, "My poor lost out of the Katas from Kodesh. Why didn't you eat the Katas in the Matan? Because it's something trying to go off in his short shorts.
Emo, who was somewhere on Kodesh, Emo, a culture of okay, so basically Moshe got upset at them, saying he didn't bring the Sa'ir of the Kodesh. By Daber Aaron on Moshe, and Aaron said to Moshe, Hey, Hayom, Kittigu es Katasam Yasawasam with Me Hashem. He says, behold, today they brought the Chata and the Olo Hashem. He says, that this would happen to me. Would it be good if I ate the Chatas today? But yes, Moshe listened by Yitzchak Beinav, and it was good in his eyes. So this is a very strange passage. Moshe was asking, what's going on with the Sa'ir? And then basically, I really don't want me to eat the Sa'ir. Moshe was satisfied. Right? So there's a machlokas, as follows, and later on in Rabbi, which has to do with the following. There's two versions of what happened. The first version was Rabbi Nehemiah, as follows. Most rabbis told me, why didn't you bring the Sa'ir? Why didn't you burn it? You're supposed to not burn it. To which Aaron says, it's because of, right? So most of Rabbi says, you're saying you messed up with Anunas, so Elazar and Yishmael are only in to bring the carbon in this case, that would make sense, you have to burn it, because it's carbon food, right? By the way, that's what we're right now. So Moshe said to Aaron, bring it, and they're on the end. To which Aaron is, and he said, Hayom Hiktibu, they brought it, with our Gemara, and I brought it, therefore I, as a Kodesh, Aaron was a Kodesh, allowed to bring a carbon, right? So then, what? So therefore, he said, Aaron said, I brought it. So it was not a problem that it was brought by an Onan. Well, it was brought by an Onan, but it was really Aaron the Kodesh that allowed it. So then the question becomes, why did it get burnt then? Why did they burn it? And if Aaron brought it, it was a valid carbon because, according to the Torah, I mentioned this yesterday in passage, that there's an achlokas in the Torah, in the Tanaim, about whether Aninus, the biblical status of Aninus, does it go, we talked about Rashi yesterday, said that about it going to body carry. But the way we learned that in the Torah, it either goes to the night after someone loses their relative, means the rest of that day went on, and then at night, or it goes through the following night, right? And therefore, only at the Aninus listed. But Nehemiah is the one who's on the opinion that it follows through the night. So what happened here? Aaron at home brought the carbon, the start of our carbon. He did it with an Onan, but that's okay because he's a Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol is allowed to bring all of it.
But the problem was there was no one who could eat it because Aaron and his sons were in the owning status from Nadav and Abihu who died, and according to the Samuel, it goes through the night, and a kata at the start of the bringing a kata on the cutter can only be used that day and that night, so there's no point at which they would have been able to eat it. And the halacha is that you see this Rashi brings from common kata, and if there's no one who can eat it, then you burn it right away. So that's what happened. Moshe said, what's going on? Why did you burn the fire? Aaron said, Moshe said, oh, did they offer that to happen? No, that 11 summer brought it when they were Aminah and when they were an owning, and that's the reason that you needed to burn it. So Aaron said, no, they didn't bring it, I brought it. So it's not a problem of having been brought by an owning, but it is a problem because there was no one who could eat it, right? So that's one view in the Tanaim, and that's how we're understanding this thing. But what do you see from this inspired conversation that was spoken between Aaron and Moshe is that Moshe was said, they both used to agree that had 11 in summer brought in carbon while they were in owning, then in fact it would make sense why you have to burn the carbon because it was cause of fuel. So from that conversation, you see that there was, you see that this idea that in owning the thing of carbon causes fuel. Okay?
I like how you believe that the podcast is dead. So, earlier in the podcast, saying, I just talked for a year.
Well, the Gemara says, interactive, chapter is sorrow. If had 11 in summer, brought the carbon, it would have been appropriate that it should have gotten broke. Okay, so fine. So now we have two sources. We have the Minamikah for Yosef, and we have from him his people. The Gemara says that the Allah my time like Omar, why don't you learn it from the pasuk that says the Kohen Gadol doesn't go out? The implication being a regular Kohen Gadol. And the Chacham Mitzvah for Acher Keloyat Afuel, did it say that the other person, that the Kohen that doesn't go out has fuel? You're making a reverse inference from the Kohen Gadol. He said. Who said that? And Rashi says, maybe a regular coin also does not cause when you think it on this. Because you say it's for the and what they needed it by the coin God, they came and he told you to say or his possible owners. Because I might think, and this is what I referenced before, the idea might be that maybe a coin God has some elevated to do. So you would think that even though a regular Kohen is allowed to bring a carbon when he's an owning, but a Kohen Gadol would not be allowed to bring a carbon when he's an owning. Comes the prophet to tell you that even a Kohen Gadol can bring it when he's an owning. So Rabbi Rothschild does not like to bring it from the Amizah for Yisrael because he says maybe you're not supposed to make a reverse inference to a regular person Kohen Gadol. Maybe the purpose of the prophet is to tell you that while a regular Kohen Gadol can bring it owning, also Kohen Gadol can bring it like an owning. And that's why there's no reverse inference to a regular Kohen. So that's why Rabbi Rothschild does not like the Amizah for Yisrael. He would rather bring it from the story with Aaron and Moshe. And according to one, it brings it from, it doesn't bring it from Cain, my time alone in the hand of people. He says the sovereign he says that no, he's not totally wrong with what happened there. Because according to the Yehuda and Shimon, later in the Masechta, they understand as follows. They had no problem with the department that did not get burnt because there was no one to do it. Why? Because they hold that Aminos ends at the end of the day. So therefore, and a carbon, the period at which you could eat it, so they could have eaten it after the night. So you can't tell me that it got burnt because Aminos got burnt because it became carbon. So then, what was the conversation back and forth between Aaron and Moshe? Moshe said, why did you burn the carbon and you didn't eat it? And they said, because of Aminos. So he said, so basically what they said back is that because we were owning them, therefore we pushed off the eating, and that caused it to become common. So the way they have to understand the story, because they had no problem.
People hate on me because I don't sue people. They cry
So
about
what did
it.
they happen? What did they do with Aminus instead? Since they were owning and enjoying that day, Aaron and Allah and some of them, so they couldn't get the carbon, and they had to leave it overnight. While it was sitting around there, something happened to became Kame, and they burned it. So they told us, oh no, we would have eaten it. It didn't come in. That's what I have to say. They said, okay, fine. Come on, happen. Okay, so that's how the Yehuda and Shimon understand the story with Aaron and Moses. If that was the question that they were saying, Aminus had nothing to do with whether the carbon was disqualified. It just had to do with explaining how it came to be that the carbon became Kame. So because they understand it that way, they did not want to learn out the halacha that it causes zero from doing it any treatment because it had nothing to do with offering as an owner. It was just an explanation for how it became Kame. Okay, fine. So we now have two sources for owning. The Rabbi Shmuel, the Rabbi Shmuel brought a Kavachomer, and this is hopefully going to be a quick tomorrow because we basically had these next couple things before. I think the Kavachomer is Baumum. We bring the Kavachomer Baumum. So we're on the beach. It's just a few minutes left. That Baumum, that he's allowed to eat touching Kadashim, if he does the Avodah Philo, so then for sure in owning to eat that he's not allowed to eat the touching Kadashim in addition to other Philo, that he does the Avodah Philo. So you see that in owning, you should learn in owning out from the Baumum. So the Gemara says, "Mal Baumum cannot go credit to Makriven." But I'll tell you that the Baumum has a unique feature in that both the Kohen offers a carbon, and the carbon itself has a problem with moon. Now, at this point, remember, we've already got 3 reasons before to tell us that a Zar called the Phil. So we use the Zar in our calculations. We say the Zar proof, because even though a Zar is a pretty only the person is not an animal, there's another thing of the Zar animal, so, and yet it is part of Phil. So
in 2000 years, even 2000 years ago, somebody had ghosts. Everyone has ghosts. In all their history. So everyone just across the board agree that they've seen ghosts, which is whatever. They don't believe that. But then let me ask you this, Eric and Chris. So with like bad, like legit bad people, like serial killers, not like terrorists. Those guys are crazy, right? Legit serial killers. Do you think they're just what? Police in a possession? Do you think they're just another mom was being told?
Owning from a Zar is much stricter than owning because a Zar can never become Muslim. We say Bamum Yokia, Bamum why? Because not everyone is permanent. It's a temporary one. And yet he's going to be able to do a whole in the future when it's moved to old. And that we say that it's under school. So you see the fact that it's temporary in nature, that it's temporary in nature, it's still part of still, so social owning is a temporary nature to be able to cause still. Because that again, it goes back. The elements of stringency are not shared. The one has out, and one is prayer to my They're not trying to cover to the head, but you look at the commonality we have in Uzarian, that they are told not to do the avodah of the Amosu by a Zar and a Bamur, if they do the avodah of the Steel. I'm going to learn out owning from the case of Zar and Bamur, the Luther to the owning is Luther, the Amad, and the Avodah Steel. Okay, so now again, it's not a cover says that just like a Bamur and a Zar, the owning is warned not to do the avodah. Now the margin is very familiar. Where we see that our owner is told not to do the avodah.
It could be a form of evil when we can kill children and women have no conscious, nothing. It just sort of automatically, well, that's what I do.
When you own a regular coin dog, and not where a coin is one,
evil is such a good saying, it's like autism.
So, why don't you have Papa? That's perfect. That's in the similar.
This is a condition. It's so crazy. Being a psychopath is a condition in people have. There's not some demon coming from hell. That's what it's for. So you think people are that way? I don't think they're. I think it's both nature and nurture. I think that. If the evil that you're talking about is, somebody
lets the bad thoughts and shittiness overcome them, then sure, I believe that. But I don't believe it's like some spirit force. Yeah, that's all. But I mean, look, I'm not saying, let's give these serial killers a chance, put them in therapy, no, kill them all. But when you start talking about evil, demon, possessed, that kind of thing, I'm not really, and look, can it be true? Of course, I don't know, shit. But
So the question we can have is about the answer the following. Let's say Jasper also shows that it's too low because most of them had a conversation with Aaron and he said, oh, Aaron said, drop that big water in the chest that would have been the pillow. That's not what happened with my water, right? So from the back and forth, you see that not only that our owner will not just offer, but that it does offer it called a pillow.
Yeah, sure. Well, there's also word for IRB. It's called God. So, are you both atheists?
No, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not saying there is God. I'm not saying there's no God.
You've never seen
So
him.
the thing says, so we cast a little bit
But
out
nobody
of
can
scope.
prove that we're not in the simulation. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. Just because we're not, just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it's real.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's what faith is.
so most of it came and said, why didn't you burn it? And
Right.
we said to talk about Nino.
What do you mean exactly?
Most of it was saying it's a subject to you on them. They thought that the blood in it on them. Well, on the other hand, when you said them, them about ministry to you up, maybe it's blood when you're on them, right? In which case, you just saying to them, that was the wrong thing to do. The real
But
feel
I'm
will
not
go.
saying I believe in God or not believe in God, and I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying.
It's not necessarily that most of it is said
No way
that
that
they
I mean,
would
I've even
feel.
said it.
They love
But I
just
don't know if I think that calling people monsters and saying that evil overtook them, it's shirking responsibility, it's shirking blame. Like, yeah, I mean, dude, you can just be a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances dictate what you do in life. It's not a fucking saint. You're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he had mental problems. I think he's a fucking awful person. Get rid of him. Be like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, that's him. Fuck him. I don't know. To me, that's how it comes. Across. There's no monsters. Like, it's just like, there's a monster among us, dude. That's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their circumstances dictate. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were very young. Their mother, father beat the shit out of them. And you know, that's a myth. That's a myth. Well, that's a myth. That doesn't get great, but it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out of you, you're gonna turn out to be a fucking piece of shit. Plenty of people overcome that. Jeffrey Dahmer or whoever didn't have to Jeffrey Dahmer. There are people that just they let that win. Is that evil? I wouldn't say that's evil. If you would, then fine. I would say that that's just what happens to humans overall.
From Zor and Balmor. Zor and you're trying to learn.
Like I fully, I would like you're
Zor
describing
and
something as like
Balmor have a plumber that there's no exception to that rule. A Zor can never do the hold of that for a poet. And a Balmor can never do the hold of that for a poet.
My whole thing is if because all of you know that's a good person, right? Like, they do better karma, good things happen to people. On the other spectrum of that is the exact
By Balmor and Zor that they're never released
put out energy
but punished by because we know that how long it is like Puma, that Puma puts with the keyboard, but not the Puma to the tomorrow though, it's a great having keyboard in its time, and we know it's still having keyboard in its time, even if the person doing it is coming. So you see that it is a case with Puma having accepted, and yet when the ordinance was not accepted or not applied, called it still the Puma did. So the Gemara says, Malachi makes a comment, but the coming calling, the calling Puma has been like, oh, look at when it's coming, like someone else coming. The Gemara says, none of your people, these are just meanings that Balmor and Zor, that they, Balmor and Zor don't pass along the status, and yet it's called a fuel by them. So it's not a problem because they're identity. You'll tell me Malahana that there's no exception. So we'll say that we'll say that Tommy is here. And Tommy became the Tommy, goes to the circle, that's how the Shabbat spends, and he's hurrying.
He said
that
the
once they're
exact
with her, they're
same.
also called killer.
But
The
how
Lord
many
says,
times are they
the
going to
lift
get
of
their
Mala,
butt
Tala
different?
Shabbat hand, the
That's the
Taylor, which
worst
is the
part.
Baron, Eight of Kohen God, the
But
Kohen
then
Yosef.
moving to
So the
Austin,
Gemara says, okay,
although
but I'll
right now
find
his
you a
wife is
word,
back
I'll
in
tell you
LA.
that
I
you
guess she
see
just wanted to go to LA
by
to take some
both a
Instagram
Balmum
pictures
and a Tome and a Zor, that there's no exceptions
in Austin,
to them
Texas.
in a carbon
So-
yakid of a Kohen Gadol, right?
But the worst
And the
part
only
about
place
going
I'll
to
accept my
Austin
carbon
is that
yakid
he's
of Kohen
on
Gadol
film.
is my
Because he
own.
interrupts all
In
the
other
time.
words, getting this
And he
system to Yosef and Yosef
But now
Tamakotum,
he's
we're taking it
interrupted
down
with a
a
slight
level of
delay.
granularity and
And it's
restricting it of
annoying
the carbon yakid of
because
Kohen
it's
Gadol, so then you're able to say that those all three, that a Zar, a Balmum, and a Tame all have the element that there's never an exception, versus only there is an exception. The
Even
Gemara
his
says,
first thing out,
but at the end of the day, there's an exception to Tumah,
He's like,
and there's
terrorism
an
is
exception,
crazy, but what about serial killers?
to Onen, and so
Did
you
he
see
just
from
watch
Tumah
Chucky
that the
or
fact that
something?
there's an
What was he
exception
talking
does
about?
not preclude it
I don't know what
causing
he's
kill
trying
because
to
the
say.
Tumah also
He's an
causes
idiot.
kill. The Messiah said, okay, so
And
now
then
we have three sources. The first source was in Amanda for Yefes, the second was from Haman Frimu, and the third is from Balmum together with Zor. Okay, so the Gemara now asks, that Messiah Amar Asim Kavakam from Yosef. You can bring Kavakam from Yosef. So this is very much like what we had on Amal. Umay Yosef fell to someone who's seated. When he's in Yerushalayim, is able to eat cuts and column, that's the Quranic portion. If he does go when he's seated, then Onen Shane also, and Onen is not able to eat the Quranic portions of the cuts and column, and doesn't seem all that Hilo, then surely Kavachomer, if he does the Avodah, should cost Hilo. So the Gemara would say, Mali Yosef became Kosulated. So what about the fact that a Yosef has a double stringency that it applies both by Eidos and by Avodah? So you say Yosef Tamachacham. So I learned it out from the Yosef Tamachacham, who does not have the tool in Eidos, but he's able to sit down for Eidos. So the Gemara says, Mali saying Yosef became Kosulated. He says, okay, fine. So Yosef Tamachacham, the Yosef doesn't apply specifically, but the category, he's within the category of Yosef. The category of Yosef has a double stringency of both.
Yeah, lost chin is crazy.
Anyway, they say Shin Yosef Lopar, he doesn't look at that global thing,
Yeah, that's
he just look at what you bring the
you
food
kind of have like a whole different vibe. It's like you look like every single day. Now that you move.
you just want to part, if you're going to say that that's a valid question, and asking Yosef, with
Before I
God,
changed,
us with the Yosef will have Mihana. So you can bring the Yosef
started living here,
together with one of these other things, and you'll say, you'll say,
Thanks, Jen. Jen has the curse.
okay, so we ended up with four sources for Onen and Amanda, and Yosef together with any of
It's
those
getting
others.
worse and worse. So I'm hoping,
Now,
I'm praying,
Onen
I'm wishing
couple.
that
So the Gemara, the listener said
maybe
an
this is
Onen
like the curse is
couple,
wrong
right?
bottom.
And Rabbi's going to tell you,
Everything's
Amar
uphill
Rabba,
from here.
okay, Amar Rabba, Lashanu, Ella the carbon yakid.
It doesn't go away until you sage. If you got this
So we
motherfucking sage.
understood. And
I
of
need your
course,
address, kiddo. There we go.
Rashi
We need to end this.
we're going to Rashi.
You're right.
We'll
You're
look
right.
back in a second.
It's
So
the
we
same.
understood. We know the halacha is that
Crazy.
that in
So my
Onen,
right hand hurts.
that in Onen, a regular Onen cannot bring a carbon causing full, but a carbon double.
The
So
screen.
when we're saying that when a regular carbon cannot bring a carbon, that's only a carbon yakid.
Like an hour
But
and
when it comes to carbon keyboard, even a regular coin who's an Onen can bring the carbon keyboard. Now, the Gemara said, how would I know this? Well, it says Kavakoma is Tumah. So I'll bring a Kavakoma from Tumah. Ma Tumah, Shloi, but from the Torah, it's a coin double carbon yakid. Then you see that Tumah, which does not allow the coin double to bring its own carbon. The coin double cannot bring its own carbon. Put your Israel Hegel, the carbon keyboard. And we said before it comes to law, go, that any coin can bring a carbon keyboard even when it's Tame. Right? So you see that we are more strict with an individual coin double than we are with a coin heavy when it comes to carbon keyboard. So therefore, Amino, so which one is a coin double, and we make an exception by a coin double, the carbon yakid and carbon yakid, in those into which one is a coin heavy, the carbon keyboard. So he said that surely the coin heavy, when you own it, should be able to bring it. Because he's saying as well, if you see that a carbon keyboard allows you to do something even when a coin double cannot, in the case of Tumah, then when a coin double can, for sure the keyboard. So therefore, a regular Kohen, when we say that a regular Kohen cannot bring something with an owning, it's only if that regular Kohen is bringing a carbon yachid, but not if he's bringing a carbon keyboard. Master Rabbi by
Talk about what's going on here. It all comes from School of Marcus Aurelius, meditation. It's basically just like
Rabbi, you're messing with the things here. So now we can see
the things you can change, ignore the things you can't.
Master Rabbi by
Don't be up and down, just always like this. That's not me. It's like a heart rate monitor.
Rabbi, in effect,
When I play tennis against that person, my buddy's girlfriend forgot my racket. When we went to the place, but you can rent a demo for $6.
And Rabbi himself
If
acknowledged
you break it,
in the California
$400
what are those
for
things?
this racket.
The
And
Tumala,
I would just like miss
we go
hit
after
on the ground,
that
but just barely straight, like fully back, just until I put a little scrape on it.
that Kohen Gadol, when he brings the carbon
But it's
dioxide,
just
is
like
not able to bring it.
I can't in that moment. I fucked up in
Except when
that
it's
shot. I
a sequel.
can't
In
hold
other
back.
words, even in the Yachid, the Kohen Gadol cannot bring it to Tumah. That was
I'm much
perfect
better
because
than I used to be as a youth.
the Pasuk
I had
didn't tell you
terrible
that
anger
was
issues. I
permitted
broke my hand
except by a
twice.
keyboard. So therefore, it doesn't apply by the Yachid even if it's a Kohen
I
Gadol.
had to
If
management,
the
etc.
hooks of the keyboard appear a so
But I
Kohen
just
Hedger.
didn't really
And moreover, he said that it was clear to Rabbi that when it was a covered keyboard, but even a Kohen Hedger can bring it in the Kohen Gadol. It's great stuff because the Prophet said the more I go, the more time, and it doesn't distinguish between the Kohen Gadol. It's Sikale, furthermore, part of Rabbi's underlying premise was that Ninos Sutrafi and Kohen Yachid is the Kohen Gadol. That when we say a Kohen Gadol can bring a carbon when he's in Onen, it's true whether it's a carbon Yachid or a carbon keyboard. It's true somehow because the Prophet didn't distinguish, right? So saying, I just brought you three things that were all underlying premises of Rabbi. Why did Rabbi assume these things? Because the Prophet didn't distinguish, right? So it's reasonable to assume all of these things. With the Isser and Nunah, so Kohen Hedjot, well, are you going to come a So he says that, yeah, it was a fourth thing that the Prophet doesn't distinguish, which is it says that a Kohen Hedjot does not bring a carbon when he's in Onen, and Rabbi is using his Kamachomer to say that Lambda did not bring it as an Onen, even though the Prophet said it, or the implication the Prophet said it categorically, yet he's going to distinguish and say there's a difference whether it's done the Yachid or the keyboard. So basically, Rabbi Bari was going to say, if you're going to, you took three statements of the Psukim at face value, and a fourth one, you're making a Kavachomer. Everybody likes to say, I'm going to show you that for all three of those rules that you took for granted, I can make you an equivalent Kavachomer, and you'll see that I can uproot all those things that you took for granted. So here we go. Master everybody likes. Rose Kosar and Ninos is a point double because of Yachid and Kavachomer. He says, you assume that Kohen Gadol is able to bring his carbon when he's in Onen, whether it's a Yachid or Rabbi. I'll show you from Kavachomer, but he cannot do it when it's a carbon Yachid, even though you thought he could. Why? Because I'll say, you see that from by a keyboard that even a Kohen Hedjot who's coming to do it, well, Hutra is the Kohen Gadol carbon Yachid. So then, yet a Kohen Gadol, another by a keyboard, a regular Kohen can do it for Toma, but a Kohen Gadol by his own carbon cannot do it. So Ninos, and the case of Ninos, is the Kohen Hedjot, the carbon keyboard, where the regular Kohen Hedjot cannot do it even when it's a carbon keyboard, because that's an exception that's unique to Toma, and it's not written by Ninos. Ain't no difference for a Tosa, it's a Kohen Gadol, the carbon Yachid. So therefore, I would tell you, I would make a Kavachomer to tell you that Kohen Gadol cannot bring a carbon Yachid. I'll make it the same type of color. I mean, what's more, it's a kind of the carbon tzibor, but you see that by aminos. When even by a tzibor, a regular coin cannot bring it. Look for it's a coin gadol, the carbon yachid. So that, yes, well, a tzibor was not enough to do it for a coin hedyot. The coin gadol was able to bring any kind of carbon, even carbon yachid by aminos. So then tumah, so look for it's a coin hedyot, the carbon tzibor. The tumah that by the tzibor does allow it to be overridden, which it does not allow by aminos, then ain't no din that therefore Kavachol, when you get to the coin gadol, the hooker is a coin gadol becoming yachid. That a coin gadol should be able to bring his carbon yachid even when he's coming. And yet we took that for granted that no coin is allowed to bring a carbon yachid when he's coming, not a coin gadol, not a regular coin. But applying this same logic, I can uproot that assumption. And thirdly, he says, "Lo tudar tuma eitz of coin hedyot the carbon tzibor in the Kavachomer." He says, "I'll tell you that maybe this exemption that says for Moadam that you bring them in their time is only for coin gadol, and a coin hedyot, even when it's a carbon tzibor, cannot bring it. How will he bring that raya? He says in Kavachomer, Uma aminos hutra eitz of coin gadol becoming yachid or hutra eitz of coin hedyot becoming tzibor." He says, you see by aminos that the coin gadol can bring his carbon yachid, right? So it makes an exception by carbon yachid. It does not allow him to do a regular coin cannot bring it by aminos even with tzibor. The tumah, so hutra eitz of coin gadol becoming yachid, and in the case of tumah where the coin gadol, and you see by aminos that when the coin gadol is able to do it, the yachid still can't do it a regular coin hedyot by tzibor. So you see by tumah, which even the coin gadol is not allowed to do carbon yachid, ain't no day for a super the coin hedyot to carbon tzibor. So therefore I will tell you that for sure that when there's an exception that says that the carbon tzibor can be brought, even the tumah, that would apply only to coin gadol, but not by a regular coin. Right? So basically, and now there's so basically, the Rabbi by law has three things. The first one is called low tutar, then tutar, and low tutar. His first thing was trying to see what's funny about aminos and tumah and tumah, and then he was trying to see something about aminos and the yachid, tumah the yachid, and tumah the tzibor. That was it. Basically, Rabbi law is saying there's four things that the Torah doesn't distinguish. You took the first thing for
successful with his chickens.
This is the first thing. If you use that kind of logic, I can uproot the halacha that you imply from the first three. So therefore,
If he's been successful with his Call of Duty or his online
if you want to get involved with this kind of
betting makes
Kavachomer,
sense.
you're gonna you can go any direction you want, and these things are actually contradictory between them. In other words, they contradict each other with their assumptions and their outcomes.
For the crystal show.
He says, so therefore,
Don't talk down to your wife. I'm out.
take the book. He says, just took them at their face value. Don't mess with this business of trying to make Kavachomer, because the logic of your Kavachomer will uproot all four of these rules, and the rules make sense because the Torah said this and doesn't distinguish otherwise, and so therefore, Rabbi by life, don't make these Kavachomers. I did have what to say, but
Hell yeah, bro. The clown's out there really doing it, man.
Don't increase the work of the house by leaving all your things lying around different places.
Hold on, which one is this one? Yo, this is fucking 5 now.
I'm out. The first one is the one that Chris said, like, that's not misogyny. She has just as much intelligence as your colleague at the office. She lacks only opportunity. Talk to her of anything you would talk to a man, and you'll be surprised how she expands.
Yeah, that surprised me for 1913 or whatever the fuck it was. Because in the 50s, it was like, bitches, shut up.
Yeah, get back in the kitchen.
Wait, I want to show you Alexa. I wonder who wrote
Some skinny ass guy.
show your ankles and shut the fuck up. I want to come. So that was 1950. Yeah. 1952 was. I'm curious as to where this came from. So for husbands, don't talk to him. So the second one, don't say.
The husband in the picture looks super gay.
Well, that's the thing. Look at that fucking swimsuit. What is it?
He wrote it.
Look at what she had too. Jesus Christ, that's a bikini right there. Yeah.
Imagine him just swim with a coat on.
So heavy.
Honey, at least give her a swim coat.
That's not, it really was a suit. You know what I mean? They call it a suit.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
Yeah. Jewels on. We're going straight. All right, she drowned. All right. Okay, here's another one. Don't say your wife wastes time in reading, even if she only reads fiction. That's pretty misogynistic. It's hilarious, just the way they put it. Don't sneer, even if she reads bullshit. Don't sneer at your wife's cookery or bridge playing or singing or indeed anything else she does. Well, okay, so it's basically sexist until the last part. Anything else she does, just leave with that. Don't increase the work of that house by leaving all your things lying around. By nature. I understand this is.
I come and I drop everything.
This is also sexist though, because that's assuming your wife is the one who picks things up, which I'm not saying she shouldn't. She is. Right, I understand. Well, yeah. In certain marriages, yes. But this is not at blanket what wives should be doing unless you have that understanding, which is totally okay. And it's fucking awesome. Don't try to regulate every detail.
Chris is walking a fine line.
I'm just saying.
That's what you want to do. If she's open to it. Shut up.
No, but I'm saying women can work and do shit, but like, don't be all like with me. Hey, you want to be a boss bitch, great, but don't be all like my wife. Don't be. I'm saying women can do whatever they want to, but don't be in my house. So don't try to bring the everything into your wife's life. Even a wife, and do it. Don't keep all your jokes. This is great. Don't keep all your jokes for your male friends. Let your wife share them. You know what? Then how about this? Why don't you tears up, dude? I didn't mean it. It's a joke. Shut up about the fucking tone then. That was crazy. That was crazy. Share again. That's where you feel it's stupid about this. You talk differently to different people. No, man. Hell yeah, fucking quick with it, bro. Dude, it's quick and simple and it's quick. And it's, it's not about biting off more than I can chew it and chewing it. It's about fucking just being simple, taking nice little bites for my whole career until people realize it's undeniable. Yes! I bite off just as much as I can and then I chew it and don't get indigestion. My whole career. Just when you thought.
You can tell that we had the Golden Hour podcast. Especially with Shop now doing it from Texas. With Shop interrupts in general. Overdue, but it's not even just Shop. Everyone there, Montez, Cheddar Bob, everyone just interrupts Louis. Louis is performing in China. And Chris must be thinking, what the hell happened? I was just sitting on the set, Army of the Dead. I was going to be the guy I had Netflix deals and movie deals. And now I'm here, Mr. Potato Head and Dennis the Dumbass. And they won't even let him. I mean, the way this works is, it started out with Shop and Theo making a mistake in the Patreon. Everyone paid for Theo Vaughn. Theo left. Shop brought in Leo. Now they have the Golden Hour. Everyone pays for Leo. So, when the two or three unfunny people start babbling and interrupting the funny person, it's an extremely frustrating thing. You can tell how frustrated Delia is that he keeps trying to go off on a bit. Because this is what he does when you watch his congratulations podcast. But here he has idiots stepping all over him, and idiots just happen to be the most unfunny people on planet Earth. Extremely frustrating, but that's what happens when you get accused of what you get accused of. Your career end up broadcasting from Papa. I wish that I did. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
One second. Practice sodas. So you're telling me now that when the point gives is needed in the blood, the practice is going to be out of time. The practice blood is poured on the elder of the if it doesn't feel tingle, shika, it's happy. Why? Lo silver, lo the kaba. I will say, remember again, there is no give of giving your finger in the blood by the outer practice. The concept of giving your finger in the blood only by the way to reach practice, the practice has to be the inner practice. There's no point to that. Also, there's no doing of becoming giving the finger in the blood of the practice and the practice itself. Therefore, she does it for the practice itself as a mind that you can find like 2 days later. Of course, it doesn't do it. Why not? Because not all those remember again, you've already established.
I'm such a cheese pie. It's so funny how much shit President Shaw has caught, like in the world of comedy. Because when he first came to the cellar, and he just came with Brian Cow, like hang out, and he was like, "Man, I really love your stuff." I was like, "Hey, Brandon, talking Shaw just said he likes my stuff." So when he started doing comedy, he was so much shit.
So
Like at one point, I was just like, "Dude, this guy fucking old. He likes me."
Yes, he's taking a lot of shit. He's still in shit.
He doesn't even do comedy anymore either. He's like, "You like live comedy?" We'll start giving him shit.
But they're like,
not funny. Bad joke.
they're like shooting shit already. They're like saying this podcast is every week there's somebody going, he's finished, his podcast is over. It's
Oh, they keep saying he's finished. They said Brian Cow just keeps leaving and going on different vacations. Like every week, he's like, "Oh, I'm not going to be here for the next 7 episodes because me and my family are doing anything else." But I don't know how true it is. I just watched all that.
Yeah, let's spend the rest of the show calling out people for being dicks, dude.
Let's do it.
All right, leave on my
Who's
list.
next?
You know what? No, I shouldn't.
Can I do it?
No,
Do it. I'll do it. What if you do it?
I can't say a name,
I'll do it.
but I will say there is a comedian who I wrote for who stole like $10,000.
Rich Voss.
There it is. Mystery
I mean, emotionally, yeah.
$10,000
You wrote for him on that stupid show. On Comedy Punch Out. Remember the show we're on? Comedy Knock.
I did not write on that.
You didn't write on that? You weren't there?
Do you think
Oh,
he was
that was
the
that.
focus?
No, I thought she was the Indian chick. You're right.
Oh, that's so funny. She's a good writer. I'll take it.
Wait a second. Are you not Suba Hartwell?
Nope, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but I did get robbed.
$10,000. Now, robbery and being unpaid.
Unpaid after agreeing to a payment, and then afterwards I asked for the payment. They were like, nah. And then I was like, can I have it again? And then this person, who is, everyone knows here, shouldn't be, but is, undeservingly famous.
Five guys.
She refused to pay me my money and then added into the email an attorney who threatened to tell Netflix that I was difficult to work with if I came after the rest of my payment.
Wow, so it's a girl.
I'll write it down.
I want to guess. I want to guess with writing down. It's going to drive people nuts.
Okay, do you want to guess what I'm writing down?
I'm writing 3 names.
Okay.
You tell me if it's one of them.
Okay.
I think I only have 2 on my mind right this second, but you're going to have the same ones, Bobby, I think.
Here, you need a pen.
No, we're probably gonna have the same.
We are,
Chase just saved me.
Write 3 and it'll be fun. I'll go, yeah, it's one of the 3. No.
Really?
No. More undeserving of fame.
Oh, I know.
Don't attorneys.
can I tell you guys? Let me tell you who'd you write, Bobby. Okay, well, you're supposed to say it. It's right there.
It's not her.
Let me say it. Let me for the sake of people playing along at home.
My brain just says what it says.
If it's for people playing along at home, it's not in the top 3 people most people are thinking I'd say that.
No, it's not.
Because that's the 3 names I wrote down.
I'll give you a hint.
But you can't say the 3 names you wrote down because it's not. You can't say it.
No. I'm just saying, if at home, if people are in the mind going, I've got it, you don't got it because.
I don't mind if you say the names it's not.
I know it is.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck.
So here's my guess. Guess what's on so far. Whitney, no. Nikki?
I don't know her name.
No,
Is it Amy?
No.
I don't know her name.
Or undeserving.
I was
Think of someone who doesn't deserve anything.
I don't want to write this one out on camera.
Oh, we're on camera.
Yeah, we're
Live?
No, we can end it. We can blur it.
You can blur it, right? Nice.
We're putting this in.
No, we're definitely making this the clip.
No. Literally think of someone who's never had one joke and is famous and gets regular spots in the city
No, Bobby gets that
and
already.
blew up quickly and has been connected to some of our friends.
Oh, I know who it is. I know who it is.
Yes,
I know who it
yes,
is.
yes.
I see you writing it in yes, champ.
Yeah.
Seeing the letters.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Yes, that fucking bitch. Yes.
With that face.
Oh, and you know it is, Bobby, now?
I know it is.
That's a juicy.
Really?
Yeah. With a lawyer. After agreeing to the payment in email, I could have literally gone after her and I just let it go. And I might still bitch. It's an email. Could I still chase it?
I think you should. If you have if you have like an email record of being promised a fee,
Yeah, I did.
Christine is the lawyer of the show. Just let her know.
You know what?
Anything happens at the bonfire, we go to Christine.
I'm coming after you, little cunt.
So you have an
Can I say that?
Yes.
You have an email for the money from her or from our people.
I have it from her.
And was it for the thing with the...
Yeah, that thing. And the reason why she didn't want to pay me is because she wouldn't listen to me on how to actually say them.
Okay, the chick Kim Cognitz talked about it. It's the end of perfect. There you go. But Big J person, Bob Kelly, talking about destroy Baba and all my videos about him. So now, first of all, big shout out to Bob Kelly. Remember Bob Kelly was the first person ever to mention me on the then Chip and Sam show with him, Anthony, Stan, were all in. This was right after we got fired, and this was like one of the first shows back when it was a big deal. Oh, we get to have Anthony back on. And Anthony and Bob Kelly shouted me out. Big J hangs out with Louis J. Gomez. As you know, they all keep tabs on the channel here. But yeah, as you can see, all the guys watch my channel. They'll keep up on the Baba news. And Shaw was so stupid following that lawsuit. I mean, but to be fair to Shaw, Louis J. Gomez did give up real ass dude and make pursuing me. But aside from that, it's just been a complete downfall for his career. And even Big J had said it there. He was like, when I first heard about Shaw, I was like, oh, this dude's cool. This guy is awesome. I'm going to meet Shaw. Now I thought that because Shaw had the Rogan connection. Now that's pretty much done. And they've all lost respect for Shaw and trash now. And it's hilarious to me. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
How do I know that ultimately you're going to compromise the public? But this man of swallow out, this man of Kabbalah, something outside of this guy's time. The man of this man of the public was the ultimately you're going to have this Shalom Shema. If you want to learn it out from Shalom Shema. So if you don't know the Baba, I will say that. Shalom Shema, that applies. Bama has Bama. What is that? The math short line stack. Actually, says you should be running the Bama. Carbon Bama's young. The chance that they have on us. So, she may follow someone before we come home. So, no, she may say the Bama. But come out,
This is the craziest thing. This is insanely sad too. So there's two Japanese boxers that fought in the same event, not against each other, the same event. They both died from brain injury.
the ref's fault? Did they just not stop it? Did they fucked up? Or it's just a freak accident the same night?
It's just same night.
So it says 2 Japanese boxers have died days after suffering brain injuries in separate fights on the same card. I'm not even trying to say the name. Katori died on Friday, and Hiromasa on Saturday after being injured in the fights. How fuck? That's like bleeding inside the skull. That sucks.
Yeah, to me, this is like one of the craziest things. The craziest stories I've heard.
Yeah, I don't care about that arm stuff.
Yeah, so don't worry about it. Just 2 more. That's how I found some money. As they fight, saying views, there are views already.
I'm not gonna take credit for this, but I am. Go for it. When we did King of this thing, it was just getting the UFC, he would show up for the main events. Or the main card, like the third last fight, and I roasted him. I said, dude, you know how fucked that up is? You know how fucked up that is?
Yes, I remember this.
Do you remember this? Yes. I was like, dude, the real fights are on the prelims. Those are the guys you need to watch. Those guys fighting for their meals. Those are the guys that need support. Theo was like, all right, Theo made some joke, and now he doesn't. Yeah, I'm just saying, I was the first one to call out, like, you can't show up for the fucking main card. Don't be that guy. And now he's doing it.
And you know his mom was like,
There's shitty tweets. God, it's crazy.
that's funny. Yeah, this will be the last one.
Yeah, the real fans, like that gentleman said, don't miss the prelims. Don't be that guy that shows up just for the main fucking card. I hate that.
Just makes so much money out of it.
Shit is bullshit, dude.
Alright, so DC, before we posted this, our own boy Georgie, Clint, I had it his on.
Well, I'm like, who's this guy?
Yeah, so DC posted this. It's like,
I like Georgie's all, huh? I love it. Yeah. Georgie blow it up, dude. I love to see it. I just talked to him the other day. Yeah, Georgie blow it up. Yeah, love from Islam, DC. I love to see it. Is that it, brother? That's it. All right, kids. That's it, man. Yeah, UFC 319 this Saturday. I cannot wait. It's must-see TV. First time in a long time I'm seeing this. This is a middleweight title fight for the ages. This fight is fucking two of the very best in their prime going at it for the world fucking title. It is the UFC at its finest. Please tune in. It's UFC 319 going down. The Boogeyman, Hamza versus DDP, one of the best to ever do it. They're both in their fucking prime. Let's fucking go. UFC 319 this Saturday. Enjoy it. Like, subscribe, do all the stuff. The TRX giveaway ends this month. Alright? This is the last month. I'm sick of promoting this thing. 4 months is way too much to promote a truck. I've been driving around. It's absolutely insane. It's a 2024 final edition, supercharged V8 Hellcat TRX with over $50,000 in mods. The winner also gets $10,000 cash. We have new merch coming for the last week. It's the best merch I've done. Go on over to tryfastallgas.com. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win this badass ultimate dad rig. Giveaway kid, it ends this month. Get you some. Alright? That's it, kids. Tryfastallgas.com. UFC 319. It's going down. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. Subscribing, doing all this stuff. I'm out.
Georgie growing up, maybe another guy who got away from the shop, and his career is immediately doing better. By the way, the Georgie thing was messed up. Georgie was hired by Shop, so Shop could go around and brag, well, you see that weird fat guy? I hired him. And then he paid him nothing and fired him. And only him. So Georgie got fired by Shop. But Shop hired him because they said everyone, look what a great guy I am, me. So, other than that, Talk about another guy who's career blew up. The second he got away from Shab. Shab is so jealous of Theo. But you said, I'm calling Theo out. My thing that I told him to go to the prelims first. And did he even say he roasted Theo about it? Brendan Schaub has never even roasted a Marshall. Brendan Schaub is a fucking he's never roasted anybody or anything. Whereas he would say anything. He talks like a redact. By the way, I don't know, let me know if you have noticed this. Now every time I hear the word every or any, and like, I got half shot in his brain. I keep hearing any every. Like, why doesn't he keep putting eyes and words like that? What accent is that other than redacted? It's not a Colorado accent. I've never heard anybody do that. He's got me doing it now. Shot the whole Theo mom thing. That's why Shaw moved down to Texas. Because Callan was going to pull Theo. Callan, look, I'm down to Texas. Go focus on my stand-up career. Because of residency at Joe Rogan's club. And Shaw was like, goes away. Not again. Not another Theo situation. Packed up his entire family and flew to Texas. Shaw is miserable. He hates it down there. He can't stand it. His wife hates it. And they're trying to make the best of it by lying, but they still complain about it on a weekly basis. They hate the wildlife, the fact that Shaw has no friends there. He didn't have any friends in LA really either, but like his brother had down there with him. Yeah. So Shaw just eats it. But moves all the way there. So that man Shaw was thinking the entire time, I should have moved to Nashville with Theo. But I stayed. And when Callan was going to pull that trigger, Shaw was like, nah, me. I'm stitching my bag into your North Star. I'm not going to let you go anywhere. They hate me so much. And he's always going to try to take credit for Theo's success. But then let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah, but that's fine. My mom, I got them. Does your brother? Once in a while. Do you drink? No. You stopped when? You just stopped one day. Yes, for cold turkey. That was it. Just that was it. What did you enjoy about it? Because he did it every day. He did it with rest. What did you enjoy about it the most? Nothing. Just stress. Stress, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just having to deal with the fucking overall. Yeah, so it made stress go away. Yeah. If it's a shitty way to cope, yeah, it's a bad way to cope. I've been on whiskey lines, so I had access to it. It's there. Your face was small. Super small. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nothing good came from it. I also don't need it to be social. Like this weekend, I'm with the other dads, the neighbors and stuff, and there's at the lake, there's a little bar there. I can go there and hang with anyone and talk. I don't need alcohol to talk. Yeah.
So ever since you guys are talking about drinking with me, dude, people hit me up constantly, and they're like, "Oh my god, you're getting wasted." Like, I don't get wasted. I just, sit
You're
out
one of those guys that can handle alcohol. I've seen it. When also I drink, I've seen you drink crazy amounts of alcohol in your throat. Some people can handle it. Like your body breaks it down differently than most people.
No, I disagree with that.
It's still tough.
I think you can handle it and do your job, but you're killing yourself. So this idea that you can handle it it's actually aiding to you continue. I don't disagree with you that alcohol's not poison. If you're Winston Churchill, Chan, Bert Kreischer, none of it's good. Right? None of it's good. I actually read a book that freaking Nikki Glazer recommended on Joe Shows about drinking, how to quit drinking. I stopped drinking for like a few weeks. And I was just like, all right, I felt pretty good, but I felt better when I was
Sometimes an addiction is like where all the fun is, right? So sometimes you can be your life can be like
you keep highlighting this addiction. How it's not a big deal, but I disagree.
It's not a big deal. It's not what I'm trying to say. Let me finish the thought though, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes an addiction can be like literally your entire purpose, and your whole life is geared around being able to do that. So people do that, then you take it away. So, for example, when they do lap band, stomach bypass surgery, or they do that band, the suicide rate for those people goes way up because now they don't have food. And food was the one thing that kept them sane and kind of from having to face all their problems. Now you take food away, and now they're left sitting there, right? They're left with themselves, and that's sort of a challenge. So I think at the end of the day, I agree that there's nothing good about drinking, and you're going to have to eventually come to terms with it, right? Where it'll take you. And may as well do it sooner than later.
And that's what I'm doing. I just feel like you can find something you can put your energy in, because drinking is such a waste of
like karate.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, once you guys start talking about it, people hit me up like crazy. They're in their minds, they're framing it as I'm getting wasted, like passing out. Yeah, like, no, what the hell are you ever passed out? You're drinking a lot. When have you ever seen me be like, only on that jelly roll bus with the outside? Yeah, but that's with jelly roll. You have to do with jelly roll, and that's weed too. I did weed and alcohol jelly. But
It's like one of the current events, which is a good segment. One of the current events is how Trump's gonna, make marijuana not such a restrictive drug, right? So it's a gateway drug. Go for it. The idea, I'll say our boy Rogan's my marijuana. I'll tell you this right now. The idea that marijuana helps you be more creative, or you can take it and view the world in a different spectacle, all of that is bullshit. It's all bullshit. None of that's real. It's all an excuse for you to zone out and do whatever. You can do it without it. Well, your medication. So if you think marijuana is this some sort of passenger to get you to be funny or more creative, that's in you. You can get there without these drugs. And to say it's a gateway drug, that's not an understatement. And there's science on it, and there's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
I've seen one person with our friends who just smoke all the time. And it's not cool.
I've seen young kids who had everything. And I watched them smoke, and they started smoking at 15, 14. It is what it is. Kids do it. And man, when they're 25, it's a sad story. It just is. I'm not saying waste management.
Rogan's not alive. He can do it and still be super hyper.
He was also that way before I started smoking too.
He's so intense in 6 gears. He works for him.
But he didn't start doing it when he was 35, correct?
Also, you're Joe Rogan, right? Most of us are. So the idea that this can be a less dangerous drug and help people, it couldn't be more wrong. Now, there's some health benefits to it, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction.
my buddy, who you know, Jimmy, we had a friend who had passed away from a brain tumor, but he had glioblastoma, and they were giving him a highly concentrated THC, right? Like a highly concentrated. And it kept him alive for, I think, almost 3 years. So they're sometimes certain THC, I guess they don't know why, it's kind of, slows the progression. So Jimmy, who smokes weird periodically, took a fucking, he wet his finger on the drop, wet his finger on the THC drop, and went like this. He didn't just go get blitz. He went into a seizure, and he was like this, and he remembers he was totally like cognizant, but he had no control over his body. So he had no control of his body, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm having a stroke." So they get him to the hospital. He's lying there, and the doctor, he's finally coming out of him. The doctor goes, "Yeah, you overdosed on THC. That's what happened."
It's like some people get schizophrenic doing it. It's just, I just think people would be so much better if, I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is in medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if, instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey gin, if you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you can get the same endorphins, whatever drug or choice, whatever alcohol choice, if you do something hard and that makes you sweat, you get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many addicts become long distance runners, because they're getting the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're gonna smoke and sit on your couch and be unproductive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and do some dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts us in a productive direction. I don't get any of it. I don't get any of it.
It's his battle, it's his journey. He'll figure it out. Get in the fucking karate. Get in the fucking MMA, dude.
I'm not saying that you want to spend more time.
By the way, you know what? I'm sorry to say this. I forgot you.
Okay, so that clip was chock full of a bunch of stuff. Furthermore, was chop your kid's nose and then eat it. Did I see that correctly? I don't know. I did not expect the whole anti-weed right there, Chop. Come on. But you had to throw in the caveat that, fine, Joe Rogan. He thinks, Donald Trump should make weed illegal. Go ask Joe Rogan. So just, Chop all about that freedom. All about that freedom. So, things got a little heated there. Cal finally had to step up. He's like, let me finish. He's so sick of Chop interrupting him. And he's a weird one of criticism. You have to step up. Like I'm trying to talk about. Chop's holier than now attitude. Of course he has that. He's fucking Baba. Of course that's his attitude. This man was a huge alcoholic. And you notice what he said in there? I had a whiskey company. Remember that whiskey, Tiger Thick whiskey? What happened? He had thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be a partner. He said Aaron Rodgers was a partner. But you notice he had a whiskey company. It's gone now. Shaw was drinking every day. And, he couldn't stop drinking for a week, and now he's holier than thou, Shaw. Like, I'm sober now. His favorite meal is something. But, I don't walk around holier than thou on people. Especially since, I was a huge alcoholic. Like, Shaw was probably the biggest alcoholic when he stopped drinking. Now he's holier than that. Which, should he have, some understanding or?
Rambas Adam, the law Davi Babu Kohen, Rabbi Shimon, the Ashalamat, Allah by Kohen. Whatsoever they told us does not require a Kohen, at least Rabbi Shimon, ultimately again, you don't require a Kohen. It's like, remember, let's just keep an eye on the bubble. We're trying to figure out over there is a non-Kohen permitted to do Kodacha. That's the fundamental question of the question. You want to suggest that Allah Mesa, this is a macrobial Shimon and the Rabbi. According to the Shimon, it says that what? That Halacha is the dispensable part of the Avodah. Therefore, it's not doing the Avodah. Therefore, it should be shared out. According to the Rabbi, ultimately, again, because it's an indispensable part of the Avodah. Therefore, what? Therefore, what should be also the Shah. So it says, no one is just the follow. Again, we find the precedent to see that part. Under Avodah, that's an indispensable part of the Avodah. Yes, that is the Shah of the Shah. What's the example of that? So now we're just trying to figure out what requires a coin, what doesn't require a coin. So the Gemara asks us just like a Shimon's model. Anytime the coin explicitly says you need a coin, you need a coin, but so it doesn't explicitly say you don't need a coin. So the Gemara asks, one second, the last coin is you.
Does holding your investment position leave you sweating? With the Taoist, invest with flair. Proven strategies, unbiased advice, low fair fees, and Taoist.
This is really the fight of the kid. This 19.3 thing, buddy, I'm telling you, it's a fucking distraction from all the other stuff going on. So, Harvey, what's his name? What's TMZ? Harvey Levin. So now he got the fourth contact from the kidnappers, which is weird. Why they reach out to TMZ? They've offered to pay the money. There's been no communication from the FBI with these kidnappers. They're just communicating with TMZ. There's been no communication at all. Usually the way this works, when you kidnap somebody, you want $60 million. Okay, we'll give you $6 million. You transfer $6 million, then you give the person back. There's none of that going on. It's all farcy. It's all, I don't know what.
Ultimately, again, going ahead and the Kohen cannot hold does halacha, it is possible after you election. There was a guarantee to what? Even according to election. So what's it? So again, so bottom line, what is the halacha and how do we possibly reach this halacha? This halacha is the special part of that halacha is this. So the Gemara says, Kol has spoken, Kol has, I'm going to just go through the Rambam over here. This is kind of halacha of Zion. Kol has spoken, Shekidal Damar, Echad bin Atzim Na'avodah, Osha only has a dam in his back, Osha started with his back, also, Yitzhak has a dam, that was essentially again, any anyone other than a Torah,
Once in a while.
Do you have a drink for you?
Kabbalah,
You stopped one day.
Yes, we're cold turkey.
That was it. Just
everything else must be done
What did you enjoy about it
by
when you worked? Because you did it every day.
it's not done by a Kohen, then ultimately what? What about the Maxims? What about if the Kohen goes ahead and receives them? Then what? Is it sold to hold? And so it doesn't bring close to the debt, he just stands there holding it. And then what? And then it goes, and then the Kohen gets it back against the Rose. The Ram discusses this. Kibel HaKasher ben Asal Apostle Holach Apostle and the Amar ben Komo. Suppose I listen to this. What happens again? The Kohen received the blood, gave it to Yisrael. Yisrael standing in place. Kohen gets it back from Yisrael. What's the halacha? What's like Yachzir HaKasher? As long as halacha like Yisrael did not move it closer to the death, Yisrael just stood there.
Jake is actually in talks to fight Anthony.
I don't know, but I don't think any of Jake's stuff is staged. I think it's all calculated who's fighting. But I've said this before, and I'm not saying it's staged, but if he fights Anthony Joshua and he doesn't get absolutely starched in 30 seconds or less, I'll say that. That's how that show. 2 two-time gold medalist, world champion heavyweight. Joshua, this is where we draw a line and say, go, well, hold on. Now, I'll watch it, of course, but if you beat him in like a decision or lose a decision, I got some questions. I'm not saying it's rigged, I don't assume, but I got questions.
I also got questions. What's Jake up to? Does he actually want to see how he can stack up?
Maybe this is the final stage of it. Be like, all right, we can get a fight with Anthony Joshua when he gets starched. And he's like, okay, that's my time.
Yeah.
I made all the money. I fought the very best. I'm out.
Balls.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt in that.
This kid's got balls.
But if that thing goes longer than a minute, you know, get fucking starched. I got questions. That's all I'm saying.
You're not,
Yeah. Or maybe you don't even have to say anything, but if Anthony Joshua puts away like a 10. Okay.
So, Anthony, if you would make it a show.
The way Tyson did with Francis. Francis ran into Anthony. Anthony goes, oh, this is how it should go. And fuck, dude, that's how it should go.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that. Francis made all the money.
Tyson was not going forward.
They put on a show. Same way from we did with Logan. Yeah.
Really?
I think you got around the show. Yeah. I'm not saying it's staged with Logan and Floyd, but you know, I don't think he was giving a call.
I think it was Tom Ed Hearn said this is the most insane thing, but it's a crazy payment.
Yeah,
Crazy.
well, they're both making money. That's why I get yours. There's a lane for it.
What do you think that Jake in his training is thinking? Is he training with big guys and thinking he's the best?
No.
I mean, Anthony Joshua.
I know. I don't. The Javante Davis one made more sense. Like he's undersized. If he had one, he's in trouble. Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
The Greek goddess from fucking the UK. Yeah. That guy, the gold medalist, the former heavyweight champion. Yeah. No.
People think that he gets beat by Usyk and stuff. And they're like, oh, no.
I don't think he was. I don't think he was. I think Jake's like, yeah, I'm gonna test this. This is the end of the line.
I mean, do that against people. You know what I mean? You're better off doing that against you.
You're not though.
Why?
Because no one knows people.
Yeah.
The whole reason is to make money. No one's gonna watch you fight people.
All right. I mean, Canelo.
Canelo's not taking the fight.
He's not taking the fight.
I mean, would you still be interested in? He said either was it Jake or was it Logan that said their end plan was to fight each other. Logan said that on my show. Yeah. So would you still be interested in that? Yeah. Yeah, if it's a real fight, hell yeah. Okay. Then there's this about the WNBA.
They've taken out shoes. Guys have sex with their feet.
Yeah,
It's just true. Guys in house.
Would you date a short queen? What? Short queen? Like that blonde and that. Like that's a. You mean short? 4 foot, dude. No. I think under 5 foot's considered short. Like the small. Under 5. Under 5.
No, but that's a type of. That's a condition. That dwarfism.
But I think under 5. What is considered a person? Super white. Yeah, it's the 410.
Other than picking his nose and perhaps eating it, Brendan Shaw, did you see what happened there? Did you see the clock? The most disgusting thing. He took out that nipping pouch out of his mouth and stuffed it in the couch and then put a chair there. How many times have you had? How many couches are on that couch? Look, this thing weird. This nose picking weirdo really took that pouch out of his mouth my God! First of all, that dipping thing is the most disgusting.